TV station's little driver Lin Yue accidentally acquires a film crossover system, entering the world's top films to experience a different and exciting life, with rewards that allow him to achieve a turnaround in the real world. In Fast and Furious, he achieves a racing legend, capturing everyone's attention. In A Wandering Earth, he becomes the king of the apocalypse. In Wolf Warrior, he is a special forces soldier of the Celestial Empire, showcasing national might. In Taken, he is a fearsome agent, causing the entire Dark Force to collapse. In Death Race, he is the king of prisoners, a devil on a racetrack. Chapter 1. Slow down, slow down. I can't take it anymore, help. Slow down. A wealthy woman dressed in fur with yellow curly hair sits in the back seat of the car, gripping the driver's seat tightly with both hands. A large emerald ring sparkles on her right hand. The man in the driver's seat gazes calmly at the 90-degree turn ahead, 100 meters away. Driver, slow down. There's a sharp turn ahead. The woman's eyes are filled with terror, her forehead covered in cold sweat. The man's right foot firmly presses the accelerator to the floor. There are only 80 meters left to the turn, yet there are no signs of braking. At this moment, the vehicle's speed on the narrow concrete path has surged to 90 kilometers per hour, getting closer to the turn. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. In an instant, the young man suddenly releases the accelerator, presses the clutch, and slams on the brakes. He performs a large turn with his left hand, turning the steering wheel sharply to the left. All in one go, the yellow Toyota Yaris shifts its weight forward, and the two rear tires instantly skid and drift. With intense friction, wisps of smoke even rise from the two rear tires. Chapter 2. Lin Yue slapped his palm hard on the steering wheel. I want to make money. I want to work hard. At the same time, a beam of light with a bright laser tail penetrates the solar system, enters the blue planet, and breaks through the atmosphere. Collection system has arrived at the 8th universe, blue planet number 03, detecting suitable host. Binding with host identity. Ding! A crisp voice sounded in Lin Yue's mind. He opened his eyes to see an electronic screen appear before him. Data data. A line of text floated on the screen. Unique host of blue planet number 03 in the 8th universe. Feeling the collection system request for binding. Do you agree? System? Lin Yue's first reaction was a surge of joy in his heart. This feeling of being favored by the god of fate is truly exhilarating. System, can you introduce yourself? The system did not respond at all. Why isn't it following the usual pattern? Usually, systems are very proactive and like to answer questions when binding, right? Why does it only show a line of text and then fall silent? Lin Yue's thoughts stirred slightly, and he saw a mouse pointer light up on the system panel before him. Chapter 3. Lin Yue knew that although watching the movie was thrilling, the skills required to truly enter this world were not that simple. First, one must possess exceptional racing skills. This requirement alone would eliminate over 99 of those who attempted to cross over. Secondly, one must have a very strong physique, combat skills, and shooting skills to live comfortably in this violent world of street racing and beautiful women. Fortunately, Lin Yue was only focused on collecting the exhilarating feelings of racing. Before he became powerful, he would try to avoid fighting and getting himself killed. In 2 days, he would embark on his journey to another world. And the preparation time was simply too short. Although Lin Yue had a basic understanding of racing, he knew that compared to the daredevils in Fast and Furious, his current racing skills were definitely far from sufficient. Ding! First crossover into the film world, system presents the host with a big gift package. Lin Yue quickly controlled the mouse pointer on the system panel with his mind, starting to move it left and right. Double-clicking the big gift package. Racing Simulation Training Ground. Racing Simulation Training Ground. Time flow rate 100. 100 days in the training ground is equivalent to 1 day in the real world. Chapter 4. At 11:50 p.m., Lin Yue's phone beeped. He picked it up and saw a message from his email. Jiangnan Province TV station driver position recruitment notice. Lin Yue opened it and took a glance. This was the driver position he had seen 3 days ago on Douyin.net, and he had submitted his resume. Since other positions required at least a bachelor's or higher degree, and like most ordinary people, Lin Yue did not have a degree. He thought, I'll apply after I return from my crossover. Hopefully, my life can truly change from this moment on. It is now a new day at midnight, and the crossover task is about to begin. Is the host ready? Ready. Once again, it is emphasized that no matter how long you stay inside, only 10 minutes will pass in the real world. With a swish, Lin Yue suddenly disappeared from the room. When Lin Yue first appeared in the world of Fast and Furious, he recalled his identity in this world and some basic knowledge about it. In this world, his name was Lin Yue, who had just arrived in the United States from the Celestial Empire. Chapter 5. As the black man approached Mia, he took off his sunglasses, revealing a mocking smile. Chewing gum, he said, "Mia, what about our bet? If I win, you spend the night with me." Mia glared at him angrily. "Who are you? My brother isn't here. Are you crazy? I can't find your brother. Since he isn't here, I have no choice but to look for you. You don't have the guts, do you?" "Who says I don't have the guts? What if you lose?" "If I lose, this car is yours. My car has been modified and is worth at least over $1 million. I only ask that you spend the night with me if you lose. Surely, a night with you isn't worth more than $1 million, right?" Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted around, especially from many women who joined in. Mia stood up. "I'm curious. What is your name?" "They call me Blackwood." Lin Yue quickly searched his mind upon hearing this name. It seemed he hadn't come across this Blackwood character while watching the Fast and Furious movies. However, this person's style bore striking resemblance to the villain Johnny's motorcycle gang. Chapter 6. Mia, confused, hurriedly opened the driver's side door and sat inside, fastening her seatbelt while looking at Lin Yue. "You are the most handsome Asian I've ever seen. Those words you just said were really cool. What's your name?" "Lin Yue." "Lin Yue, I'm actually very happy you can get into my car. A racing driver's car without a beautiful girl or handsome guy accompanying it would be quite embarrassing. But I must kindly remind you I might have a 60% chance of losing to Blackwood, and if I lose the race, he will hold a grudge against you. A racing driver must be entirely focused before a race. Otherwise, you will definitely lose, no doubt about it." "Mia, Lin Yue, do you understand racing?" "A little." "All right. Why do you think you can outrun Blackwood?" "Me? Oh, it's just a feeling. Blackwood's name is quite famous in the racing community." Lin Yue turned to her, his bright eyes looking at Mia, and said calmly, "Blackwood's car is a Ford Mustang GT350 with a 5.2 V8 naturally aspirated engine, a maximum power of 536, and a 6-speed manual transmission. It only takes 4.2 seconds to accelerate to 100 km/h. Chapter 7. Mia angrily pounded her fist on the steering wheel. This scene was captured by the broadcast crew and transmitted to the big screen at the starting point of the race. Ha ha ha, as expected. How could Mia possibly be Blackwood's match? Do you think Mia will really spend the night with Blackwood? With her hot figure, it would be quite a treat. What are you thinking? That's definitely impossible. Dominic will fight Blackwood to the end. Look, that Celestial Empire guy has gotten out of the car. What is he going to do? Is he going to drive? I don't believe a Celestial Empire person can race. In my impression, they are only suited to run restaurants in Chinatown or martial arts schools to show off their flashy moves. Mia didn't TC Lin Yue get out of the car. She was still a bit frightened after almost flipping over when the curly-haired guy crashed in her earlier. They must be in cahoots. I have to tell my brother. But alas, after losing like this today, I won't be able to mix in this circle anymore. I even promised that Blackwood. Mia lowered her head, dejected, and slapped the steering wheel again. If I had known, I wouldn't have accepted the challenge. These people drive and play tricks. Chapter 8. Meanwhile, many spectators were also quite shocked. Many bikini-clad women forgot to drink, staring intently at Lin Yue on the screen. The Celestial Empire person is unbelievable. I take back what I just said. That curly-haired guy's Toyota, with an engine power far exceeding Mia's Chevrolet, was easily left behind. This is the second time I've seen someone drift through a V-shaped curve without losing speed. I've only seen Dominic perform this once. As the vehicle exited the curve, Lin Yue knew that a long straight road of 6 kilometers lay ahead. The only thing to pay attention to on this straight road was the occasional uphill and downhill. He reached out again and pressed the red button for the nitrous accelerator. In an instant, the engine of the Chevrolet Nova roared violently. Lin Yue felt the blood in his body burning. It was boiling. His feeling was amazing. Lin Yue gripped the steering wheel tightly, his peripheral vision catching the towering mountains flying by outside, deeply enchanted by this speed. At this moment, the vehicle's speed has surged to 300 km/h. Lin Yue's mind stirred slightly. The Film Sensation Collection system activated the Speed Sensation Collection. Chapter 9. Lin Yue gripped the steering wheel tightly, gradually leaning towards the left side of the racetrack. The Chevrolet Nova, traveling at 300 km/h, put immense pressure on Blackwood's Ford Mustang. Through his rearview mirror, Blackwood saw Lin Yue preparing to overtake him from the left. He gritted his teeth and cursed fiercely. Trying to overtake, huh? Go to hell. Just as Lin Yue's car reached the left side of Blackwood's Ford Mustang, Blackwood clenched the steering wheel and violently jerked it to the left to collide. At high speed, the vehicle was already agile, and the Mustang quickly swerved to the left. Blackwood intended to use this move to directly knock Lin Yue off the track and send him crashing into the barriers, leading to Lin Yue's destruction. Mia had already sensed Blackwood's intentions. Her hands clenched tightly together as she shouted loudly, "Lin Yue, be careful. Blackwood is coming to crash. Blackwood is truly insane. Lin Yue, be careful. Hold on tight." Lin Yue calmly replied. In that instant, his hands and feet moved as quickly as if playing the piano. Lin Yue slammed on the brakes and pulled up the handbrake. The sudden braking caused Mia's body to lurch forward. Had it not been for the seatbelt, she would have flown out the window. Chapter 10. Mia was clearly taken aback. She shook her head slightly. "Lin Yue, you are really a strange person. Have a glass of champagne. I was very confused while you were driving. As a person from the Celestial Empire." Mia bit her lip and continued. "I mean no disrespect to the people of the Celestial Empire. I'm just saying that motorsports don't seem very popular there. But your exception truly shocks me. People from the Celestial Empire, it's not about whether they can do it, but whether they want to. Since I want to, my racing skills naturally won't be lacking. Lin Yue, why don't you come to my house for a drink? My brother and the others are back. They just called me." Lin Yue sensed in his mind that the Speed Sensation Collection task had been successfully completed. On the systems panel, only one sentence appeared. Fast and Furious 1 Speed Sensation Collection Progress 100. Host can choose to return. After 24 hours, a forced return will occur. The sequels of Fast and Furious will enter as the host grows. With varying durations based on different tasks, Lin Yue initially planned to leave directly, but he suddenly felt a bit curious about the bald Dominic from Fast and Furious. Chapter 11. When Lin Yue opened his eyes, it was night, and the stars were shining bright. Under the moonlight, a desolate woods filled with wild grass appeared before Lin Yue. His sudden arrival startled a wild rabbit grazing under a large tree, causing it to flee into the distance. This woods was familiar to Lin Yue. It was the small grove just 400 meters from his home. Unexpectedly, he returned from his journey and found himself not directly in his room. Lin Yue looked at his phone, which had reappeared in his pocket. 12:10 a.m. Only 10 minutes had passed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the collection task. Task completion level. Perfect. The host's diligent training and exceptional understanding of racing allowed for the completion of this task. The client expressed, the speed sensation collected in Fast and Furious 1 was extremely satisfying. Reward items are being transmitted. Lin Yue was extremely excited at this moment. For someone who had crossed over to this blue star for a full 19 years, this was the first time he received the system's favor. Especially in such a challenging environment. The system must give me a good reward. Ding. Reward for the host. Dominic's modified vehicle from Fast and Furious 1. Dodge Charger Sport Car. Chapter 12. The boss was once again spitting everywhere as he spoke. He brought out that kind of momentum from company meetings, where he could speak for 2 hours without repeating a word. He was eloquent and unstoppable. Lin Yue often thought during his meetings about who would win in a fast-talking duel between him and Stephen Chow from the movie The Minorities. Lin Yue, hurry up and drive with me. If you work double shifts day and night, by the end of this month, after deducting expenses, you could still earn around 4,000 yuan. Lin Yue took the taxi keys out of his pocket and tossed them into Zhang Heng's hand. I quit. What? I said I quit. Quit. Zhang Heng's face changed instantly. His Red Star Taxi Company was already on the brink of bankruptcy, and he came here to pressure Lin Yue. Then sweeten the deal. He never expected Lin Yue to quit outright. Lin Yue, have you thought this through? Finding a job in society right now isn't easy. Plus, you don't have such a high education. I only thought you were good at driving and wanted to train you as a star driver. Don't be ungrateful. Chapter 13. I accept the order. I'm in. Lin Yue decisively agreed. In 3 days, you will cross over to Jurassic World 1. Please prepare. Host. Lin Yue had just completed the Fast and Furious task and received the Dodge as a reward. He then received an interview notice from Jiangnan Province TV station, feeling quite good. However, he never expected to suddenly receive this crossover task. It was to go to Jurassic World. And the most outrageous part was that this task was to collect a tooth from a tyrannical T-Rex. How twisted are the high-level audience members making this order? A tyrannical T-Rex. Damn, this is the biggest boss in Jurassic World 1. It is an excellent genetic combination of several terrifying creatures, including T-Rex, Velociraptor, Chameleon, and Snake. The massive size of the tyrannical T-Rex makes it a terrifying killing machine. Additionally, it possesses chameleon-like abilities to blend into its environment and an extremely intelligent brain, placing it in a dominant position in the entire Jurassic dinosaur kingdom. But Lin Yue had no choice. Given his current situation, he had to seize every opportunity. Life is about striving. Success requires effort. Chapter 14. When Lin Yue rode the transparent elevator down from the upper floor, he surveyed the interior of the TV station building. On the 23rd floor, he saw a broadcasting hall composed of countless screens, filled with a modern atmosphere. Several stars he had seen on TV were recording programs there. The young people around providing support were also very fashionable. It must be said that for Lin Yue, whose current living standards were quite tight, if he can get a formal position at the TV station, it will be a successful start. Only then can he climb step by step to the top. Lin Yue is full of expectations for his future life. When Lin Yue returned home, he did not drive the Dodge car back. When he left earlier, his father Lin Feng did not notice the Dodge Charger. His father used to be a race car driver, and if he saw this car, he would recognize it immediately. Lin Yue certainly couldn't explain the source of the car for now, in order to avoid trouble and his parents' questioning. He left the car at the home of his classmate Wang Sanpao in the neighboring village. After graduating from high school, Wang Sanpao worked at home doing manual labor and had no concept of cars at all. Chapter 15. With a loud bang, Lin Yue's body was almost lifted off the ground. Another intense tremor followed. Lin Yue turned around and saw 4 huge cylindrical legs. Looking up along those thick and long legs, a 15-meter-tall, 22-meter-long Brachiosaurus appeared before Lin Yue. Lin Yue had previously studied this knowledge systematically. Although the Brachiosaurus looked like a giant, it was a herbivore and posed no significant threat to humans unless you accidentally got stepped on. It stomped on the ground, walking away step by step. Suddenly, the Brachiosaurus raised its head, its long neck resembling a wrist, with 2 round nostrils on top. Seeing this action, Lin Yue quickly ran to the side. Sure enough, 2 seconds later, the Brachiosaurus suddenly sneezed loudly. With one sneeze, the numerous tourists standing below were sprayed with a face full of white and yellow snot. Everyone wiped their noses while laughing in shock. Unlike the people in the movie, these tourists had become accustomed to dinosaurs by the 22nd year of Jurassic World. Chapter 16. Before Lin Yue could squeeze to the front of the crowd, he heard the alarm sound. His heart sank. The catastrophic scene from the movie was about to begin. He quickly squeezed out of the crowd to take a look. The area was filled with tourists, and it would be useless to warn them about the upcoming danger. No one would believe Lin Yue. In the middle of the footbridge, he saw the movie's protagonist, Owen. Owen is an expert in animal behavior and excels at communicating with dinosaurs, especially velociraptors. Lin Yue squeezed his way toward Owen, wanted to warn him. The brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex had not disappeared from the park. It had snake genes that allowed it to regulate its temperature and blend in with the environment, making it undetectable by infrared sensors. It also had chameleon genes that allowed it to camouflage its body color in its surroundings, making it undetectable even from helicopters above. After squeezing a few meters, there were simply too many people. Lin Yue shouted loudly to Owen, "Owen, tell them not to go in." The brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex is still in the park. Its skin can change color and regulate temperature. Chapter 17. Bang. The brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex crashed into the iron gate. The gate, which was originally closing, malfunctioned from the impact. Bang! Bang! The Tyrannosaurus Rex struck again with its head and neck. The footbridge shook violently. A blonde woman fell directly from the footbridge. The Tyrannosaurus Rex turned its head toward the sound, opening its massive jaws. The blonde woman was swallowed whole, crushed into pieces. It let out an excited roar. Roar. This sound frightened the herbivorous dinosaurs outside, causing them to scatter in panic. Bang! Crack! With a swing of its tail, the sturdy metal gate was smashed open by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex charged out. Lin Yue had already climbed a tree about 100 meters tall, standing on a branch approximately 30 meters above the ground. Having witnessed the brutal nature of the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the movie, Lin Yue knew that this genetically engineered species lacked any racial memory. It would kill indiscriminately without stopping once it was hungry. The genetically engineered Tyrannosaurus Rex was bloodthirsty, seeing all living beings as enemies. Chapter 18. Just as Lin Yue jumped down from the tree, he saw Owen had taken off his t-shirt to wipe the gasoline off his face. He ran up to Lin Yue. "Thank you. You're welcome. I really should have listened to you earlier, but in reality, my words wouldn't have mattered. Those mercenaries wouldn't listen to me at all," Owen said dejectedly, turning to look at the bodies of humans and dinosaurs scattered everywhere. A sense of apocalyptic fear washing over him. He said painfully, "I am Owen. I don't know how you know me, but who are you?" "My name is Lin Yue. I saw your research on animal behavior and communication with humans in a magazine." Lin Yue, I feel you're not an ordinary tourist. Just from your earlier prophetic actions and your agile ability to jump from the footbridge and climb the tree, even elite special forces can't compare to you. Why are you here? I came to visit Jurassic Park. Am I supposed to steal dinosaurs single-handedly? Owen smiled nervously and said, I was just asking casually. Thank you again for saving me. Chapter 19. Lin Yue turned around and saw a swarm of pterosaurs bursting out from the northeastern side of the park's wire fence, soaring into the sky. At that moment, both Lin Yue and Owen were shocked. Owen sighed softly. This is bad. It's really over now. The brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex has entered the pterosaur area. Upon mentioning pterosaurs, Lin Yue's mind immediately recalled the information he had read. The pterosaurs in Jurassic World are about 3 meters long, and their grabbing ability is extremely strong, capable of lifting a person into the sky and dismembering them. Their sharp beaks can pierce directly into a person's head, making them extremely deadly. As Lin Yue ran, he silently thought, this experience assigned by the system to feel the brutality of the Tyrannosaurus Rex is truly extreme. One careless move could cost me my life. No wonder this mission is classified as difficult. When he reached the west entrance of the command hall, Blair, dressed in a white suit, was waiting outside on the lawn. Upon seeing Lin Yue and Owen, she hurriedly ran over, but after just 5 steps, her high heel twisted, and she instantly sprained her ankle. Chapter 20. Whoosh. A tranquilizer dart was injected into the neck of the Spinosaurus. The sedative is extremely potent, taking effect quickly on small-bodied dinosaurs. In Jurassic World, slightly higher doses can lead to heart and lung failure in dinosaurs, demonstrating its power. However, after Lin Yue fired this sedative, the massive Therizinosaurus continued to charge wildly. Lin Yue ran a few steps along the trunk, jumped up, grabbed a branch of another tree, and effortlessly rolled his body up to stand on another tree. After being hit with the sedative, the Spinosaurus rampaged through the forest, knocking down many surrounding trees. Its powerful tail swung and directly killed 2 fleeing Gallimimus. When the Spinosaurus locked onto Lin Yue again, Lin Yue quickly raised the sedative launcher. With a whoosh, the sedative pierced into the Spinosaurus's abdomen, and it continued to leap forward. Fortunately, the dense trees allowed him to move easily among them. Lin Yue used the same method to shoot 5 sedatives into the Spinosaurus. Chapter 21. The 30-something mercenaries were almost instantly reduced to severed limbs and broken arms by it. Lin Yue took the opportunity to shoot 2 more sedatives, but they were all dodged. Without hesitation, Lin Yue dashed into the woods to escape. He specifically chose densely wooded areas, and after running 30 meters, his figure was completely concealed by the trees. However, after the vicious Tyrannosaurus finished off the mercenaries, it turned its attention to the direction Lin Yue had fled. With a tremendous roar, dozens of pterosaurs perched above the forest were startled and took flight. The vicious Tyrannosaurus, guided by its keen sense of smell, began to chase Lin Yue. Lin Yue ran through dense woods, while the Tyrannosaurus crashed into trees, severely slowing its speed. Lin Yue's heart raced and adrenaline surged. He had never experienced such a thrilling scene, being chased by a Tyrannosaurus weighing over 50 tons. This was truly exhilarating. Lin Yue had hit it with 3 sedatives, but the Tyrannosaurus had many excellent dinosaur genes, resulting in a rapid metabolism. Chapter 22. Lin Yue steadied the Type 95 assault rifle in his hand, quickly turned, and frantically followed behind his 2 nephews, fleeing forward. The 3 had barely run 300 meters when many large trees fell behind them. The massive head of the Tyrannosaurus burst through the dense forest, coming after Lin Yue, seeking revenge. The Tyrannosaurus let out a thunderous roar directed at Lin Yue. Hundreds of beautiful-headed dinosaurs in the forest scattered in fright. Lin Yue turned around, escaping backward while aiming with the sedative launcher. A sedative flew out with a whoosh. The Tyrannosaurus's eyes darted, and its body tilted to the right. The sedative brushed past its back. Although the 2 kids weren't fast, they were exceptionally agile, darting back and forth in the dense forest. Lin Yue directly grabbed the Type 95 assault rifle and aimed. Bullets flew backward in a rapid-fire manner, continuously shooting at the Tyrannosaurus. At that moment, the sound of an engine came from a forest path to the right. Lin Yue glanced and saw Owen and Blair driving a Hummer through the trees. Chapter 23. Lin Yue, what did you say? I said get out of the way. There's no time. Hurry. Lin Yue shouted as he pulled Owen out. Lin Yue jumped into the driver's seat, quickly flooring the gas, charging straight toward the giant barbed wire wall. Owen desperately lunged forward, grabbing onto the back of the vehicle, lying on the roof. Lin Yue, Owen shouted. You can't break through the barbed wire. If the vehicle crashes into it, the fuel tank will catch fire and explode. Lin Yue, slow down. If you don't slow down, we'll die. Blair anxiously watched as Lin Yue crazily pressed the gas pedal, speeding up and ignoring everyone's warnings. She also glanced back at the pursuing Tyrannosaurus, feeling very scared. What to do? What to do? Oh, Lin Yue, stop, we're going to crash. Lin Yue floored the gas. The steering wheel in his hand was exceptionally agile, and the dinosaur carcasses on the ground didn't affect his speed at all. Blair's two nephews were lying on the back seat, their eyes wide open watching Lin Yue, their faces filled with disbelief. Wow, so cool, Lin Yue. Are you the world's most amazing agent? This operation, my God. Chapter 24. Lin Yue knew one thing clearly. Previous studies on sedatives indicated that high doses could cause heart and lung failure in dinosaurs. Now he had injected 30 into its heart, combined with the previous injections. He was confident the Tyrannosaurus wouldn't be able to withstand it. By the time he reached the 35th injection, the Tyrannosaurus's eyelids had completely closed. Lin Yue didn't stop. This artificially gene-synthesized Tyrannosaurus had surpassed the rules of the biosphere. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Yue kept injecting one after another. When Lin Yue had injected a total of 60 into its heart, the Tyrannosaurus lay motionless on the ground. Owen and Blair were stunned. My God, that's brutal. He injected 60. They knew a single sedative could keep a person out for 3 days and 3 nights. Owen was grateful he hadn't offended Lin Yue. Blair was also shocked, her mind swirling. It was as if they both instantly reacted. Owen opened the back of the Hummer, took out some more sedatives, and rushed toward Lin Yue. When Owen and Blair reached Lin Yue's side, they saw him shooting a sedative into the Tyrannosaurus's neck. Chapter 25. Early the next morning, Lin Yue got up early at 6 o'clock, finished packing everything. Today was the first official day of work. He greeted his parents and ran to his good friend Wang Sanpeo's house. His Dodge Charger had been parked at Wang Sanpeo's house. Given the current situation, his formal job had just begun, and he couldn't explain the origin of the Dodge Charger to his parents. Moreover, his father, Lin Feng, had been disabled in a racing accident and was adamantly opposed to Lin Yue having any involvement with racing. Lin Yue's home was only 3 kilometers from Wang Sanpeo's house. This morning, he just happened to run along the country road, able to sprint the 3 kilometers at full speed. When he was in the army, his 3-kilometer run time was just 10.5 minutes. Now he can sprint it in 9 minutes. As soon as Lin Yue arrived at Wang Sanpeo's doorstep, he saw him standing there bare-chested, wearing colorful shorts and flip-flops. Wang Sanpeo was in the yard, brushing his teeth with a toothbrush in his mouth. Sanpeo, I'm here to drive. Wang Sanpeo looked visibly happy to see Lin Yue. Chapter 26. On the last page of the Youth Cup racing event plan, there was a guarantee plan. Among them, the driver support column listed Ma Yuanbo, Yue, intern support for the satellite channel. Lu Yuan, Zhu Hanyu, intern support for the sports channel. Xia Huanyu, Li Chong, intern support for the new media channel. Zhou Dafeng, Lu Yu, intern support for the news channel. Lin Yue, intern, veteran driver TBD. Likely no veteran driver. Lin Yue must prepare to be the main support for the broadcast channel. A broadcast channel? Lin Yue was unfamiliar with it and had no idea who he would encounter. Famous hosts from various channels of the TV station would be attending this event. Could there be big shots or beauties in broadcasting as well? Lin Yue looked at the information posted on the wall near the driver's information sheet and checked them one by one. The veteran driver for the satellite channel, Ma Yuanbo, had 20 years of driving experience. The veteran driver for the sports channel, Lu Yuan, had 15 years of experience. The veteran driver for the new media channel, Xia Huanyu, had 13 years of experience. The veteran driver for the new media channel, Zhou Dafeng, had 17 years of experience. Yet here he was, with the veteran driver still to be determined. Chapter 27. The first week of 5 working days. Lin Yue worked 4 days. On the 5th day, he took a trip within Jiangnan province to pick up a program team returning from another province. He also learned the basic regulations and systems related to driving. Over these days, Lin Yue would come to the studio after finishing work at 5:30 p.m. and practice for 2 hours in an employee gym set up on the 8th floor of the Impression Plaza. During his time in the Army, he underwent high-intensity physical training every day. In his 3rd year, just after being promoted to a non-commissioned officer, he participated in a hunter training program that lasted for a year and a half. During this time, Lin Yue's physical qualities were outstanding. He understood very well that in regular movies, his skills and physical abilities would allow him to excel, as ordinary people would definitely not be his match. However, if he entered top action movies, it would still not be enough, especially in a world where ruthless criminals roamed. Lin Yue's current physical fitness and skills still required intense training. Today was April 30th. Tomorrow began a 5-day May Day holiday. And the first day after the holiday would be the Youth Cup racing competition. Chapter 28. Can't we negotiate? Lin Yue asked. Young man, it's really hard to find someone who teaches this skill for drawing nude sketches in other shops. And we also have physical references for you. Physical references? Are you sure? Absolutely. Young man, come with me. When Lin Yue saw the physical references, it was completely different from what he had imagined. In the center of the studio, there were 3 sculptures of women. Some were standing, some lying down, and some sitting. Each sculpture was lifelike. The female shop owner smiled meaningfully. Just based on the expressions of these 3 sculptures, you still can't fully capture the femininity. You can refer to the beautiful woman on this poster. Lin Yue followed the art teacher's arm to look left and saw a vertical poster of Zhou Chunai. I'm studying nude sketching, and you're showing me this picture? Young man, this is our Jiangnan provincial TV station's most renowned beauty host. It's already impressive that I have her photo. Do you expect me to invite her over to model for you? The price would probably be over $1 million. Chapter 29. In the next moment, Lin Yue's figure suddenly disappeared from the small room in the outskirts. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing on a lifeboat deck at the top of the Titanic, where many lifeboats were placed on both sides of the deck. The Titanic was more than 10 meters deep in the water, and from this height, it was nearly 40 meters above sea level. Lin Yue stood at the top, looking at the sea, as if overlooking from the 10th floor. A refreshing sea breeze mixed with saltiness blew towards him. At this moment, information about this world surfaced in his mind. In this world, Lin Yue's identity was Captain Smith's son, a friend from the Celestial Empire. His boarding the ship was also by a special invitation from Captain Smith. His accommodation on the ship was next to the captain's lounge, located near the lifeboat deck. The luxurious first-class cabin in the original movie was directly beneath this lifeboat deck. Lin Yue was wearing a white bow-tie shirt and a black tailcoat suit. He knew this was the basic outfit for all successful men on this ship. He patted his pocket, realizing that all his items like his phone had disappeared. Chapter 30. First class, second class, third class, and numerous soldiers and service staff were leaning over the deck railing, waving goodbye to the send-off personnel on the shore. Many men of this era liked to wear suits. Women preferred a type of slim-fitting suit dress or lace-long dress, which made their figures look graceful and elegant. They leaned over the deck, taking off their hats and waving them vigorously. At this moment, the more than 2,000 people had no idea that a huge disaster awaited them 5 days later. Lin Yue's first step of the plan was already accomplished. He successfully blocked Jack from boarding the ship. He contemplated the next steps. If he were to tell his Uncle Smith that they would encounter icebergs ahead and to be cautious while sailing, not only would he not believe it, but more importantly, it might alert those investigating the truth behind the sinking. Lin Yue vaguely sensed that there must be a huge hidden plot behind this century's sinking case. He decided to remain still for the time being. The sinking was scheduled for the evening of April 15th, 5 days from now. Chapter 31. Rose wore a velvet shawl, layered with a lace corset, and her gloves adorned with floral patterns added much softness. No wonder the young Jack fell in love with her at first sight. When Lin Yue saw her, he was also in awe. At this moment, Captain Smith had finished his meal. He wiped his mouth with a triangular napkin and smiled at Lin Yue, saying, "You keep eating, young man. Eat more. I have some matters to attend to." Okay. Lin Yue knew that time was short, and the task he had to complete was extremely complex. It was better to take the initiative than to wait for opportunities. He got up, holding a glass of red wine, and walked over to the table where Ruth and her mother were sitting. Ruth and her mother were originally nobles. But after her father's death, which left behind a large amount of debt, their noble status had completely declined. Carl was the son of Steel Tycoon, and his family had ample financial resources. In this situation, Ruth's mother needed to rely on Carl's family's money, while Carl's family needed Ruth's noble status to give their wealth a touch of elegance. Under this mutual understanding, Ruth's mother and Carl's mother decided to arrange Ruth and Carl's marriage. Chapter 32. Lin Yue was very surprised when he saw the reimbursement form. What a coincidence! Buying insurance was normal, but at that time the whole world believed that even God could not let the Titanic sink. Why did Mrs. Lawrence spend $300,000 to purchase an insurance policy? Lin Yue asked casually, "Mrs. Lawrence, where in America do you live? It would be convenient to visit you when I have time. Where else could I live? I'm homeless, always following your uncle wherever he goes. Besides, houses are so expensive across the Atlantic. How could I afford one?" Lin Yue smiled, thanked Ruth once again, and exited the room. The insurance policy kept resurfacing in his mind. According to what Mrs. Lawrence said, she should not have much money. But how could she spend $300,000 to buy insurance without any money? Isn't that a huge joke? Unless she knew that this insurance policy would turn into a cash payout. If that were the case, buying insurance would be possible. Lin Yue suddenly remembered the information he had previously researched about the Titanic, which stated that on the night the ship hit the iceberg, Captain Smith was drunk in his lover's room. Chapter 33. Watching Ruth's distant figure, Lin Yue felt indescribable emotions. To some extent, someone like Ruth, who possessed an elegant, noble aura without any noble airs, had a carefree and pure nature that made it hard for any man not to be moved. Moreover, she was so beautiful and sexy. Lin Yue had never been in love. In Blue Star, the era where love alone could bring happiness, even if it was just drinking water or eating bread, was long gone. Lin Yue was neither a second-generation rich kid nor a third-generation rich kid. He could only work hard to become a first-generation wealthy tycoon, thus changing his fate forever. Taking advantage of Ruth's departure, Lin Yue went back inside the cabin from the deck. He arrived at the wireless room located at the bottom side of the lifeboat deck. It was now 6 p.m. on April 10th. Knock, knock. Lin Yue knocked on the door of the wireless room. A radio operator, wearing his hat askew and looking drowsy, opened the door. "Who are you?" "I'm Lin Yue. The captain asked me to come and check if our radio is functioning properly." "It's functioning. I know you. You're the Lin Yue who came up with Captain Smith." Chapter 34. Ruth, you mustn't be rude to your mother. You have to listen to whatever she says. "Who gives you that authority?" Ruth shouted wearily. "You don't respect me at all. My mother agreeing to this marriage is a mistake." "Ruth, think carefully. If you call off the engagement, your father's debts will crush you and your mother. Your mother will fall from being a noble to being a servant. I'll give you money. You marry me, listen to me, and follow my mother's demands. It's only fair. Stop saying that. If I die, everything will be relieved. I don't want to live like this anymore." "Wait, Ruth, give me the heart of the ocean. I like you, so I gave it to you. But I'm not asking you to throw it into the sea. That's ridiculous." Ruth scoffed. "Before I die, you're still thinking about the heart of the ocean." Ruth felt very sad. She yanked the blue heart of the ocean from her neck and threw it at Carl. Then she turned around, her face filled with pain and fear. She was just about to jump into the sea from the ship's railing with a smile when... Chapter 35. Ruth smiled. In this era, nude paintings and nude sculptures are quite normal. I really didn't expect you to be so talented. Lin Yue, by the way, how did you find me this morning? I was at the side and back of the deck. I didn't expect you to find me too. The scent. Scent? Yes. The fragrance on you. I can smell it. Ruth looked at Lin Yue in disbelief. How is that possible? I haven't used perfume for several days. How could you smell it? Then let me guess, and if I'm right, you have to reward me. Lin Yue winked and smiled. Go ahead, say it. Ruth looked expectantly. You've always used a classic perfume produced in 1987 called Crown, but among this type, there are several series. Generally, you didn't choose the common lily or champagne scents. You specifically chose one made of rosemary, mint, and orange blossom, which is slightly warm yet a bit spicy. Ruth's eyes widened in shock. Ruth, I've only found you using this perfume on the ship, and if I'm not mistaken, you've only been to a few places: the bridge on the second floor deck, the restaurant and cafe on the third floor deck, the cinema, and of course, the top deck where I took you once. All these places have the scent of your perfume. Chapter 36. Lin Yue just lifted his head and saw Ruth turning over on the bed. The lace corset under her white long dress seemed unable to contain her. A large expanse of white was perfectly facing Lin Yue. Lin Yue's heart skipped a beat. Having never been in love, his heart raced uncontrollably. Lin Yue took a deep breath. He got up and opened the door to the outside, standing at the doorway of the room. He let the sea breeze blow through the corridor to calm himself down. Normal people have emotions and desires. Lin Yue was no exception. He was not a sage, and the scene just now would elicit the same reaction from any normal man. Moreover, during these past few days of interaction, Lin Yue had already developed feelings for the unparalleled beauty, Ruth. It was now the night of April 11th, and the time for the collision with the iceberg on the night of April 14th was drawing near. However, before the incident occurred, Lin Yue couldn't touch many of the clues at all. nor could he send out a distress signal via radio in advance. According to the information at hand, several nearby cruise ships were approximately 100 nautical miles away from them. If a distress signal were sent, they would definitely arrive within 4 hours at the latest. Chapter 37. In the original movie, the watertight door was left open because an employee came to retrieve something and failed to close it properly, causing the bottom of the ship to collide with the iceberg, resulting in significant damage and a large amount of seawater flooding in through the open door. Lin Yue carefully searched around this level and finally spotted the 3-meter-high watertight door next to the left side transmission system. This door was made of 2 iron doors that were tightly closed in the middle, with a large iron lock hanging on top. Lin Yue, I see you're particularly interested in the structure of this ship. Are you an engineer? No, I'm just looking for any vulnerabilities in this ship. Are you from an insurance company or a disaster assessor? Of course not. Lin Yue chuckled. I'm just really interested in these things. You have so many interests and skills. Lin Yue, I want to see you draw a picture. Can you draw one for me? Ruth, what do you want me to draw? Just draw what you're best at. Lin Yue's heart skipped a beat. A wave of inexplicable joy surged within him. He turned around and immediately saw Ruth standing next to a deep red Renault sports car for 1912. Chapter 38. Lin Yue kept searching in his mind. What was Olympus? Lin Yue, I remember there was a ship called the Olympic. Ruth said right after. Instantly, information about the Olympic flooded Lin Yue's mind as he recalled the data he had researched before coming to this world. Initially, the White Star Line built 2 ships, one named Titanic and the other Olympic. The 2 ships were referred to as sister ships because they were very similar. Back on September 11, 1911, the Olympic had collided with another military ship during a voyage, sustaining severe damage. Due to the high repair costs, the Olympic publicly declared it was abandoning further repairs. But why was there writing on this unpainted wooden board under the tire of this car that said Olympus? Lin Yue, what are you thinking about? Ruth, time is tight. Stay close behind me. I suspect this might be a conspiracy. A conspiracy? What kind of conspiracy? There's no time to explain now. Just follow me quickly. I need to find evidence. As Lin Yue ran up the other side of the deck stairs, a storm of thoughts surged in his mind. Chapter 39. At that moment, Ruth, who had just woken up from the Renault car, approached upon hearing the commotion. Ruth, are you okay? I'm fine. Ruth immediately recognized it was Carl's servant, Joy. Joy, what are you doing? Why did you trick me into coming down and then knock me out? The over 40 Joy had wrinkles all over his forehead. He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and remained silent. Lin Yue raised his right foot and stomped down hard on his chest. Joy cried out in pain. Are you going to talk or not? Who sent you? Was it Carl? With his left hand supporting himself, Joy threw a punch with his right hand. Lin Yue caught his wrist and twisted it behind his back. Crack! The bone broke. Ruth was stunned by Lin Yue's skills. I'll talk. It was on Master Carl. Carl? Ruth asked, surprised and angry. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to trap me in this machine room and kill me? Ruth was still unaware of everything, but Lin Yue had already realized that Carl was likely connected to the sinking of the Titanic. Chapter 40. Lin Yue. Things are clearly tense. Didn't you just say that? Why are you telling them there's nothing important? Ruth, we don't know who the conspirator is, so we can't trust them easily. The only person we can trust is Captain Smith. My memory tells me that my father once said Captain Smith was a very upright person, though he had a slight romantic inclination. Where do we find him now? Definitely in his mistress, Mrs. Lowry's room. Let's go. Bang, bang. Lin Yue knocked on Mrs. Lowry's door. 3 seconds passed with no response. Bang, bang. Lin Yue knocked again. With a click, Mrs. Lowry appeared in her nightgown, looking displeased. What is it? Lin Yue, how could you be so rude to disturb us at this hour? I need to see Uncle Smith. It's important. Smith has been drinking. He's in a good mood today and had a bit too much to drink. Now he's resting in bed. Indeed, history was repeating itself. In the movie, Captain Smith had also been drinking with his mistress that night. Chapter 41. Upon hearing this, Captain Smith took a deep breath. He realized a massive conspiracy involved. Moreover, he had no idea how many potential conspirators were on board. Smith, spare me. Mrs. Lowry pleaded. Spare you? I can't decide that right now. What I need to do is tie you up in this room. As Captain Smith pulled over a piece of clothing to tie up Mrs. Lowry, Lin Yue suddenly threw a punch, hitting Mrs. Lowry on the back of her head. She immediately fainted. Isn't this faster? If she leaks information, it could be very troublesome. We don't have time to waste. Hurry. Captain Smith nodded, surprised that Lin used decisiveness in a crisis. Ruth's face was tense. After their series of conversations, she had begun to understand the truth. The only thing she felt disappointed about was that her fiancé, Carl, was utterly shameless. When they first boarded the ship, Carl had bought insurance for both her and her mother. This meant that if they encountered a disaster at sea, they would perish. Chapter 42. Lin Yue quickly stood up. Captain Smith behind him was visibly excited. How is it? Has it been connected? It's connected. Uncle Smith stopped the ship immediately. Quickly tell me the current latitude and longitude coordinates. We must send our location to them. Okay, I understand. You stay here. I'll stop the ship right now. Captain Smith grabbed his captain's hat and ran out of the cabin with a serious expression. As a veteran who had served many years in the Navy, Captain Smith knew very well that once any hint of danger arose, one could not take risks. Moreover, it was now completely confirmed that this was indeed a conspiracy. In such a situation, the ship had to be stopped immediately. The subsequent matters were left to fate. Lin Yue sat in a radio chair, taking a long breath. It was now 9 o'clock at night. A few rescue ships, which generally knew the direction of the Titanic, were already heading this way. If they reported the precise coordinates to them, the rescue operation would surely succeed. As long as any one of these ships arrived, they could rescue all 2,000 tourists aboard the Titanic. Chapter 43. Lin Yue pulled Rose to her feet. Come with me. Lin Yue, where are we going? I'm taking you flying. Lin Yue, aren't we supposed to wait for the rescue ships here? How can we fly? Lin Yue led Rose to the edge of the top deck. There were 2 long, thick iron chains that extended to the top of the chimney. Lin Yue positioned Rose in front of him, standing at the very edge of the deck. He stood behind Rose, gripping her hands tightly. Are you scared? No, I'm not scared as long as you're here. Come on, stretch out your arms like wings. Lin Yue helped Rose slowly open her arms. His arms just managed to secure the 2 iron chains to ensure safety. Rose stood at the edge of the ship, her arms fully extended. Her black evening gown billowed and fluttered in the gentle sea breeze. She closed her eyes lightly, feeling as if she were soaring in the air with the wind. At that moment, it seemed as if she truly had wings, soaring high with the wind. Lin Yue, I'm flying. Lin Yue, I'm really flying. Wow, this feels amazing. I'm really flying. Chapter 44. Who could it be? Captain Smith suddenly realized Morgan, the president of White Star Line. It's him. Although he didn't come in person, a car was sent on board. At the time, due to appearances, the car wasn't T-checked. So that's it. Lin Yue sighed, realizing that this entire plan was seamless. If the collision with the iceberg in the movie couldn't damage the hull, then it must have conveniently used the ship's collision with the iceberg to cover up the fact and sound of the explosives sabotaging the lower levels. Moreover, with so many people dying later, this matter became even less detectable. At midnight, the lower cabin had already flooded with a large amount of seawater. The Titanic's cabin was slightly tilted. Almost all the tourists had rushed to the deck. Rose's mother, in a panic, had also run up to the topmost deck. She came over, terrified, grabbing Rose's hand. Lin Yue scanned the crowd, not seeing First Officer Murdoch or Cal. Lin Yue's mind began to race. Analyzing the previous situation, Murdoch and Cal must have already discovered that their scheme had been exposed. Chapter 45. Furious, Lin Yue grabbed Murdoch by the collar. With a slap, he struck Murdoch's face again. Are you going to talk? Another slap hit his face. What is going on? Speak. Lin Yue's fists hammered down on Murdoch's eyes, landing several blows. Murdoch's right eye was bleeding, but he still gritted his teeth. Do you think I would tell you? I came here with a death wish. Rose squeezed in beside Captain Smith and said to Lin Yue, just now Second Officer Charles said that Murdoch seems to have bought insurance before boarding, and he has already found out that he has a terminal illness. As soon as Rose finished speaking, Lin Yue's mind sank into layers of puzzles again. He angrily grabbed Murdoch's head and slammed it against the edge of the bed. You selfish beast. Murdoch's head immediately bled profusely, and he collapsed by the bedside. It seemed he would not tell them anything. Since he had a terminal illness and bought insurance, he was no longer afraid of death. The only thing certain was that the conspiracy to sink the ship had still not been unraveled. The fact that he could face death without fear only indicated that disaster was imminent. Chapter 46. Lin Yue no longer hesitated and quickly rushed over. He pushed on the room door, which was tightly shut. Lin Yue took 2 steps back and leaped up, kicking the iron door with a loud bang. The lock, which was already small, was kicked open by Lin Yue. As soon as the door opened, a sound came from inside of Cal being knocked down by the door. Who the hell are you? You're hiding pretty deep, Cal. Lin Yue charged in and grabbed Cal by the hair, punching him in the forehead. Cal clenched his fists, wanting to fight back against Lin Yue. Lin Yue's right knee instantly shot up, crashing into Cal's chin. Cal's jaw dislocated, causing him intense pain. "Why are you hitting me? Are you crazy?" Lin Yue then noticed that on the table in front of Cal was a Marconi radio. The message paper he sent out was grabbed by Lin Yue, and upon looking, he saw it translated. "This is the Titanic's backup station. The ship is safe. Rescue canceled." Lin Yue grabbed Cal by the hair and smashed his forehead against the iron door. Blood poured from Cal's temple. "Stop! Stop!" Bang! Bang! Lin Yue landed 2 more punches. Chapter 47. Lin Yue knew time was of the essence. Now is not the time to procrastinate. He held a megaphone in his left hand and a gun in his right. He shouted at the noisy crowd below, "Everyone be quiet." Many people below continued to chatter. Bang! Lin Yue fired a shot into the sky. "Do you want to live? Shut up." Instantly, silence fell. "The Titanic will sink in about an hour and a half. Our rescue boats will arrive here within an hour. However, the deck is too crowded, so to be safe, all women and children will board the lifeboats first. The other men will wait for the rescue with me. All the guards, follow orders, quickly lower the lifeboats into the water and organize the women and children aboard." The 40 soldiers, clearly trained under Captain Smith, acted with remarkable decisiveness. Upon hearing Lin Yue's command, they quickly began to pull the lifeboats one by one to the bow of the ship and lowered them into the water. Under the organization of the soldiers, women and children gradually started aboard. Most of the men completely understood the correctness of this decision. However, many were still discussing it below. Chapter 48. Crack. Crack. The entire interior of the ship echoed with sounds of breaking. But at this moment, the desire to survive urged everyone to hold up their torches and cry out heart-wrenchingly towards the distant sea. Over and over again. 15 minutes later, suddenly, at the 6 o'clock position of the Titanic, a faint light appeared. Although the light hanging from the top of the mast was minimal in the cold, dark wind, it illuminated everyone's hearts. Lin Yue shouted joyfully, "Look, the rescue boats are coming." The rescue boats really came. The tourists were extremely excited. "We are saved. We are saved. Look, there's another rescue boat coming over there. We are here. Hey, we are here." In the buzzing darkness, the rescue boats emitted a buzzing sound that pierced the night, responding with signals. "We are here, here." The cruise ships were getting closer. 3 old cruise ships were heading towards the Titanic. At this moment, only a quarter of the entire ship remained afloat. In this desperate situation, excitement was written on everyone's faces. Chapter 49. Ruth angrily shouted at Carl's mother, "Are so many lives worthless to you? To get your money, do you want so many people to pay with their lives? In this world, only the rich and high-status people have the meaning to live, while those others are better off dead." As soon as Carl's mother finished this sentence, she rushed over and grabbed Ruth, pushing her towards the sea. Ruth, who was originally kind-hearted, did not want to argue too much with this old lady. But with a strong push from Carl's mother, she slipped and fell straight into the cold water at the bow of the ship. At that moment, Lin Yue sprang up from the water. He stretched out his hands to support Ruth's body, helping her back onto the ship. At the same time, Lin Yue grabbed Carl's mother's leg and pulled her into the sea. As soon as Carl's mother hit the bottom of the sea, she panicked and screamed. Just as her scream escaped, Lin Yue directly grabbed her head and pushed it down into the icy water. The entire surface of the sea was pitch black. Only the 2 cruise ships 100 meters away had lights on. Chapter 50. Lin Yue's breathing became more and more unstable. No one could resist temptation under such charm. Lin Yue was not a saint. He was just an ordinary person, and ordinary people have their desires. "Lin Yue, wait a moment. I have the heart of the ocean around my neck. Your drawing will be beautiful." Ruth took out the blue heart of the ocean diamond from her pocket and wore it around her neck. "So this heart of the ocean was still in your hands?" "I thought after that day, Carl gave it to my mother." "You look beautiful wearing the heart of the ocean." "Lin Yue, the heart of the ocean is also called the Star of Hope. It's like you, giving me the hope to live bravely." After Lin Yue finished the beautiful sketch, he threw his shirt onto the sofa in the room. Soon, the entire room filled with a melodious sound. "Lin Yue, I love you. Lin Yue, you are amazing." When Lin Yue opened his eyes again, he found himself in a simple room with a table, 2 printed resumes, a white desk lamp, and a charger wrapped in black tape. He had returned to his real-world room. Chapter 51. Lin Yue was startled. Could it be that the skills training from being a spy had taken effect? What was going on? Lin Yue's mother walked out of the room wearing slippers. "Why is the light off? The drama was just getting exciting. Why did it go out?" "The road construction in the suburbs has probably cut off the power," Lin Yue's father responded. Lin Yue came to his senses and quickly unplugged the power strip from the socket. He opened the door to his room. It must have tripped. I accidentally spilled some water on the socket. Lin Yue ran outside to the yard and opened the electric meter box. Sure enough, it had tripped. He reset the circuit breaker, and the electricity in the house was restored. Yue, I made pancakes today. If you're hungry, just eat some. I'm not hungry, Mom. I'm going out for a bit. I have something to do. Yue, why have you been so mysterious lately? What are you doing? I work at the TV station, and of course, there are many things to handle when I just started. Lin Yue's father, wheeling himself out of the room, said, I saw on TV that the Youth Cup car race will be held at Qinglong Mountain soon, and it will be exclusively broadcasted by Jiangnan Provincial TV Station. Do you know about this? Chapter 52. Lin Yue raised his glass and took a sip before turning to look at the woman referred to as Mujia. Her seaweed-like black curls cascaded down her chest. Wearing a strapless short top and matching shorts with black stockings, her fair skin, curvy, and long legs, and beautifully rounded backside, all striking a visual impact in the most alluring way. This was a woman who exuded charm from her very essence. She seemed capable of captivating men's nerves at any moment. Lin Yue withdrew his gaze, sitting in a corner of the bar, holding a glass and enjoying the intoxication brought by the alcohol in the darkness. Mu Jia approached the bar, and the bartender naturally handed her a prepared blue cocktail. Mu Qingling, why are you late today? The bartender asked with a smile while shaking the drink. Mu Qingling took a sip of the cocktail and said, Is this a new flavor? It's a bit like a scorching summer, but it seems to have added some jam. This is a new product with more gin. It's called Dreamy Summer. I was delayed by something today, but it doesn't matter, it just arrived. Mu Qingling smiled charmingly. Chapter 53. Lin Yue asked the boss, before the test, I want to confirm, if I identify 5 types of liquor, do I get 30,000 yuan immediately? If you have any coupons or vouchers, that's meaningless. Of course. The young male boss looked at Lin Yue's unfamiliar face and nodded solemnly. As long as you can accurately guess the names of these 5 cocktails, I will keep my promise. But you only have 1 chance per cup, right? Handsome. He definitely won't go back on his word. There are so many of us here to testify for you. This guy is so handsome. How did I not notice where he was sitting just now? Mu Qingling turned around, looking at Lin Yue with her autumn-like eyes. Handsome, are you sure? Do you know a lot about liquor? Just average. Then why are you taking up the challenge? Since the birth of cocktails, I've tasted nearly all the drinks from various alcohol categories. Even in this case, I can't simply rely on observation to determine the categories of these 5 drinks. Can you really do it? More and more people were gathering in the bar. Other bars nearby saw the beer competition at this table getting lively and began to crowd over. Chapter 54. After Lin Yue finished speaking, the people around were almost stunned. The owner and bartender of Starry Night Bar were staring at Lin Yue without blinking. A minute later, Mu Qingling raised her long, fair hands and started clapping enthusiastically. Soon, others followed suit. That was amazing. Mu Qingling stepped forward and extended her hand. Hello, I'm Mu Qingling. Lin Yue. Although everyone usually drinks and understands the basic knowledge of cocktails, I've never seen anyone who can distinguish flavors so clearly and accurately like you. Don't mention yourself. Mu Qingling. I've been a bartender here for nearly 15 years. I still can't distinguish various cocktails by smell. I can only rely on my taste. I really didn't expect Lin Yue to be so impressive. Lin Yue, nice to meet you. I'm Huang Hao, the bartender here. You can come anytime, and I'll prepare the best drinks for you. Thank you. The boss took out his phone. Lin Yue, I'm Wang Daji, the owner of this place. Open your payment code. I'll transfer the 30,000 yuan prize to you. To be honest, I didn't prepare it because I never expected someone would be able to distinguish everything tonight. You really opened my eyes. Chapter 55. Lin Yue looked up at Wang Daji and Huang Hao. They both had serious expressions. Lin Yue, I saw how meticulous your analysis was just now. We're both confused now. Please help us. Huang Hao's intuition told him that the calm Lin Yue in front of him was definitely not a simple person. As a bartender, he had seen all kinds of people in a bar. He knew very well what kind of person could do what kind of thing. Lin Yue stood up and took a few steps forward, immediately spotting the table where Mu Qingling and a middle-aged woman in a red dress were sitting. Lin Yue walked confidently to the table, only to see that the cups had already been cleared away by the staff. Huang Hao and Wang Daji followed closely behind. Did the drinks in the cups get finished? Lin Yue asked. Yes, one of the bar staff happened to pass by. I can confirm that Miss Mu's cup is empty. Lin Yue didn't initially think there was anything wrong, but upon hearing this, he sensed something was off. Just now, Mu Qingling had been sitting in front of him, holding that spicy Bloody Mary. Chapter 56. There was only one photo taken of that taxi. The timestamp showed just a minute ago. Lin Yue quickly took 2 selfies with the 2 girls. He stood up, handed the phone back to the girls, and took his own phone, saying, "You two beautiful ladies look stunning, and the photos are even more beautiful." As he spoke, he reached out to hail a taxi. Lin Yue got in the taxi. "Just take this main road for 3 kilometers straight ahead. Hurry." The two girls stood by the roadside a bit dazed. They clearly didn't expect Lin Yue to leave so quickly in a taxi. What a handsome guy. Why didn't you ask for his number? I couldn't react. He moves so fast. This main road is 3 kilometers long, and there's a traffic light lasting 102 seconds at the end. As soon as Lin Yue's car arrived there, he saw the vehicle at the front of the line. Jiang, A41 KP5. "Driver, do you see that yellow car ahead? Jiang, A41 KP5? The one in the furthest right lane? Follow it closely." "Okay, handsome." The Forest Tri-Bar is not far from Lin Yue's workplace. He originally planned to have a drink there and then sleep well in the car. Chapter 57. Lin Yue had learned various tactics to deal with people during his time in the military, and after receiving training in assassination skills as a spy, when he saw those who posed a threat to him, his first thought was to directly attack their vulnerable spots, rendering them incapable of attacking. Lin Yue suddenly turned his body, and the boy's right punch missed. Lin Yue grabbed the blue-clothed man's right wrist with his right hand and flipped it behind him. He raised his right foot and with a loud smack, kicked directly at his knee. The man's kneecap cracked with pain, causing him to kneel on the ground. Immediately after, Lin Yue's right hand pulled his arm upwards. Another crack echoed as the boy's right arm dislocated, causing him to kneel in agony, no longer daring to resist. The other 3 men grabbed nearby chairs and hurled them at Lin Yue. "You're looking for death. Damn it, I'll smash you. Get lost." The chairs were only 4 meters away from Lin Yue, but when they flew towards him, Lin Yue effortlessly dodged them twice, displaying agility far superior to what he had during his military days. Chapter 58. A somewhat awkward-sounding woman, likely speaking with a northern dialect, answered the phone. "Moo, I called you during the day, and you hung up after just a couple of sentences. Calling me at this late hour. Don't you know I'm sleeping?" "Hello, Annie. I'm Mu Qingling's friend. Mu Qingling is now. Why are you holding Mu's phone?" Lin Yue's call was directly interrupted. "It's the middle of the night. Who are you to her? Are you your boyfriend?" "I'll tell you, if you want to be Mu's boyfriend." "That is not impossible." Hearing these words, Lin Yue was momentarily stunned. What kind of family is this? Before I even spoke, this whole paragraph came out. "Hello, Auntie. I'm a friend of Mu Qingling. She just fainted a little while ago." "Fainted? What could have happened to her? She rarely comes home since high school." "Isn't she doing well? What can we do about her?" "I ask you, young man, who exactly are you to Mu? Are you her boyfriend?" "Auntie, I think the focus of the problem should be on your daughter's health, not on my identity. I'm just a friend helping her." Chapter 59. Lin Yue felt a bit strange. Who is this person speaking? Their voice sounds somewhat familiar. He had just walked a few steps from the convoy to the entrance of the Starbucks when he immediately spotted the woman standing in front of him. Lin Yue was instantly stunned. It was actually Mu Qingling. How could Mu Qingling be here? Moreover, she looked completely different from yesterday. Today, Mu Qingling was dressed in a tight black outfit, and her originally seaweed-like black curls had been dyed a wine red that sparkled under the lights. She wore a long, spiral gold earring on her right ear, giving her an elegant air. The makeup on her face had transformed from the nightclub goddess look of yesterday to a trendy host style. Mu Qingling clearly hadn't noticed Lin Yue yet. Her eyes were fixed on Zhao Maisie. "Maisie, you texted me saying the convoy has no cars left?" "Yes, Sister Mu. There are no cars left. They're deliberately making things difficult for us. But even so, you can't just run to the leader's office at every turn. It makes our FM 9988 channel look frivolous. Sister Mu, don't you think they're being too much? Others have 2 drivers, one old and one new. They assigned us an inexperienced new driver. It's a route from Qinglong Mountain to that place, and even a 10-year veteran might not make it. The key is, there are no cars." Chapter 60. Lin Yue helped Mu Qingling load some equipment into the car. There wasn't too much gear, but Lin Yue secured everything tightly with ropes. Zhao Maisie held a small laptop, which she also secured with a bag around her wrist to prevent it from sliding during the drive. He got in the driver's seat, and the vehicle started quickly. Mu Qingling sat in the passenger seat, while Zhao Maisie and a pile of equipment were in the back. "Sister Mu, this is too tragic. If you ask me, we should just change the name of our FM 8899 Happy Ma to something else and tell tragic stories. We're too miserable." Zhao Maisie mumbled while chewing on a biscuit. "You make a good point. I also want to change the name. The name Happy Mahua really isn't great. There's nothing happy about it. Zhao Meizi suddenly paused, noticing that Mu Qingling's expression and tone seemed off. Sister Mu, I was just joking. Our Happy Mahua program has been going on for so long just to bring a little more laughter and confidence to our listeners. Let us not change the name. Mu Qingling didn't speak. Her eyes were fixed on the shops on both sides of the street as they drove past. Chapter 61. Mu Qingling turned off the microphone input. She took a deep breath and turned to Lin Yue, saying, "The mountain road ahead is getting more dangerous. We must pay attention to safety. Don't compete with those in front. They are all veteran drivers with over 10 years of experience. Especially Ma Yuanbo from the satellite channel. He has been driving for 20 years. Sister Mu, Zhao Meizi suddenly complained. Many listeners have called and saying we keep reporting on the vehicles behind in the race. Why don't we go a bit further ahead? This is a mountain road, and we're in a Wuling Hongguang, plus Lin Yue is still in his internship. But Sister Mu, the listeners are very unhappy. Our program is already struggling." Lin Yue casually placed one hand on the steering wheel, appearing very relaxed. He asked lightly, "Which vehicle do they want to know about?" A listener said her husband was in the race, currently around 53rd place, and asked if we could report on her husband's real-time status to help him gain some popularity. Before Mu Qingling could speak, Lin Yue gently replied with one word. Chapter 62. Lin Yue remembered Mu Qingling's voice from earlier and couldn't help but laugh. Mu Qingling lightly tapped the center console of the vehicle. "Still laughing? You scared me earlier, thinking the vehicle was going to fly off the edge. I say, beautiful Mu, I've increased your program's audience from 200 to 5,000, and you're not even thanking me. Instead, you're blaming me. Sister Mu, look over there. Many vehicles have temporarily stopped. They might not be going to peak 2. Mu Qingling quickly turned on her condenser microphone. "Dear listeners, Xiao Mu reporting, we have just passed 6 bins of peak 1. And we see a temporary parking area on the right where 5 racing cars have stopped. It seems they have given up the chance to go to peaks 2 and 3. Currently, alongside us on the right is car 28, a black Ford. Lin Yue drove the vehicle to the top of peak 1, where the racing track stretched along the mountains towards peak 2 in the distance. Nearly 20 vehicles were parked on the wide platform at the top of peak 1. Chapter 63. Lin Yue was speeding like crazy on the straight stretch with a smaller curve. Cars in the right racing lane were falling behind one after another. No matter who saw this Wuling Hongguang on the support lane, they were dumbfounded. At that moment, the loudspeaker at the fixed points of the 3 peaks of Qinglong Mountain once again broadcast Zhou Chunai's voice. "Dear racers, esteemed audience members, and friends in front of the television, internet, and radio, there are now only 10 cars left on the racing track of peak 1. Surprisingly, 2 vehicles on our support lane are still moving forward crazily. One is the Jeep Grand Cherokee, supporting our satellite channel. And only 300 meters behind it is the Wuling Hongguang, supporting our broadcasting channel. This is truly incredible. How did he manage to drive a Wuling Hongguang to this level?" As Zhou Chunai's voice echoed through Qinglong Mountain, the crowd below and the leaders of the finish line on peak 3 were equally astonished. Who on earth is Lin Yue? Does he have over 30 years of driving experience? Otherwise, how could he drive a Wuling Hongguang as a racing car on Qinglong Mountain? Chapter 64. Mu Qingling continued to focus on the right lane, reporting continuously as her fan base surged. "Dear listeners, the race has reached its most intense stage. The Porsche 944 seems to be driving quite casually. Its powerful sports car capabilities are not fully utilized, while the Volvo 240 is attempting to overtake from the right. Hey, Lin Yue, slow down. I really can't take it." Zhao Meizi in the back seat, hearing this, covered her mouth and laughed uncontrollably. In a live broadcast room, many listeners were caught off guard by Mu Qingling's comment. The barrage of comments flew out like snowflakes. Lin Yue was keeping pace with the second-place Volvo 240 on the support lane. The Porsche 944 was swerving from left to right, completely blocking the entire racing track. Lin Yue also noticed that the Porsche 944 could clearly speed away quickly, but it seemed to be deliberately targeting the Volvo 240, blocking it back and forth. As they passed the third turn, the 3 cars had already left the other vehicles far behind. The driver of the Volvo was a middle-aged man who seized the opportunity to rush up from the left side, trying to overtake. Chapter 65. Lin Yue's Wuling Hongguang shot out like an arrow. Buzzing and rumbling, at that moment, the entire Qinglong Mountain was in an uproar. The originally held Friendship Youth Cup event had just become dull with the second driver's crash. However, no one expected that in less than a minute, The Porsche 944 would actually start a fierce competition with the support vehicle Wuling Hongguang on the remaining 3 turns. In a short time, several high-speed flying drone cameras quickly flew over from afar. All the static cameras installed on the various electric towers on Qinglong Mountain and the dynamic cameras of the drones were now focused on the Porsche 944 and Wuling Hongguang Plus. The live image broadcast by the satellite channel filled the space with bullet comments like snowflakes flying all over the sky. Am I seeing things? The Wuling Hongguang launched at the start? Wow, this is so thrilling. The Wuling Hongguang and the Porsche are racing side by side. That Yangsun I know is very famous in the racing circle of Jiangnan province. But who exactly is this support vehicle Wuling Hongguang? The rich second-generation Yangsun had already floored the gas pedal of his Porsche, and he initially didn't pay any attention at all. Chapter 66. With this thought, Lin Yue lightly lifted the gas pedal and gently turned the steering wheel to the right. The car quickly moved from the outer left lane to the inner right lane. Based on his judgment, Yangsun's Porsche 944 at this speed would not be able to drift on the inner lane through the 110-degree turn ahead. Lin Yue's foot pressed the Wuling Hongguang's gas pedal to the floor again. The second turn was about to arrive. 200 meters, 100 meters. Yangsun looked in the rearview mirror and saw Lin Yue following closely behind without slowing down. He also did not slow down, speeding ahead. 90 meters, 50 meters. Yangsun could no longer hold back and began to step on the brakes, slowing down to drift through the turn. However, at that moment, he did not grasp the angle accurately, and a moment of hesitation while braking caused the Porsche's rear to not swing around quickly. His right hand turned the steering wheel, but was not decisive, causing the entire Porsche 944 to slide out toward the outer lane while drifting. Squeal! Just as he was thinking of a remedy and stepping on the gas to shoot forward quickly, he saw Lin Yue's Wuling Hongguang drift past on the inner lane. Chapter 67. When the leader heard this, he laughed heartily. This young man really does not beat around the bush. He is a straightforward and honest person. Very good. However, Lin Yue, I have a question. Why do you want to participate in car racing, but drive a Wuling Hongguang? As far as I know, there are plenty of high-performance off-road vehicles in Jiangnan Province's TV station. Thank you for your concern, leader. Our TV station's team said they ran out of cars. The main test is the ability of the intern drivers to rent and sign for a car. Several journalists around laughed out loud. The leader was also taken aback for a moment, then realized what Lin Yue meant. All right, Lin Yue, come this way to receive the championship medal and prize money. Lin Yue initially came to participate in the race without expecting to win a gold medal and prize money today. He purely came to drive as a support vehicle. But unexpectedly, he became the champion. Lin Yue, this medal may not be large, but it is made of pure gold, fitting for your superb driving skills. Please sign your name here and write your account number. The prize of 100,000 will be transferred to your account. Thank you. Lin Yue was instantly overjoyed upon hearing that he would receive 100,000 yuan in prize money. Chapter 68. When Lin Yue came down from the mountain, he picked up Mu Qingling and Zhao Meizi and headed toward the city. The Friendship Cup event that attracted attention from the entire Qinglong Mountain and Jiangnan province ended with Lin Yue's Wuling Hongguang as a support vehicle, winning the championship. After getting in the car, both Mu Qingling and Zhao Meizi looked at Lin Yue differently. Mu Qingling, being more mature, already had a kind of mature charm about her, and she could remain calm. Meanwhile, Zhao Meizi, sitting in the back seat, couldn't stop her excited chatter as soon as she got in the car. Lin Yue only replied briefly. He had already started planning how to respond in the world of Taken. His phone rang several times without him noticing. Ding-ling-ling. Zhao Meizi's phone rang. Hello, is this Zhao Meizi? I found your number from the HR department. I am Zhou Chunai. Zhou Chunai. Zhao Meizi appeared very excited. She covered the phone's microphone with her hand, climbed up from the back seat, and excitedly shouted to Mu Qingling and Lin Yue. Zhou Chunai called me. After Zhao Meizi shouted excitedly, she noticed that Mu Qingling and Lin Yue were ignoring her. Chapter 69. Taken was released in 2008, mainly telling the story of retired national agent Brian, who could not accompany his family for a long time, leading to his wife divorcing him and marrying someone else. Brian's daughter, Kim, had grown up to 18. While sneaking off to Paris with her best friend for a vacation, they encountered local prostitution and drug trafficking organizations, and the criminals kidnapped them, leaving no trace. Brian's incredible skills began to show. With only 96 hours left before his daughter was sent to the dark web for auction and completely disappeared, the thrilling drama of Taken officially unfolded. Lin Yue did not know what kind of changes would happen in the plot, after entering the world of Taken, or whether new elements would be introduced. All he could do now was to watch the first part several times in its entirety. According to the system's previous rules, he would definitely be going to the first part of Taken. He even memorized every detail inside. If the plot really repeated, he could foresee the future. However, when Lin Yue was watching the movie, he always felt that this time the task would not be so easy. Chapter 70. Lin Yue looked at the mechanical watch on his wrist. It was currently 6:30 in the morning. By this calculation, the time in Paris, France, should be around 12:30 at night. Click. The call connected. Chen Yufei's mother turned on the speakerphone. Mom, why are you calling me so late? I was just in the elevator. Fei, where are you right now? Your dad is sick, and someone will come to pick you up today. What happened to my dad? Is it serious? It's very serious. I'll tell you when you get back. Where are you right now? I'm at the Hill Hotel. Just got out of the elevator and walking towards the lobby on the first floor. We just received a call from the front desk while we were in the room, saying that Wang Ting's identification information was incorrect and asked her to come down for verification. It's been 3 minutes, and she still hasn't come down. So I came to check. As soon as Lin Yue heard this, he sensed that something dangerous might happen. From his understanding of this hurricane rescue world, Paris, France, is certainly not a safe place. Sure enough, 5 seconds later, Chen Yufei suddenly shouted nervously on the phone. Mom, something happened. Wang Ting has been taken. Chapter 71. The phone went silent. Lin Yue immediately stood up. He grabbed his black suit jacket and put it on. He picked up the French passport and a stash of 1,000 euros in small cash from the table, knowing that carrying too much cash would complicate things at airport security. Lin Yue opened the back cover of his Nokia phone and took out the SIM card. While inserting a UK SIM card into his phone, he pointed at the other 4 SIM cards on the table and said to Zhao Feng, if nothing unexpected happens, I'll change the card every 6 hours. If there is a special emergency, I will make 1 call and throw away 1 card. Lin Yue told Zhao Feng this information to prevent any sudden situations that might require Zhao Feng to contact him directly. Zhao Feng took out his ticket from his bag. The ticket for a flight in 30 minutes, Kyoto International Airport. Lin Yue, based on these years of dealing with the Paris gang, once a woman falls into their hands, she will be imprisoned and moved across multiple locations for 12 hours to erase her trace, followed by 24 hours for buyer connections. In other words, you only have 36 hours. After 36 hours, she could be on any private plane, ferry, or private car, taken to any corner of the world. She will disappear forever. Chapter 72. The taxi drove away from distance. In fact, Lin Yue had already noticed when the car stopped that the Hill Hotel in front of him was not the one he was looking for. The Hill Hotel before him had windows all over the first floor. Previously, Chen Yufei mentioned that the Hill Hotel had no windows on the first floor. Therefore, this Hill Hotel in the east of the city was not the one he was looking for. It must be the one in the west of the city. Lin Yue waved again and stopped another taxi. Driver, Hill Hotel in the west of the city. Please hurry, I have something urgent. Okay. In less than 20 minutes, Lin Yue got out of the taxi. He stood across the street, looking at the Hill Hotel that was only 10 stories high. Indeed, there were no windows on the first floor. Although there was a female attendant sitting in the lobby, the glass door outside was tightly closed. Lin Yue walked over from the street, pretending to casually pass by the hotel entrance. The image that Chen Yufei saw flashed through his mind. The place where Lin Yue was standing should be where the criminals parked at that time. The tire marks were mixed and hard to distinguish. Chapter 73. The plump woman took a couple of steps forward and glanced. This fat pig doesn't even clean properly. I'll send someone over to clean it up right away. It's strange here. Other hotels have a lot of garbage, but you have so little. Who knows? I just got here, the plump woman answered casually, not sounding like she was pretending. I have a relative who runs a cleaning company. If you need it, you know, I'm from the city management department. If you can take care of my relative. Sorry, this was all arranged by Jack. I don't have that capability. Which Jack? Do you have a phone number? No, I've never met him. He said he's very poor, and all his arrangements are made using public phones. Oh, okay. Thank you. Hurry up and clean the garbage. Lin Yue did not hesitate at all and turned to leave. He went to the corner of the street and stood quietly, watching the trash can. In less than a minute, a middle-aged man with a fat head and ears came over. He bent down, picking up the garbage bit by bit and putting it back into the trash can. After finishing, the middle-aged man who cleaned the garbage walked from the hotel entrance into the side alley. Chapter 74. The phone had been completely crushed and could not be turned on, and even the battery was missing. Lin Yue pressed a button on the side of the phone and directly took out the memory card. He quickly inserted the memory card into his own phone and opened it. There was an album containing 5 photos. Lin Yue opened the first photo. It was indeed a photo of Chen Yufei. It looked exactly like the photo her mother had given him before, since it was confirmed that the phone belonged to her. Lin Yue did not waste any more time. He put the phone and memory card in his pocket. He then took 2 ropes from the side to tightly bind the hands of the 2 people behind the table and stuff their mouths with rags to ensure that after they regained consciousness around 8 hours later, they would at least need more than 10 hours to seek help. Lin Yue went to the door, grabbed the bag of clothes, picked up a "Close today" sign from the table, and pushed the door open. After coming out, he shut the door tightly, hung the "Close today" sign on the door, and quickly left. After walking a few steps while carrying his things, Lin Yue turned into a small alley and walked about 300 meters deeper into the alley. He quickly took out his phone and opened the album, carefully flipping through the photos. Chapter 75. Lin Yue hailed another taxi. As soon as he got in, he said to the driver, "Eiffel Tower," as fast as possible. Lin Yue leaned back in the seat, his mind racing as he carefully analyzed and recalled everything. In the movie Taken, when the protagonist's daughter was kidnapped, she shouted that the criminals had a moon and star symbol on their arms. This time, however, Chen Yufei mentioned that the criminals' mark was an eagle on their neck. It was evident that they were not from the same gang. Moreover, based on Lin Yue's understanding, various organized crime groups were spread throughout Europe, too numerous to count. Additionally, this operation had to be extremely discreet to avoid causing any trouble for the country. Under these circumstances, Lin Yue could only peel back the layers to uncover the hidden puppeteers. The Eiffel Tower located at the Place du Trocadero was surrounded by tourists. Lin Yue casually bought a bottle of cola from a nearby mobile cart to make himself blend in with the surrounding tourists. Then he sat on a high step and quietly observed everything around him. If this Jack is looking for prey around the Eiffel Tower. Chapter 76. Lin Yue grabbed his hair, lifted him up, and pressed a knife against his neck. He called his boss on the phone to arrange a meeting, saying he had discovered several shipments but couldn't handle it alone and needed to discuss it with him, asking him to choose the location. The meeting was set for 1 hour later. Lin Yue pressed the dagger tightly against his neck. The sharp blade cut into the skin along his jawline, drawing blood. "If you dare to play tricks, I'll stab you to death." "I won't, big brother, I'll call right away." Jack dialed the number. The phone rang 5 times before someone on the other end suddenly picked up, but said nothing. "Boss, this is Jack. What's up? I found a tour group here with a lot of beautiful women. Most of them are Chinese. I want to discuss how we can capture them all." "Okay. Come to Jiangdu Bridge on Xinglong Street." "All right, boss. I can be there in an hour." Lin Yue hung up the phone and put it in his pocket. He used the dagger to cut Jack's clothes open, tearing off a long strip of fabric and binding Jack's arms behind his back. Chapter 77. Lin Yue quickly got into the car. He pried open the cover in front of the battery, pulling out 2 wires from the ignition switch. The wires touched together, creating sizzling sparks. Almost instantly, there was a loud rumble, and the black Ford was ignited. Jack, sitting in the passenger seat, was terrified. Lin Yue placed one hand on the steering wheel and used the other to forcefully press Jack's head down onto the car's center console. The vehicle sped out of the parking lot of the Regal building. Lin Yue deliberately drove over Jiangdu Bridge. In addition to the 3 men in black earlier, 10 more individuals in black leather jackets arrived. They stood by the bridge, casually smoking and chatting. Some had walkie-talkies hanging from their waists and were talking on their phones. Lin Yue drove across Jiangdu Bridge and parked the car at the bottom of a commercial building. Once the car stopped, he removed the memory card from the dash cam and snapped it in half. He got out of the car, using his usual method to cover Jack's bound hands with clothing. Chapter 78. He walked out from the Ford, hailed a taxi on the main road. 73. Cole Street. The reason he didn't drive the Ford to this location was that the owner of the car might have already realized it was stolen. The police would also receive a report about the stolen vehicle immediately. Driving the Ford now would cause a lot of trouble. The taxi on the streets of Paris moved quickly. In less than 20 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of 73 Cole Street. It was a small villa. Lin Yue passed by the entrance, checking that there were no people or unusual situations nearby. He approached the door, listening to the sounds inside. There were voices of a woman and a child talking. Lin Yue pulled out a letter, some utility bills, and newspapers from the mailbox. He quickly gathered information, learning that Mrs. Dai Lin's husband was named Morgan, and from a report card sent from kindergarten, the child's name was Roger, who had good grades. Lin Yue stuffed everything back into the mailbox. Ding, ding, ding. Lin Yue pressed the doorbell. Chapter 79. Where did the person go? "I don't know, I just don't know." "All right." Lin Yue grabbed his hair and threw him into the chair, picking up a cloth strip from the table to tie his hands firmly behind the chair. Who are you? I already said I haven't seen that woman. Morgan was panic-stricken. You really have a tough mouth. Lin Yue found a piece of clothing and stuffed it into Morgan's mouth. He grabbed the dagger and stabbed it directly into Morgan's thigh. In that moment, Morgan's head jerked back in pain, veins bulging, his face turning red. He let out a low scream. Now tell me where that girl went. Lin Yue pulled the cloth out of his mouth. I don't know. Lin Yue stuffed his mouth again. He walked into the room and pulled out Mrs. Dai Lin by her hair from the wardrobe. Morgan's eyes filled with terror as he continuously let out low growls. Lin Yue threw the bound Mrs. Dai Lin onto the sofa. He raised the knife and plunged it down. Chapter 80. If Blue was in the room, everything would be easy. If Blue was not in the room, Lin Yue could not go in early, because there would definitely be other guards nearby. If he killed the guards, it would alert the others. Blue would not come back to this place, and the following clues would be cut off. The investigation had reached this point, so Lin Yue had to ensure everything was foolproof. He thought lightly and immediately came up with a plan. At the entrance of the Rose Hotel, there was a large metal detector. No guns or knives were allowed inside. As Lin Yue turned to the side of the hotel, he placed his handgun and dagger in an unoccupied bush. He walked into the hotel, taking a quick glance at all the information. The left side of the hotel lobby was the check-in desk. On the right was the customer service department and a restaurant. Outside the customer service department, there was a sign displaying the phone number, 01335822. Lin Yue took out his phone and dialed the customer service number. Beep beep, the call connected with a click. A warm female voice came through. Hello, this is the Rose Hotel. Do you need dining services, check-in services, or something else? Chapter 81. Lin Yue headed straight for room 1023. About 50 meters from room 1023, there was a long bench. Two men in black suits were sitting there, drinking and having dinner. A bearded man walked over to Lin Yue, puzzled, and asked, Didn't we just have dinner? Why is there another delivery? Lin Yue recalled that Morgan had mentioned Mr. Blue would be looking for girls to accompany him here at night. An idea struck him. This was a prearranged meal for the girls coming in the evening. Oh, the man in black with a beard smirked. He patted Lin Yue down. Finding no gun or knife, even a small cake-cutting knife from the catering cart was taken directly from him by the bearded man. All right, you can go in now. Lin Yue swiped the chef's key card, and with a click, the door to room 1023 opened. As he pushed the catering cart inside, he softly called out, Sir, your meal has arrived. At the same time, he pushed the door shut and locked it. This room was a large suite with a bedroom, living room, bathroom, and study. In front of Lin Yue was the study, which was empty. Chapter 82. The man in black stepped forward, rushing towards the agent lying on the ground. Immediately, a second man in black followed suit, raising his gun and reaching inside. In an instant, Lin Yue struck swiftly, bringing his knife down from above. The wrists of the second man in black were severed, and his gun and hands fell to the ground, leaving him powerless to resist. Without hesitation, Lin Yue charged at the first man in black. The first man was clearly distracted by the dead agent on the ground. He had just turned around when Lin Yue slashed his neck, inflicting a deep wound, and the man in black fell dead. Lin Yue grabbed his hand and took the gun. It was an exceptionally lightweight M9 pistol. To Lin Yue's delight, the pistol was equipped with a silencer. He returned to the door, where the man who had lost his hands was screaming in pain and fear. Spare me. Let's talk. Click. Lin Yue chambered a bullet. He shoved the gun barrel into the man's mouth. The man in black's eyes widened in terror. Answer my questions honestly, or I'll blow your brains out. Where's Mr. Blues Club? Chapter 83. The man who had just paid leered. All right, got it. Go on in. 3 minutes later, it was Lin Yue's turn in line. You're Chinese? There aren't many Chinese around here. I'm here for work study, just joining in on the fun. You college students? Haha, pay up 50 euros. Wasn't it 20 euros for the person before me? Why is it 50 euros for me? Lin Yue couldn't appear too generous, as that would definitely raise suspicion. 50 euros is fine. If you want to go in, pay up. If not, get lost. Okay, 50 euros is fine, but are there any Chinese? My taste might be. Ha ha ha. You're funny. Isn't the blonde beauty enticing? There's only one Chinese girl. Just go to area 2 and turn right. Lin Yue reluctantly pulled out the 50 euros he had clenched in his hand, which was snatched away by the man. Lin Yue acted particularly well, portraying the image of a poor student seeking thrills, raising no suspicions. He followed behind others and entered the club. While it was superficially called a club, it was actually a place for low-level transactions. Chapter 84. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets flew in. The rear window of the Jeep shattered. The bullets came rushing in through the broken glass. Rat-a-tat-tat. Several bullet holes appeared on the front glass. Lin Yue lowered his head slightly, and his vehicle quickly spun around, speeding away into the distance. A large group of thugs opened fire on Lin Yue's vehicle. Realizing the bullets were ineffective, they opened the car doors and started chasing Lin Yue. As the criminals pursued, they continuously called for reinforcements via radio. Suddenly, 4 vehicles blocked Lin Yue's route at the end of the intersection, preventing his retreat to the west. He sharply turned the steering wheel to the south. Squealing, the vehicle's rear kicked up a cloud of dust on the muddy ground of the construction site. With a roar, Lin Yue floored the gas pedal. The massive engine of the Jeep roared to life. All routes to the left, right, and behind him were blocked by the pursuing cars. He could only drive toward the construction site on the right. The vehicle ran over a pile of steel pipes and crushed gravel as it entered the site. Many workers here were actually paying customers who had just escaped from the club. Chapter 85. It was now 11 p.m. Lin Yue had only 11 hours left. Time was running short, and Chen Yufei's situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. Lin Yue was very anxious, keeping a close watch on Wang Ting, who was receiving in 4 drip. An hour later, Wang Ting woke up, her eyes starting to move. Lin Yue quickly approached her. Wang Ting, Wang Ting. Wang Ting opened her eyes. Initially, there was fear in her gaze, but upon seeing Lin Yue's familiar face, she felt a bit more at ease. Who are you? I just rescued you from that place. Tell me, where is Chen Yufei? Yufei wasn't brought here. Only I was sent to this club. Wu, don't cry. Stay calm. Tell me where Chen Yufei is now. Yufei is still waiting to be auctioned off. Because she's a virgin, she's in that black house. Where's the black house? Cough, cough, cough. Wang Ting suddenly started to cough. Lin Yue picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table, held it to her lips, and let her drink a couple of sips. They call it the black house. We were blindfolded when taken there, and I was blindfolded again when brought out, so I don't know where the black house is. Chapter 86. Lin Yue drove forward for about 5 more minutes. He turned right into a market littered with garbage. The street lights were dim, and the chaotic ground suggested that there must have been many people here during the day. Lin Yue drove slowly. The roads were too narrow. After turning down a small alley, he saw many shops lining both sides. The upper levels of these shops had several horizontal rods with many hooks hanging from them. It appeared that many bird cages had been hung from these hooks during the day, as there was bird droppings everywhere on the wooden boards directly beneath them. This must be the bird market Wang Ting mentioned. She said they arrived at this bird market shortly after getting into the car, so it was needless to say that they were very close to the final destination. Lin Yue found a secluded spot and parked the Mazda. He got out of the car and began to observe his surroundings along the dimly lit path. After leaving the bird market, he walked approximately 400 meters to the east. Lin Yue noticed many weary women standing on both sides of the long street, all dressed provocatively and wearing bright red lipstick. Chapter 87. 5 seconds later, the elevator reached the 7th floor and stopped. Before Lin Yue was a very elegantly decorated place. The entire corridor was covered with high-quality embroidered carpets. As Lin Yue walked a few steps down the corridor, he suddenly saw a shadow appear around the corner. Lin Yue immediately turned and walked to the side, noticing a men's restroom, which he entered directly. Inside, there were only 2 squat toilets divided into 2 stalls. Lin Yue entered one of the stalls. After a short while, a man wearing leather shoes came in and entered the stall to Lin Yue's right. Lin Yue opened the stall door and stood outside. Half a minute later, the man who had just entered the toilet pushed the door open. Lin Yue delivered a direct punch to his throat. The man, a middle-aged man with a beard, was in so much pain that he could barely make a sound. Lin Yue grabbed the bearded man and pushed him directly into the squat toilet. Closing the door behind them, Lin Yue pressed a knife against his neck and coldly asked, "Where are the girls kept?" "What girls?" The man stammered. Lin Yue tightly covered his mouth. Chapter 88. At that moment, Lin Yue's gaze turned icy. He said to the bearded man, "I told you, if you don't let them go, no matter where you are or what you do, I will find you and kill you." The bearded man's face showed shock, revealing a fierce expression. Just as the people beside them were about to move, Lin Yue flipped the table with his left hand. With his right hand, he pointed a gun at the 4 people in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. With a silenced handgun, he instantly killed 3 of them. Just as the bearded man drew his gun from his waist, Lin Yue kicked one of the black men in front of him, blocking the bearded man's bullet. Lin Yue then kicked forward, sending the bearded man's gun flying. All 4 original criminals in the room, along with the one guarding outside, were killed by Lin Yue except for the sturdy bearded man. The bearded man grabbed the black man blocking him and swung him towards Lin Yue. Lin Yue dodged to the side. The bearded man jumped up and struck Lin Yue with his elbow. Lin Yue leaned to the side and fired his gun. Chapter 89. Chun Yufei had her mouth taped shut, wearing a bikini, with her arms tied behind her back. She looked extremely distressed, but couldn't say a word. All right, we will start the bidding now. Number 43 bids 1 million, which is indeed quite sincere. VIP room 23 bids 2 million. Mr. Number 04 bids 5 million. Mr. Number 23 bids 2 million euros. Suddenly, the room fell silent. When Lin Yue heard the bid from number 23, he quietly stood up and walked a few steps towards the front of the seating area, coming close to number 23. 2 million once, 2 million twice, 2 million 3 times. Let us congratulate number 23 for successfully bidding on tonight's best merchandise, number 01. Please follow our staff to the back for the merchandise pickup. All other bidders, please wait a moment and fill out your wish list for the next merchandise requirements, including skin color, height, measurements, education, etc., so we can customize the search for you. Number 23 appeared to be an old man of about 50. Chapter 90. Lin Yue cut several long strips of cloth from the old man number 23. He tightly secured the spring grip of the grenade and fixed the grenade to the bottom of the car. On the other end of the cloth strip, Lin Yue tied it to the old man's wrist. He pulled the rope tight and gently removed the safety pin from the top of the grenade. The spring grip of this jumping grenade was secured with the rope, so it would not explode. Lin Yue took 5 blocks of TNT and placed them beside the grenade. The explosives were set. Soon, when the Lamborghini owner came down from the elevator to start the vehicle, the strip connecting the bomb and the old man number 23 would snap. As soon as the strip snapped, the spring grip would pop open. At the same time, the explosion of the grenade would trigger the 5 blocks of TNT to explode simultaneously. Using the same method, Lin Yue set up grenades and TNT explosives among the 15 cars on the right side of the Ferrari. He quickly completed everything and then went to the driver's seat of the Ferrari. Chun Yufei in the back was staring wide-eyed. Lin Yue took out his phone and directly dialed the Paris police. Chapter 91. The two, in their excitement, quickly took out the new passport and began to memorize it. Lin Yue took out the template from the box again and made 2 more visas. After preparing everything, he took some cash with him. Let us go, stay close behind, but don't make any noise. After Lin Yue spoke, he gently closed the iron door of the safe house. He then entered the password on the computer keyboard at the door to activate the self-destruction program. Self-destruction device countdown, 5 minutes. Lin Yue knew that the bomb in this self-destruction device could destroy all the equipment inside. He quickly left the abandoned yard. Lin Yue took Chun Yufei and Wang Ting directly to the car. As soon as the car started, it immediately headed towards the airport. Just as the car had driven 1 kilometer away from the location, a thunderous explosion erupted from the yard where the safe house had been. Boom! Suddenly, flames engulfed the abandoned yard. A raging fire blazed, leaving no trace behind. On the way to the airport, Lin Yue had already booked 3 plane tickets. Chapter 92. The voice of the bank service representative came through the phone again. Please provide your card number. 62835133896336963. May I have your name? Lin Yue. May I ask what phone number you have reserved with the bank? Lin Yue almost immediately reported his number without hesitation. 131802645. Please enter the bank withdrawal password. 052803. Lin Yue directly entered his most commonly used password. Dear user, your card balance is 10 million, and this card is a Citibank VIP Black Card, which you can use to withdraw and spend at any bank worldwide with no fees. Do you have any other services, sir? Can you help me transfer money? Help me transfer money from a card at the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Lin Yue's caution made him quickly verify. Yes, sir. Please enter the card number you want to transfer to. 5689321579635. Please enter the amount you want to transfer. 1 million. Please enter your password. 052803. Transfer completed. Do you have any other requests, sir? Chapter 93. Lin Yue's mother was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized that FM 99887 was the host of Happy Mahua. Why was Mu Qingling calling Lin Yue at this time? Lin Yue's mother instantly broke into a smile. Lin Yue held the phone to his ear, his hand still cleaning the toothbrush and cup. Mu Qingling, where did you get my phone number? Everyone's phone number can be found on the Jiangnan provincial TV station's home app. It's only a little after 6 in the morning. What do you want from me? Lin Yue, it's like this. Yesterday, the racing event at Qinglong Mountain went very well, and the TV station decided to reward us by giving each participant 2 days off. I specifically called to let you know. That's great. A holiday is good. I was planning to take a day off today. Take a day off? What are you going to do? Nothing. Lin Yue didn't mention that he was taking his father to see a doctor. By the way, Lin Yue, I have good news for you. Director Wang from the logistics department's team was let go, but it's not clear which other position he was moved to. Your position is definitely safe. Chapter 94. Lin Yue's mother's surprise reaction instead made the two nurses sitting at the table smile faintly. The two nurses were writing something with their heads down while laughing to each other. I really don't know what these two are thinking. They dared to come to Jiangnan Provincial Tangren Hospital. Yeah, after a year of farming, they probably can't even afford a few tests. Don't you two think you're talking too much? Lin Yue walked over from the parking lot at the entrance. He approached the information desk of Jiangnan Provincial Tangren Hospital and said to the nurse, "Who gave you the confidence to say such heartless things at the entrance of a hospital? Who gave you the confidence? Is it the jade bracelet on your wrist? A piece of bleached, high-temperature treated, filled, and dyed material costs less than 20 yuan. Lin Yue slightly turned to another nurse who had already stood up and said, "No matter how much powder you put on your face, it can't cover your originally rough skin and the marks on your neck from years of UV exposure. The scars left by countless mosquito bites on your feet. How wealthy can your family be? Who gave you that confidence?" The tall nurse on the left instantly blushed at Lin Yue's words. She had intended to argue. Chapter 95. Lin Yue smiled faintly. "Mom, it's true. I'll explain the specifics to you later. I filled in some other information, and I used your card number." Wen Zhongwei stepped forward and shook Lin Feng's hand. "Lin Yue's father, Lin Yue's mother, you really have a good son. Last time he told me not to publicize this matter. I thought he was just saying it, but I didn't expect such a heroic deed of righteousness. He didn't even tell you too, which is worth learning for us police." While his parents were chatting with Wen Zhongwei, Lin Yue took the opportunity to go to the window to register. Because this hospital charges high fees, there aren't many patients usually. There were only 4 or 5 people ahead of him in line. Lin Yue registered with the best Professor Liu from the orthopedic department of Jiangnan Provincial Tangren Hospital. After pushing his father Lin Feng through a series of tests in the hospital, Professor Liu provided a detailed assessment of Lin Feng's condition. Lin Yue asked his parents to wait outside. He then consulted Professor Liu to understand the condition in detail. "Hello, Professor Liu. When my parents were here just now, I noticed you seem to hesitate to say a lot. Now that they are gone, can you explain it to me in detail?" Chapter 96. Sure enough, ever since Lin Feng was admitted to bed 1 in room 1103, the nurses seemed to be much more diligent, whether they were conscious of it or not. They came to check on all sorts of things. They took the opportunity to glance at Lin Yue, who was sitting by his father's bed. At 7 p.m., after Lin Yue took care of his parents and they finished dinner, he asked for a bed in the hospital where his mother could sleep at night. Lin Yue had initially planned to stay overnight for caregiving, but his mother wouldn't allow it, saying that Lin Yue had just started working and shouldn't neglect his sleep. Moreover, Lin Yue's mother felt that she had taken care of her paralyzed husband for many years and was well aware of many of his needs. If it were her son, it would become exceptionally troublesome. At 9 p.m., Lin Yue returned home driving his Dodge Charger. As soon as his vehicle was parked, he quickly opened the virtual training ground for agent skills. "Hello, great trainer. Welcome to the agent skill training ground. The flow rate of this world is 1001. Please select the skill subject you wish to train in." Chapter 97. As soon as Lin Yue arrived in this world, the background identity and mission memories belonging to this world suddenly surged to the forefront of his mind. In the current world, Lin Yue is a hired agent who gets paid for his services. He has executed many missions for the Tianqiao National Jinwei Group. This time, the mission Lin Yue received was to help Jinwei Group locate a red Lamborghini. This car, originally valued at 200 million yuan, according to the chairman of Jinwei Group, is embedded with many diamonds. The total value of the car is doubled. However, this Lamborghini was robbed in the Three Bays area of Los Angeles in the United States and vanished without a trace. The task given to Lin Yue by Jinwei Group is to go to the United States and retrieve this car. Lin Yue flipped through a stack of materials in his hand, all of which were preliminary investigations and some police information commissioned by Jinwei Group from an investigation company in the United States. According to the materials, at that time, this red Lamborghini encountered a gang of joyriders in the Three Bays area, and there are no other leads. Chapter 98. Giselle's bright blue eyes, like a clear spring, glanced at Jim, her gaze filled with indifference. She opened her car door and said lightly, "These things are what the boss asked you to do. It has nothing to do with me. I'm leaving." She sat in the car and murmured softly, Is this Tianqiao person really that amazing? He even left his fingerprints, just to draw that gang leader Dominic back. Is he trying to pit these two against each other? Lin Yue versus Dominic? How could a Tianqiao person possibly defeat this muscular man? Haha. With a rumble, the red Ferrari 355 roared to life, its engine's powerful sound echoing. The Ferrari F355 pierced through the night, heading into the distance. Lin Yue knew from the movies that in Los Angeles, there was an evil organization primarily dealing in drugs and car trafficking, with a leader named Balaka. They had long occupied the city of sin in Los Angeles. However, he spent some effort to find out the organization's stronghold in the city of sin. He learned from some street thugs selling drugs that this organization was located at the far west of the city of sin. Chapter 99. The 3 Japanese personnel from Yamaguchi should be quite famous around here. Many onlookers clearly did not want to mess with them. Lin Yue certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to gather information like this. He took a sip of his drink, stepped forward a few paces, and leaned against his black Mazda RX-7. Giselle, I heard that the last batch of goods was taken by you and your people. Is my brother's death related to you? We're all just trying to make a living, Giselle said calmly as she took a sip of her drink. While I'm completing a task, all I see is money. Who lives and who dies has never been my concern. As a woman, Giselle, you really impress me. I heard that no one in this circle has tasted your flavor. I really want to give it a try. That depends on whether you have the ability, Matsushita. Some things shouldn't be attempted. Lightly, you might just break your own teeth. And heavily, you could even lose your life. The man named Matsushita, though not tall, exuded an aura of menace. After staring at Giselle for 3 seconds, he suppressed his anger and asked casually, Giselle, dare to race? Chapter 100. Lin Yue casually pointed, my car is over there, the black Mazda RX-7. There's no pressure keeping up with you. I don't need to say whether I have the qualifications to be a judge. Matsushita and his buddy BAS shot Lin Yue a malicious glare before walking toward their car. Giselle's eyes swept over Lin Yue. Tianqiao, pretty boy. She opened her red Ferrari F355 and got in. Lin Yue carried the money to his black Mazda RX-7. He opened the car and tossed the bags into the passenger seat. Lin Yue's RX-7 was recognized by many earlier for its reputation as a fierce car in the racing world. Lin Yue remembered that in Initial D, the Takahashi brothers used this very Mazda RX-7. With a roar, the vehicle came to life. Lin Yue drove the black Mazda RX-7 and parked it behind the 3 cars in front. As the race was about to start, everyone around immediately got excited. They whistled and shouted. Many bikini-clad beauties surrounded the cars, throwing flowers. Chapter 101. Lin Yue slowed down his vehicle, keeping it within a controllable range. He saw Boss's Chevrolet reach a speed of 180 as it approached a small V-shaped intersection. He tightly hugged the inner lane, and 50 meters before the turn, BAS slammed on both the foot brake and the handbrake, causing the back of the car to start swinging out. However, just as his car's front swung around the V-shaped turn, he suddenly saw the turning point ahead. Giselle's red Ferrari F355 was quietly parked on the inner side of the road, braking and stopping there. In that instant, Boss's Chevrolet was in a drift, extremely unstable. When the Chevrolet's front collided with the rear of the Ferrari F355, the vehicle flew up instantly. Bang! The entire yellow Chevrolet crashed into the iron railing on the side of the road, flipping twice in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. The fuel tank exploded into flames. Lin Yue's vehicle screeched to a stop in front of the burning Chevrolet. He rolled down the window and calmly watched the raging fire. He saw Bob painfully crawling out from under the overturned vehicle, blood covering his head and arms. Chapter 102. Lin Yue pressed a dagger against Giselle's neck. A drop of sweat slid down her fair neck with each breath. Who knows the news? Speak the truth, or I'll kill you. I really don't know about this diamond-studded Lamborghini, but I can take you to Balaka's headquarters in the City of Sin. You will definitely find the information there. Lin Yue tightened his grip on her neck, causing Giselle's face to turn red from choking. No matter how powerful you are in the City of Sin, I'll tell you this. If I really wanted to kill you, it would be effortless. If you dare to play tricks, you're dead. Cough, 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 I know. Cough, cough. Let go of my neck. I'm not lying to you. Lin Yue released her. Giselle hesitated for a second, looking at the police cars below the mountain. She limped quickly to the passenger seat of Lin Yue's Mazda. Giselle was smart. She immediately realized she was no match for Lin Yue. Plus, the sound of police cars was already echoing from below the mountain. With her Ferrari F355 overturned by the roadside, The only way for her to escape was to rely on Lin Yue's Mazda RX-7. Chapter 103. Giselle gasped in panic and shouted, "That's Dominic, the very powerful gang leader in Los Angeles. You shouldn't challenge him. Hurry up and stop, or we'll both die." However, even though Giselle shouted this several times, Lin Yue pressed the accelerator to the floor, showing no signs of braking. The two cars sped towards each other. 10 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. Bang! The fronts of both cars flew up, crashing back 2 meters. The front ends were all crumpled. The airbags in both Lin Yue's and Dominic's vehicles deployed. Giselle was sitting in the passenger seat. Her seatbelt had come undone from the earlier impact. One of her arms was propped against the front of the car, blood gushing from her entire right arm due to the crash. In pain, she lifted her head and stared at the two men who fought like they were desperate. Lin Yue was in the driver's seat, gasping for air. 3 seconds later, Dominic opened his car door. The burly man got out, holding a large iron rod in his hand. Chapter 104. The police cars were getting closer. Giselle, who had just killed someone on the mountain road, no longer dared to hesitate. She didn't dare to drive Lin Yue's car away. Instead, she pushed open the passenger door and jumped out onto the road, quickly darting into the grass by the roadside and into the darkness. Lin Yue and Dominic were still fighting. Neither of them spoke throughout the battle, as if they were only there to settle the score with their fists. Bang, bang, bang. It wasn't until both of their arms began to feel numb that Dominic, visibly frustrated, questioned, "Why? Why? I should be asking you why. Is my car the one you stole?" Several police cars were getting closer to the rear side of Lin Yue's car. He hesitated no longer. He jumped into his Mazda RX-7 through the window, flooring the brake and accelerator, speeding wildly in place. "Don't move, get out of the car," the police shouted through a megaphone. At the same time, Dominic, realizing the police were coming, immediately thought of escaping. He jumped into his Jeep Grand Cherokee and started reversing dangerously. Lin Yue's car was closely following behind. Chapter 105. The four of them led the way into the other end of the elevator. Lin Yue's VIP card opened a door leading to a private elevator that went all the way to the 88th floor. Lin Yue had never seen such a presidential suite and felt a surge of joy at the sight. "Mr. Lin, we are your private butlers for the presidential suite. You can give us any instructions at any time. The entire 88th floor belongs to you. Mr. Lin, if you walk east through the room, you will reach the private swimming pool, and on the west side of the room is your private kitchen, where 3 chefs are always ready to serve you with the freshest food." "Okay, I got it." After entering the room, Lin Yue politely nodded to the 4 attendants. "You can go now, thank you." The last woman with golden hair smiled at Lin Yue and said, "We also offer special services in the presidential suite. If you need them, you can press the red button on the wall, and these services are included in the room rate." As she spoke, the blonde woman adjusted her top. Chapter 106. The next morning, Lin Yue took the little money he had with him and put on the Swiss watch on his wrist. After leaving, he headed towards the east of the city, the Sin City. Lin Yue wanted to see if he could find Giselle, Campos, or Baraka. He needed to figure out what had happened to the vehicle and his fingerprints. This large area was called Sin City because nearly all industries here relied on many illegal chains. The red light district was continuous. Even during the day, people continued to come here for pleasure. The largest casino in Los Angeles was also located in this Sin City. Lin Yue casually threw a few bills and learned from some nearby small-time thugs about a place where Giselle and others often frequented, the Bluebell Bar. The bars in Los Angeles Sin City were completely different from those in the homeland. Most bars in the homeland were either closed or empty during the day. However, the bars here were entirely different. They operated the same day and night. The bar had good light-blocking measures, and when the door was pushed open, one could see a night-like environment filled with colorful neon lights flashing everywhere. Chapter 107. Giselle looked at Lin Yue, then glanced down at her clothes. "You haven't looked at me once since yesterday. I thought you weren't interested in women. Baraka put my fingerprints in the car? What does investigating the diamond Lamborghini have to do with him? To be honest, I really don't know about this matter. My job under Baraka is just collecting rent in this Sin City. I don't get involved with other businesses like flesh and drugs. Where's Baraka?" Giselle looked at Lin Yue, her voice much softer. "Lin Yue, I can see that although you came to Sin City, you are not one of this circle. Baraka is a complete madman. You better not provoke him. Where's Baraka?" "That is the question I'm asking you." After hesitating for 5 seconds, Giselle suddenly became serious and asked, "Are you really planning to deal with Baraka? If my fingerprints are on this car, and stealing the Lamborghini was indeed Baraka's doing, then he's finished. All right, then we can cooperate. You kill him, and I'll take care of getting all his money out. We'll split it 50-50. Chapter 108. Soon, with a series of door-opening sounds, many people got out of the cars. Baraka and Bangladesh had begun their negotiations and transactions. Which one is Baraka? Dominic gripped his gun tightly at his waist. Brian observed closely. This Baraka has always kept a low profile. We don't have any photos of him. But I recognize that tall black man over there. He is Baraka's top assassin, Campos. From this, I deduced that the guy with the goatee, standing in front of Campos and talking to the other side, should be Baraka. This bastard. Dominic gritted his teeth. How could Letty infiltrate such a scum side? Now she and Mia are missing. We must capture Baraka alive. As Dominic spoke, he stood up and started walking towards his black Dodge. Brian quickly followed behind. Dominic, I didn't expect them to come with so many people. There are 30 of them down there, and they all have guns. We are not their match. As long as I catch Baraka, the others will be too scared to shoot. Chapter 109. Dominic kicked him away and quickly ran to the back. Brian was struggling to crawl out from under the vehicle, blood dripping from his head onto the ground. Behind the car, Campos, along with a group of thugs and Bangladesh's men, approached with guns in hand, as if they had anticipated this situation all along. As Campos walked forward, he shouted loudly, Dominic, I finally waited for you. 5 years ago, you took my brother's life during a race. So recently, I took your sister and your girlfriend's lives. Dominic stood up abruptly, veins bulging on his forehead. He clenched his fists tightly and glared fiercely at Campos. What are you looking at me for? Campos laughed loudly. Either way, you and that Los Angeles cop will die here today. I will dig a grave for you in the sands of this golden valley. Dominic helped Brian out from under the car. It was only then that both of them realized this was just a trap set by Baraka. The one they came to catch was just a fake Baraka. Chapter 110. Just as Campos was about to shoot the rocket launcher, he didn't expect Lin Yue to pull this stunt. Seeing the tail of the huge truck swinging around, it came crashing towards him. In panic, Campos threw away the rocket launcher, jumped off the roof of the car, and quickly fled towards the nearby cliff. Bang, bang, bang. 7 or 8 cars were flipped and caught fire by the giant truck. Many of the little brothers who were shooting with AK-47s just moments ago were directly crushed by the truck. At that moment, Giselle, sitting in the front seat, was completely shocked. She stared blankly at Lin Yue, then looked at the death and destruction in the entire valley, with dozens of burning vehicles everywhere. She gasped in surprise several times. You're really a madman, Lin Yue. I give up. Dominic and Brian also didn't expect Lin Yue to come up with this move. It was simply shocking. Lin Yue was incredible. His madman character was really thrilling. Dominic scanned the entire battlefield. Most of the people had been crushed to death by Lin Yue's sudden maneuver. Only a few were still lying on the ground, missing arms or legs or severely injured, crying out in despair. Chapter 111. As soon as Lin Yue finished speaking, he slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the vehicle surged forward. Dominic's Dodge Charger didn't hold back either, starting up and crazily rushing towards the mouth of the valley with Brian. Dominic activated the nitrous accelerator in the passenger seat. A strong pushback sensation nearly knocked Brian into the dashboard. In less than 2 minutes, under the effect of the nitrous booster, Dominic drove the Dodge alongside the Honda NSX. He honked at Lin Yue. Beep, beep. Lin Yue knew there was an unwritten rule on the racetrack. When a race car catches up and honks at you from the side, it means, let us race. Squeak. The Honda NSX and Dodge Charger both came to a stop. Dominic rolled down his window. Lin Yue also rolled down his window. I just said I'd buy you a drink. Dominic smiled. I thought it was too late for you to come back from Tokyo, so I decided to go with you. Lin Yue raised his hand to check his watch. It was exactly 4:00 p.m. Chapter 112. As Brian was about to open the back seat of the Mitsubishi Lancer to get in, Giselle rolled down the passenger window with a faint smile on her face. Do you think it's appropriate for me and Lin Yue to sit inside this car while you get in? Brian, haha. Dominic let out a hearty laugh. He drove the Dodge Challenger a bit forward, looking at Brian. Come on, don't be so clueless. Brian ran past the front of Lin Yue's car and got into the Dodge Challenger. He saw Lin Yue already flooring the accelerator. The car roared and crazily sped out of the parking lot, heading toward Takina Mountain on the west side of Tokyo. Once inside the car, Brian complained to Dominic. You two didn't mention you were coming to get the car at the parking lot. I was wondering, Dominic, how could you think of going together? What is so strange about it? Since we said we're going to Takina Mountain to race, we definitely need to find a race car to go. Not sit in that damn taxi. Dominic, I believe you can think of this. You've always been the leader of the street racing gang. But who exactly is Lin Yue? Him? You can't see it? Lin Yue should be a top agent. Chapter 113. Squeak. Lin Yue's Mitsubishi Lancer and Dominic's Dodge Challenger came to a stop simultaneously. Lin Yue spoke to Dominic on the inner lane to the left. The starting point of the race is at position 13 on the mountain. I see a lot of stars up there. So many cars must have already arrived. Let us go up and see if we can find Han. Okay. Brian rolled down the passenger window and looked towards the left cliff. Suddenly, a white Mazda RX-8 roared past him from the bottom of the mountain. At that moment, the blonde-haired islander in the passenger seat of the white Mazda RX-8 directly gave Brian the middle finger, with a mocking smile on his face. This instantly ignited Brian's anger, and he turned to Dominic, shouting, "Chase him." Dominic laughed with his gravelly voice. "As a police officer, for you to say that shows you've made it. All right, let us catch up to him." With a roar, Dominic floored the accelerator, and the Dodge Challenger shot up the slope. Chapter 114. Hearing Brian's words, Dominic's hearty laughter echoed from inside the car. Squeak. Lin Yue stopped, and Dominic stopped. The Mazda RX-8 trailing behind also came to a stop. Han's blonde little brother opened the car door, walking forward while patting his chest, nearly throwing up. At the starting point of the racetrack, nearly 30 racers and spectators had gathered. They saw Han and the blonde little brother, and each of them excitedly rushed over. "Who are you guys?" The blonde little brother shouted at Lin Yue and Dominic. "Who told you to overtake us in that corner back there, causing me to almost vomit?" "What? Overtake?" Others who heard this were immediately astonished. Is there really someone who can overtake Han's car in that 180-degree corner? Han is the best racer here. I don't believe they could pass him in that first corner. Lin Yue, Dominic, and Brian had already heard what the people nearby were saying. They turned to look at the white Mazda RX-8 parked behind them. They saw Han getting out of the car, wearing a black jacket, his hair flowing in the wind. Chapter 115. What conditions? You say, Dominic asked. After you finish your business in Tokyo, I hope to race with you openly on the 5 consecutive bends of Akina Mountain, running the whole distance. If anyone wins, I will recognize him as my big brother for life. Agreed. Lin Yue said calmly. Tell us what we want to know. I got to know Baraka before because of racing, and I came to Tokyo this time just to participate in a race. You should be at Lufeng Street in central Tokyo right now. That's the biggest club there, and he really likes it. Lufeng Street? Brian muttered to himself. Lin Yue had already opened the door of his Mitsubishi Lancer and sat inside. Dominic and Brian were also getting ready to get in the car. But Brian was pulled back by Han, who laughed and said, although I'm not making you pay for medical expenses, it's reasonable to leave someone to help me take these half-dead people back, right? Dominic waved his hand at Brian, signaling him to stay. This Dodge Challenger will be left for you. I'll share a car with Lin Yue. Also, you stick close to Han. If Lin Yue and I don't find Baraka on Lufeng Street, Brian, you'll be responsible for giving Han a bloody head. Chapter 116. After the call ended, Jim walked over again. Giselle, I can absolutely guarantee you that if you accompany me tonight, I will tell you where that diamond-studded Lamborghini is. And I will ensure that that guy Lin Yue from the Heavenly Dynasty finds a car. I know you two have been quite hot lately, and you've even disregarded Baraka's orders for him. You think too beautifully, Jim. Aren't you afraid I'll shoot you dead? Ha ha ha. Jim raised his glass of red wine again. The 4 lackeys beside him all raised their guns, aiming at Giselle. Jim took a few steps forward, handed the wine glass to Giselle, and smiled. If your conscience bothers you, you can drink this glass of wine. I assure you that you won't get hurt, and you can leave with your clothes intact. Then you'll get the news and can go find that Lin Yue from the Heavenly Dynasty. Otherwise, think carefully. I have 4 guns here, and you only have 1. Even if you kill me, you will die too, and you won't get any news today. Giselle's expression was icy, her blue eyes coldly staring at Jim. You seem to have a point. You have 4 guns, and I only have 1. All right, Jim, give me the wine glass. Chapter 117. Just as Giselle was about to escape from the door, suddenly, 5 lackeys with guns rushed in from outside. Without a word, Giselle quickly dashed to the window of the billiard room. From a distance, she stretched out her hands, and her graceful figure jumped up. The lackeys pushed the door open, guns in hand, and directly fired at the window. Bang, bang, bang. Giselle leaped up, her body agile and quick, escaping through the window. After Lin Yue and Dominic came down from Akina Mountain, they quickly arrived at the bustling Lufeng Street. This street is the most prosperous and lively place in Tokyo. The ancient-style Japanese buildings, along with women in traditional kimonos, added a lot of charm and elegance to the area. Lin Yue and Dominic found the largest club on Lufeng Street, named Island Style. They split up, with Dominic heading to the back door of the club, while Lin Yue walked directly to the front entrance. 4 or 5 women dressed in kimonos, holding fans and carrying pillows on their backs, greeted him with friendly smiles. Although they seemed decent-looking, their cheeks were painted with super red blush. Chapter 118. Giselle had been chased for 3 whole streets. The 5 were loyal subordinates of Jim, all holding guns. Giselle certainly couldn't confront them head-on. She was breathing heavily, sweating profusely. Just as she reached the entrance of a residential building, a strong hand suddenly reached out from inside and pulled her in. In her panic, when Giselle raised her fist to strike, the shadow directly grabbed her fist. Lin Yue, it's you. The 5 lackeys behind continued to chase, preparing to use silenced pistols to shoot Giselle when the moment was right. They persisted and had just caught up to this street when suddenly, the door of a residential building swung open with great force. The door knocked 2 lackeys aside, before the other 3 could understand what was happening. They saw Lin Yue already punch 1 lackey unconscious and snatch the gun. As the other 2 raised their guns, Lin Yue kicked them back with a whip kick. Lin Yue held the silenced pistol, pointing it at the 5 who had just fallen to the ground. Chapter 119. At this moment, the police had discovered that the diamond-studded Lamborghini was filled with contraband. More and more police were gathering along the coastline. Many Coast Guard officers had already been dispatched, and the sea was completely sealed off. After all, the stakes involved were enormous. According to Lin Yue and Giselle's analysis, this was originally a conspiracy aimed at capturing Lin Yue directly at the dock or killing him. Lin Yue, let's break out. Even if we die, I don't want to go to jail. No need, I don't take these islanders seriously. Lin Yue waved to Giselle. He stealthily opened the door of the Ford Mustang. Giselle also got into the passenger seat. Lin Yue, there are too many police at the dock. Lin Yue smiled faintly and reached out to press Giselle's head down. The only thing you need to do is keep your head down because a lot of bullets are about to fly over. Just watch me. The Ford Mustang roared to life. At this calm coastal dock, the sound of the black Ford Mustang igniting drew the attention of a large number of police officers. Chapter 120. The lights went out. It was pitch black. Only the sound of the car was getting closer in the darkness. Buzzing in Giselle's shocked gaze, Lin Yue drove the car directly up the kilometer-long wooden bridge and onto the city roads of Tokyo. Several police officers who couldn't dodge in time were knocked aside. This suburban area, though small, was densely populated with law enforcement personnel. Lin Yue had barely run a kilometer when some other police cars started to chase him quickly from behind. Lin Yue floored the accelerator, and the black Ford Mustang continued to accelerate, speeding up, roaring, buzzing. On the small roads of the urban area, Lin Yue's speed reached 200 kilometers h, and it was still climbing. 220, 230. Other police cars were arriving from all directions, following closely behind Lin Yue. At that moment, from the darkness on the right side ahead, the sound of a train's rumble came. The clattering of the train on the tracks was incessant. Using the lateral train track lights, Giselle could clearly see that a train was speeding towards their left side. Chapter 121. At this time, it was exactly 1 a.m. Lin Yue received a call from Dominic. Lin Yue, are you okay? I heard that you turned the whole of Tokyo upside down by yourself yesterday. I'm fine. Do you have any news about Mia and Letty? I've arrived at Shengjing Hospital and found relevant cases. They're indeed not dead, just injured. However, they have already been transferred. I don't know where they went. Lin Yue thought. It turns out that in the movie, Letty was found only after clearing away layers of fog. But at least it's confirmed that these two should be safe. Lin Yue, I just caught a Tianqiao person at Shengjing Hospital and asked some questions about Neil, the new president of the Jinwei Group. They set up a scheme this time, using Mia and Letty as bait to make you and me kill each other. Lin Yue had suspected earlier that this incident might be related to the Jinwei Group. Otherwise, his fingerprints wouldn't have appeared on Jim's hands for no reason. Lin Yue, I just recalled something. Neil's father once lost to me in a car race, resulting in a car crash and death. So he set this trap to make you target me, but I still don't understand. Chapter 122. Lin Yue glanced at Giselle. Her exquisite features and sapphire-like eyes were radiating an intimidating light. Dear sir and madam, please show your identification for registration. One person is enough. Lin Yue took the lead and presented a fake ID. Pickled cabbage country person, Lin Wei. All done, dear sir and madam. Your room is on the 8th floor, 0803. Here is your VIP card. The two entered the VIP elevator of the Beihai Holiday Hotel. Giselle also learned to look at some monitoring devices from Lin Yue. She scanned the elevator left and right. This VIP elevator indeed had no surveillance cameras. Lin Yue, Why do you have a name? Lin Yue? It's fake. Giselle shook her head slightly, smiling. You're really like a secret agent. No wonder the entire Tokyo police force is following you. Are you scared? There's nothing to be afraid of. I didn't feel it when I was alone, and I definitely won't be scared now. With your skills and insight, I think even a team of police wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Ding! The elevator door opened on the 8th floor. Chapter 123. Brian nodded firmly. Then let's do it. I threw away my police badge when I came here. Under the sunlight, Brian appeared exceptionally cheerful. Lin Yue thought, such an interesting soul ended up in a car accident. I can only see that in movies. Dominic extended his fist to the center. Lin Yue also extended his fist. Brian and Han joined in, putting their fists in the middle. Giselle wouldn't back down. As she extended her fist, her fair arm adorned with the latest diamond-studded Vacheron, Constantine shone brightly. The 5 fists collided in the center, their eyes revealing a resolute determination before the battle. I'm average at driving on ice, but I'll do my best. Brian said, I've never raced on ice, but I'll risk my life. Han laughed. Let's go. Do it. As they pulled their fists apart, everyone got into their cars. Lin Yue originally wanted Giselle to stay at the starting point because the subsequent events would be very dangerous. However, before he could speak, he saw that Giselle had already gotten into the passenger seat of the GTR and fastened her seatbelt. She propped her long legs up in front, putting on black sunglasses. Lin Yue no longer tried to persuade her. He knew that once a woman like Giselle made up her mind to do something, she would never compromise. Chapter 124. The fuel tanks of the 2 cars erupted into flames, and the drivers of the Chevrolet and Volkswagen had already died in their seats, motionless. Dominic caught up with Lin Yue from the side and gave him a thumbs up through the right window. Not to be outdone, Dominic pushed the Dodge Charger to maximum power and crashed into the rear of a Toyota in front of him. Bang! The Toyota swerved uncontrollably and began to rock left and right. Dominic accelerated again. Bang! The Toyota flipped over and flew through the air for more than 10 meters before crashing to the ground. The right front tire of the vehicle was knocked off, rolling forward on the ice. While Lin Yue and Dominic were targeted by some of Neil's underlings and counterattacked, Han and Brian encountered the same situation behind them. Brian had just sent a vehicle attacking him flying when he saw Han being ambushed by 2 cars from the left rear. Bang! Bang! After several collisions, Han's Subaru Impreza became unstable. The car's direction veered sideways, and Han struggled to steer the wheel to the right, trying to stabilize the vehicle. Chapter 125. Meanwhile, Dominic crashed 3 or 4 cars into the air on Lin Yue's right side. Rat-tat-tat. Many bullets rained down on Lin Yue's car. Giselle scanned the battlefield. Lin Yue, we need better weapons. The yellow Land Rover on the far left must have weapons inside. I saw that person change 3 guns in a short time. Lin Yue not only saw the handguns and AK-47s they were switching, but he also noticed a thug inside with a string of heavy bullets hanging around his neck. It looked like there might be a heavy weapon in that car. They had to seize it quickly. Lin Yue gently turned the steering wheel to the left, pressed down the accelerator, and slammed the red nitrous boost button again. The GTR, with its 4-wheel drive, reached extreme speed after 2 boosts. The yellow Land Rover originally had a thug leaning out of the window, shooting at Lin Yue and the others. As Lin Yue's car got closer, they began to panic. The driver turned the steering wheel to the right, trying to dodge Lin Yue's collision. However, the ice surface had minimal friction, making it difficult to change direction. Chapter 126. The 2 of them, armed with the handguns they had just picked up, shot at the Hummer, but the bullets all bounced off. Lin Yue saw that this vehicle was clearly specially treated. The car itself was extremely heavy and couldn't be flipped over. Moreover, it was surrounded by steel, with no windows at all. Lin Yue thought for just a second before realizing. The military Hummer Neil was driving was specifically allocated by the U.S. military for high-ranking generals during combat. Only about 200 units were mass-produced. Although this vehicle was surrounded by steel, it had a fatal weakness. The radio and ventilation windows were located on the top of the vehicle, making the top defense weak. Giselle, drive straight. Catch up with that Hummer. Lin Yue, what are you going to do? Now that the car is going so fast, it would be very dangerous for you to get in. Bang! Lin Yue shattered all the glass of the GTR's sunroof. Dominic and Brian had just been hit by a military Hummer, causing their car to become unstable. In their panic, they saw through the window that Lin Yue was actually climbing out of the glass on top of the GTR. Han, sitting in the passenger seat with a bag of chips, was already stunned. Chapter 127. He had just sat back in his GTR when the system's voice quietly sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task of collecting feelings of passion and speed in the world of Fast Furious 4. The host can return at any time. If not, you will automatically return in 24 hours. Lin Yue sat in the driver's seat and gently pulled over the seatbelt. The microphone in Lin Yue's car picked up Dominic's voice. Let's first go to Los Angeles to find Letty and Mia, and then in a couple of days we can head to Akina Mountain. What do you think? Lin Yue checked the time. The western part of Iceland was remote. It would take 15 hours to go to the airport and then return to Los Angeles, and heading to Akina Mountain after that would probably not leave enough time. Let's go back to Los Angeles first, and we can go to Akina Mountain next time. Lin Yue started the vehicle and quickly drove forward on the ice. Han's voice came through the microphone again. Lin Yue, when are we going to Akina Mountain next? You promised me we would race the 5 consecutive runs there. I have something very important to do. Once I get to Los Angeles, I have to leave. But when I come back, I promise I will definitely race the 5 consecutive runs with you. Chapter 128. Lin Yue really didn't expect that during Fast Furious 4. He had only stayed in a 5-star hotel on a whim and experienced the beauty of life in that presidential suite. He never imagined that after completing this task, the system would reward him with an entire hotel. Lin Yue's heart raced with excitement. Even though he had always remained calm as a secret agent in the film world, the sudden appearance of so much money in the real world would make anyone feel extremely unsettled. Lin Yue planned to quickly go to Jiangbei City Center, Qinhuai 01, to check out the hotel. Moreover, he wanted to find time to go back and see Ruth. Just then, Lin Yue's phone suddenly rang in his pocket. He picked up the red Xiaomi phone and smiled, thinking it was time to change his phone. Hello, is this Lin Yue? I'm Xia Xiaoya. What is the matter? Lin Yue, I was looking for you. I have something to tell you. A few days ago, you performed exceptionally well in the racing competition at Qinglong Mountain. The leaders in our station, including those in Jiangnan Province, feel that you have created a great public image for Jiangnan Province and have strong promotional value. The leaders want us in the HR department to consult whether you would be willing to join the entertainment channel. Chapter 129. Lin Yue, you should eat something too. I want to eat. I have something to do later. I'll go buy some fruit for you guys soon. Just as Lin Yue finished speaking and was about to walk out of the ward, he suddenly heard a sweet voice from outside. You don't need to buy anything. I've already brought fruit. Lin Yue recognized that voice immediately. He turned around and, sure enough, standing at the door was Mu Qingling. She was wearing her signature large earrings on her right ear. The floral short top, combined with white tight pants, perfectly highlighted her stunning figure. Lin Yue asked in confusion, "What are you doing here? How did you find this place? Why can't I come? I'm not here to see you. I'm here to see the fans." Mu Qingling smiled gently. In Lin Yue's mother's astonished gaze, Mu Qingling placed the fruit basket on the side table. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt. I'm Mu Qingling, host of FM 9988. Miss Mu, a host?" Lin Yue's mother was so excited she could barely speak. She quickly put down her chopsticks, stood up, and offered the stool she was sitting on to Mu Qingling. Chapter 130. Lin Yue directly grabbed the yellow-haired guy's fist and gently exerted force, causing the bones in his fingers to crack loudly. The pain made the yellow-haired man twist his body and almost squat down. In his agony, the yellow-haired man shouted loudly to the guy in the black t-shirt sitting in the passenger seat of the BMW. "Yang, help me. Yang." When Mu Qingling saw this, she worriedly took out her phone. She pressed the numbers 110 on her phone. If there was any danger for Lin Yue, she would report it immediately. Who knew that the next second, both the yellow-haired man and Mu Qingling were dumbfounded. The guy in the black t-shirt who got out of the passenger seat had an excited expression. "Grandpa Lin? ISNT this my Grandpa Lin Yue?" Lin Yue raised his eyebrows. It was indeed Yang's son, the wealthy second generation who had lost to him in the last race at Qinglong Mountain. "You blind dog." Yang's son walked over and slapped the yellow-haired man across the face. "This is my grandpa. How dare you insult him?" The yellow-haired man looked completely bewildered. Lin Yue released his grip, slightly turned his head to stare at Yang's son, his eyes cold. Chapter 131. Lin Yue said solemnly, "Okay, I'm short on time, so I'll keep it brief." He took out a blue bag from the center console of the Dodge Charger and handed it to Mu Qingling. "Inside are some of my documents. What I need you to do is to register a company now." Mu Qingling was taken aback. "Just remember what I said. Don't ask why." Mu Qingling nodded. She already knew Lin Yue was definitely not an ordinary person. Now, seeing Lin Yue's serious expression, she straightened up. "The name of this company is Tianyu Entertainment Company Limited, and the company's purpose is to focus on live broadcasting, self-media, film and television, etc. The registered capital is 5 million. If payment is needed later, just send me their electronic account. and I'll pay online. If a legal authorization letter is needed, contact me on WeChat, and I'll send it to you. Am I clear enough? Clear. Lin Yue, why do you suddenly feel like you've changed? It's not that I've changed. I've always been like this. You go handle it. We could talk about other things later. Mu Qingling understood that Lin Yue had important matters to attend to. Chapter 132, Mu Qingling continued. Also, Lin Yue, well, I just filled in our office location on the second floor of Lido International Hotel. The staff were shocked. The annual rent for this place is really expensive. No problem. By the way, do you have anything else to do this afternoon? I have nothing to do. Do you have any other tasks for me? I'm too busy. I have very, very important things to do. There's something I want you to take care of. After we finished the race at Qinglong Mountain last time, Yang Zhen, the general manager of Wuling Hongguang's Jiangnan branch, has been contacting me to discuss a collaboration. I'll send you the proposed contract on WeChat shortly. Take a look at it. The next steps for negotiating with them will be up to you. On the other end of the phone, Mu Qingling seemed a bit confused. She still couldn't believe Lin Yue's shocking behavior today. All right, I'll contact them. Since you have very important things to do, you go ahead. I won't disturb you. Beep, 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 the call ended. Lin Yue sent over the contract contact, placed his phone aside, and continued lying on the sofa. He murmured, "It really is too important. Can't wait any longer." Chapter 133. This movie reflects the evil side of human nature. People always like to destroy beautiful things, especially beautiful women. At the end of the movie, it turns out that Melina's husband did not die, but was imprisoned in a POW camp. When he returned to the small town on Sicily with Melina, who had gained weight, aged, and even had some white hair, he received friendly greetings from some women around. Because Melina had lost her beauty and the unique allure she had over men, other women accepted her. It's truly ironic. After watching this movie, Lin Yue was extremely angry. He likely shared the same thoughts as everyone else who had watched this movie on Blue Star. Melina, who had never done anything wrong, should not have been treated this way. Lin Yue decided that he would definitely change this fact after entering. The next day at dawn, Lin Yue went to the largest Xinhua bookstore in Jiangbei province. Here, he researched some books from that special period that had not been made into electronic versions. He wanted to understand the history of that time. This would be very effective for him to enter the movie world. Chapter 134. Lin Yue quickly moved forward and shot the 2 black gang members he had missed earlier. Bang bang. With that, all 8 gang members in the cabin were killed. Lin Yue threw the bodies of these 8 men into the sea. He checked the cabin and found over 500,000 lira in a box by the table, from a letter found in the box. It seemed that this money was a sum that the gang had to hand over after a big deal. No wonder there was so much money. There were 40 notes of 10,000 lira, many 5,000 and 2,000 lira notes, and 1,000 lira notes. There were also silver and gold coins of 1, 5, 10, 20 lira, etc. At this time in Italy, 500,000 lira was a huge fortune. No wonder the system said that sending him to the beautiful legend of Sicily movie was to relax. He had already gained so much money upon entering. Great. This also meant he would make a big splash in this world. What terrifying black gang. What disgusting human nature on Sicily. Lin Yue was determined to shatter all of this. Chapter 135. Lin Yue knew that many adults in the small town had very filthy thoughts. So often the ideas of these children were influenced by adults. Hearing their conversation, Lin Yue immediately realized that the plot seemed to have changed a bit. In the original movie, Melina's husband went to the battlefield 1 week after their wedding. Now, it seemed that he went to the front line right after their wedding in the church. Moreover, just now, he heard Leonardo say that her husband had been gravely injured and sent back, but had already died. This was different from the original movie. In the original movie, her husband returned, but only with 1 arm missing. Lin Yue walked forward and looked at the 13-year-old Leonardo, softly asking, "Did Melina's husband really pass away? I just overheard your conversation and got a bit curious." "He died. Sir, that was 2 months ago. Her husband has already been buried. We all went to the site to see," Leonardo replied. "All right, thank you." As Lin Yue walked towards the town, he thought, the system's arrangement for this movie world crossing was indeed very well done. Not only had Melina and her husband not lived together, but most importantly, her husband had died after returning from the battlefield severely injured. Chapter 136. Mrs. Dickens had already made plans. Tonight, she and her husband would go to stay with relatives in another town. After that, they would travel to other countries in Europe. Sicily was about to become very unstable in the eyes of all of them. The flames of war would soon spread here. Mrs. Dickens looked at Lin Yue and smiled. pointing at the 7 women she had originally hired. These are all efficient and very virtuous women in the whole town, sir. You can have them stay and serve your castle. An old woman glanced sideways at Melina, who was standing a bit timidly, and said to Lin Yue, sir, what we value most on Sicily is a woman's virtue. Melina often seduces other people's husbands. She's a vixen. The other 7 elderly women nodded in agreement. Melina had already been dismissed by Mrs. Dickens, and now hearing others slander her, she didn't know how to refute it. Stubbornly biting her lip, she hesitated for a moment, turned around with her head slightly down, and prepared to leave. Lin Yue looked at Melina and softly asked, are you Melina? Chapter 137. Melina lowered her head again to express her gratitude. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me a job. There's no need to thank me. It's fair that I pay you for your work, Lin Yue replied. He took out some gold coins. Since Mrs. Dickens was moving this afternoon, some household goods and bedding would be taken away. If not, throw away all those beddings. Use this money to buy daily necessities and arrange the castle properly. All right, sir. Just as Lin Yue turned to leave, Melina mustered her courage to catch up. Sir, may I ask you for a favor? Can I have an advance on a piece of bread? I haven't eaten for 2 days. Please don't judge me by my clothes. I bought these before I got married. I'm not dressing like this to seduce anyone. I'm just used to it. Melina was afraid Lin Yue would misunderstand her like others, so she hurriedly explained. It's fine. Just buy some bread at the market on your way back, Lin Yue said. Also, I want to tell you that beauty is not a sin. You don't need to explain. After saying that, Lin Yue turned and left. He just saw a very small cafe in the large square in front of the church. Chapter 138. As Lin Yue climbed the spiral staircase to the rooftop, he thought, actually, Melina had a very good living condition originally. Her father was a teacher at the local high school, and she was the only child. After marrying a soldier, the government provided her with generous allowances and benefits. Although her husband was rarely home, the government support allowed her to live well. Suddenly, everything changed when her husband was killed on the battlefield. It was not only a complete lack of material support, but, more importantly, the constant gossip in the small town. Men lusted after her beauty, and women envied her looks. In an instant, Melina, who usually paid great attention to her self-cultivation and appearance, became the target of public scorn. Lin Yue reached the 6th floor of the ancient castle. After pushing open a large wooden door, he entered a spacious room. The daily necessities on the bed were already set up by Melina, all brand new. The lighting at this time was from yellow bulbs. Although not as comfortable as incandescent lights, the large room still appeared very bright. Lin Yue lay down on the bed in the room, feeling good about sleeping for the first time on Sicily. Chapter 139. Melina didn't know how to respond for a moment. She looked at the completely shattered back door of her room, lying on the ground, realizing that her home's safety barrier was utterly gone. There were so many unpleasant people in this small town. Melina, after all, you're employed in my castle. If you come with me to the tavern tonight to pour me drinks, I can count it as double pay. Sir, I am a widow, and I do not want to bring any disgrace to your reputation. Walking on this beach, with the moonlight above, and in the tavern under the bright lights. What is disgraceful about that? Sir, I just feel that I am a widow. Melina, you are beautiful and excellent. Don't belittle yourself like that. Melina's heart trembled, and she pressed her fiery red lips together, as if she had made up her mind. Then I will go with you. Sir, the door at home is broken, and I really don't dare to stay alone. My father lives far from here. Aren't you afraid of losing things at home if you leave with the door open? There is nothing valuable left at home. I have sold many things to trade for food during this time. Chapter 140. Lin Yue turned his gaze at the sound and saw a very thin black man running in to get free drinks, only to be blocked at the door by the tavern owner. Boss, I have a lot of news this time. As long as someone is willing to buy me a drink, I will tell him this important news. Jesse, don't brag anymore. Every time you come, it's just nonsense, and who believes your ghost stories now? Hurry up and get lost. You Haven tea made a penny. Just know how to mooch food and drinks everywhere. Boss, please let me in. I just want to have a small drink. I haven't had a drink for 5 whole days. The boss held out his hand to block him, refusing to let him in. Lin Yue reached out toward the door. Let him come in. I can buy him a drink. Upon hearing this, Jesse's face clearly lit up. He quickly pushed the boss's arm aside and rushed over in a few quick steps. As soon as he reached the table, he extended his filthy hand, ready to grab a glass, but Lin Yue quickly moved the glass away. First, tell me, what qualifications do you have to drink this glass of wine? Jesse lowered his voice and said. Chapter 141. The next morning, Melina left the castle early. On her way home, she deliberately passed by the dump not far from her house. She surprisingly did not see the dentist Cusimano. This somewhat confirmed that Cusimano should not be dead. Melina let out a slight sigh of relief. She was worried about causing trouble for Lin Yue. Wearing black high heels and black stockings, every movement of hers exuded nobility and sexiness. She also had a piece of black bread in her jacket pocket. It was a piece of bread she had saved from Lin Yue's house to bring to her father. Melina paused at the entrance of the school where her father worked. Melina, go back. Your father doesn't want to see you. Why? Melina felt anxious. He wants you to leave quickly. Please, let me know again. I want to see my father. Melina had no idea what had happened. She had been waiting there for a long time. The doorman went back in to convey her request to her father and finally got a response that he would come out to see her. After a long while, the doorman opened the door and Melina's father walked out. Father, I came to see you about something. Chapter 142. Although many people were discussing, most were speaking softly, and no one dared to speak in front of Lin Yue. However, just as Lin Yue walked about 10 meters to the east side of the square with Melina, an unusually overweight man in a suit walked over from the side. Wait a minute. Lin Yue glanced lightly. This fat man was none other than the only lawyer in town, Chintorbai, from the beautiful legend of Sicily. In the movie, Chintorbai was a thoroughly hypocritical character. After the dentist bullied Melina, he helped her with the lawsuit but had other motives. After winning the case, Chintorbai refused to leave Melina's house and insulted her under duress. Lin Yue stopped, looking coldly at Chintorbai. I have heard for a long time that a wealthy man named Lin Yue has come to town. I heard he even bought Mrs. Dickens' Carling Castle. However, as the only lawyer in town, I believe I have the right to ask, what is your relationship with Miss Melina? On what basis are you taking her away without reason? Melina was worried that Lin Yue would get into trouble because she knew he came from outside this small town. Chapter 143. Melina couldn't understand why. Just a moment ago, she was standing with a lawyer in the crowd, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Yue directed his fist at the lawyer. Amid the lawyer's groans and cries of pain, Lin Yue lightly gestured and took Melina away from the church square in Syracuse. At that moment, the church bells began to ring. It was 4 p.m., and some devout worshippers inside the church began to pray. Even the men and women who were robbing and fighting turned their heads towards the church. They bowed their heads, closed their eyes, and made a few gestures with their hands on their chests, offering their earnest prayers. Their focused expressions of prayer seemed as if each one was a kind-hearted angel. A beam of sunlight shot down from the church, illuminating the entire square in a bright red hue. Lin Yue watched this scene and felt it was truly ironic. Human nature cannot withstand the test. It has always been this way. Therefore, in the movie The Legend of the Beautiful Sicily, the events that unfold, though seemingly absurd, genuinely reflect true human nature. Hearing the bell toll, Melina also devoutly lowered her head, just about to prepare to bow when Lin Yue approached and pulled her sleeve. Chapter 144. Lin Yue looked at Melina, feeling a slight stir in his heart. The creator has truly crafted a masterpiece in such a woman, especially in the scene where she lies on the chair. Charming, sexy, every move exuding allure. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry for my rudeness in front of you. I couldn't control myself for a moment, Melina said, her heart aching again. The bread you gave me this morning, I brought it to my father, but he thought I was asking him for something. Melina choked up, her fair teeth biting her red lips, trying hard to control her sadness. This woman is truly too beautiful. Even when she cries, she is a sight to behold. Lin Yue wanted to quickly end this somewhat sad atmosphere. He stood up from the chair. Melina hurriedly wiped the tears from her eyes and stood up behind him, her floral dress gently swaying in the sea breeze, her long, fair legs appearing charming and attractive. Mr. Lin, are you going back? Melina, what do you think of me? Melina was taken aback, her sapphire-like eyes looking at Lin Yue. Mr. Lin, you're very kind. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have survived. You gave me a job and took care of me in every way. Chapter 145. Not long after, 10 young men followed Jess into the warehouse. Who says they are looking for us? What do they want with us? They wore simple, dusty clothes as they entered the warehouse. They saw Lin Yue sitting in the middle on a wooden chair, dressed in a black suit, leaning back with one leg crossed over the other and wearing a round black hat that was popular at the time. It's you. Aren't you the Mr. Lin who came to buy the castle in our town? The 10 men walked over with Jess and stood beside Lin Yue. I just heard you say that all the good food in our town and the whole of Sicily has been taken by the mafia, so I called you here to ask, do you have the guts to get back? What? Get back? Mr. Lin, do you know what you're saying? The mafia is very powerful. Yes, Mr. Lin. They are all extremely fierce, There's absolutely no way anyone could match them. We know you have money, but money is useless to the mafia. On the contrary, they might come to rob your house. Chapter 146. Since that day Lin Yue hit Cusimano, Melina hadn't heard any news about him. Unexpectedly, his wife suddenly said that Cusimano had gone mad. Quickly tell me, who did you conspire with to harm my husband? Was it that Mr. Lin? No, it has nothing to do with Mr. Lin. You vixen. You even moved into someone else's house, and still say it has nothing to do with you. You seductress. Enticing all the men in the town, and now trying to seduce this wealthy Lin Yue. Mrs. Cusimano, please speak with some respect. I didn't. At that moment, two large hands suddenly pushed through the crowd, and a lieutenant officer walked in. Melina, you've already moved into someone else's house, and you still don't admit you're a slut? Lieutenant Cardai, don't fabricate facts. When I was living at home, you and others often came through the back door to smash my door. I was scared that's why I moved here. I smashed your door? How could I smash your door when your house doesn't even have a door? You, if you didn't go to my house, how would you know my house doesn't have a door now? Lieutenant Cardai was furious, shouting, let us go. I must take you back home today. You explained to me when I smashed your door. Chapter 147. The three, led by Jess, after beating Mrs. Cusimano and Lieutenant Cardai, sent them all to the police station. Lin Yue even specially instructed Jess to give 1,000 lira to the police station, telling him not to say anything, just to hand it directly to the chief. This matter went smoother than Jess expected. The chief didn't listen to any defense and directly imprisoned the lieutenant and Mrs. Cusimano for illegally entering someone else's home. Jim was a tall and strong black guy. Wearing a blue suit and tie, he suddenly felt particularly dignified. He had never felt this respectable in his life. He stood straight at the entrance of Lin Yue's castle. The 11 of them watched Lin Yue buy suits, each costing 10 lira, without even blinking. It made them feel very respectful, secretly glad they had followed the right person. As dusk approached, the sky gradually darkened. Jim, Jess, and the other 9 arrived at the east dock of the town of Siracusa. This was also the largest gathering place for mafia supplies in all of Sicily. After a long time of government crackdowns, there were fewer than 20 actual mafia members left here. Chapter 148. This was the first shot in the war against the mafia in Sicily. This was the effect Lin Yue wanted. The 11 of them provoked the mafia's territory, completely offending them, leaving no way out, and they could only follow Lin Yue wholeheartedly. Jim, Jess, and the other 9 were running madly along the white sandy beach by the sea, each carrying something on their shoulders, either olives or onions or pistachios. They had only one thought in their minds. As long as they successfully stole these things today, their future days would be better. At this moment, 12 mafia members were chasing behind them, all dressed in suits, holding long knives, looking fierce. There was a cliff at the northwest corner of the coastline. The beach ended here. They ran along the cliff for about 50 meters. The stones became more numerous and the terrain got lower. Jim and the others, who had never engaged in murder or smuggling, were completely surrounded by this group of mafia members by the sea. A tall mafia member with a beard stepped forward, his muscular frame causing his beard to twitch as he spoke. Chapter 149. The 10 men pondered Lin Yue's question. Boss, are we going to hide for a while? Just tell us what to do, and we'll follow your lead. Lin Yue looked at the moon in the sky, which had already risen to the center of the entire sky. It was deep into the night. The best method was, take the initiative. There weren't many black parties on Sicily Island, so let's prepare for everything. Tonight, the 12 black party members at the East Dock are mobilizing to chase after you. Now, only a few are left watching the warehouse, so you can go over and strike back. Eliminate the remaining people there. Jim and the others were all shocked. They never expected Chinyi to have such a bold idea. After killing all those watching the warehouse, dump the bodies into the sea, then use the wooden cart to transport the supplies back to me overnight, placing everything in the basement of Carlin Castle. All right, boss. Now we are no longer afraid. Killing isn't that scary. Jim's expression showed some excitement. Lin Yue arranged some more details. Moving these things isn't just for me personally. In the future, everyone in Tianyue will have their food, clothing, and housing taken care of, so there will be no more worries. Chapter 150. Lin Yue knew that these 5 black party members were waiting for nightfall. They were ready to retaliate against the governor of Sicily Island. Lin Yue had also made arrangements, just waiting for them to take action. In recent days, Tianyue had recruited reliable candidates through member introductions, and the number had now reached 50. Lin Yue had also purchased several houses around Carlin Castle for the members of Tianyue to live in. Those who initially followed Lin Yue had gradually become leaders of small groups. Their rewards had also been increasing day by day. That day, during dinner, Marilena once again cooked potatoes and onions, making pasta. She poured a glass of milk for Lin Yue and stood by his side. During this time, Marilena had seen Lin Yue's methods. In less than a month since Lin Yue arrived on the island, more and more people were obeying him. Moreover, the patrol posts around Carlin Castle looked very imposing. The residents of the town of Syracuse showed great respect when they saw Lin Yue. When they saw Marilena, their gazes were completely different from before. Lin Yue took a bite of the pasta and gave a thumbs up. Chapter 151. During this period, the entire Sicily island was particularly frugal with electricity and fuel due to a shortage of supplies. At 9 p.m., the whole island was basically dark except for the moonlight. Lin Yue led Jim and 10 others along the long stone path, walking to the central part of Sicily Island. This was a mansion built of white marble, also the core of power on the island. The governor of Sicily, Kate, lived here with his family. When Lin Yue arrived, the guard at the entrance had already been shot in the head and laid dead in the guard booth. 3 police officers lay dead next to the booth, all shot. The outside telephone lines had been cut. In the courtyard of the mansion, 2 servants lay dead, blood flowing everywhere. After Lin Yue and Jim entered, they moved quickly and quietly. They reached the stairs of the main building and swiftly made their way to the 3rd floor. The entire 3rd floor was where the Kate family lived. Lin Yue reached the door and listened to the noises inside. It was obvious that the governor and his family had already been tied up. We haven't crossed paths for many years. Did you really think we wouldn't dare to kill you after you had the undercover soldiers clear out everything at my dock in the past few days? Chapter 152. Mr. Lin, what do you mean by that? Kate frowned, the 3 deep lines on his forehead very prominent. Lin Yue looked at Kate's wife and son, who were bound at the hands and feet, and saw that both of them had been shot in the legs. The blood had completely soaked their pants. Lin Yue stood up and pulled out a short knife from his pocket. Kate was startled. No, Mr. Lin, please don't harm my wife and son. I beg you. Swish. Swish. Lin Yue cut the ropes binding Kate's wife and son's hands and feet. These bullet wounds are nothing. It's not too late to see a doctor tomorrow. Lin Yue said to Kate's wife, you take your son to the inner room and help him stop the bleeding. I need to talk to your husband. Kate's wife, who had been frightened by the black party, saw that she was being rescued. Her eyes were filled with gratitude as she nodded quickly to Lin Yue, then took her son, limping into the room. Kate sighed in relief. Lin Yue also cut the ropes binding Kate's hands and feet. Kate sat across from Lin Yue. Thank you. You're welcome. You're right. This was done by me, but did I do anything wrong? Chapter 153. Lin Yue turned to look at them. 2 things. Remember them clearly. Jess and Jim stood up straight, listening to Lin Yue's arrangements. The first thing, Lin Yue placed the note in his hand into Jim's hand. These are 2 maritime transport routes. You personally take people to run them and try to get in touch with the Kobe family and the Lion family. Just say that we have huge supplies on Sicily Island, and that all future trade, both externally and internally on Sicily Island, must go through us. Jim was extremely shocked. The note he held listed important contacts. He originally thought Lin Yue was just going to steal some supplies back, but he didn't expect that they would take over the entire dock and the import and export trade on the island. Both routes contain some intermediaries. Try to contact them first. No need to go too far, as we are currently weak. If the lines are established, bring people back to see me promptly. Understood, boss. Jess, your task is to recruit loyal people on Sicily Island into Lin Yue, and they don't necessarily have to linger around our castle. They can do what they need to do, but when there's a need, they must respond immediately. Chapter 154. Although the international situation was turbulent and Italy's situation was chaotic, the war had not yet spread to Sicily Island. Taking advantage of this period of respite, Lin Yue's Lin Yue had developed significantly. Every member of Lin Yue, in addition to the 10 lira salary each month, received 30 loaves of bread and 30 pounds of potatoes. This enormous temptation drove the entire Sicily Island into a frenzy. The large areas of crops that had been bought at low prices were now all sold at normal market prices under Lin Yue's control, without discrimination or monopolization. He gained the unanimous support of the people. Governor Kate received multiple praises from his superiors for the normal development of the economy and the increasing stability of public order on Sicily Island. Coupled with Lin Yue's usual preferential treatment, Governor Kate had become very obedient to Lin Yue. Lin Yue, while being fair and just to the people of Sicily, also dealt a devastating blow to the Black Party seeking revenge. He executed 32 people at sea, causing several other countries in Europe to grumble about him. By October 1941, Lin Yue's influence on the island was growing. With the influence and help of Governor Kate, Lin Yue successfully became a member of the Sicilian Assembly. Chapter 155. An old man with a beard who was standing not far behind Lin Yue quietly tried to sneak away. He had barely taken 2 steps when Lin Yue had already noticed, turned around, and raised his gun. Bang! A shot hit his thigh. Arrest him. Torture him severely. Yes. Boss. Speak. Who else is there? Lin Yue continued to interrogate the Black Party member. I really don't know. I really don't know. Bang! Lin Yue shot at the Black Party member again. Stop! An older man in black from the Black Party said. You must be Lin Yue, the boss of the Tycoon US Society, right? I came here under the orders of my boss. If we succeed in our mission, there will be a huge reward. But if we fail, I know I won't survive. My boss, Mr. Bandao, asked me to deliver a message to you. What message? A month later, the Black Party will launch a genocidal revenge, and then you will know what it means to suffer worse than death. Very good. I love hearing such news. Let them come. The more the better. This time, they're not just a few dozen people. Several surrounding countries, plus all the Black Party members drifting at sea, will come. You all will die. Chapter 156. Lin Yue pointed to the distance. There's a very good opportunity in a month. I wonder if General Green is interested. Oh, please, Mr. Lin, go on. In a month, the Black Party will launch a full-scale attack on my Sicily. I have learned from intelligence that their numbers are around 1,000. Although with my current strength, I can easily deal with them. I don't want to attract too much attention, especially from the government. You should understand this, as anyone in power doesn't like having such organizations among their ranks. What do you mean? I will leave this 1,000 people to you. Before they land, you take care of them for me. Then, Mr. Lin Yue, what benefits will you give us? Supplies. That's just a small part. The most important thing is General Green, our personal friendship. Upon hearing this, General Green gently stroked his chin. I am very interested. Please, Mr. Lin, elaborate. Based on the current situation in the world, the victory of this war is already beyond doubt, and it will completely end within the next year or 2. What about after it's over? Don't you want a good partner? You know, in this area, I may not control everything, but at least I can call the shots. Chapter 157. A month later, according to the agreement reached between Lin Yue and General Green, the Black Party's 1,000 man counterattack was completely annihilated along the coast of Sicily. The landing of the Sicilian military alliance accelerated the end of the Second War. By the end of this year, the entire war situation was nearing its conclusion. Italy surrendered completely. Its government was manipulated by the majority of the military alliance countries. Only Sicily, with its thriving economy and intact imports and exports, was not lingered upon by the military alliance. All of this was thanks to the private agreement signed between Lin Yue and General Green. Everyone is turning a blind eye. What is war fought for? It is fought for politics. It is fought for interests. When interests reach a certain level, all principles become mere shadows. Thus, Lin Yue's Tycoon US Society extended its business to many countries in Europe and Africa. Nearly 10 million people in Sicily looked up to Lin Yue. Most young men were members of the Tycoon US Society. Additionally, the government officials of Sicily were closely related to Lin Yue, a commercial empire as solid as steel. On the west side of the Syracuse Cathedral in Sicily, Lin Yue established a luxurious commercial street that stretched for 1 kilometer. Chapter 158. The blue sea outlines her charming figure. Marina, is the wine finished? Come over and have a drink with me. The kid is still playing here. Let him play on the beach. He needs to learn independence from a young age. He's only 2 years old. Marina smiled happily. You want him to be independent? That's too high a demand. Of course. Lin Yue placed the contract and documents brought by Kate on the table. Look, that little brat is so small. Let's see if he has the ability to inherit all of Sicily. Marina excitedly opened the documents. It was signed and stamped by the Italian government, selling Sicily to Lin Yue for 500 million lire. Lin Yue. Marina walked over, leaned on Lin Yue's leg, and looked at him with affectionate seriousness. Sometimes I feel like you are a god, suddenly descending into this world. Before you came here, I lived in so much pain. After you arrived, everything changed. Now I have become the happiest person on this island and the most powerful woman. Lin Yue reached out to embrace Marina, gently caressing her face. Chapter 159. He took a short break and grabbed a towel to prepare for a shower. At that moment, the phone rang. It was Mu Qingling calling. Lin Yue, are you still awake? No, what's up? Lin Yue, I just finished negotiations with Wuling Hongwang today. Over the past few days, the contract has been redrafted. And the current result is that Wuling Hongguang will use your image from the Qinglong Mountain Racing event for promotion. The promotional fee we negotiated is 1 million as an upfront payment. 1 million. Mu Qingling spoke somewhat incoherently, sounding very excited. And then, they said that every year you will act as their ambassador. Initially, they only wanted to offer 500,000, claiming it would be easy for you to shoot one commercial each year, but after I negotiated with them several times, they finally raised it. It's now up to 1 million a year, Lin Yue. On the other end of the phone, Mu Qingling was very excited, perhaps not expecting Lin Yue to have such good commercial value. Is it okay for you? If so, I can sign for you first. 1 million? Lin Yue wiped the sweat off his forehead with the towel while speaking casually. Chapter 160. Just as they had just left the room, Lin Yue had already called a real estate agent near the hospital. In the hospital room, it was inconvenient to talk, so Lin Yue only said a few simple words and hung up the phone after asking someone to come to the hospital to meet him. 10 minutes later, a man wearing a white shirt and blue suit, with a real estate agent badge hanging around his neck, rushed in from the orthopedic ward. As soon as he arrived at the nurse station, he hurriedly asked, "Did you have a client here just now with the surname Lin?" He said he wanted to buy a house and asked me to come over, but he hung up after saying a few words. "I don't even know which bed he is in. Can you check for me?" Buying a house. A young intern nurse asked while operating on the computer, looking up. The housing prices around here are 60,000 yuan per square meter now, and all the patients here are hospitalized. How could someone suddenly want to buy a house? I'm a bit curious too, but he said he was busy and asked me to come to the hospital. The head nurse and several other nurses were discussing something in the office. Seeing the real estate agent from outside, they were puzzled and gathered around. At that moment, Lin Yue walked out of the room. Chapter 161. Lin Yue listened to Zhang Yu's words. "Okay, I understand. I'll come over later." Lin Yue hung up the phone and called the hotel manager, Zhang Ji. "Chairman, please contact Chi Cha Cha and some other companies and hide my information and details from the hotel's public information." "Yes, Chairman, I'll take care of it right away. Also, please get in touch with Yang Ke's salesperson from Qingfeng Real Estate and buy the house he mentioned, deducting it from the hotel's account." "Understood. I'll handle it immediately." Additionally, the office on the second floor has become available. Recently, a young lady has come to you for coordination. Please take care of it. A large number of reporters gathered at the entrance of the Lidu International Hotel in Jiangnan Province, along with staff from the Jiangnan Province TV entertainment channel. Amidst the flurry of stars, two celebrities stood at the front desk of the hotel. One was Lin Yue, a well-known young racer in the entire Chinese racing scene. The other was Di Li, a rising star in the film industry. "I say, your TV station is too irresponsible. Why didn't you book a suite in advance?" Lin Yue's manager complained from the side. Chapter 162. After Zhou Chunai hung up the video call, in the ranking of aspirations on the far right of the program group, the top domestic racer Lin Yue had an aspiration value of 300, ranking second. The popular young actress Di Li had an aspiration value of 290, ranking third. What surprised everyone was that Zhou Chunai, who had only briefly introduced Sicily, left a deep impression on fans and viewers with an aspiration value of 340, ranking first. This was unexpected for everyone. Meanwhile, among the four guests, Lin Yue ranked last with an aspiration value of 0. When Lin Yue saw this, he smiled faintly. The program group was really trying hard for viewership. To cater to the psychology of these stars, they even specially invited 2 accompanying guests. At this time, Director Zhang Yu saw Lin Yue and hurried over. "Lin Yue, things are getting more and more troublesome today. Director Zhou is not here, and our entertainment channel is short-staffed. What should we do about this difficulty? The housing issue can't be resolved, and these 2 stars specifically want to stay at our best hotel, Lidu International Hotel. They want to consider anywhere else." Chapter 163. Mu Qingling chased after him, panting. "Lin Yue, why are you riding a bicycle? Where's your car?" Lin Yue stopped when he saw Mu Qingling. The traffic in the city is too congested. Riding a bicycle is actually more enjoyable. "Lin Yue, I just heard someone say that you are participating in aspirations for life at this hotel, so I came to find you. The initial payment of 1 million for the Wuling Hongguang has already arrived in the company's account. Looks like they're quite trustworthy and efficient. Lin Yue, they might not agree to your requirements for the follow-up cooperation. Let them be. If they don't agree, they don't agree." Mu Qingling looked at Lin Yue in surprise, feeling that he was exuding confidence in his words. "Lin Yue, I have some matters to consult you about. Tianyu Entertainment Company has just been registered, and now we need to recruit supervisors and financial staff, as well as determine the job nature, etc. Handle all of these. I'll leave everything to you. If you need money, just deduct it from that 1 million account. Lin Yue parked his bicycle aside. Mu Qingling, why don't you take a taxi? It's not good for someone as fair-skinned as you to be out in the sun. Chapter 164. The movie Death Race 1 has extremely difficult tasks. The mission starts in 5 days. Please prepare in advance. As the system's voice fell, Lin Yue took a long breath. He had actually watched Death Race 1 before, and this challenge was truly the biggest one ever. This death race was about surviving in a violent prison, dodging bullets and gunfire. It was indeed not easy to survive. No wonder the difficulty of this mission was extremely high. Lin Yue calculated the time. It would start in 5 days, which was next Tuesday. His father, Lin Feng, would have surgery next Wednesday. During these days, he would leave all company matters to Mu Qingling. He decided to spend these 5 days entirely on learning skills and knowledge. There was no way. The sudden task made Lin Yue's plan to run in the mountains fall through. He quickly waved down a taxi by the roadside and took it to the hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, Lin Yue entered through the back door and took the private elevator straight to the presidential suite's private cinema. Lin Yue decided to carefully watch Death Race 1 first, and then decide which skills to practice and which knowledge to learn. Chapter 165. Just as Lin Yue opened his eyes, he saw a blinding, incandescent light shining directly at him. With a loud bang, 3 more incandescent lights shone directly on Lin Yue. Raise your hands and check your bodies. Lin Yue, in a daze, looked around. He was at the bottom of a barbed wire enclosure. Above him, on the barbed wire passage, 20 people were pointing AK-47s with bullets chambered directly at him. Did you hear? Raise your hands and check your bodies. Lin Yue slowly raised his hands. At that moment, memories of his identity in this movie flooded into his mind. Lin Yue was a Chinese student studying abroad in the United States. He was supposed to graduate soon and return home, but unexpectedly, the landlord he was staying with, a family of 8, was murdered overnight. Lin Yue was taken away at the school gate and locked up in this infamous maximum security prison. Turn around and check behind you. Lin Yue turned his body. It's hard to tell. A person from the Celestial Empire actually has such a good physique and muscles. What good are muscles? People from Celestial Empire are inherently weak. I could knock him down with 1 punch. Ha ha ha. Chapter 166. The prison guard glared fiercely at Lin Yue. Go report this matter to the warden. Tell him this criminal is especially arrogant. When the other 2 guards tried to rush in with electric batons to hit Lin Yue, they saw his fierce eyes and then looked at the 3 criminals lying on the ground in a miserable state. The 2 guards hesitated immediately. After 5 seconds, they shouted at Lin Yue, "Don't you want to live in a single cell? Come here. We'll take you to a single cell." Lin Yue walked in front while the 2 guards followed behind him with their guns drawn. This section of the prison had hundreds, even thousands of guards patrolling with guns. When Lin Yue exited the prison door, he immediately attracted the attention of dozens of police officers. 2 of them pushed open a cell door in front, and it was pitch black inside. Get in. With a click, the door closed again. Although the room was a bit dark, at least the conditions were much cleaner than the previous one. Lin Yue spread the simple mattress he received on the bed and quietly sat down on it. The next morning, alarms rang outside the prison. Red lights flashed at every lock of the prison doors. Chapter 167. The 2 people in front of Lin Yue were directly stopped by the guards. 30 people have already signed up. There are no extra spots. The guards began to tidy up the registration forms and the death warrants with fingerprints. The 31st registrant was a strong man named Jesse, who, even in prison clothes, showed off his muscular build, with demonic tattoos all over his legs, sneering at Lin Yue from the side. I really don't understand why a Celestial Empire person is here. This is a death race. There are no rules. Do you think this is a game? You can come back to life if you die. Here, when you die, you are really dead. I advise you Celestial Empire people to get lost far away. The 2 guards tidying up the desk also wore mocking smiles. At that moment, Lin Yue suddenly stepped forward and pressed his hand on the guard's folder and Dunwendal. Under what circumstances can one sign up? You see, these 30 people are already full. Unless someone gives up the competition, we might consider adding new participants. But I don't think anyone would give up such a chance for freedom. Lin Yue turned and left. The 2 guards didn't take Lin Yue seriously at all, nor did the many criminals sitting around the square, whistling and mocking him. Chapter 168. When the face of the scientist Frankenstein appeared on the big screen, Lin Yue saw a barrage of comments flying out like a flood across the screen. Various gifs filled the air. Frankenstein's odds were 111. Such low odds meant the organizers felt that Frankenstein had a very high chance of winning. Currently, the second most popular contestant was Rick, known as the Reaper. When we saw Rick, we noticed the terrifying 8 nose rings on him. It said that he adds a nose ring every time he kills someone in the race. Wow, that is really cool. The third-ranked Hunter Gibson, the fourth-ranked Flame Girl Blair, and the fifth-ranked Red Fox Somer followed. As the host announced the later contestants, the barrage gradually decreased. The enthusiasm of the host had obviously diminished compared to the beginning. By the time the 29th contestant was announced, there was almost no barrage in the live stream. The last contestant in this competition, from the Celestial Empire, Lin Yue. The host only said a couple of sentences to introduce the 30th place. A barrage floated out. What about the introduction? At least say a few words. Chapter 169. Hello. Friends in the global live broadcast room. This is the live broadcast of the death race. Today, the first race of the death race, the Devil Sprint, is about to begin. Please welcome our 30 contestants to the stage. The heavy iron door of the maximum security prison building rumbled open. Exciting engine sounds began to come from behind that iron door. Rumble, rumble, buzz, buzz. One modified vehicle after another rolled out from the heavy prisoner workshop. The vehicles were mostly black, blood red, and gray. One after another, they came out with great momentum. Each vehicle rushed out and lined up in 2 rows on the starting line, which was about 100 meters wide. You can see the scientist Frankenstein driving a Hummer 2000, with the entire vehicle modified to include an M134 machine gun and equipped with a 50 caliber cannon on the roof. The Reaper Rick drove a Dodge Ram, armed with a barrier remover and a Browning M1919 machine gun, with Vulcan cannons mounted on both sides of the vehicle. The Hunter Gibson had a black off-road Buick, equipped with 4 German MG34 machine guns and 2 Thompson submachine guns. Chapter 170. Since Kess sat in the passenger seat next to Lin Yue, several surrounding vehicles showed strong hostility towards him. This first beauty of the women's prison was extremely popular. Lin Yue knew Kess. In the original movie, she always sat in Frankenstein's passenger seat. When Lin Yue watched the movie, his only impression of her was that it was difficult for her to find suitable lingerie when shopping for clothes. At this moment, all the racing vehicles were parked in 2 rows. Lin Yue was in the second row. In front of him was a green modified Chevrolet Camaro. The car had 2 machine guns mounted on its sides, but there was no extra armor on the sides and rear of the vehicle. The official race was 1 minute away. Lin Yue directly started the vehicle. Many vehicles in the racing arena also began to start one after another. Just from the start of his vehicle, Lin Yue had already deduced, although there were 30 contestants, there were actually less than 20 professional racers. The rest were just heavy criminals who could drive skillfully and engage in deadly struggles. As Lin Yue's gaze was fixed on the green Chevrolet, the driver with blonde hair, number 15, suddenly opened the window and extended his left hand to give Lin Yue the middle finger. Chapter 171, and this number was continuously rising at a terrifying speed. With a bang, Lin Yue's car was hit from behind. He saw in a rearview mirror that it was a modified Jeep. The driver was a tattooed Western black man. After hitting Lin Yue, he had an excited look on his face. Kess observed through the rearview mirror for 2 seconds. This is the Black Devil Lasadu, ranked 13th. After bumping into you just now, his ranking has risen to 12th. Lin Yue's face was cold as he began to accelerate crazily. The entire Ford Mustang, powered by massive gasoline, was getting faster and faster. A building appeared on the left side of the road ahead, just like in the original movie. After passing through the building, he could still reach the corresponding road to continue driving. Lin Yue turned the steering wheel sharply to the left, and the entire Ford Mustang crashed through the glass at high speed, charging into the building. At the same time, he saw the Jeep behind him hesitate for a moment before also turning the steering wheel to the left, preparing to follow him in. As Lin Yue rushed into the building, he did not go onto the corresponding middle road. Instead, he turned the steering wheel sharply to the right and arrived at the right corner of the building's warehouse. Chapter 172. Lin Yue calmly gripped the steering wheel tightly. There were only 500 meters left to the finish line. At this point, there were no obstacles to utilize, nor were there any curves. His initial sponsorship funds were gone, and the armor around the Ford Mustang was not equipped. It was not enough to support him in a hard collision with the heavily modified Dodge Ram. The finish line was getting closer. The Dodge Ram behind Lin Yue became even more frantic in its pursuit. The finish line was almost there, and Lin Yue began to decelerate. Ladies and gentlemen, we can see that the first round of the death race is nearing its end. Currently, there are 20 cars left on the field, and 10 contestants have already stained the arena with their blood along with their vehicles. The prize money of these deceased contestants will be confiscated by the production team, and all the vehicles used by everyone will be considered cursed and will be remade. As Lin Yue's vehicle slowed down, the Dodge Ram on the left also began to decelerate. With the sharp sound of brakes, one car after another began to cross the finish line. Lin Yue's timing was exceptionally precise. As the rear tires of his vehicle pressed down onto the finish line, he came to a complete stop. The Dodge Ram that had been constantly tailing Lin Yue and crashing into him also braked excitedly. Chapter 173. After resting for a while, Lin Yue once again arrived at the number 30 repair workshop. Once the repair workshop was allocated, no adjustments would be made in between. Upon his arrival, the original three mechanics, Hook, Jack, and Smita, were incredibly excited. They rushed over to Lin Yue. "You kid are impressive. Lin Yue, I never expected you to be such a master. You should know that no contestant in our No. 30 Workshop has ever increased the Death Race sponsorship fund to $50 million. Now we can buy a lot of gear to continue installing on the car. Lin Yue, take a look at this car. Besides replacing it with a more terrifying engine, what other modifications do we need? Lin Yue, feel free to say anything. Now we have the money and budget to apply for anything. First, upgrade the armor around the car, using the best alloy material. The thickness should be 20 centimeters. Lin Yue said while walking around the car. Okay, no problem. Install a 12.8mm heavy caliber machine gun on the roof. Equip the interior of the car with incendiary bombs, smoke bombs, iron nails, and all possible weapons that could be installed. Additionally, one very important thing, install a high-purity nitrogen super accelerator. Chapter 174. In the entire prison cafeteria, many inmates turned to watch the excitement for getting to eat. The prison guards patrolling above had long seen this scene. However, this kind of fight was the kind of excitement they were happy to see. They pretended not to see it. The faces of the guards showed a teasing and excited smile. 10 members of the Crocodile Gang, dressed in long prison uniforms, walked over with trays. Many saw that they were gripping shiny short knives under the trays. Knives were generally prohibited in the prison. However, due to the interconnected workshops, many gangs would grind some tools into the shape of knives to bring into the prison. Moreover, the management of this death race prison was chaotic and murderous by nature. The black market was flooded with various props. So everyone was not surprised that the 10 members of the Crocodile Gang were holding knives under their trays. In an instant, the 10 muscular tattooed men from the Crocodile Gang completely surrounded Lin Yue and Frank. They looked ferocious, with tattoos all over their backs and chests. The large crocodile head tattoo looked particularly fierce. The leader, a man with a fat head and ears, looked to weigh at least 300 pounds. Chapter 175. The prison warden stared at Lin Yue and Frank. The crowd below gradually resumed their eating order. Lin Yue walked to the window with his tray. 2 pieces of bread. A staff member inside the window looked at Lin Yue with a somewhat dazed expression. Clearly, he had seen the earlier scene very clearly. He felt very afraid of someone as ruthless as Lin Yue. Normally, each inmate in the prison only received this one lunch. He did not expect Lin Yue to come to the window again. Seeing the staff hesitating, Lin Yue directly reached out to grab 2 pieces of bread, took an egg, and turned to leave. Others were dumbfounded. Is there such a thing as getting a second serving for dinner? If you're that fierce, you can go get a second serving. The warden stood above, with dozens of guns pointed at him. He was fearless. Do you think he would care about the people in this cafeteria? What surprised me the most was how ruthless this kid was. Look at Frank, who we all acknowledge as the most skilled fighter. He uses trays to hit people, at most knocking them out. Now look at Lin Yue. He directly killed 4 members of the Crocodile Gang, and the leader of the Crocodile Gang, Rodo, had his skull pierced. It was incredibly brutal. Chapter 176. Kes had an unbelievable smile on her face. I don't know how you people from the Celestial Empire understand this phrase, shut up, but in our women's prison, this phrase has a special meaning. Lin Yue glanced at Kes indifferently. For example, when would one shut up? Lin Yue, Kes laughed heartily, full of charm. Just kidding. Handsome from the Celestial Empire. Generally, the accompanying women help the main driver. Do you have any buttons on your car that you need me to operate? I'll let you know when I need it. The alarm for the upcoming race had sounded. Lin Yue and Kes's gazes were all focused on the live broadcast screen on the central control panel. At this moment, the global audience watching the second death race had reached a total of 300 million. Lin Yue, as a dark horse contestant, his sponsorship has also skyrocketed to $60 million. Lin Yue's odds have changed from the initial 110,000 to now 1.5. This further reflects the organizers of the death race's recognition of Lin Yue's strength. Ding, ding, ding. The sweet voice of the female streamer and the deep, resonant voice of the male streamer rang out. Dear global audience, our second death race is about to begin. Chapter 177. Lin Yue's Ford Mustang was already quite fast. He turned the steering wheel to the left, and with a violent impact, he pushed the heavy Toyota SUV that had been racing alongside him about half a meter to the left. The short-haired man from the Kimchi country didn't expect Lin Yue to suddenly hit him. He turned the steering wheel to the right, intending to ram into Lin Yue fiercely. However, his car's front barely touched the middle of Lin Yue's vehicle. Lin Yue's left front tire rolled over the manhole cover ahead. This was a red sword. The tail of the sword had a symbol of an armor-piercing bullet machine gun. The light Browning armor-piercing machine gun, equipped in Lin Yue's driving position, was activated and flashing. He placed his right hand on the steering wheel and raised the gun with his left hand, aiming directly at the bulletproof glass of the Kimchi country driver on the left, and started firing heavily. Bang, bang, bang. The Toyota SUV used the latest bulletproof glass from 2008. However, armor-piercing bullets can penetrate even thin steel, let alone this type of bulletproof glass that can only withstand handguns. Under Lin Yue's continuous heavy fire, the glass began to crack. Crack! The man from the Kimchi country was scared and sweating profusely. He pressed the brake, wanting to quickly retreat behind Lin Yue's car. Chapter 178. In an instant, the enthusiastic fans in the live broadcast room shouted and placed bets frantically to Lin Yue's right. A heavy machine gun suddenly opened fire on him. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang, bang, bang. The large bullets from these machine guns had high armor-piercing properties, and the side steel plates were already thin, gradually developing cracks and becoming loose. The bullets continued to fire. The vehicle on the right was a heavily modified Honda SUV. It targeted Lin Yue at a particularly tricky angle, positioned right behind him. In this angle, the machine gun mounted at the front of Lin Yue's car, and some explosives, fuel, and smoke at the back couldn't harm him. Moreover, this racer was ranked 7th, a vampire, and his driving skills were absolutely top-notch. As Lin Yue turned the steering wheel to the right, the vampire also turned to the right in sync, maintaining nearly the same rhythm as Lin Yue. The heavy Browning machine gun, mounted on the left front of his car, shattered a large piece of the steel plate above Lin Yue's right door. Boom! The iron plate originally mounted on Lin Yue's right side was knocked off. The plate clanged as it fell to the ground, rolling away. Chapter 179. Lin Yue initially wanted to throw the heavy steel plate tombstone behind his car away. However, he felt that this trump card would have an unexpected effect in the third race. So he held back. Lin Yue, I checked. And the only functional weapon on the entire car is the heavy Burlock 83 armor-piercing machine gun at the front. Everything else is malfunctioning. Bang! A sound came from the vehicle behind Lin Yue, and he recognized it. That was the sound of a man-portable missile. Boom! The entire Ford Mustang was blown so hard that it almost lifted off the ground, shaking violently. If it weren't for the giant steel plate tombstone behind, the Ford Mustang would have definitely been penetrated by the man-portable missile. Isn't it supposed to be hard to get such missiles for vehicles? Shameful. Case cursed. Bang, bang. Countless bullets flew from behind. As Lin Yue accelerated madly, he noticed a black skull manhole cover symbol on the right front side. He turned the steering wheel to the right, and the entire vehicle sped over the black skull manhole cover. According to the original setup principle, at this moment, the black skull would create an obstacle. Chapter 180. A red light began to flash in front of the Jeep. Everyone knew that this symbol indicated the front-mounted missile was about to be launched. Case was horrified, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. However, she saw Lin Yue sitting in the driver's seat, calmly staring at the rearview mirror, only focused on the road behind, while seemingly indifferent to the missile about to be launched ahead. Suddenly, Case saw Lin Yue twist the steering wheel to the left. The whole car suddenly swerved to the left. Whoosh! Lin Yue passed over a black skull symbol. Originally, Case thought all these manhole cover symbols were prohibited. But with only 200 meters left to the finish line, the black skull symbol actually activated. In an instant, a sharp, hard, special alloy long sword shot up. In front of global fans, in front of all the prison inmates and the warden and prison guards. The Jeep that was about to launch the missile was split in half by this sword as it rushed in at high speed. The scar-faced man, sitting in the driver's seat, was split in two. His legs were severed apart. Chapter 181. Lin Yue, you are simply amazing, Hook exclaimed excitedly. When you first mentioned it, I had my family bet 10,000 on you. My God, After the first race, I've made a fortune. A full 10,000 times. I'm making so much. Lin Yue, I'm making so much. Semaida excitedly patted Lin Yue's shoulder. When you first said it, I believed in you and bet the entire family's fortune of 130,000 on you. Haha, my family can't even imagine the immense wealth. It was fully credited yesterday. Alas. But I only bought in the second race, Jack said, feeling a bit disappointed. But I made a small profit in the second race, so it's not a loss. Lin Yue smiled and took a bottle of Coke that Hook tossed over. This is all thanks to you. These drinks were specially transported when we bought these vehicle equipment. Lin Yue opened the Coke and took a big gulp. It was icy cold, refreshing, and explosive. So, did you buy for the third race? Hook and Semaida all shook their heads. Not yet. We heard that no one dares to bet on the third race. The death race has been held 5 times. And those with hope have failed in the third race. No one can escape because making it through the third race means being released without guilt. Chapter 182. Frank was increasingly shocked. I didn't expect that you would observe so closely from the very first day you came in. What should we do? Lin Yue, do you think we have any way to escape? There's a way, but it depends on whether you have the guts. Of course I have the guts. No one wants to stay in this damn prison. Great. Lin Yue threw the empty beer bottle into the corner. Frank grabbed another bottle of beer, opened it, and handed it to Lin Yue. Lin Yue took a big gulp and said, the doors to the north, south, east, and west of this prison are all made of very sturdy, thick alloy, making them hard to break through. The main control switch is located on the 11th floor of the main building. Lin Yue, have you been to the headquarters building? Don't change the subject. Almost all the wires and control lines ultimately lead to the 11th floor. Is this such a simple question that needs to be asked again? Frank always preferred straightforwardness. Suddenly encountering such a rough yet intelligent teammate, he felt a bit dizzy and couldn't keep up. Connecting these 4 doors is a high-voltage electric fence, with a voltage of at least 10,000 volts. The race cars we drive are all conductive. Touching it would mean death. Chapter 183. Lin Yue pressed the nitrous oxide launcher on his seat, pushing the speed to the limit. With a whoosh, the vehicle shot out. Blaze, the fire-wielding woman, was closely pursuing in her Chrysler. The 50 caliber Browning machine gun in front of her vehicle began firing automatically. Bang, bang, bang. Huge bullets slammed against the rear of Lin Yue's vehicle. Crackling sounds echoed. At the same time, the woman with black lipstick, Blaze, had a walkie-talkie go off next to her. All the weapons on her vehicle had been restricted. Attack anyway, kill that Chinese guy. Okay. Blaze smirked coldly. She turned to the muscular man sitting in the passenger seat and said, activate the tank cannon. A tank cannon? Is that new equipment? I haven't seen it before. Where's it installed? You're such a useless fool. Aside from your fighting skills, you're good for nothing. Get out of my way. The muscular man was even a bit scared of this red-haired woman with black lipstick. Blaze removed a panel from the right side of the center console in her vehicle, revealing a blue button which she pressed down hard. Chapter 184. After the massive Optimus Prime truck ran over the island man, it swung its body again, following closely behind Lin Yue and the others. Lin Yue and Frank saw this through the rearview mirror. 2 giant tank barrels extended from both sides of the Optimus Prime truck, directly aimed at them. Lin Yue, be careful. Kay shouted, tank cannon. Lin Yue instantly jerked the steering wheel hard to the left. At that moment, the tank cannon fired with a bang. The booming cannon of Optimus Prime smashed into the road, creating a deep pit. Debris flew everywhere. A modified Chevrolet following closely behind Lin Yue's vehicle didn't have time to steer and ended up running its tires directly into the deep pit created. In an instant, the Chevrolet flipped over, sliding on its roof for 50 meters before coming to a stop. As the driver and the accompanying woman frantically crawled out from the front of the vehicle, they didn't expect the Optimus Prime to come roaring from behind, crushing the car into a pile of scrap metal. Ziz. The participants inside and the accompanying woman met a tragic end. Chapter 185. At this moment, the view of the massive meat grinder truck closely following behind was completely blocked by flames and thick smoke. The driver of Optimus Prime had already noticed. He hurriedly stepped on the brakes, trying to stop the giant truck. Lin Yue and Frank didn't give him a chance. Their 2 vehicles drove to the side of the Optimus Prime. They released smoke bombs and heavy armor-piercing rounds. Bang! After losing visibility, the driver of Optimus Prime panicked and tried to operate the vehicle. The road ahead was completely unclear. He wanted to brake immediately, but it was already too late. Bang! The entire Optimus Prime crashed into the oncoming massive meat grinder. The meat grinder was larger and wider than the Optimus Prime, and its front gears were made of high-tech hard metal. The grinding gears slowly shredded the front of Optimus Prime into pieces. The driver was also pulled in, letting out a heart-wrenching scream of despair. In an instant, there was nothing left but bones. This scene shocked the global live audience. The prison inmates watched in horror. The prison warden, Alan, standing in the command hall, was furious. Useless. They should have forced the cars in the middle to crash, and instead, they crashed into each other. Idiots. Chapter 186. Most of the commanders from top to bottom in the death prison were blown up in the command room. The entire prison was in chaos. The three of them quickly hopped into a helicopter. As Kay entered, she saw a myriad of buttons on the helicopter, making it look particularly complicated. She nervously looked at Lin Yue and then at the guards rushing up from below. Can this be flown, Lin Yue? This is an upgraded version. It seems a bit difficult. Frank was also peering at the many buttons from behind. Not difficult, Lin Yue said calmly. In the shocked gaze of Kay, Lin Yue quickly activated the various engine buttons of the helicopter. With a rumbling sound, the helicopter's rotor began to spin. Tat, tat, tat. The guards opened fire. The helicopter instantly took off, soaring into the air. A squad of guards who had rushed up shot for a while, then watched the helicopter fly away in confusion. 3,000 inmates surrounded the building. It's over. They shouted that they wanted to let us taste the prison's supreme package. As the helicopter soared into the sky, Lin Yue saw that the entire maximum security prison had completely erupted into chaos. Chapter 187. The phone rang, and Lin Yue placed his coffee on the table and picked up the phone. It was an international long-distance call from an unknown number. Hello. Hello, sir. I am your butler, Green, from your Sicilian Tycoon manor. Hello. Sir, the end of the month has arrived, and according to tradition, I would like to report to you our winery's financial earnings for this month. This month, including the Tycoon Manor Winery and Vineyard, we made a total profit of 13.2 million. Additionally, it is now the best wine tasting season of the year. Butler Green sincerely invites you to come home for a visit. Although Lin Yue felt extremely excited inside, his tone remained very calm. The 13th, that is a week from now, I will go. Sir, do you need me to coordinate with air traffic control to bring a plane to pick you up? No need. I can go by myself. Although I have never dealt with the principles and standards of private aircraft navigation before, Lin Yue is well aware that the regulations in our country regarding air traffic control are extremely strict. At the moment, Lin Yue doesn't want to be too high profile. Mr. President, I will book you a first-class seat and look forward to your return home. After hanging up the phone, Chapter 188, the large door of the private elevator in the corner slowly opened. Everyone immediately fell silent and turned their heads. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Yue calmly walked out. For a full 10 seconds, not a single person spoke. Lin Yue had no idea what was happening. Director Zhang Yu was the first to rush forward. Lin Yue, wasn't this elevator said to be a private elevator that cannot be used? Cannot be used? I saw the elevator was empty, so I came down. The female host. The calmer Lin Yue appeared, the more unbelievable it seemed to the surrounding crowd. This time, Director Zhang Yu was very shocked, but he kept his thoughts to himself. It turned out that when coordinating the suite, at first, Lin Yue and Di Li, who did not pay attention to Lin Yue, also began to focus on him. They were all thinking, what is the identity of this young, handsome guy? In order to enhance the authenticity and everyday nature of the show Aspirations for Life, it has always been broadcast live. At this moment, the entire program was flooded with comments. Isn't this handsome guy Lin Yue, who ranked last in Aspirations for Life? I increasingly feel that this person is very mysterious. I remember the last time when the suite coordination didn't go through, he calmly said that the room was fine. Now he has come out of this seemingly inaccessible private elevator. Chapter 189. Lin Yue had not paid attention before and didn't expect that now mobile phones don't need to be turned off to avoid affecting the aircraft's electronic devices. Technology is truly amazing, and Lin Yue eagerly wants to learn mechanical derivative knowledge to start a tech company. As Lin Yue stretched his leg under the seat, he kicked a bag. He glanced at it and found it was a simple parachute. Lin Yue didn't think much of it. After all, having a parachute on a plane is quite normal. Lin Yue hadn't rested much during his days in the hospital. Now, in this comfortable first-class seat, he could completely lie down. Lin Yue lay down and fell asleep comfortably. After about an hour, he was awakened by the noisy sounds on the plane. At this point, the plane was at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The white clouds outside seemed to be trampled underfoot. Lin Yue got up from his seat and looked back. Strangely, the entire first-class cabin was empty except for one seat with luggage. All other seats were vacant. Airlines can sometimes be very stubborn, preferring to leave first-class seats empty rather than lower prices. Lin Yue walked a few steps back and saw a woman in an elegant long dress at the connection between first class and business class, continuously explaining something to the security personnel. Chapter 190. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue's heart sank. Could this be an encounter with a supernatural event? Why have so many strange things happened this morning? Another flight attendant, pushing a small food cart towards the kitchen, saw Lin Yue pointing at Lu Qin's photo as she passed by. She smiled and chimed in from behind. Lu Qin has been a service star several times. She's resting today. Sir, do you need to find her for something? When you all are resting, do you come to work? Sir, judging by your question, we are not workaholics. Of course, we need to rest at home when we are off. Lu Qin has been on duty for a week straight, and today is her day off. By the way, do you have twin flight attendants on this plane? No, sir. You're in first class, and you're so handsome. How about we exchange contact information? When you're bored, we can chat. Lin Yue smiled faintly without showing much emotion. As he turned back toward the first-class area, his mind was quickly racing with thoughts. What on earth is going on? For ordinary people, after passing by someone, it is generally hard to remember their appearance after a while, let alone busy first-class passengers. Chapter 191. Just as Lin Yue was about to move forward, unexpectedly, the man in the white shirt immediately pulled out a handgun from his pocket. It turned out to be the domestically standardized Type 92 pistol. Lin Yue frowned slightly. Are you an undercover air marshal on the plane? Don't care about my identity. If you come closer, I will shoot. Clearly, the man in the white shirt handled the gun with great skill. The gun was already loaded, and the moment it touched his hand, his index finger was already on the trigger. I'll pay you. I'll give you half. Just let me go this time, please. The air marshal appeared very agitated, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The gun he held shook slightly as he aimed at Lin Yue. Zhou Chunai, who had been paying attention outside, also followed Lin Yue to the bathroom door. To Lin Yue and Zhou Chunai, it sounded like the man in the white shirt was referring to the money he had just extorted from Zhou Chunai, asking the airline to transfer 100 million yuan. The man in the white shirt's hands shook more violently, his face flushed, appearing very nervous. In this situation, the trigger could go off at any moment. Lin Yue no longer hesitated. Chapter 192. At this moment, the entire Boeing aircraft had reached the Mediterranean Sea. Captain Wang Wei was not affected by this incident. He was certainly focused on ensuring the safe landing of the plane. The security personnel on this aircraft are different from air marshals. Air marshals have official positions and often carry guns on international flights. However, these security personnel are all trained by private companies to maintain safety. When they saw the gun in Lin Yue's hand, they all felt somewhat scared. But out of duty, a tall male security officer at the front still tried to persuade Lin Yue. Mr. Lin, I'm the security team leader, Zhang Tianxiang. No matter what, please hand over the gun to us first. Even if you want us to trust you, at least you should trust us. Lin Yue did not speak. Holding the gun in his hand, he walked directly through the line of security personnel. No one dared to stop him. He quickly ran to the place where the air marshal had been. His seat was completely empty. There was also no sign of a phone on the seat where the trash was placed. Lin Yue turned his head and questioned the elderly passenger from Sicily who was closest to the man in the white shirt. Chapter 193. At this moment, the head of security, Zhang Tianxiang, rushed in with 5 security personnel, wielding batons and shields, looking fierce. Behind them were several photographers from Aspirations of Life, and some netizens holding up their phones to capture material for Weibo. Lin Yue, put down the poison in your hand. We have received reports that you have secretly hidden poison in seat 02. Received reports? From whom? The airline received an anonymous call. You are really a bunch of useless people. Mr. Lin, if you and Miss Zhou immediately lay down your weapons and accept our control, you can definitely strive for leniency. Lin, you couldn't be bothered to argue with these people. Has that phone number been verified yet? Mr. Lin, please stop pretending with Miss Zhou Chunya. We have already investigated that phone number. The owner of the number that sent a text to the air marshal is indeed Miss Zhou Chunya. Lin Yue frowned slightly. He glanced at Zhou Chunya, standing next to him. Her face was flushed with embarrassment. It's not me. Zhou Chunya shook her head anxiously. Chapter 190. For the captain squinted his eyes, frowning. His intuition told him that Lin Yue might not be the hijacker. How could a hijacker safely fly the plane to its destination? The captain looked at the dark muzzle of the gun, nodded, and turned back to the cockpit. Shutting the glass door, What Lin Yue didn't know was that everything happening on the plane was being live-streamed by the photographers from Aspirations of Life. Among the 18 top domestic stars, Lin Yue, who was previously an unknown with no fan base, suddenly soared to third place in popularity. Lin Yue walked to the business class. Holding the gun, he shouted directly at everyone seated, "Open your WeChat and put your phones on the table. You have 3 seconds." 3, 2, 1. One by one, people hurriedly took out their phones, quickly opened WeChat, and placed them on the table. Although they didn't know what Lin Yue was going to do, it was clear that the black 94 pistol in his hand made everyone anxious. Lin Yue said to Zhou Chunya, "Send him a WeChat message and make a voice call." Chapter 195, based on previous deductions, this criminal had been dealing with chemicals. The plane was filled with a mixed odor, and Lin Yue could smell the chemical agents everywhere, unable to discern where they were coming from. Now, he could only take a gamble. A chemical professional would frequently come into contact with nitrogen dioxide. Nitrogen dioxide easily reacts with water to produce nitric acid. Nitric acid has a special property. When it reacts with protein, it produces a yellow substance that is particularly difficult to remove. Therefore, we often see many chemical professionals with yellowed fingers, especially under their nails. Lin Yue scanned the crowd again. "Everyone, raise your hands." As many people looked confused, Lin Yue shouted again, "Raise your hands, quickly." Zhou Chunya took the lead in raising her hand. The other stars in front followed suit. Lin Yue and his assistant's family also raised their hands. Lin Yue watched the hands on both sides as he moved forward. Suddenly, he noticed a chubby man by the window on the right. His fingernails were very short, but the gaps were filled with yellow. Chapter 196. The bespectacled Zhou Tong trembled, blood seeping from between his teeth. His face suddenly twisted with rage. "I never expected that my perfect plan would be uncovered by you. You actually found me through my hands. How could there be such a smart person in the world? However, I won't say it out loud. You all will accompany my daughter to the grave." Lin Yue slightly squinted his eyes. He didn't have time to investigate who Zhou Tong was referring to as his daughter. It was evident that there was definitely a bomb on this plane, and this bespectacled Zhou Tong was very stubborn, even in pain, his face twitching. But he still wouldn't tell the truth. "Lu Qin, I'm sorry, I'll be waiting for you over there." Just as Zhou Tong said this, his left hand reached into his pocket and suddenly pulled out a syringe. He instantly lunged the syringe at Lin Yue. Lin Yue instinctively reacted, quickly dodging. He knew that this syringe definitely contained some toxic chemical. However, Zhou Tong's intention was not to stab Lin Yue. As Lin Yue moved aside, Zhou Tong twisted his left hand and injected the syringe into his own neck. Chapter 197. The plane was flying at an altitude of over 10,000 meters, and the doors and windows could not be opened. Otherwise, it would cause nightmarish injuries. Even if the doors and windows were opened, the strong pressure difference would make it difficult to breathe in the cabin, and the temperature would plummet. Personnel and items would all be sucked out through the opening. Therefore, if the bomb exploded, the minimum danger would be to place the bomb at the tail of the plane. Lin Yue came out of the bathroom and immediately shouted at the numerous security personnel, "Take all the luggage to the back of the plane. Hurry!" The security personnel were a bit dazed upon hearing about the bomb, especially Zhang Tianxiang, who was completely at a loss. Lin Yue grabbed Zhang Tianxiang by the collar and shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Get the bags and boxes over here." The only way to survive now was to press the bomb down in the tail of the plane. Zhang Tianxiang snapped back to reality and hurriedly organized the others. Lin Yue ran towards the tail of the plane. Holding the bomb in both hands, he caused a commotion as he passed through economy class. Many people stood up, fearfully watching this scene. Some security personnel grabbed luggage and started running to the back, calling for some young people with luggage to run to the back of the plane as well. Chapter 198. They saw that the captain and co-pilot in the cockpit had both passed out in their seats. A woman standing in the cockpit, who was short and thin, was Lu Qin. She had locked the glass door tightly. Lin Yue ran over and kicked the door open. Bang! Lin Yue kicked the glass door open. Lu Qin, standing in the cockpit, looked at Lin Yue with a gaze that seemed prepared to face death. Lin Yue grabbed her by the neck and flung her out of the cockpit. Zhang Tianxiang, get all the passengers to the front, and use anything available to tie yourselves to the seats, poles, or railings. Hurry. Yes. Lin Yue, but the captain and co-pilot of this plane are dead. What should we do? I don't want to die yet. The female starfarer was holding back tears, her eyes welling up. These people are too vicious. They even killed the captain and co-pilot. At this moment, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Lin Yun stepped forward, lifted the captain from his seat, and placed him aside. He began to operate the plane quickly. His smooth and fluid movements suggested he was very familiar with the hundreds of buttons and controls on the plane. Chapter 199. Lin Yue controlled the plane's joystick and throttle, calmly thinking about a plan. The plane was approaching the coastline of Sicily. Where should it land? The Mediterranean Sea was definitely not a place for an emergency landing. After the tail of the plane exploded, if it landed on the sea, the plane would directly flip over due to instability. At that time, the cabin doors wouldn't open, and almost everyone would die. The coastline of Sicily was all cliffs. If it could land on a beach along the coast, there might be a glimmer of hope. However, according to the map's navigation, the nearest beach was at least 50 kilometers away. The plane's speed had already dropped to 300 kilometers per hour. It would take 10 minutes to reach that beach. After an explosion, the human body can withstand high-speed airflow for at most 3 minutes, which was clearly not enough. The entire coastline was covered with wild grass. Where could it land? It was at this moment that suddenly, bang, boom, the bomb at the tail of the plane exploded. The entire aircraft shook violently. The desperate screams and cries of the passengers filled the cabin as they neared death. Chapter 200. In fact, all the experts did not understand. Sicily's environment is humid all year round, and the wild grass-covered ground is very soft. Theoretically, when a large airplane lands, the PCI hardness value is insufficient. The tires would break directly, and the plane would flip and explode into flames. However, none of this happened, which was truly unbelievable. Report. A girl operator gasped for breath as she ran to the many experts. We just contacted the Sicilian government, and they went through a lot of materials to find out. Find out what? Hurry up and say it. They found out that along the coast of Catania, a temporary airport was built during World War II, paved with gravel. At coordinates 3730 feet, 0 inches N, 15.6 feet, 0 inches E, which matched exactly with the point where Lin Yue landed the plane earlier. What? All the experts and airline leaders were shockingly astonished. So that is how it is. He is really extraordinary. How could he know so much history? How could he judge so accurately? The key is that when the tail of the plane exploded under such difficult circumstances, he was able to precisely control the large aircraft to land on this runway. It was truly admirable. Chapter 201. Undoubtedly, in terms of aspiration value, Lin Yue ranked first with a total of 1 million aspiration points. The second place, Zhou Chunai, had only 100,000 aspiration points. Other top domestic stars had aspiration values below 50,000. Although it might seem incomprehensible to those who did not know the truth, Zhou Chunai felt that Lin Yue's aspiration value should be at least 10 million. No, over 100 million. Ding ding ding. Zhou Chunai saw her father's call on her phone. She didn't want to answer. Her father had abandoned her and her mother years ago, leading to her mother's depression and death. This left a deep shadow in Zhou Chunya's heart. Sister, why aren't you answering Daddy's call? Zhou Ying took Zhou Chunya's phone, held it to her ear, and began to speak. After a while, she handed the phone back to Zhou Chunai. Sister, hang up on him. You don't want to talk to him. Daddy, sister says she doesn't want to talk to you. Ying, be good. Just tell your sister that I have investigated this matter thoroughly and want to tell her the results. Chapter 202. At that time on the plane, everyone, including the media and people from the Southwest Aviation Bureau, thought Zhou Chunai has a delusional disorder. What would a person with a delusional disorder do? Their mind would malfunction. They would go crazy on the plane and do some unbelievable things. For example, Zhou Chunai demanded 100 million from Southwest Airlines, claiming it was for the bandits. But it went into her own account. A stranger's number sent a threatening message to Zhou Chunai, and that stranger's number turned out to be registered to Zhou Chunai. Everything was intricately connected. If these mysteries were not solved in time, when the plane had an accident in mid-air, the couple Zhou Tong, who had parachutes, would choose to jump at the first moment. Unbeknownst to anyone, hackers would have already transferred the money. After so many people died, they would accompany her daughter in the Mediterranean Sea, while the perpetrator, Southwest Airlines, would suffer huge losses. The couple would split the 100 million with the foreign hackers. Everything was planned so perfectly. Yet unexpectedly, Lin Yue emerged halfway and disrupted everything. Lin Yue leaned back against the seat of the stretched Lincoln and gently closed his eyes. Chapter 203. The system's voice continued to remind Lin Yue, and he could feel that the system was speaking more than it did at the beginning. The world of snipers serves as the final test for the basic skills of an agent, and the host is becoming increasingly excellent. This time, The life and death sniper movie world will change. Good luck. The crossover to the life and death sniper world will begin in 2 days. Please prepare in advance. Lin Yue lay on the aristocratic-style bed, soft and comfortable. There were still 2 days left. Lin Yue made a plan. After he woke up, he would definitely watch the life and death sniper movie in detail first. Secondly, he would quickly use the special training card for agent skills to improve his sniping techniques. During the time on the plane, he indeed expended a lot of energy. Especially the final control of the plane and the quick prediction and control made him feel somewhat fatigued. Before long, Lin Yue fell into a deep sleep. He slept all the way until the early morning of the next day. When he woke up, the sky outside Sicily was just beginning to brighten. The crisp sound of seagulls came from outside the window. Lin Yue got up and opened the window behind the ancient castle. Chapter 204. As the music from the second screening of the movie ended, Lin Yue thought about what the system had said, that the plot in Death Sniper would change. But how exactly would it change? Lin Yue felt a little excited and somewhat expectant. In all the previous movie worlds, Lin Yue had used handguns, rifles, and submachine guns. But he had never used a proper sniper rifle, especially a heavy sniper rifle suitable for long-distance kills. When Lin Yue was in the Celestial Empire, he often heard his companions mention it. Every boy has a dream of being a soldier, and most soldiers dream of becoming snipers. So at this moment, with a wealth of sniper skills and knowledge, Lin Yue felt inexplicably expectant. On this day, Lin Yue still ignored the rumors and news about him outside. He also did not go out of the Tianyue Manor. In the evening, Lin Yue took a walk inside the Tianyue Manor under the guidance of the butler. He learned about the current operational revenue situation of the entire manor and the procedures and rules of the surrounding vineyards. The butler originally wanted to invite Lin Yue to inspect the vineyard and winery, but Lin Yue directly refused. Chapter 205. At 8 o'clock on the west side of the canyon, there were 5 terrifying criminals. At 10 o'clock, there was one. It seems that our sniper training team's information is very accurate. They are indeed here to carry out an attack. Lin Yue had seen this movie before. He knew that the original protagonist, Guavas, was in a completely different place at the beginning of the mission. Lin Yue held the Barrett. He lay in the dense grass above the cliff and gently retreated about half a meter down. Lin Yue had a vague feeling that something was not quite right. Although this time it was called Fighting for Justice and Safeguarding Peace, why did these 6 terrifying criminals need so many top snipers? These people are the elites of various countries, and several of them Lin Yue had heard of before. All are top-notch experts, very powerful. Lin Yue gently moved the Barrett scope 2 clicks to the west side of the canyon. He placed the center of the scope on one of the terrorists. Real combat is completely different from a game. In games, we always pursue a sense of thrill and excitement, often aiming the sniper rifle at the target's head. Chapter 206. The bullet directly shattered Li Chong's body, making Lin Yue feel somewhat guilty. Although the meeting with Li Chong in this world was brief in his memories, he had always been a partner with Li Chong. Moreover, they were both sent by the Celestial Empire. Li Chong, the situation doesn't allow it now. But I will definitely come to bring you back to the Celestial Empire later. Lin Yue raised the Barrett and quickly rolled to the side. While avoiding the bullets from the plane, Lin Yue raised the Barrett, resting on his shoulder, crouched down, and aimed at the rotor connection on the helicopter. Lin Yue quickly aimed dynamically, held his breath, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet instantly fired. The 12.7mm heavy sniper bullet struck fiercely at the helicopter's rotor connection. The Bell 212 light helicopter was extremely fast. Lin Yue had only fired one shot, and it had already circled around and was flying to the other side. Lin Yue quickly ran down the cliff with the Barrett. He bent down, sticking to the middle of the cliff, unable to go to either side. Lin Yue knew very well. This operation, the entire sniper special training team, the other 6 members were all targeting the 2 snipers from the Celestial Empire. Chapter 207. In mid-air, Lin Yue took out the Black Celestial Empire 92 handgun from his waist and aimed at the Black Police Captain. 3 shots, 2 hit the chest, and 1 hit the head. The Black Police Captain fell to the ground with a thud. Numerous police officers and mercenaries rushed in from both sides of the cross-sea bridge. They raised their guns and aimed at Lin Yue in midair. Lin Yue twisted his body forcefully in the air, diving directly into the turbulent sea below. This was a river of seawater mixed between 2 sea areas. The seawater flowed in from the southern estuary, leading to the distant northern outlet. The water was 10 meters deep, with stone walls on both sides. These stone walls seemed as if they had been cut out with a knife, smooth and flat. The water was turbulent, with waves crashing. Numerous bullets flew down from the bridge, hitting the water, splashing water everywhere. Lin Yue had already dived deep with both hands. Seeing Lin Yue fall into the water, the 6 sniper agents began to retreat from a distance. These were people living in darkness, and they would never deal with the police in front of them. The captain of the police station was a fat white man. Chapter 208, as Sarah spoke. She suddenly choked up, tears streaming down her face. Lin Yue hadn't had the chance to tell Sarah about Li Chong's news. Sarah continued, saying, I know he is dead. I saw it on the news. It said you and Li Chong killed the peace president, and other country sniper agents can prove it. People didn't kill him. I believe you didn't kill him. Li Chong told me. He said the peace president is a good person, and he would definitely protect him well. But now the news is everywhere. Sarah, calm down and listen to me. I can't say much on the phone right now, but this matter involves you. And it also involves Li Chong, and it concerns me as well. You must listen to me. Quickly leave the room you are in. Leave? Where should I go? Listen, we have all been pulled into this, and Li Chong died because of this matter. You need to be strong. Do you remember the place of your first date? Don't say it out loud. Remember when? Lin Yue remembered seeing the poster for the parade on Gotham City's Golden Street at 9 o'clock tomorrow, thrown on the passenger seat of the white Chevrolet car. Chapter 209, taking advantage of this time. Lin Yue avoided the cameras and wandered around the surrounding blocks, seemingly aimlessly. But in reality, he had clearly remembered the facilities of the shops here. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the entire Golden Commercial Street finally started to become bustling with people. Most of the shops had already opened. Within Lin Yue's line of sight was the Global Building, and the Starbucks coffee shop below had also opened its doors. Lin Yue waited for 3 minutes, pretending to be nonchalant as he approached the coffee shop, leaning against the wall. Just as he pushed open the door of the coffee shop, a smiling intern in uniform came to greet him. Sir, it's still quite early. We haven't started serving coffee yet. It'll be ready by 8. I really like this coffee shop, and my wife loves it too. Our first date was here. Oh, really? That's such an honor. I wish you and your wife a happy life together. Actually, I need your help with something later. Here, as a little tip for you. Lin Yue took out a $100 bill and placed it directly into the coffee shop girl's hand. She was exceptionally delighted, knowing that her entire day's salary was usually only $100. Chapter 210. The Islander man stood against the wall on the first floor for 3 full minutes. He peeked out, checking the corridor on the first floor. Finding no one around, he frowned slightly, perhaps thinking he had misjudged the situation. Then, he tucked the short knife back into his left sleeve, adjusted his black suit with his right hand to cover his handgun, and, with a violin case slung over his shoulder, walked up the stairs again. Lin Yue held his breath. A sniper is completely different from a regular agent. Snipers are highly sensitive to their breathing due to frequent training. They can stay in one spot with a sniper rifle for 10 minutes, an hour, or even a day. In such a quiet environment, they become very familiar with the rhythm of their breathing. Lin Yue pressed himself against the wall at the 3rd floor stairwell. He heard the Islander man's light footsteps as they reached the 2nd floor, climbing up step by step. As he reached the corridor on the 3rd floor, he paused for a second and then turned around, preparing to head up to the 4th floor. Chapter 211. Lin Yue walked towards the elevator at the edge of the Global Building. On his way, he noticed an old piece of clothing draped over a red fire hydrant. He picked up the clothing and, while walking, took out his Sig Sauer P226 handgun from his pocket. He wrapped the muzzle of the gun tightly with the old clothing. Lin Yue pressed the elevator button. After waiting less than 5 seconds, the door of the elevator on the left opened with a ding. The elevator was empty, as Lin Yue stood outside the elevator. Just as he was about to enter, he raised the P226 and shot directly at the high-definition camera on the ceiling of the elevator. The P226 is a small-caliber handgun, and, combined with the clothing wrapped around the muzzle, the sound was very muffled and quiet. The camera shattered. Lin Yue walked in, pressed the elevator button, and reached the 55th floor. The elevator moved quickly, and soon he arrived at the 55th floor. Just as he stepped out of the left elevator, he heard the second elevator on the right also ding. Lin Yue quickly took 2 steps and turned into a corridor. Chapter 212. When Lin Yue was at the sniper training range, shooting with the Barrett rifles, he was often accustomed to zeroing in at 1,000 meters for long-distance shots. Of course, he didn't have the actual conditions now to quickly adjust the scope using a target. Lin Yue had to shoot according to the shooting habits of island snipers, zeroing at 500 meters. On the rooftop of the building, Lin Yue overlooked the tops of nearby banks, office buildings, and the commercial street below. The longest distance was no more than 450 meters, so he could slightly lower the aiming point when shooting. After assembling the M95 Barrett sniper rifle, Lin Yue took out a bottle of mineral water. He also took out the sponge he had bought from the violin case. He soaked the large sponge completely in the mineral water. Lin Yue tore half of the sponge and stuffed it into the mineral water bottle. Then he fitted the bottle over the muzzle of the gun. Lin Yue knew that this was a makeshift silencer. The loud bang when a bullet exits the barrel is mainly due to the excess gunpowder gas expanding and suddenly bursting out of the barrel. The principle of silencer is to use multiple internal baffles to allow the gunpowder gas to gradually expand and form a vortex. Chapter 213. The sound of the bullet striking was completely drowned out by the noise of the crowd. Lin Yue turned the gun and began aiming at the distant pendulum of the church clock below, facing the sunlight, although the muzzle of the sniper rifle was not visible. The scope occasionally reflected a faint glimmer. For a sniper, finding the position of the scope means finding the sniper's head. The rallying cry rang out again. As the crowd began to shout in unison, Lin Yue decisively fired. Bang! The 12.7mm sniper round pierced into the church pendulum, directly penetrating the head of the sniper through his eye. The tremendous power blew half of the sniper's head off, leaving a bloody mess. After taking out the sniper at the church clock, Lin Yue scanned the area. On the left side, the door of the office building's rooftop was gently pushed open. Immediately, a man dressed like a woman stepped out. As soon as he reached the balcony, he kicked off his high heels, which fell to the ground. He tossed aside the wig on his head and began looking around from the balcony. Chapter 214. Not this one, the one next to the lingerie shop. I'm going in. Hurry up and change clothes. Go over to the fitting room. Change all your clothes, pants, and top. Move quickly. Sarah, feeling nervous, grabbed a pair of black crop pants and a yellow t-shirt from a store and went directly into the fitting room. She knew the situation was urgent, so she didn't dare to waste any time. Although Sarah didn't know who the black-clad pursuers were, she was sure that they were definitely bad people. Lin Yue, I'm done changing. I've changed my clothes. Stay inside and don't come out. Several black-clad individuals just went into the street, and they might still be lingering on the second floor. Wait for them to go up to the third floor, then wait another minute. Now listen to me. Throw your old clothes in the fitting room, and also throw away your yellow bag. Throw the phone you just used to call into the fitting room as well. There's another phone in the black bag I gave you. Take it out to answer the call. Lin Yue also took out his second phone and dialed Sarah's phone number 04. All right, you can come out of the fitting room now. Stay calm. Don't be nervous. Go pay and get a set of men's clothing. Just get a coat. Is there any men's clothing? Chapter 215. Sarah nervously asked from behind. Are you Lin Yue? This isn't our car. We don't have the keys. It is ours now. With a rumble, Lin Yue started the car, leaving Sarah astonished. Throw away the phone you just used to call. While reminding Sarah, Lin Yue casually tossed his own phone into the trash bin outside the glass. As Sarah saw Lin Yue start driving, she had just thrown her phone out the window when she heard a commotion behind them. Turning her head, she saw 5 or 6 men in black suits with guns rushing towards the black car. Lin Yue, they're coming from behind. Veerum. The black Jeep Cherokee accelerated as Lin Yue slammed the gas pedal and quickly turned the steering wheel, charging towards the street ahead. The pursuing black-clad men fired 2 shots, but had no effect. They all rushed towards the car at the street. As these men in black suits got into their vehicles, they began to report the situation over their walkie-talkies. Suddenly, dozens of men in black emerged from various corners, jumping into their cars and chasing after Lin Yue. Chapter 216. Lin Yue and Sarah heard the sound of police sirens echoing throughout Gotham City. Clearly, the orchestrators of this conspiracy had allied with the police again. Sarah leaned over the back of the driver's seat, anxiously warning, Lin Yue, there's a police checkpoint ahead. They're blocking the road. How could they have the capability? Get down. Sarah was momentarily stunned by Lin Yue's sudden command. Lie down in your seat. Don't show your head. Oh, okay. Lin Yue lowered his body slightly in the seat, his foot still pressing the gas pedal as they sped forward. The police in front held a simple wooden barrier and began shouting loudly through a megaphone. Stop the car. Hurry up and stop, or we'll shoot. Stop. I said stop. Do you hear me? Click, click. Their handguns quickly loaded. Fire. Bang, bang, gunfire erupted. Bullets rapidly hit the windshield, which was already cracked from the earlier tremors. This time, the bullets shattered it completely. Chapter 217. In a panic, Sarah quickly opened the car door and ran out. Her little shoes clacked loudly against the concrete of the underground parking garage. She wondered why they had to get out of the car here when she saw Lin Yue already at the side of a white Buick. Lin Yue had his hand on the door handle of the Buick. Sarah couldn't see what Lin Yue was doing. In less than 2 seconds, the Buick's door handle was suddenly pulled open by Lin Yue. Immediately afterward, Sarah nervously followed him. Just as she reached the side of the car, the Buick roared to life. All of this happened so fluidly. Sarah bet that even if she had the keys and unlocked the car, she wouldn't have been as fast as Lin Yue. Lin Yue didn't even have the keys, but could easily open and start the vehicle. It was truly unbelievable. Was this a movie? Sarah went to the passenger side, opened the door, and got in. She adjusted her yellow t-shirt and looked at Lin Yue. Who are you really? Now is not the time to discuss that. We haven't escaped danger yet. Give me my clothes. Chapter 218. Sarah remembered that Lin Yue was not only calm and composed in this quiet environment, but also remained exceptionally calm during the intense and terrifying atmosphere of the previous confrontation. He was indeed a mysterious man. In the middle of the night, Lin Yue drove the white Buick to a very secluded place and changed cars again. By the time it was late at night, they entered the town of Slinlin. Sarah's home was located on the outskirts of the town, about 50 kilometers from the town center. The roads here were very poor. The narrow dirt road was flanked by hills overgrown with weeds, with lakes appearing from time to time. The reeds by the lakes were taller than a person, swaying gently in the night breeze. The vehicle finally arrived in front of Sarah's old house. They got out of the car. The area around the house was pitch black, but there was a neighbor living next door. A faint, dim light shone from the neighbor's door. Seeing Lin Yue's gaze directed that way, Sarah explained, "That's my uncle's family. I occasionally come back to see them. The car is low on gas, but my uncle has a spare gas can. He likes to stock up on fuel since the gas station is too far away." Chapter 219. Sarah was drying her hair when both her hands and the hairdryer suddenly stopped, her eyes staring blankly at Lin Yue. "How do you know this?" "Even Li Chong doesn't know. Did you investigate me? Do you think I have the leisure to investigate you?" "No, you're not that kind of person." "Then that's fine. But how do you know?" "What you said earlier was spot on. It's actually very simple. When you opened the wardrobe to take out clothes, I saw 3 nurse uniforms. The markings on these uniforms were completely different. The reason I said at least 3 is that I'm not sure if you have other clothes at your home in Gotham City. The photos on the table only show you after you were 6. Moreover, there are only pictures of you and your mother. This phenomenon continued until you became an adult. In every group photo, you always stood to your mother's left. So, the man who later took pictures with your mother should be your stepfather. As for your home in Gotham City, it should have been left to you by your biological father before he passed away. How do you know my biological father has died? I haven't told anyone. Chapter 220. Basically, most snipers are always in a concealed position when ambushing their targets, aiming their guns and waiting for their prey. After all, snipers with strong close combat skills like Lin Yue are rare. Lin Yue removed the spoon from the door. He gently twisted the lock open. However, he did not open the door immediately. Lin Yue knew that at least one sniper rifle was aimed directly at the door. 95 Barrett, round-chambered. Lin Yue took a deep breath. He turned left, aimed at the gasoline barrel placed outside his neighbor's house, and fired at the bottom 3rd position. Bang! The huge bullet crashed into the oil barrel. There was a loud boom as the gasoline inside exploded, flames shooting into the sky. In an instant, Lin Yue kicked the door open and quickly bent down to rush out. He had just reached the wall, less than a meter away from the door. In the distance, 2 gunshots rang out. 2 large bullets shattered the wooden door of Sarah's house. If Lin Yue hadn't just blown up that gasoline barrel to attract the attention of the 2 snipers, he would have certainly been dead the moment he stepped out of that door. Chapter 221. The sniper trembled in pain. His entire abdomen was a bloody mess from Lin Yue's shot. The heavy sniper rifle's bullet had nearly shattered his internal organs. He looked weakly at Lin Yue, unable to muster the strength to grab the gun beside him. As Lin Yue approached, the agent, feeling anxious, reached into his waist pocket with his right hand. Just as he lifted an M1911 handgun, bang, Lin Yue shot at his wrist, causing blood to gush out. Lin Yue rushed over and quickly grabbed his chin to prevent the agent from biting down on the poison. Lin Yue used his left hand to pull out a dagger and cut out a false tooth from the middle of the agent's left side. The poison contained in the agent's mouth was usually kept in a false tooth, hollowed out to hold hydrochloric acid poison. At a critical moment, the agent would use his tongue to push it open and die from the poison. Lin Yue found a small green card in the right pocket of the agent's suit. Chapter 222. Sarah's house is located in the outskirts of Gotham City. The house is situated on a large grassy area, surrounded by many trees. Lin Yue parked his car about a kilometer away from Sarah's house and quietly observed the surroundings. It was quiet and empty. Perhaps even Captain Smith could not have imagined that Lin Yue would bring Sarah back to this old house again. Lin Yue first set up an electronic sensor jammer. There was nothing around except for a forest surveillance camera from a natural protection department. Lin Yue and Sarah opened the door to return home, where everything was in disarray. It was obvious that these people had come looking for those photo negatives. Seeing all this, Sarah felt a bit angry and squatted down to start tidying up. Lin Yue said softly, "Take some of your valuables and put them in the car, let the rest be. We will need this room later." Lin Yue, "If I lose this house, I really have nowhere to go." As Lin Yue went outside to set up explosives, he said softly, "I'll take you back to Tianqiao. There you'll have a home. After we take our revenge, we will offend many people, and it's not safe for you here." Chapter 223, kicking the door open. The mercenaries raised their guns and rushed inside. Several other black-clad men quickly followed, pouring into the house. Nearly 10 black-clad mercenaries rushed in. One mercenary deep inside suddenly shouted, "Get out! Gas leak!" Lin Yue sneered, "Good luck." His sniper rifle was aimed at a window on the side of Sarah's house, and he fired instantly. Thanks to the suppressor, the gunshot was barely audible. At just over 800 meters, in just a little over a second, a 12.7mm bullet shattered the glass and entered Sarah's house. The bullet struck the wall, creating sparks. In an instant, the gas that had filled the entire room ignited. Boom, boom, rumble. The room was engulfed in flames. The 10 or so black-clad mercenaries who had just rushed in were instantly killed. Glass shards flew out of the room. The black-clad mercenaries who had just surrounded the house began to scatter around the house. Lin Yue raised his hand to Sarah, signaling 13. Sarah understood very well. 13 meant to activate 3 bombs in the first ring. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bombs exploded. Chapter 224. Lin Yue drove the Hummer to a seaside location 30 kilometers away. He carried the unconscious Captain Smith to the water's edge and pressed his head down into the water, forcing it in. Captain Smith choked on the water and woke up. "Lin Yue, don't kill me, we can talk. Who is the mastermind behind you? Why frame me?" Just as Captain Smith hesitated, Lin Yue pulled out a knife and pressed it against his neck. The cold, glinting knife made the captain shiver. "It's Congressman Gushi. He orchestrated everything." Lin Yue pressed harder with the knife, nearly drawing blood from Captain Smith's neck. Congressman Gushi controls an oil company and wants to transport oil from Baton. However, the village there blocks the pipeline, and those people refuse to move. If the pipeline needs to be rerouted, it would cost an additional $50 million. So, are the lives of 200 people worth less than your $50 million? Sarah angrily questioned from his side, "Are you human or beast?" This incident was pinned on you not only because Sarah took photos there, but also because you and Li Chong are from Tianqiao. Congressman Gushi has always had some opinions about Tianqiao and even wants to incite conflict. Chapter 225. Lin Yue bought Sarah a quaint house in Tianning Town. This place is already a Jiangnan town, with a comfortable climate, small bridges, and flowing water. The quaint house has a unique style. The small balcony of the house overlooks a gently flowing river. One night, Lin Yue sat on the balcony, drinking while facing the moonlight. He thought that all the tasks in this world had been completed, and perhaps he would soon return to the real world. With a creak, the door to the room where Sarah was staying suddenly opened. Sarah was wearing a white shirt, her long legs looking particularly sexy under the moonlight. "Why aren't you resting?" "I can't sleep," Sarah whispered. "Can you come in and keep me company?" Lin Yue looked at Sarah and didn't say anything. "I know you have some reservations, thinking that Li Chong is your brother, but he said to take care of me. This kind of care includes everything." Lin Yue placed his wine glass on the table and was about to speak when Sarah quickly approached him. That charming and alluring aura instantly enveloped Lin Yue, making him intoxicated. Sarah sat down next to him. At that moment, Lin Yue no longer insisted. Chapter 226. Lin Yue's residence, Tianyue Manor, is only 1 kilometer away from the Arethusa Fountain on Sicily. Butler Green drove Lin Yue to a spot 300 meters from the fountain. Lin Yue got out of the car and walked toward the fountain. The fountain is located in a square made of white marble. The west side of the square is adjacent to the seaside. The fine white sand stretches along the coastline to the horizon. In the azure sea, many tourists and locals were playing in the water and surfing. Just as Lin Yue arrived at the Arethusa Fountain, a woman standing under a blue umbrella for 2 waved at him. "Over here, Lin Yue." "This way." Lin Yue turned his head, and the one waving was Zhou Chunai. Unlike the men and women at the beach wearing revealing swimsuits, Zhou Chunai was dressed in a white pleated skirt. Standing there, she appeared dignified, noble, quiet, pure, and tender, like a budding lotus flower, untainted by dust. Lin Yue walked over and smiled lightly. Don't you think your outfit doesn't quite match the beach? Zhou Chunai smiled joyfully. Is it because I'm not wearing a swimsuit? Actually, I don't like dressing that way. I would get sunburned. I've never dressed like this at the beach. But if you want to see, I can wear one. Chapter 227. The female host and cameraman moved closer, their faces filled with excitement and anticipation. Lin Yue, do you know? You're quite famous back home now. Many people are waiting to see you. Your popularity and topics have been dominating major websites and live streaming platforms for several days. Yes, Lin Yue, you're now the most sought-after person in our Aspirations for Life program, becoming the most mysterious big shot. Look at the speculations and articles about you. Mysterious big shot Lin Yue's first appearance. Wuling Hongguang completely crushes the Porsche. Lin Yue's performance in rescuing the plane makes us speculate about his possible mysterious spy past. Is the mysterious big shot Lin Yue the behind-the-scenes boss of Lido International Hotel? Super Tycoon Lin Yue hiding his identity at the TV station? What's the reason? The most incredible person Lin Yue and the beautiful women around him must talk about the secret events. Seeing these headlines, Lin Yue realized there were indeed all kinds of speculations. Lin Yue, just expose yourself. The Aspirations for Life Live broadcast will cover you the entire time. Lin Yue set down his wine glass, smiled, and said, I just told Chunai here that I've resigned from the TV station and also left the Aspirations for Life program. Chapter 228. 2 months quickly passed. Lin Yue returned to the real world of Sicily. He swam from the sea to the beach. Just as his feet touched the soft, delicate sand, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The host has a new order. Because the host has performed excellently, he is nearly invincible in the original world of the Blue Star Dimension's spy world. A high-level customer requests the host to go to a more exciting, thrilling, and terrifying world. Resident Evil. Collect the kind of suffocating and heart-pounding experiences from Resident Evil. Resident Evil World is a mixture of the first and second movie worlds and the game world. Very dangerous. Task difficulty level, nightmare. Lin Yue took a deep breath. He had indeed guessed correctly before. The movie world's difficulty was getting higher. He never expected that he would have to go to such a twisted world as Resident Evil. Please choose whether to accept. 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Accept. Congratulations. The host has successfully accepted the Resident Evil World crossover mission. A friendly reminder. The Resident Evil world has some changes from the original movie's first two plots. This world is filled with various dangers, and many biomonsters from the Resident Evil game series will appear. Chapter 229. Lin Yue had already gotten his hands covered in blood while searching for a flashlight. The security personnel only had this flashlight and no gun. Fortunately, at this moment, the elevator door opened a gap of about 30 centimeters. Lin Yue walked over, grabbed the elevator door with both hands, and used his foot against the wall on the other side to push hard. The elevator door was slowly pushed open by him for about 10 centimeters. Lin Yue turned sideways and squeezed out of the elevator. At this moment, he finally saw the environment he was in. It turned out to be the internal headquarters of the Umbrella Corporation, the Hive. This was the place where the virus first began to spread in the movies. Lin Yue shone the flashlight around. On the floor of the company's interior, every 10 or 20 meters lay a corpse. Lin Yue knew that according to the plot of this movie, these employees of the Umbrella Corporation were completely trapped inside during the initial virus leak by the intelligent computer, the Red Queen. They had used poisonous gas to kill all these workers. However, knowing the plot, Lin Yue understood that these people were not truly dead. They could wake up at any moment. When they wake up again, they would turn into terrifying zombies. Chapter 230. In this world of Resident Evil, if there was no T-virus, it was almost impossible to live freely here. Moreover, Lin Yue's task was so perilous. Collecting the virus was no easy feat suddenly. The T-virus in his body began to act up. Lin Yue could feel the cells inside his body breaking down, and it felt as if his muscles were being torn apart, causing excruciating pain. His heart felt as if it would be ripped apart. His blood vessels were about to burst. Lin Yue gritted his teeth and desperately held on. Drops of sweat the size of beans fell from his forehead. Lin Yue had always had a strong will. If it were an ordinary person, they would have given up long ago. He tightly gripped the sides of the freezer, silently telling himself, at least with the damage resistance card, his life was safe. Keep going, just hold on a little longer. As Lin Yue experienced the ravages of the T-virus in the freezer, a loud explosion echoed from the security gate on the east side of the hive, shaking the entire hive with a thunderous roar. The security door inside the hive opened, and a team of soldiers dressed as mercenaries rushed out. Chapter 231. What on earth is happening? Captain Matt paced back and forth, murmuring, "Our superiors ordered us to find out what happened beneath this hive. Everything seems utterly incomprehensible." At that moment, Lin Yue walked out from around the corner. With a calm expression, he said, "There is nothing incomprehensible about it. The computer inside here is killing people." As soon as Lin Yue spoke, all 24 mercenaries, along with Alice, turned to stare at him. The nearest mercenary instinctively raised his Browning handgun, aiming it at Lin Yue. However, before he could even ask a question, Lin Yue quickly reacted, shifting his body to the side while simultaneously grabbing the mercenary's wrist and flinging his hand behind him. There was a snap. Lin Yue seized the handgun and pressed it against the mercenary's temple. In a cold tone, Lin Yue said, "Don't aim a gun at me. If there's a next time, it won't be just an arm that gets broken. I will definitely crush your throat." Crack, crack, crack. The other mercenaries raised their guns, pointing them at Lin Yue. Captain Matt hurriedly stepped forward. Chapter 232. The tall mercenary jumped with all his might. The laser beam sliced through the tops of his thighs. In an instant, blood gushed everywhere. He struggled and screamed for a moment before dying. The short mercenary turned pale with fear. As he gripped his gun and made a quick dash toward the entrance they had just come through, bang, the door they entered through instantly closed. As everyone was shocked, the blue button in front started flashing again. Zzz. A horizontal laser beam came slicing through once more. The short mercenary took a deep breath, ready to jump quickly as the laser approached. However, just as he successfully leaped to avoid the first laser beam, a second vertical laser followed, right behind. This short mercenary was sliced in half from top to bottom. His organs and blood spilled everywhere. The mercenaries and Alice outside were horrified. Crack, crack, boom. The entrance door to the laser corridor opened again. Captain Matt's expression was serious, while others showed fear on their faces. At this moment, various sounds of toxic gas being released echoed from afar. Chapter 233. Under Alice's surprised and shocked gaze, Lin Yue inserted a metal rod into the lock core. In less than 5 seconds, with a click, the mechanical lock was opened by Lin Yue. He kicked the door, and with a bang, the iron door swung open. Alice stood at the doorway, watching Lin Yue's back, slightly puzzled. Although she felt she had never seen this Chinese man before, he appeared suddenly calm, intelligent, and skillful. After entering the laser door, Alice followed Lin Yue for less than 30 meters and reached the location of Red Queen's battery box. Lin Yue unscrewed the screws on the battery cover. As expected, the projection of Red Queen appeared before Lin Yue and Alice. "Hello, Alice and Lin Yue." Lin Yue was not surprised to hear Red Queen call his name. There was no place in the entire hive that was not under the surveillance of this computer. Red Queen. Lin Yue reached out and grabbed the battery box below. "Lin Yue, you must not cut off the power. If I go out, it will be extremely dangerous inside, and you will all die. You answer my questions, and then I'll consider whether to pull out this battery. I know everything and can do anything. Ask me anything." Chapter 234. When Lin Yue shone the flashlight backward, he finally spotted the first zombie he had seen inside this hive. This type of zombie could be called a basic zombie minion, although it looked extremely hideous. Stumbling as it walked, with wrinkled skin and black-red blood on its mouth, this zombie moved very slowly and had almost no intelligence. It relied solely on its instinct for raw meat and blood to kill humans. Soon, the second zombie appeared. In the flashlight's view, the third, the fourth, a total of 5. As a mercenary backed away, while shooting, he accidentally tripped over a corpse on the ground and fell to the ground. He tried to push himself up to escape, but didn't he expect the blood flowing from the corpse to be sticky and slippery? The mercenary fell again. In an instant, the 5 zombies behind him had surrounded him, biting and clawing at him, creating a scene of extreme brutality. Tap, tap, tap. Captain Matt led the other mercenaries, spraying bullets from their submachine guns at the zombies. Many mercenaries aimed for the heart of these zombies. Chapter 235. Lin Yue could not run to the door like in the movies and then encounter monsters. The zombies he would meet over there would be even more. According to the map, going up through this ventilation shaft would be the optimal and shortest route. Just as Lin Yue snapped the necks of the 4 zombies in front of him, over a dozen more zombies charged at him fiercely. At that moment, suddenly, Lin Yue saw Alice's red figure dropping from the left side. As she descended, her long legs in the red dress formed a scissor shape. Bang, 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 bang. Alice's black leather boots crushed one zombie after another, with each kick shattering the heads of these basic zombies and even sending them flying 3 meters away. After Lin Yue broke the neck of a zombie, he looked at the valiant Alice and smiled. They've already gone that way. Why did you choose to come here? I believe in you. Alice only said these 4 words before she began fighting ahead again. Lin Yue noticed that Alice's eyes, which used to be like sapphires, seemed to have turned a bit redder. Could this be a sign of the T-virus taking effect? The further Lin Yue went, the more he felt. He realized that surviving in the zombie world was indeed very difficult. Chapter 236. This operation. It wasn't just Alice. Even the other 2 mercenaries were dumbfounded. They felt an inexplicable sense of fear when they saw Lin Yue. Lin Yue passed by Alice, not speaking, quickly crawling forward. The ventilation duct was originally a confined space, and it would take at least an hour to get out from here. If a zombie was behind them, ready to explode like a bomb and suddenly rush forward to bite, the best way to handle the situation was to stop the danger. Human kindness and compassion should be used where they are needed. Sometimes, kindness and compassion can be unnecessary. The path Lin Yue chose was indeed very wise. As indicated on the map, Lin Yue, Alice, and the other 2 mercenaries finally reached the safe exit. Lin Yue was at the front and pushed open a manhole cover of an iron grate, emerging from this terrifying underground hive world. At this time, the sky outside was gloomy, making the entire Wanxiong city look extremely desolate. The whole city was in ruins, and not a single normal pedestrian could be seen. Shredded paper, leaves, and torn clothes fluttered in the wind. Chapter 237. Run forward. I just saw on the sign that the police station was 400 meters ahead. Not only their guns inside, Lin Yue, Alice, and another tall mercenary ran quickly. They passed through one alley and turned into another, avoiding the densely packed zombies. After running several streets, they finally arrived at the police station entrance. Lin Yue ran and quickly jumped, kicking the closed iron door of the police station open with a bang. After Alice and the tall mercenary ran in, Lin Yue closed the door again. The tall mercenary was panting heavily. The police station was somewhat dim. The long corridor's walls were severely damaged. Although the electricity hadn't stopped, the dim lights flickered, making the atmosphere even more eerie. Alice consciously moved to the front. She had long sensed her unique abilities. The 3 walked lightly. In the quiet police station, even the sound of a needle dropping on the ground would be exceptionally clear. Lin Yue walked less than 30 meters when he smelled a dog-like odor amidst the musty air. Chapter 238. The sound of zombie dogs' paws stomping on the floor. The 5 police officers behind him shuddered. They looked up in horror to see 3 zombie dogs baring their teeth, walking out about 100 meters away from Lin Yue. Just as Lin Yue was about to take out his knife, suddenly, his head felt slightly dizzy. It was as if the cells and flesh inside his body were being torn apart. Alice noticed something was off with Lin Yue. Lin Yue, are you okay? Lin Yue remained silent. Alice quickly moved forward, gripping her knife, stepping in the puddles, and charging at the 3 zombie dogs. Alice moved gracefully. As she ran, the 3 zombie dogs leaped at the same time. Alice stepped on the wall of the corridor to the right, jumping up, and stabbed a knife into one of the zombie dogs' foreheads. The 5 police officers behind her were stunned. Lin Yue's heart was pounding violently. He felt as if there was an incredibly powerful force within him waiting to be released. This was a power he had never felt as an agent. Suddenly, a police officer let out a scream. Chapter 239. Lin Yue said this jokingly. He stepped back and leaned against the safety door of the weapons room. Alice quickly tidied up her clothes. She wore a short-sleeved leather jacket on top, black leather pants on the bottom, and a black belt. The weapons and daggers she carried were all neatly attached to her belt, making her look heroic and imposing. This outfit was very similar to Alice's look in Resident Evil 2. Not bad, Lin Yue said casually. He opened the door and walked out. Alice followed closely behind, holding her HK MP5 in her right hand and racking the bolt with her left. With a click, the bullet was chambered. Lin Yue, you were right this time. What was right? Everything was right. As Lin Yue spoke, he reached the elevator next to the weapons room, pressed the elevator button, and within 2 seconds, the elevator from the first floor arrived at the second floor. Lin Yue and Alice entered the elevator, heading downstairs. Sure enough, there was indeed a military truck parked below. The group that had arrived in that military truck was not mercenaries, but civilians armed with various weapons. They had parked the truck here and had scattered to collect supplies from nearby supermarkets and residential areas. Chapter 240. Lin Yue approached the pursuer. He heard voices coming from a walkie-talkie hanging on the right shoulder of the pursuer. When Lin Yue was only 5 meters away from the pursuer, he suddenly leaped into the air. He stepped off the wall and lunged forward. 2 curved knives fell from the sky, aimed at the pursuer's head. Whoosh whoosh. The blade struck down instantly. The heavy blow only left a faint scar on its head. The hardness was beyond Lin Yue's imagination. Alice also charged in from the right side. She stabbed the pursuer in the neck, but still failed to inflict any damage. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Yue drew his Desert Eagle in midair and fired 2 shots at the pursuer's head. Bang, bang. Yet, it only caused a slight injury to its head. The pursuer roared in anger, turning its body and raising the gun towards Alice. Lin Yue leaped again, grabbing the walkie-talkie on its shoulder and stomping down hard on its arm, causing the gun to fall forward. Simultaneously, Lin Yue jumped off the pursuer. He shouted loudly to Alice. Chapter 241. The pursuer, covered in tumors, clenched its fists and ran towards Lin Yue. Lin Yue unbuttoned 2 buttons on his shirt. He took a deep breath, gripping the curved knife with both hands. I don't believe I can't kill you. The howling pursuer charged towards Lin Yue, running fast. Lin Yue stomped his leather boots on the ground and launched a rapid frontal attack. When he was 3 meters away from the pursuer, Lin Yue suddenly leaped into the air. The pursuer swung a punch at his head, thinking to knock Lin Yue down from midair. The punch missed. Instead, as Lin Yue soared over his head, he brought the curved knife down hard towards the back of the pursuer's head. This time, miraculously, it left a faint scar on the back of the head. Lin Yue was almost certain that the back of his head was much softer than other places. The howling pursuer roared in anger and quickly turned around again, charging at Lin Yue. Lin Yue landed on the ground, circling around the pursuer, and began to run quickly. As he reached the side of the pursuer's body, he jumped up with force again, this time in midair. Lin Yue held the curved knife in his left hand and clenched his fist in his right. As the pursuer's left fist came smashing down, Lin Yue used the curved knife to block it. Chapter 242. The buzzing black Yamaha roared to life. Alice, dressed in black and wearing a black helmet, straddled the Yamaha with her long legs on either side. Her perfect curves matched with such a flashy vehicle were incredibly charming. Alice waved at Lin Yue and pointed behind her. Get on, you direct me, I'll drive. Lin Yue stepped up from the side. Hold on tight. We're about to set off. Lin Yue reached out with both hands and hugged Alice from behind. You told me to hold on. Alice smiled slightly. The throttle was pressed down, and the tires shot across the desert into the distance. A long line of dust rose behind the black Yamaha. On a hillside overgrown with weeds outside galas, the grass here was very dense. Although no corpses were visible, flies buzzed everywhere. Alice stopped the Yamaha. Lin Yue, are you sure the Hell Prison is here? Why is there nothing but these weeds? Since it's called Hell Prison, it should be underground. Lin Yue spoke with a serious expression. His nose twitched as he caught a strong smell of blood and the foul stench of rotting corpses from mutations. Chapter 243. The old man's creepy smile abruptly stopped. Alice flew up and kicked the old man. He crashed against the wall behind him and fell to the ground, motionless. A broad and sturdy old woman turned around quickly, brandishing a club. Lin Yue then saw that the woman looked extremely disgusting. A large tumor on the right side of her face squashed her features, leaving only one eye barely resembling a normal appearance. As she swung her club, Lin Yue already launched a kick, striking her temple hard. The kick sent the strong, old woman crashing dead on the other side of the table. The woman who had just escaped turned around, struggling. Alice and Lin Yue both looked at the woman's abdomen. It looked as if she had been stabbed multiple times. The wounds were festering and utterly horrific. She was beyond saving. Are you the reinforcements? What happened down there? Who are you? I was originally the prison guard watching over the prisoners. Monsters appeared inside. There are many terrifying things. Lin Yue then noticed that the woman's blood-soaked clothes were indeed a prison guard uniform. Chapter 244. It wore a disgusting smile on its face, appearing deranged. Suddenly, its right hand exerted force, pulling the iron hook. The sharp iron hook pierced the neck of a mercenary, returning to its hand. The butcher took 2 steps forward. Its thick arm swung forward with force. The iron hook flew out again, embedding itself in a mercenary's thigh. Bullets began to fly back from the crowd. Lin Yue and Alice also pulled out their Desert Eagles and shot at the butcher. This butcher, covered in flesh tumors, was completely different from the previous pursuer boss. The bullets could penetrate its body. However, the key was that once the bullets entered, it was as if they had hit cotton or water, having no effect whatsoever. The butcher stabbed another mercenary's thigh with the iron hook, pulling him towards itself with the chain. The mercenary's face turned pale as he cried out for help. Help me! Help! Ah, you madman! A male and female agent, along with 4 other mercenaries, had already fired countless bullets at the butcher, yet only left some bullet holes on its body. Black-red blood continuously flowed from those bullet holes, but the butcher seemed utterly unfazed. Chapter 245. The butcher lay dead on the ground, motionless. Thank you, thank you. The female agent from the island country and another agent hurried over. I'm Jing Feier, and this is Jiva. Alice, this is Lin Yue, Alice responded. Alice, Lin Yue, your skills are truly amazing. Really, we were almost in despair down here. But seeing you gives me hope. Agent Jiva had a severe knife wound on his right wrist. While wrapping his wound with a white cloth, he walked over to Lin Yue and nodded seriously. I really admire you. 3 days ago, we had nearly 50 agents and 200 mercenaries ordered to check this place. As soon as we arrived below, we scattered, and now many are dead or injured. We don't know how many are still alive. The 3 mercenaries also showed admiration, respecting the strong. Have you been down there? Lin Yue asked casually, what is it like down there? Feier and Jiva shook their heads. We scattered on this level, and we were surrounded by many bio-monsters here until we encountered this deranged guy half a day ago. Chapter 246. These zombies were more advanced than the previous slow-moving ones. They ran faster than humans. Jing Feier, Jiva, and another mercenary charged forward. Upon seeing the scene before them, they instantly fell into despair. At that moment, the hallway they had just run through was filled with a swarm of lickers pressing against the walls, while in front of them, a group of mercenaries and agents was charging at them with a large wave of zombies. They were completely sandwiched in the middle. There was no way to retreat. Lin Yue put away his gun. When it came to close combat, a knife was much more effective than a gun. He held the 2 curved knives tightly in his hands, his cold gaze fixed on the approaching horde of zombies. Are you scared? Lin Yue asked Alice calmly. Alice shook her head. If I were alone, I would definitely be scared, but right now, there's nothing to be afraid of. All right, then let's kill. As soon as Lin Yue finished speaking, he charged forward with the 2 curved knives in a frenzy. He ran quickly, splashing through the puddles on the ground. In the dim light of the flashlight, the 2 curved knives in Lin Yue's hands dripped with blood, sending chills down people's spines. Chapter 247. What comes next? Lin Yue and Alice killed several zombies, all of them genie zombies. Their vitality was even more tenacious than before. Lin Yue knew that continuing to drag things out like this was not a solution. He had no idea how many prisoners had turned into zombies in this hellish prison. They needed to find a way out of this predicament as soon as possible. As Lin Yue fought his way forward, he kept an eye on the upper area of the tunnel. Suddenly, he noticed a steel gate on a wall about 4 meters high to his right front. The gate was secure with a large lock. When Lin Yue's gaze fell on the lock, one of the agents who had just escaped behind him anxiously said, "We also saw that door earlier. The lock and the rebar are exceptionally sturdy. No matter how we try to open it or shoot at it, we couldn't get it open." Just as he finished speaking, Lin Yue suddenly leaped up. He pushed off against the wall and jumped up. Before reaching the iron door, he tightened his right fist and struck it with a punch. With a loud bang, the iron door, along with the lock, was smashed open by Lin Yue. The massive lock broke and fell into the puddle. Chapter 248. The noise was even louder than before. Lin Yue took out the DP-12 double-barrel combat shotgun from behind him. The 2 Desert Eagle handguns were already out of bullets. He only had 10 rounds left in the shotgun and the 2 curved knives. Lin Yue gripped the shotgun tightly in his hand. Just as he was about to move forward again, Alice grabbed his arm. Her blue eyes, like gemstones, looked at Lin Yue. Alice bit her lip. Perhaps this battle goddess couldn't say warm words, but the worry in her eyes was understood by Lin Yue. After all, they had gone through so much life and death together. In Alice's eyes and heart, Lin Yue had already become a partner in life and death. Lin Yue looked at Alice and smiled slightly. This was the first time the people behind him, including the mercenary vat, saw a smile on the face of this god of warlike man. Lin Yue patted Alice on the shoulder. "Trust me, we will definitely get out." Alice nodded. "I believe." Lin Yue took a deep breath. "Let's see what kind of monster is lurking in this darkness, whether it's a mule or a horse. Let it come out and show itself." The banging sounds grew louder. Chapter 249. Now Lin Yue did not trust knives or weapons. He believed in his fists. No matter how tough the iron-headed monster's exterior was, its body couldn't be entirely hard. "I don't believe it. How hard can you be?" He threw 4 or 5 continuous punches. Lin Yue's fists seemed to have an effect. The triangular iron-headed monster roared, causing the triangular steel on its head to buzz. It threw Alice behind it and swung a fist towards Lin Yue. Lin Yue stepped on the iron-headed monster's shoulder and jumped up. Seeing that its attack had missed, the iron-headed monster became furious. It stomped through the puddles, raising its fist to throw 7 or 8 punches at Lin Yue. Lin Yue dodged left and right. For a moment, the monster couldn't do anything to him. The giant iron-headed monster lost its patience. It turned its body and ran wildly forward. The mercenaries and Vat were scared and retreated towards the exit they had just come in from. The triangular iron-headed monster picked up a giant axe. Just as a mercenary was trying to sneak past from the side, the giant axe came crashing down. Whoosh! The axe cleaved the mercenary from head to toe, blood and flesh splattering everywhere, a gruesome sight. Chapter 250. Lin Yue, be careful. Alice shouted. Lin Yue, be careful. The mercenaries cried out one after another. Lin Yue, you're unarmed. You can't fight him barehanded. You should leave. You can get away. The mercenaries didn't see the changes in Lin Yue, but Alice did. Lin Yue's veins had indeed turned black. Moreover, his fists seemed completely different from before. The giant iron-headed monster moved, taking 2 steps forward, raising its giant axe high. Ready to strike down? Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They had developed a psychological shadow over this axe. In their view, the axe was about to come down on Lin Yue's head, and it was unbearable to watch. At that moment, with a loud splash, Lin Yue jumped up from the puddle. He reached out with his left hand and grabbed the giant axe. At the same time, his right hand slammed hard into the triangular iron plate of the giant iron-headed monster. Bang! To everyone's surprise, the giant iron-headed monster stumbled back 2 meters. Lin Yue jumped up again, delivering a kick that sent the axe flying from the iron-headed monster's right hand. Chapter 251. Alice arrived at the lakeside, leaping into the clear, shallow bay. Lin Yue, come on. The water is so nice. How rare. Lin Yue sighed in his heart. In this apocalypse, such a serene, shallow bay, combined with the beautiful S-shaped curve of Alice, was a sight to behold. Alice swam gracefully underwater, her arms stretching out. Her slender legs moved seamlessly. How could she maintain such a form while kicking zombies? Lin Yue looked at her, pushed open the car door, and ran towards the water in big strides. Clothes and shoes flew everywhere. Just as Alice poked her head out of the water, a charming smile appeared on her face. Was this still the calm, godlike Lin Yue from the hellish prison? Of course it was. If you don't believe it, you could try. Alice lightly shook her head, sending droplets of water flying from her hair, splashing on the rippling lake surface. She looked at Lin Yue with a playful smile. Try it. Then, Madola City, a small town that has yet to be affected by the virus. Lin Yue, aren't you going to sleep for a while? I'm not sleeping. You should sleep quickly. The world is not peaceful right now. One of us has to keep watch. Chapter 252. Lin Yue's return to the country was supposed to be discreet and low-key. However, it was unclear whether it was leaked by the staff at the Sicily airport or on the flight. The flight he was on had not yet arrived in the country, but the Jiangnan Province International Airport was already surrounded by reporters from various TV stations, newspapers, and new media. Zhang Ji, the general manager of the Lidu International Hotel in Jiangnan Province, specifically coordinated with the relevant personnel at the international airport to prepare a special passage for Lin Yue. This special passage is generally reserved for leaders of the country or province. However, due to Lin Yue's outstanding performance with Southwest Airlines some time ago, he qualified for this special treatment. Lin Yue stepped down from the first-class cabin of the plane. Dressed in a black suit and polished leather shoes, he looked very handsome. A tall flight attendant with a spring-like smile respectfully said to Lin Yue, "Mr. Lin, the special passage has been arranged for you. Please follow me." "Okay, thank you." The flight attendant guided Lin Yue along the red carpet to a private elevator. Standing by the elevator were 2 young flight attendants and 4 security personnel. As Lin Yue walked by, their eyes revealed admiration and respect. Chapter 253. 3 days from now, right? Yes, Chairman. Lin Yue thought to himself. After just returning, Yang Tianxiu and the leaders of Jiangnan Province came to find him. Just what he wanted. Lin Yue was eager to acquire a large piece of land. The mechanical technology company needed to get started. This was a significant project. President, according to your previous instructions, we have already purchased a standalone villa for you in Qinglong Mountain. Would you like to visit the villa or return to the hotel? Let's go to Tangren Hospital first. Yes, Chairman. Zhang Ji quickly realized that he had not considered the situation fully. He knew Lin Yue was going to Tangren Hospital, which was likely to visit his parents who lived nearby. Zhang Ji drove quietly, no longer disturbing Lin Yue, who had his eyes closed. After about an hour of driving, they arrived in front of Lin Yue's parents' building. As soon as the vehicle stopped, Lin Yue woke up instantly. He entered the house where his parents lived. During this time, Zhang had arranged for a young nanny for his parents. Everything in the house was well arranged. Lin Yue brought some local specialties and red wine from Sicily that the butler Green had shipped back for his parents and placed them in the house. Chapter 254. Lin Yue watched this film twice and felt deeply moved. The world has always been like this. Where there is sunlight, there will always be darkness. Whether in an era of technological stagnation or in an era of advanced technology, the wealthy and powerful, driven by their greed, will enjoy most of the privileges of this society. Just like this cloning technology. If one day cloning technology were to mature completely and be legalized, then the basic human rights of every citizen as stipulated by the laws of various countries and the so-called fairness granted to everyone by a higher power would all become mere empty talk. Lin Yue lay on the soft recliner in the cinema. He picked up a glass of juice and took a small sip. When issuing the mission, the system had mentioned that once he entered the film escape from Clone Island, there would be significant changes in the plot, and the original storyline would only occupy a small part. Lin Yue could not guess what would happen now. For the time being, he had no extra time for other preparations. He could only adapt once he entered. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. After returning to his room, Lin Yue had a simple dinner and quickly took the time to rest. At 3:30 in the morning, Lin Yue was awakened by his alarm clock. Chapter 255. The colorful screen continued to play images. It showed many tragic scenes of human disasters where many people lost their lives. The underground space rules emphasized again. First, no dating, no friendships allowed. Second, once selected for pairing, the women must voluntarily enter the secret room for interaction. This is an honorable task. For the sake of our lost home planet, everyone must work harder. Third, congratulations to those selected to enter Paradise Island. You have won a grand prize, and the clear islands of heaven are beckoning to you. Fourth, pregnant women can unconditionally enter Paradise Island. Now we announce today's list of personnel going to Paradise Island. Among these 30 people, we will randomly select and provide everyone with a fair chance of competition. Various avatars began to appear on the big screen. Jean Canton 0312. Congratulations on going to Paradise Island. Iwan0240. Congratulations on going to Paradise Island. Songxia Fiziko 0369. Owen 0301. Luo Ling 0486. The selected individuals appeared very excited, dancing joyfully in the square. Their faces were filled with immense joy. Chapter 256. Breakfast lasted a full half hour. In fact, for Lin Yue, he could finish this in 3 minutes. Lin Yue joined a large group as they made their way to the familiar Grand Square. According to the words of the people around, it was now time for activities and relaxation in the square. Both men and women were present, but excessive chatting was prohibited. Lin Yue was preparing to find a way to leave the square to explore the building thoroughly when he saw Lincoln, the male lead from the original movie. He was seen crossing through the crowd from the right, heading towards the left side where the women were gathered. His right hand remained in his pocket, as if he was protecting something. Following the direction he was moving, Lin Yue looked up to the left and saw Joy, surrounded by many people like a star. Lin Yue descended the steps and deliberately brushed past Lincoln. As he passed by, Lincoln inadvertently touched Lin Yue's pocket and immediately sensed that there was a very small box inside. Lin Yue suddenly remembered that in the original movie, Lincoln discovered that something was wrong with his environment because he had inadvertently obtained a moth. Chapter 257. Lin Yue's fist tightened in his sleeve when a voice came from behind. Hi, are you from the Celestial Empire? Yellow skin, black eyes. I don't think I've ever seen you before. Another tall mercenary said with a smile while chewing gum. It's not normal not to have seen it. There are no less than 100 mercenaries on each level. How could you possibly know them all? Lin Yue didn't speak, just nodded symbolically. The 5 mercenaries behind continued to discuss quietly. They had just been sleeping and were suddenly called to the 18th floor. Was there something important? I heard there's been a little problem with the cargo, and they want us to handle the interrogation. Are there men or women? I heard there are both. In my opinion, since they're just goods, if there really is a problem, why go through so much trouble to interrogate? Just kill the men directly. As for the women, let us have them. After we use their value, we can kill them too. Isn't that great? Chill. Are you trying to get us killed talking about this? There are cameras around here. Ding. The elevator reached the 18th floor. Based on the speed and time the elevator moved, Lin Yue judged that he had only ascended 4 floors in this elevator. Chapter 258. Joy 0104. Answer the questions honestly. Did you see the bottle that Lincoln had? What bottle? Tell the truth. I really haven't seen it. Obviously. The tall mercenary interrogator was very angry after hearing Joy's words. He pressed the laser electronic gun directly against Joy's forehead. Another short mercenary quickly stepped forward to grab his gun. "What are you doing? Keep the gun away. Don't leave a scar on her head." Hee hee. I just realized that this 0104 Golden Cat has a really hot figure, and her skin is so perfect, she must be extremely well taken care of. The tall mercenary patted the short one. "You go guard outside. Since we can't get anything out of her, let me enjoy myself. We'll take her for memory reset later. Are you out of your mind?" The short mercenary was a bit angry. He quickly pushed the tall mercenary aside, then pointed at the badge on Joy's chest and shouted loudly, "Look at her number, 0104. You idiot. Have you forgotten the meaning of the number? The 01 number is the order for the most noble and privileged people. This number can have its memory reset, but the body must not be touched. It must be perfect and flawless for the distinguished guests. If you touch her, the company will definitely kill you." Chapter 259, Paradise Island? Lin Yue was a bit confused. Joy next to him was listening intently with wide eyes. Paradise Island evolved from the previous immersive experience scripts, but now, all the actors and crowd inside are clones who have undergone memory resets. For them, that is the real world. The privileged members of our planet buy tickets to go and just to enjoy. Everything inside is legal, whether you kill or commit any illegal or immoral acts. It's all fine. What a bunch of beasts. And what about 04? What is the 04 number for? Sir, the 04 number is not customized for the privileged. They're all involved in organ trafficking, sold on the black market to unsuspecting patients. Of course, there are also some who provide surrogacy services. When the child is born, the pregnant female clone will be killed. Joy next to them was horrified. Although she didn't know what the term clone meant, she vaguely felt that they shouldn't be real humans. She had a bit of guess, based on what the security personnel said. Could it be that every time they send people to paradise, claiming they're going to enjoy a good life, they are actually sending them to their deaths? Chapter 260. After Lin Yue took Joy into the elevator, he didn't disable the camera. Instead, he pulled his hat down. Joy next to him imitated Lin Yue and pulled her hat up. Lin Yue took out the first access card from his pocket, swiped it, and clicked on the top floor, the 21st floor. Insufficient permissions. He took out the second card. Card swipe successful. The button for the 21st floor lit up successfully. After the elevator reached the 21st floor, Lin Yue and Joy stepped out, and surprisingly, there wasn't a single guard in sight. The access to this top floor should be rare, and since the clones are so thoroughly brainwashed, they really don't care about this little security risk. Following a narrow corridor, Lin Yue walked forward for about 100 meters and saw a staircase leading up. The stairs were covered in water stains. Lin Yue stepped on the wet steps and walked all the way to the top. There was a very thick iron door here, secured with a large lock. Lin Yue rummaged in his uniform pocket and pulled out a short piece of thin iron wire from the clothing lining. He inserted the thin wire into the large lock, and within 3 seconds, a faint click was heard. Lin Yue removed the lock and pushed the door open. Chapter 261. Mrs. Hill, the ship to Paradise Island has arrived. But we still haven't found Joy 0104. Lincoln and the other 30 have all had their memories completely reset and are ready to board the ship. You useless lot. Where can a single woman hide? Keep looking for her. This 0104 Joy is a precious star slave customized by account, and if she is lost, I'll take your lives. Yes, Mrs. Hill will go right away. Just as the mercenary captain was about to leave, Mrs. Hill in a white suit waved her hand again. Come back. Ma'am, do you have any further instructions? Search for another 20 minutes. If you still can't find her, send these 31 people away first to Paradise Island 03, Western Cowboy Paradise. Chairman Jason is bringing his friends and important political connections there for a vacation experience tomorrow. We can't delay any longer. Yes, Mrs. Hill, I understand. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue almost immediately made up his mind. First, go to Paradise Island and capture the chairman of this cloning company, Jason. What exactly is the so-called Western Cowboy Paradise? Chapter 262. When Lin Yue reached the white door at the edge of the growth chamber, he saw that the door was open, and many medical staff were transporting various items outside. Looks like the gamble paid off. Indeed, there are also goods that need to be transported on the first floor of this ship. Lin Yue and Joy quickly stepped out from the door, blending in with the continuous stream of medical personnel. They were bringing various items down from the newly arrived ship to the warehouse of the growth chamber. Most of these items were sealed and refrigerated biological agents and nutrient solutions. Lin Yue looked up. On the fourth-floor deck, many mercenaries were loading unconscious clones onto the ship. At the edge of the fourth-floor walkway stood many armed mercenaries. Moreover, there were some mercenaries piloting small flying vehicles patrolling around. This small aircraft, Lin Yue had seen in the movie. Each one can accommodate about 2 people, approximately 2 meters long, hovering back and forth in midair, monitoring various activities inside and outside. Lin Yue pulled Joy to blend in with a group of medical personnel and made their way along the sky bridge into the cabin. Lin Yue and Joy were already wearing white medical uniforms and masks. Chapter 263. The old man pressed his fingerprint on the tablet to confirm his signature. The black mercenary captain shouted at the numerous medical personnel and mercenaries standing in the cabin. Help carry all these clone goods to the garden. The old man, leaning on a cane, specifically instructed the crowd. These 31 people are still in a coma. Be careful when lifting them. Don't let them wake up prematurely. Once we place them all in their designated spots, we can wake them up, and they will enter their roles in life. The old man then looked at the mercenary captain. Captain, we are under a lot of pressure at the number 03 Western Cowboy Paradise. I heard the chairman is bringing friends over tomorrow, and I'm doing my best to prepare. Lin Yue and Joy also blended in with the crowd. They carried the clones past the old man and the black mercenaries. Lin Yue's current plan was to capture the chairman. While thwarting these conspiracies, Lin Yue wanted those self-righteous elites to pay the price. After entering through the door, he and Joy quickly slipped into a rural passage when no one was paying attention. Inside the number 03 paradise, it looked boundless. Chapter 264. While speaking, Joy felt a bit cold. She moved her body closer to Lin Yue. Lin Yue took off his black coat and covered Joy with it. It's a bit early to talk about this now. I'll tell you after a while. Joy nodded. She leaned closer to Lin Yue, her face against his chest. Joy was not clear about matters between men and women. During her time on Clone Island, they did not cultivate such behaviors. However, as an adult, the instinctive hormones drove her to feel a natural attraction when she was near Lin Yue. She rested her head on Lin Yue's shoulder, feeling very comfortable. Joy's eyes also looked at the evening glow that was about to fall from the horizon. I never expected that the world is truly beautiful. Hearing this, Lin Yue made up his mind. Not only would he make those elites pay the price, but the ignorant masses on Clone Island must also be rescued. Lin Yue had been pondering one question in his mind. On Blue Star, cloning technology had long been available. However, it was completely banned by many social organizations and countries, especially in the Celestial Empire, let alone such unethical cloning technology. Chapter 265. The cowboy with the hat laughed loudly at his 2 teammates behind him. I can't wait any longer. I'm going in to enjoy myself. You two can do whatever you want. Don't think about this medical girl. After I'm done playing, I'll just kill her. The medical girl struggled to move to the side. Slap. A slap landed directly on the medical girl's face. Don't you know the purpose of your animal-like existence? Get in here. At this moment, Lin Yue and Joy had just come from the other end of the street. The cowboy with the hat had just dashed into the room. Lin Yue pushed the door open. At this moment, he saw the medical girl, tears streaming down her face, being pressed against the table. As soon as the cowboy with the hat saw Lin Yue, he immediately turned around and drew his gun, preparing to shoot. Lin Yue moved quickly, jumping to his side and delivering a kick that sent the gun flying. Lin Yue grabbed his arm and twisted it behind his back. Crack! The cowboy let out a loud scream in pain. Joy stood at the door, observing the situation outside. Lin Yue, the other 2 are coming over from the side. It seems they heard the noise. Lin Yue threw a punch that caused the cowboy with the hat to have his heart stop. Chapter 266. It turns out that the protagonist of this movie, Lincoln, after having his memory reset, became a poor boy wandering around number 03 paradise. What he liked most was the shepherdess, Roland, in the shepherd's manor on the east side of the city. He rode the only horse in his family and came to Roland's house again. As he pushed open the fence gate, he saw Roland washing clothes by a small river from afar. She wore a simple gray long dress with a blue short-sleeve top. Roland's voluptuous body made her look charming even while squatting there washing clothes. Just as Lincoln jumped off his horse and was about to walk over, he saw the fence next to the shepherd's manor being kicked open with a bang. 2 horses then rushed in wildly. Both men were dressed in black suits, wearing round hats. The one in front had a handlebar mustache. His face was filled with excitement as he rode his horse closer. Roland quickly threw down the clothes in her hands, stood up from the riverbank, and placed her hands on her waist. Who are you? What are you doing barging into the manor? You scared the sheep away. The man with the mustache jumped off his horse and mockingly said to his assistant behind him. Chapter 267. Joy quickly took a knife to cut Roland's ropes. Roland's father had already passed away, leaving her in immense pain. She knelt beside her father's corpse, crying loudly. Lin Yue had already tied Chairman Jason's hands behind his back. He held Jason's phone in front of him. Call the staff in the manor and notify all the guests active in this garden to gather at the shepherd's manor. Why am I calling this? Who the hell are you? Lin Yue took out a knife from his waist. He grabbed Jason's right ear. Swish. He cut off his ear with one stroke. Jason screamed in agony. Are you crazy? Are you insane? Pick up your ear. Pick up your ear and look. Lin Yue pointed a gun at Jason's head. Jason, frightened, picked up his ear from the ground. You're in so much pain from losing such a tiny organ. What about these clones? You keep harvesting organs from them. Do they feel pain? Are their lives not lives? You beast. Slap. Lin Yue slapped him across the face, knocking out 2 of Chairman Jason's teeth. Chapter 268. Under Lin Yue's instructions, Lincoln, the shepherdess, and Joy revealed the truth of paradise to the 3,000 clones. Most of the young people, combining various signs and the strange things brought by the dead, after nearly half a night of discussion, finally accepted the fact that they were clones. A strong fire began to burn in their hearts. I wondered why the world we lived in was so strange, with walls on the edges blocking us from leaving, and occasionally more inexplicable strangers appearing around us. Yes, there are often these damn guests coming in to kill and assault, and we have no way to deal with them. No weapons at all. Let us fight them. Let us fight them, these beasts. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Roland and Lincoln took the lead and knelt before Lin Yue. Lin Yue initially wanted to reach out to stop them, but Joy held him back. She also came forward and knelt in front of Lin Yue. Then she loudly shouted to the 3,000 clones behind her. Do you know? Not far from this manor, there is a clone island, which specifically produces clones like us. Chapter 269. The next day, Lin Yue took the trained 800 clones, all dressed in mercenary clothes, aboard a large yacht. Outside stood 100 people, while the others all entered the cabin to hide, to prevent these clones from being recognized at first glance. Lin Yue had them all wear masks. This had also been previously communicated with Chairman Jason and Mrs. Hill. Mrs. Hill stood on the huge cruise ship at Clone Island. Although she had a slight doubt upon seeing over 200 mercenaries on Lin Yue's yacht, when Lin Yue set off, Chairman Jason made another call to Mrs. Hill. Mrs. Hill didn't ask much, but appeared very polite. It's truly enviable that you can become the chairman's assistant at such a young age. You flatter me, Mrs. Hill. The chairman speaks very highly of you, saying you are very capable. Really? Did the chairman really say that? Of course it's true. He will come here to see you in a few days. Great. Mrs. Hill was especially happy. Mrs. Hill, please gather all the clones in the square. I want to see how this batch of goods is doing. Chapter 270. The technicians were held at gunpoint by Joy and the others and quickly began to operate. At that moment, Lin Yue instructed Lincoln to notify the clone soldiers in the cabin to prepare for battle. There were also 3,000 clones living on Clone Island. They had just finished lunch and were pulled out to gather in the square, looking somewhat confused. Isn't it usually after breakfast that we are let out? Why are we being let out after lunch today? Could it be that there will be more spots to go to paradise today? Will I be the lucky one chosen? I'm so looking forward to it. Just then, on the large square, large screens on both the east and west sides began to project. They displayed completely different images from before. With a scream, every clone's attention was completely drawn to the screen. They were stunned. They were also frightened. All those friends and girlfriends they once thought had gone to paradise were either in the operating room having their kidneys or hearts removed, or after giving birth. They were injected and killed directly. Some were sold to humans as slaves. Even more terrifying and frightening were the scenes from paradise. Chapter 271. The ship traveled across the ocean for a whole day. These 3,000 clones stood and sat on the deck, reluctant to leave. They gazed joyfully at the entire starry sky and the vast sea. Excitement, confusion, shock, and joy intertwined in their emotions. In the captain's observation room on the 4th level of the cruise ship, Lin Yue sat by the window. His eyes remained on the clones on the deck. Lin Yue was pondering, is there really a difference between the clones I've seen during this time and normal people? Where lies the difference between sexual and asexual reproduction? At this moment, there was a knock on the captain's room door. Come in. Scarlet Joy walked in from outside. She was carrying a tray with 2 glasses of red wine. I've never had this before, but I saw it on the ship. Rowling said this might be your favorite drink, so I poured some. It really is. Humans like drinks, and there are many brands, which you will taste later. Scarlet Joy placed a glass of red wine in front of Lin Yue. She sat down, holding the glass with both hands, her eyes gentle. Chapter 272. The many clones were filled with righteous indignation. We originally didn't know the truth, but now it's so brutal. We will fight back against them. Our king, we will listen to you. Whatever you say, we will do. We want revenge. We must take revenge. We cannot endure this. The voices of indignation rose one after another. Many young men and women clenched their fists. The more they thought, the angrier they became. All right. Lin Yue continued to speak loudly. Since that's the case, follow my orders next. Lincoln, take the 5 technicians we brought back from Clone Island to the control room and activate all the laser guns we brought back for the residents of our island one by one. Understood. Lincoln, although he had a slight injury to his thigh and walked with a limp, his excitement and the exhilaration of impending revenge were evident on his face. Joy, you are responsible for distributing the new citizens we added from Clone Island into the 3 gardens, assigning them relevant roles and responsibilities. Be sure not to reveal anything. The clothes they need to change into are all fully stocked in the storage room of Paradise. Chapter 273. Lin Yue turned to look at the privileged customers who had already entered deep into Paradise. He smiled at Darren and said, because if you don't do as I say, you will die. What? Lin Yue reached out his right hand and grabbed Darren by the neck. Although Darren was a Western woman, she was slender and not very tall. She was lifted off the ground by Lin Yue. Her neck was throbbing with pain, and her high-heeled shoes were swinging in the air. Lin Yue held her like this and went to the warehouse next to the main control room. He threw the female assistant to the ground. The moment her head hit, blood gushed out. Only then did Darlene see Jason, the chairman, tightly bound in the corner. Her eyes widened in terror, and in an instant, she reacted as if struck by lightning. From now on, do as I say, and you might live a little longer. If you dare to play any tricks, I guarantee you will be treated just like those clones. The female assistant Darlene trembled all over, her face instantly turning ashen. Nearly 800 tourists flooded into Paradise now. 01. Although they weren't armed, their inherent desire for crime and the long knives at their waists made them feel incredibly confident. Chapter 274. 1 week later. As the representative of the clone populace, Lin Yue made a solemn statement to the world's citizens online. I believe everyone has seen the data and videos from Clone Island. Among these criminals are some successful businessmen, successful politicians, and even some large families. I regret to inform you that all these beasts, who wield their money and power above basic human dignity, have been executed. Their heads will be buried underground on Clone Island to be trampled by everyone. We, the unaware common people, extend our greetings on behalf of the surviving clones. They too have hearts that strive for goodness at this moment. They hope for your understanding and support. Lin Yue's video sparked a huge response worldwide. It also became a trending topic on various forums in different countries. The catastrophic and ethical issues brought by cloning technology were officially protested by the public. 48 hours after Lin Yue's statement, more than 20 countries, led by the Celestial Empire, issued statements banning research on cloning technology and classifying cloning actions as crimes against humanity. Chapter 275. Unexpectedly, this time a cruise ship was awarded, and a world key. That's right, Lin Yue was in a great mood. The mechanical training card had arrived again. The system was trying its best to help him grow quickly. Lin Yue looked at the time. It was already 4:20 a.m. There was no way he could go back to sleep now. He felt a bit hungry. Lin Yue didn't disturb the private kitchen nearby. He went out and took the elevator down to the first floor of the Lido International Hotel. At the hotel front desk, 2 female attendants quickly stood up when they heard the private elevator ring. A slightly frail female attendant nervously called out, "Good morning, President." Her voice trembled a little. The taller attendant beside her tugged at the frail attendant's sleeve. "Don't address him that way," she said with a smile to Lin Yue. "Good morning, sir. Lady, she just started recently, so she doesn't know she can't call you by your title in the company." "It's fine," Lin Yue smiled. "Aren't you too tired at this late hour?" Both attendants shook their heads. "Not all, sir. How can we be tired at this hour? Oh, by the way, are you hungry? Would you like to order something from the kitchen?" Chapter 276. Mu Qingling knew that Lin Yue had significant backing. Since Lin Yue chose not to disclose everything, she consciously didn't pry further. Mu Qingling took a bite of small dish and dabbed her lips with a tissue to wipe off the oil. "So how do you want me to say it? You and T want me to say I'm ugly again, would you?" "Lin Yue, tell me honestly, am I ugly?" "Not ugly, just kidding. By the way, I happen to want to talk to you about the company's future positioning because I have something else tomorrow. Mu Qingling quickly pulled out a small notebook from her pocket. Is it necessary to be this serious? Of course, not only do I need to take notes, but I also need to record it. Mu Qingling opened a small white recorder next to her notebook. Lin Yue jokingly said, "You're making me think you're afraid I might harass you and want to leave evidence?" Mu Qingling chuckled, like a lark among the trees. "How could that be? I'm recording what you say, so we can implement it properly later. Regarding our Lin Yue Entertainment Media Company, first, you must ensure the personnel issues are well managed. Each department must recruit high-level employees with good moral character. Don't be afraid of high salaries, and all kinds of benefits must be provided." Chapter 277, it was early morning. However, on Qinglong Mountain, it was anything but quiet. An amateur racing challenge was taking place here. The racers and spectators had all arrived before the sky turned dark. The three bends of Qinglong Mountain rarely saw vehicles. As a racing bend specifically built in Jiangnan province, only a few car enthusiasts and some residents from the villa area occasionally drove through. At about 1/3 of the way up peak number 1 on Qinglong Mountain, there was a wide platform. At this moment, around 30 racing enthusiasts were gathered there. Xia Xiaoya, who do you think will win among the three of them? From the starting phase, all three are neck and neck. However, I think my brother Xia Fei can win. He has participated in many racing competitions organized by various provinces and has achieved very good rankings. Don't underestimate our famous rich second-generation Yang Sun from Jiangnan province. Although he has never participated in formal competitions, he drives like he is risking his life. Regular competitors aren't as skilled as him. A chubby man with dyed, yellow hair held a cup of cola in his hand. Chapter 278, this was peak number 1. After the last bend, they would reach the top. The road at the top led directly to peak number 2. Lin Yue's speed increased. 130, 140. It even reached 150. The assistant girl beside him felt a bit nervous. "That's enough, Yue, that speed is too fast. The road ahead has sharp turns, which is very dangerous." "I know it's very dangerous," Lin Yue shouted excitedly. "Are the vehicles behind starting to slow down? I'm talking about that Dodge Charger. Such terrifying sharp turns are too difficult for amateur racers." The female assistant turned her head to take a look. Instantly, she was stunned. She stammered, "No. The Dodge Charger isn't slowing down. It's speeding up." "What? There are only 200 meters left to the sharp turn ahead, and he is still accelerating?" "Yue, don't worry about the Dodge. Hurry up and slow down. Quickly slow down. There's a sharp turn ahead. If you don't slow down now, it'll be too late." Cold sweat broke out on Lin Yue's forehead. He released the accelerator and placed his foot on the brake. He knew clearly, at this moment, at a speed of 140, if he didn't slow down before the sharp turn ahead. Chapter 279, Xia Xiaoya was holding the walkie-talkie in her hand. Her eyes were fixed on the black Dodge that had already reached the bottom of peak number 2. "Lin Yue, who exactly are you? I was the one who received you when you reported to the TV station on the first day. But now I can't even look up to you." "Qingshan Mountain number 3, Jiangnan Villa." Creaking, Lin Yue stopped the vehicle. Yang Tianxiu had been waiting at the villa's entrance. Zhang Ji, the assistant sitting in the back seat, opened the rear door. He didn't have time to greet Yang Tianxiu and immediately ran towards the roadside in the distance. "Manager Zhang, what's going on?" Zhang Ji shouted from afar. "Don't worry about me. Let me throw up for a while." Yang Tianxiu looked left and right from the back seat. He walked a few steps closer to Zhang Ji with some confusion. "Where's your boss?" Zhang Ji, while throwing up, pointed at Lin Yue in the driver's seat. Zhang Ji was very surprised and hurried over. Creak! Lin Yue pushed open the driver's door. Just as his white sneakers touched the ground, Yang Tianxiu was already in front of him. "You're a boss, Lin? Why are you driving yourself?" "Just to stretch my muscles and bones." Chapter 280, when Lin Yue reached the door, he paused, turned around, and smiled as he said, "However, my matter might be a bit urgent. If Director Wang goes back to the meeting and really has difficulties with this matter, then my 2 billion investment might go to the neighboring Huiyan province." 2 billion? Yang Tianxiu exclaimed. "You're really going big this time." Director Wang frowned slightly and then nodded cautiously. "All right, Lin Yue, don't worry. I will contact you in time if there is any news." Lin Yue walked out the door. He heard from a distance that Yang Sun was shouting loudly beside his father, Yang Tianxiu. "You guys hurry up and agree. Then Lin Yue can teach me to drive in the future." "You don't know, Lin Yue is a god. What is there to hesitate about collaborating with a god?" "Really?" After going out, Zhang Ji ran over from the roadside, wiping his mouth as he ran. "Haven't you thrown up enough?" I'm already fine, Chairman. Do you want to go in too? No, it's already finished. Finished? Chairman, you were too quick. Seeing Lin Yue walking towards the car, Zhang Ji hurriedly ran to the driver's seat, wearing a silly smile. Chapter 281. When Lin Yue saw this, a big question mark appeared in his mind. What the hell? Just entered this world of frantic chases. How did the plot develop like this? In Lin Yue's memory, killers always needed a reason to kill. Who issued the bounty for no reason? Seeking death? And there's still a 10-minute countdown. A surge of anger erupted from Lin Yue's heart. Since there's a result now, there must be a reason. Anyway, whoever it is really seeking death. Lin Yue quickly got up. He couldn't stay in this restaurant any longer. There were only 10 minutes left, and the bounty was about to take effect. Moreover, 56 killers had already accepted the order. This is really thrilling. Lin Yue grabbed the red bounty notice coin and put it in his pocket, then placed a $100 bill on the table. Sir, your noodles. Not eating anymore, thanks. Lin Yue pushed the door open and immediately noticed that there were 5 more cars in the square outside the restaurant than before, although separated by black glass. Lin Yue could still see that all the cars were filled with killers. Their eyes were coldly fixed on Lin Yue. Without hesitation, Lin Yue moved quickly and hurried towards the nearby commercial building. Chapter 282. At the same time, the entire rear of the car swung around at high speed. Bang! The killer on the right side of the vehicle was directly knocked out by the rear of the car, crashing into the wall. He lay on the ground, just spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lin Yue extended the gun from the window, aiming at his head. Bang! Lin Yue stepped on the gas pedal to the floor. The black Ford surged forward like a fierce beast along the left road. Meanwhile, 5 cars also rushed out from the back alley, closely pursuing him. These killers were like stubborn leeches. As long as anyone fired the first bullet into Lin Yue's head or heart, they could immediately earn the hefty reward issued by the killer empire. On a 2-lane road, Lin Yue's speed soared to 230. The cars following behind also kept accelerating. Lin Yue glanced at the left rearview mirror. The closest was a white Chevrolet. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel with his right hand and held the gun with his left, extending it out of the window. Bang, bang. The first shot shattered the glass of the car behind. The second shot went straight into the driver's head. Chapter 283. The 5 killers inside the Wuling Hongwang opened the doors, wanting to escape. However, Lin Yue's dense bullets completely sealed off the position of the car doors. Lin Yue wielded the bullpup submachine gun and jumped onto the roof of the black Ford. He was getting closer to the Wuling Hongwang. Just as the last 2 killers were about to get out of the car, Lin Yue had already arrived in front of them, spraying bullets directly at their heads with the bullpup. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. One of the heavily injured killers, lying on the ground, blood flowing from his head, looked at Lin Yue with a desperate gaze. He raised his hand into the air, signaling Lin Yue to spare him. However, Lin Yue, holding the bullpup, walked up to him, shoved the gun into his mouth, and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. Lin Yue fired all the bullets in the magazine. The killer's head was shot to pieces. Lin Yue tossed the bullpup aside. He dashed to the other end of the alley and jumped into a red Chevrolet. He started the vehicle and sped down a small road to the left. Lin Yue took out a contact card from his pocket. He followed the address and headed towards where Walker was. Chapter 284. While riding the bike, Lin Yue pulled open his clothes with his left hand, tightly gripping a short knife dagger from his waist. The black Yamaha was speeding madly. Lin Yue floored the gas pedal. Vroom! The rapidly speeding Yamaha tires splashed the black water on the ground of the culvert all around. For killers rushing in from the opposite side of the culvert clearly did not anticipate this. Lin Yue did not retreat, but charged forward. The 2 sides were getting closer and closer. Lin Yue's Yamaha was going faster and faster, buzzing 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Lin Yue aimed the Yamaha motorcycle at one of the killers and leaped off the motorcycle at high speed. The black Yamaha dashed forward in the dim light, directly hitting one of the oncoming killers and sending him flying. At high speed, that killer rolled several times on the ground, spitting blood continuously. Lin Yue jumped up and kicked off the top of the culvert. His figure flipped in the air, dodging the knives thrown by the other killers. As Lin Yue descended, he kicked out forcefully, striking one killer in the back. Crack! The killer's back broke from the kick, and he fell directly off the motorcycle. His head hit the edge of the culvert, blood gushing out. Chapter 285. Lin Yue turned and walked out. Golo shouted from behind. Are you going to take the bounty task to earn gold coins? With all due respect, the girl who issued the bounty from the administration department has long since gone to rest. Lin Yue stepped out of the door again. He had killed many killers before, but had indeed forgotten about the existence of gold coins. Gold coins were a special currency used for transactions within the Killer Empire organization, worth about 1 million each. Every time one needed accommodation, information, medical assistance, weapons, etc., within the organization, a gold coin had to be paid. Lin Yue saw a black Ford at the entrance. He quickly opened the passenger door and got in. At that moment, the black-clad killer in the driver's seat looked confused and a bit nervous. He quickly drew a gun from his waist. Lin Yue's resilient fist came smashing through the air. Bang! This punch struck the killer's temple, instantly causing him to bleed from all 7 orifices and die on the spot. Lin Yue seized 2 gold coins from his jacket pocket. He opened the car door and got out. 5 meters away, the door of a white Chevrolet suddenly swung open. The killer driver, holding a gun, was about to shoot. Chapter 286. Lin Yue just pulled the bloody knife from the killer's neck when he heard the sound of footsteps climbing the stairs. Some killers were running up from the bottom of the building. Lin Yue picked up a handgun from the left hand of the sniper killer. With the handgun he already had on his waist, he now had one in each hand. He took 2 steps forward and ran to the side of the door at the stairway. Bang! Just as the iron door was smashed open, Lin Yue fired simultaneously with both hands. Bang bang! The 2 killers in front had their heads blown off. The 2 killers behind panicked and retreated. Lin Yue charged forward and fired 2 more shots. Bang bang! Hitting the back of their heads, the bullets penetrated through, and the killer's body tumbled down the stairs. Lin Yue discarded the 2 handguns in his hands and picked up an HK assault rifle. He quickly ran forward along the 15-meter-high floor. In less than 2 seconds, he leaped up and reached the top of a 10-meter-high floor. Tat tat tat. A burst of submachine gun bullets shot up from a diagonal direction in front of the building. Lin Yue's steps were quick. He dodged the bullets and rushed to the right rear side of this floor, leaping up in one go. Chapter 287. The voices discussing in the conference room grew louder. Lin Yue listened clearly while pressing against the wall of the corridor. President of the 3 Heroes Association. Should we cancel the assassination order? The bounty is already rolled up to $180 million. The cost is just too high. You idiot. Can we offend the high table? If we cancel now, are we looking for death? But President, what if what? He.S. just a killer from the Heavenly Dynasty. With such a high bounty, he will definitely die. President, I heard that many have already died at his hands. What if he comes to find us? He's just an ordinary killer. I've never even heard his name before. Do you really think he.S. that nearly invincible John from a while back? Hearing this, Lin Yue coldly smiled. He walked out, holding 2 silenced handguns. Just as the 2 killers of the conference room door turned their heads, Lin Yue fired 2 shots, the muffled sounds echoing. Lin Yue charged in, grabbing a UK submachine gun from one killer. He threw that killer's body into the conference room door. At the moment the body attracted attention inside, Lin Yue burst out with a submachine gun. Chapter 288. Lin Yue stood by the counter, his expression calm. Sir, what coffee would you like? Lin Yue's hand stretched out from his sleeve, placing a blood-stained gold coin on the counter. The clerk's eyes lit up upon seeing the gold coin, and he quickly became serious. Right this way, please. Lin Yue followed the clerk to the innermost edge of the coffee shop. The server entered a password on the nearby smart control panel and pushed the door open. Please go inside, sir. A tall black man in a white shirt and black suit stepped forward. Welcome, esteemed number 13. What services do you require from us? Medical services? It seems you don't need those. Body retrieval services? Weapons, vehicles, equipment, women? All of these are available. Lin Yue took off his blood-stained suit jacket and tossed it aside. He spread his arms. A set of clothes, quickly. The tall supply station manager quickly shouted into the room. 3 beautiful women quickly came out, dressed in professional suits and short skirts, holding standard tools. Within 30 seconds, they entered the room and began to work frantically, measuring him up. Chapter 289. Lin Yue's vehicle stopped in the alley beside the Drunken Dreams Club. It was nighttime. Light rain began to fall from the sky. From here, Lin Yue could clearly see the Drunken Dreams Club. There were more than 100 armed killers patrolling back and forth outside. At that moment, Lin Yue's phone rang. This was the phone he had previously taken from his old partner Walker, a confidential phone belonging to the killer organization. When the unfamiliar call appeared on Lin Yue's phone screen, it had automatically identified the caller as Minister Zyro of the Judgment Department. Carl is willing to cancel the bounty on your head. He is a member of the High Table, and the previous bounty of 280 million on you will be compensated as a loss. This matter will be settled. Impossible, Lin Yue replied in Don. So what do you want? Blood for blood, Zyro. Don't forget that Carl is a distinguished member of the High Table, and I am a minister of the Judgment Department. Offending me will bring you trouble. Lin Yue took the phone away from his ear and brought it to his mouth. He coldly said, "If you offend me, you will die." He abruptly hung up the phone and threw it onto the seat. Chapter 290. Lin Yue emptied all the bullets from the AK-24 assault rifle. He threw the gun to the ground and pulled out the 2 curved knives from his waist, heading towards the 4th floor again. The corridor on the 4th floor was quiet. There was not a single figure. This was already the top floor. The leader of the Skull Club, Carl, must be here. Lin Yue continued down the corridor. His feet were stained with blood, leaving a trail of bloody footprints on the ground. Everything around him was under Lin Yue's control. He reached a large red iron door. On it were 6 large characters. Judgment Room. Behind these 3 characters was a blood-red emblem of a killer organization. To the right of the killer emblem was a blood-colored knife, representing cold weapons. When Lin Yue first came to this world, he remembered the rule. The killer organization is a highly principled organization. Members of the High Table are all leaders of various gangs. Almost every gang sets up such a cold weapon judgment room. The main purpose is to execute those who do not abide by the rules within the gang. Another important function is to conduct life and death battles here. No wonder, once Lin Yue reached this floor, there were no more assassins with guns chasing him. Chapter 291. 3 long bloodstains on Carl's neck. His throat was cut open, his neck broken. Carl knelt on the ground, blood continuously gushing from his neck, completely dyeing his white shirt red. Lin Yue's expression was indifferent as he casually threw the short knife to the ground. At this moment, the assassins from the Skull Club who had been lingering on the 1st floor were all rushing up the stairs. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Lin Yue approached the window at the back of the 4th floor. Bang! He smashed the window with a punch. As many assassins kicked open the judgment room door and rushed in, Lin Yue jumped down from the windowsill. While falling to the 2nd floor, he spun around, grabbing the windowsill with both hands. After cushioning his fall, he released his grip again. With his legs slightly bent, he landed gracefully on the rain-soaked asphalt road. The wind was strong and the rain was heavy. The downpour was blown towards the window by the wind. When the assassins rushed to the window, they were momentarily blinded by the rain, unable to see where Lin Yue was. Just as the assassins finally locked onto Lin Yue's retreating figure in the storm, they despaired as they saw him pull out a black remote control from his pocket. Facing away from the clubhouse, he raised the remote control and pressed it lightly. Chapter 292. It felt like a different world. Lin Yue woke up once again from the movie world, finding himself in his Qinglong mountain villa. This time, the assassin world of Speedy Pursuit he experienced was completely different from previous movie worlds. He didn't have to think much. He was constantly killing from start to finish. Lin Yue could even feel the blood still on his hands. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. "Congratulations, host, for completing the thrilling and exciting task of experiencing the assassin world of Speedy Pursuit. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Advanced Assassin, Keen Vision. Advanced Assassin Keen Vision. Current stage, beginner. Can perceive subtle details imperceptible to ordinary people. Can see 3 kilometers away with a half-meter resolution. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an Advanced Command Ability Training Card X1. The Advanced Command Ability Training Card can trigger a training space with a time flow rate of 1001. Lin Yue looked around. It was night, and the timing was perfect for training. He directly activated the Advanced Command Ability Training Card. Greetings, great trainer. Welcome to the Advanced Command Ability Training Ground. Chapter 293. Everything in the technology company has begun to take shape. Lin Yue considered everything thoroughly. Currently, Germany and Europe holds a significant advantage in basic mechanical manufacturing and machine tool construction. Therefore, Lin Yue instructed Green to find a group of such experts to come over. First, he would perfect the infrastructure of the technology company, and for the core technical design afterward, Lin Yue would complete it himself. The advanced mechanical knowledge he learned in the system space would be kept solely in his hands. Others only needed to know how to do it, without needing to know why. As for Dongyue Airlines, their aviation technology and connections are solid. Lin Yue currently plans to discuss relevant cooperation with this company regarding aviation technology equipment. Additionally, Lin Yue intends to build a batch of high-tech equipment in his basement. He would only let these experts come to create a prototype. He also plans to complete the rest of the complex intelligent devices himself. What he yearns for the most is to create an intelligent computer system like the Red Queen from Resident Evil or the intelligent computer system from Iron Man. If that happens, everything in the future will be much easier. Chapter 294. Her big eyes were fixed on the crowd around her. Dominic? No. The man I admire the most is my man. If he were here, you would all be useless. A burly, tattooed man stepped forward from the side. What man is stronger than me, Giselle? What do you think of me? Lin Yue pushed through the crowd. I don't think much of you. Suddenly, all the eyes turned to Lin Yue. The muscular tattooed man glared fiercely at Lin Yue as he turned around. Just as his fist was about to clench, Lin Yue kicked him with a whip kick from midair. Bang! This tattooed giant, weighing 200 pounds, was kicked back and flew 3 meters away. He crashed onto a Ford car and passed out. At that moment, the bystanders were stunned. Sitting in the car, Giselle couldn't hide her excited expression. She covered her mouth with her right hand, tears glistening in her eyes. She could hardly believe it. Lin Yue, you're back, you're back. After calming down for 3 seconds, she suddenly pulled her long legs onto the roof of the Ferrari. With a push from her feet, she jumped over from the air. Lin Yue instinctively reached out his hands to catch her legs. Chapter 295. Lin Yue watched this movie once. Having seen it before, he was very familiar with it. He left the cinema and returned to his room. Lin Yue used his phone to check some relevant movie backgrounds and knowledge. Time passed quickly. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when the large cruise ship sailed into the depths of the ocean, the system's voice came as expected. Ding! The host has reached the time to cross into the movie Wolf Warrior 2. Are you ready? Ready. Suddenly, everything in front of Lin Yue started to blur. His figure suddenly disappeared from the cabin suite. When Lin Yue opened his eyes, he found himself on a sunny street. Some identity background and simple memories about this world rushed into his mind. Lin Yue was the greatest agent of the Heavenly Dynasty. He had been walking on the dark side of the world, helping the Heavenly Dynasty resolve various crises. He was the first instructor and captain of the Wolf Warrior Special Forces. His identity was mysterious. It was almost impossible to find his related information in the military of the Heavenly Dynasty. At this moment, Lin Yue was casually dressed, taking a walk. On the right side of the street was the rolling waters of the Huangpu River. Chapter 296, the commander said with a smile. I told you, Cold Front. You really need to thank her. I heard that you contracted a virus during the mission, and Rachel pulled you back from the brink of death. This time you just returned from the mission, and after being injured and exhausted, it was also Rachel who stayed by your bedside for 7 days and nights. Cold Front replied solemnly, Commander, I have to say, Rachel followed you to the Heavenly Dynasty and has saved your life twice. You must not let her down. Understood. I won tea. The commander sat on a stool at the door. This time you executed the mission in Africa. It was a display of our national power, and you did very well. The upper levels of the country and our people speak highly of you. Thank you for your concern, Commander, for coming to see me. Cold Front, I didn't just come to see you this time. I have bad news and good news. Which one do you want to hear first? Commander, let us hear the good news first. You brat. The commander waved his hand towards the door, and the good news is, our Wolf Warrior Special Forces team leader, Long Xiaoyan, has returned to the team. What? Cold Front's eyes widened in surprise, staring at the door. Chapter 297. With a swish, a small lamb suddenly darted out. Before everyone could react, a huge tiger, measuring 3.5 meters in size, suddenly sprang out from the grass behind the lamb. With a swipe of its paw, it knocked the lamb to the ground. Roar! The tiger pressed the lamb down with its paw. Its imposing gaze suddenly turned towards Cold Front, Long Xiaoyan, and the others nearby. Our operation this time was secret. We didn't bring weapons. This is serious. My God, it's the first time I've seen a wild tiger. It's truly majestic. The tiger growled softly. The forest echoed with its sound. Many birds suddenly took flight, soaring into the sky. The tiger pawed the ground. It hardly regarded the few humans as threats. Just as it was preparing to pounce on Long Xiaoyan, suddenly, from behind the tiger, a person jumped down from a lush treetop that stood 20 meters tall. With a cold expression and a powerful stature, it was Lin Yue. He was wearing combat boots and a black tactical jacket. In midair, he swung a curved knife down from above. Chapter 298. Along the mountainous forest. They marched rapidly for 2 days. By the afternoon of the second day, they reached the edge of the Lagran village. Lin Yue jumped onto a tree branch, kicking off several times to reach the top. The others followed suit, climbing up the tree. Long Xiaoyan was on a nearby tree. She gestured to Lin Yue, pointing at the target ahead, then pointed to the binoculars in her hand. Lin Yue waved his hand, indicating he didn't need the binoculars. Long Xiaoyan felt a bit puzzled after hearing this. They were still nearly 15 kilometers away from Lagran village. It shouldn't be hard to observe without binoculars. Lin Yue made a gesture to the fat man, meaning to prepare for battle. Two snipers began to aim with Barrett sniper rifles from the tree. The fat man observed for a while, then gestured to Lin Yue. Captain, it seems there aren't too many people in this village. It looks like there aren't too many people. Long Xiaoyan brought the binoculars, making gestures. Lin Yue opened a mini radio by his mouth and said very quietly inside, observe carefully, in the far left White House. 1 finger width to the right behind that low wall, there's a lookout post. Chapter 299. Someone continued to joke. No, tying a barrel isn't interesting. Let us play after we're done. This fiery personality is just right. Long Xiaoyan was very angry. These 3 mercenaries were tall and strong, clearly trained professionals. Although Long Xiaoyan's fighting skills were not weak at all, she was still slim and, being a woman, she clearly struggled against these 3 tall mercenaries. She lightly tapped her foot on the ground, preparing to launch another attack. Suddenly, her left arm was grabbed by Lin Yue. Lin Yue had a cold expression. Long Xiaoyan seemed to see hope in an instant. Go behind me, Lin Yue said calmly. You're not their match. Lin Yue tucked his P226 handgun into his waist. Like Long Xiaoyan, he didn't T1 the gunfire to expose their location. He charged directly towards the 3 men in front with a curved knife. The 3 tall mercenaries completely disregarded Lin Yue. In their view, the physique of the Heavenly Dynasty people couldn't compare to theirs in any aspect. As Lin Yue approached them with the curved knife raised, the black mercenary on the far left has a strong physique. Chapter 300. Lin Yue said nothing and jumped down from above. He landed lightly on his feet. Long Xiaoyan followed and jumped down as well. Inside, there was a corridor about 2 meters long, lit by dim lights. Since this place was far from the outermost room of the big house and located in the basement, the people in the basement should not have noticed the commotion from the killings outside. Lin Yue and Long Xiaoyan had barely walked 50 meters when they heard a voice coming from a room on their right front. Please, we don't know anything. Let's go home. Soldier, my family is very wealthy. I'll give you any amount of money you want. Please let me go home. One mercenary first chuckled with a hoarse, deep voice and said, I like money too, and I want to trade you for it. But the orders from above don't involve money. I am an American. I only manage finances here. I don't know anything about the engineering team. So please let me go. I am from Silver Country, and I think you don't need to stir up hatred between nations. I am from Island Country. As long as you let me go, I absolutely won't say anything about what happened here. Chapter 301. Long Xiaoyan and Lung Feng both stepped forward. Captain, under these circumstances, Long Xiaoyan, as the captain of the Special Forces team, felt her compassion surge in this situation. Lung Feng, who was a warm-hearted person, upheld the traditional virtues of the Celestial Empire. In the original movie, he was also portrayed as such a character. However, Lin Yue was not. He knew what was most important. He also understood how to make the best choices in any situation. The most useless thing in this world is compassion. Therefore, in the face of the pleas from these people from other countries, Lin Yue remained indifferent. Rescuing you from this room is already showing enough mercy. What happens next is up to you. I want to be swayed by a few simple compliments and overflowing with sympathy. If something unfortunate happens to you on the way, then I wish you good luck in your next life. May you be reborn as a citizen of the Celestial Empire, and someone will definitely save you. Lin Yue's tone left no room for rebuttal. His calm and indifferent expression caused Long Xiaoyan, Lung Feng, and the others behind them, including Lao Pao, to feel a bit of fear. Lung Feng and Long Xiaoyan did not dare to resist. They stepped back, holding their weapons, and adhered to Lin Yue's orders. Chapter 302. Another black man was waiting for an opportunity behind, grabbing Lao Pao's backpack and running away. Seeing the theft succeed, the other 2 black men also turned and fled. Lao Pao quickly chased after them. Stop! This shout was heard by Lung Feng and Long Xiaoyan on the street. They hurriedly caught up with Lao Pao. Lao Pao kicked, opened the black door, and charged in. Inside the door was a brightly lit hall. 3 thugs were rummaging through the backpack. Hand over the stuff, and I can guarantee I won't beat you to death, Lao Pao said as he walked forward. The black thug shouted upstairs, Big brother, someone has come looking for trouble. The next second, a muscular black man about 8 meters tall walked down the stairs. He was covered in tattoos, and as he walked, his head bobbed from side to side on his neck, making a creaking sound. Lao Pao saw that this man was not to be trifled with. Just as he was about to reach for his gun on his belt, Long Xiaoyan came over and whispered, Lao Pao, don't use your gun. It's too conspicuous. Let us just let this go and leave quickly. You're already here. Would it be too easy to just leave like this? Leave all your backpacks and money behind. and I can spare your lives. Chapter 303. Are you crazy? Spare me. Please. I'll ask you one last time. Where are those people? I'll tell you. I heard some news before. They said these people seem to have been captured because they discovered some secret. But they didn't dare to kill the hostages directly, saying they couldn't provoke the wrath of the Celestial Empire and would wait to see the situation before finding an opportunity to make those 30 people completely disappear. Where are these people hidden? They should be on an island nearby. We delivered food to them a few times, but each time we were blindfolded, so I don't know the exact direction. What kind of boat did you take when delivering food? Just a regular speedboat. How long does it take to get there? Let me think. I went once. It took half an hour. Half an hour to get there. Other than that, I really don't know. Sir, spare me. Tell your big brother from the Celestial Empire to spare me. Sorry, I've always hated evil. I don't have the habit of sparing lives. The black mercenary's body tensed, and endless fear showed in his eyes. The next second, he saw Lin Yue's cold knife plunge straight into his throat. Chapter 304. It was until they were only 400 meters away from the waters of Black Harbor that Lin Yue led everyone to begin diving. After diving for a while, they surfaced to take a gentle breath and then dove again. Sure enough, upon reaching the waters of Black Harbor, Lin Yue gradually saw some wooden bridges built on the water's surface. There were scattered mercenaries patrolling these wooden bridges with weapons. They swam underneath these wooden bridges, inching closer to the depths, trying to make not a sound. In the distance, several thatched wooden houses were lit up and noisy. Lin Yue took a preliminary glance. There should be about 30 mercenaries in those 4 thatched houses. There were a total of 4 wooden thatched houses. Lin Yue, Long Xiaoyun, Lung Feng, Lao Pao, and the others, a total of 7, swam quietly under the wooden bridge, taking advantage of the night to approach little by little. Lin Yue gestured, and Long Xiaoyun led a Kai to launch an attack from the left flank. Lao Pao led the fat man to attack from the right flank. Lung Feng instructed Li Chong to maneuver underwater to the rear for a surprise attack. Lin Yue continued signaling. He told everyone that he would handle the largest and most heavily guarded wooden thatched house. Chapter 305. Lin Yue and the others, in perfect harmony, did not use their guns until absolutely necessary. In this dimly lit place, the soldiers of the Celestial Empire infiltrated like ghosts. Soon, 20 black mercenaries patrolling near the wooden house had their throats cut. Lin Yue did not approach the door of the large house. On the contrary, he followed the narrow wooden bridge around to the back of the large house again. There were 2 mercenaries patrolling from the left side, just reaching the end of their patrol when they turned around. Lin Yue suddenly appeared, instantly snapping the neck of the mercenary behind him. The mercenary in front sensed something was wrong and had just turned his head. Lin Yue's cold dagger plunged directly into his neck. The strong smell of blood flowed into Lin Yue's palm. He held the already dead mercenary's body and gently laid it on the ground. Inside the room, the mercenary's boss was pacing while still on the phone. Lin Yue leaned against the wooden house, standing motionless in the darkness. The 2 mercenaries on guard in front gradually sensed that something was off. The patrolling soldier on the left and the one on the right had not appeared again. Chapter 306. Lin Yue had already mobilized. All the technicians were well aware that their current situation was extremely dangerous. Although it was the dead of night and navigating through the forest was very difficult, they still moved forward one after another, doing their utmost to hurry. After a full 6 hours, they had progressed even slower than Lin Yue and Long Xiaoyun had anticipated. At dawn, they had only covered 30 kilometers. It took a full 6 hours to go 30 kilometers. If they were to complete the entire 80-kilometer journey, it would still take at least 10 more hours. Fortunately, the mercenaries led by General Flo of the Golden Party had not pursued them last night. However, Lin Yue still did not relax at all. He continued to lead these technicians northward forcefully. Golden Party headquarters. The 1-meter-90 black commander Flo slammed his palm on the table in anger. He extinguished a black cigar in the ashtray, his eyes showing a fierce light. In front of him stood 5 mercenary commanders. General, the cleanup operation yesterday morning saw a total of 50 personnel from the U.S. and the island nation at the scene, all of whom have been silenced. It was done very cleanly. Chapter 307. 30 minutes later, another reconnaissance drone flew overhead. Less than 10 minutes later, Lin Yue, with his keen eyesight, spotted mercenaries appearing faintly 2 kilometers away. Each of them wielded a submachine gun, moving at an extremely fast pace. Because the woods were dense in other areas, these mercenaries chose to pursue along this narrow path in a straight line. Lin Yue raised his Barrett rifle quietly aiming at the first bomb placement point. He had already marked the position of the fuse earlier. Lin Yue had specifically instructed others to place some flammable dry grass near the fuse while setting the bomb. In this situation, when a bullet struck, the sparks would ignite the dry grass, causing the fuse to burn quickly and trigger an explosion. The first wave of mercenaries had arrived. They were dressed in tan uniforms typical of East African mercenaries, wearing hats, and their gear was very standardized. It was clear they had received systematic training. Lin Yue's finger rested on the trigger as he aimed at the fuse's position. 1 second, 2 seconds. Just as the first wave of mercenaries gathered around the bomb, Lin Yue held his breath and pulled the trigger. Bang! A shot fired. Chapter 308. Lin Yue had long heard that East Africans lived in difficult conditions and would commit illegal acts for a bit of gold or money. After the commander shouted from a distance, Lin Yue could clearly sense that these frontline mercenaries seemed to be invigorated as if they had been injected with adrenaline. They began to sprint forward with their submachine guns. Moreover, having learned from previous experiences, the frontline commander had ordered all soldiers to spread out into a horizontal line formation. Originally, Lin Yue hoped that the dense underbrush in the woods would at least slow down their movements. However, these men had been accustomed to the thorns and weeds in the woods since childhood and were completely unfazed. As the mercenaries charged forward, it was as if they were walking on flat ground. The first 10 or so mercenaries were only 400 meters away from Lin Yue. Lin Yue still did not retreat. His sniper rifle remained aimed at the large tree in the distance. He was waiting for the black frontline commander wearing a light red hat. This person was extremely calm and understood military strategy. If he wasn't killed, the subsequent operations would become even more troublesome. The nearest mercenaries were now only 300 meters away from Lin Yue. Chapter 309. Lin Yue grabbed several grenades that were lying at the bottom of the slope where the old cannon was. He pulled the pins from the grenades and threw them with all his might. They flew an astonishing 150 meters. Long Xiaoyan and Lung Feng were shocked, because in the Special Forces training team, hardly anyone had ever thrown a grenade over 100 meters. Bang! The grenade exploded. Lin Yue threw one grenade to the left and another to the right. As he ran down the slope, he tossed grenades at the flanking squads on both sides. Bang, bang, bang. They exploded consecutively. Many mercenaries in front of Lin Yue also threw grenades back at them. However, the mercenaries could not throw as far as Lin Yue, and their lethal range was completely insufficient. The mercenaries' grenades only exploded on the slope, sending branches and dirt flying. Tat, tat, tat. Lung Feng and Long Xiaoyun continued to suppress fire with their submachine guns. Just then, Lin Yue suddenly sensed something was wrong. Through the gaps in the trees, he saw the mercenary team in the distance, seemingly spreading out to the left and right sides, as if to welcome something. Soon after, some mercenaries dressed in gray-white camouflage uniforms rushed forward from behind, each carrying a 40mm rocket launcher. Chapter 310. In the Tianqiao country, the Beijing North Command Center. General Wang walked into the main hall with a serious expression, hurrying into a secret meeting room. As soon as he entered, all the commanders in various military uniforms stood up. General Wang walked directly to the large satellite screen. What's the situation? General, according to the latest detection data, there are large-scale troop movements in the northern forests of East Africa, all heading north. You see this area. The red images are from the satellite's long-range infrared imaging. According to monitoring data, they're moving quickly and are clearly in pursuit. General Wang's expression was grave as he stared at the command hall. He knew in his heart that this should be the Golden Party from East Africa, deploying a large number of mercenaries to pursue Lin Yue and the others. On the satellite display map, Lin Yue and his small team of personnel could not be seen clearly. 3 seconds later, General Wang turned to look at the naval commander. Where's the peacekeeping ship closest to the Red Sea? Report, sir. The closest one to the Red Sea is the Jiangnan aircraft carrier, which is currently on a peacekeeping mission in South Africa, approximately 110 nautical miles away. At the carrier's speed of 30 knots, it would take about 5 hours to reach the Red Sea. Chapter 311. Lin Yue leaned against a tree and surveyed his surroundings. He made up his mind, grabbed the last 2 grenades from his waist, pulled the safety pins, and quickly threw them out. Bang! Bang! The 2 grenades exploded about 100 meters away, sending dirt flying. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yue pushed off the ground with force, jumped up, and landed on a large tree in front of him. His explosive power was fully demonstrated at that moment. He leaped again along the tree trunk, agilely running up to a height of more than 10 meters. The few people standing beside Long Xiaoyan were stunned. At the same time, Lin Yue used his vantage point to fire his submachine gun. Instantly, he pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. The advance team of 100 black mercenaries was now only 80 meters away from Lin Yue and his team. Lin Yue opened fire from above their heads. This was something all the mercenaries had not anticipated. Even the Red Ghost commander, who was hiding behind a large rock at that moment, did not expect it. How could a soldier from the Heavenly Empire have such nimble movement? In an instant, over 20 black mercenaries were shot dead by bullets sweeping over their heads. Chapter 312. The direction of the rocket launcher was aimed at Long Xiaoyan and the others' hiding place. Lin Yue quickly commanded over the radio. Fall back quickly. At his current angle, he couldn't harm the Red Ghost commander at all. After attracting most of the firepower, Long Xiaoyan and Lung Feng hurriedly ran back. At that moment, there was a loud bang. The 40mm rocket launcher exploded behind them. Akai couldn't dodge in time, and 2 shrapnel pieces hit his lower legs. He fell forward in pain, blood streaming from his legs. Lung Feng rushed over and supported Akai. Hang in there, let's move quickly. Akai stepped on the ground, writhing in pain. The 2 pieces of shrapnel had almost shredded his flesh. With gritted teeth, Lung Feng immediately carried Akai on his back and ran quickly. At this moment, Lin Yue suddenly saw the Red Ghost commander pull out a large-caliber sniper rifle from behind. Lin Yue quickly stowed away his HK submachine gun. He took out his M82 Barrett from behind, pushed off from the tree, and spun to jump to another tree. At the same time, Lin Yue aimed the sniper rifle at the position where the Red Ghost commander had aimed his gun. Chapter 313. The assistant on General Wang's right side held a folder. General, we are communicating with the southern government, but have not received a response yet. We have not yet received international permission for the aircraft carrier to dock at the edge of the Red Sea, nor for the fighter jets to take off. General Wang's eyes were fixed on the satellite display map. He could see large areas of infrared movement in the forest, but he also knew that Lin Yue and his team were fighting for their lives. General Wang turned around, and suddenly an imposing aura erupted from him. Follow my orders. J553, J554, J556, take off from the aircraft carrier and head to the northern forest edge for support. Prepare all missiles, incendiary bombs, and heavy bombs on the fighter jets. General, our fighter jets have not received international and South African government approval for flight. I don't care. Tell them we're just notifying them, not asking for their permission. Understood. Deputy Captain Long, we have reached the seaside. There are no ships here. The gunfire in the forest is incessant, and there are many heavy weapons among the mercenaries. Don't worry, there's a lot of smoke on the water surface. If the captain says there are rescue ships, there will definitely be some. Trust the captain. Trust our motherland. Chapter 314. Lin Yue smiled and said nothing. He looked into the distance, where the northern forest was ablaze. The shadow of the 5-star red flag on the ship was reflected on Lin Yue's face. At that moment, Long Xiaoyan suddenly felt that Lin Yue was really handsome. She took a pack of wet wipes from her pocket and pulled out a sheet. Lin Yue, don't move, you have mud on your forehead. Let me help you wipe it off. I'll just wash my face later, it's fine. Don't move, I'll help you wipe it off. Such a handsome face cannot be affected by this mud. Lung Feng smiled but did not speak. Ever since Long Xiaoyan came back to life last time, he felt the change in her heart, and now he was even more certain that she had fallen in love with Lin Yue. Meanwhile, Lung Feng had another responsibility. That was the female Dr. Rachel he brought back from Africa during the last mission. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Lin Yue's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the thrilling and exciting mission collection in the Wolf Warrior film world. The high-level audience is completely impressed by the host's fearless command style and overwhelming personal heroism. The host can choose to return at any time or return automatically after 24 hours. Chapter 315. Lin Yue hung up the phone. He lay on the sofa, scrolling through his phone for a while, and unexpectedly fell asleep. It wasn't until evening that Lin Yue woke up, opened the cabin door, and stepped out. He was just about to go to the first-class cabin to enjoy the sea breeze and watch the sunset when he suddenly noticed a beautiful woman sitting in a white soft chair at the front of the first-class cabin. The white pleated long dress was facing away from Lin Yue as she gazed at the distant sunset. Her fair arms held a crystal-clear glass of red wine, forming a perfect picture with the shimmering sunlight on the sea. Before Lin Yue could walk over, a group of about 10 businessmen came up the stairs from the second-class cabin at the end of the ship. They held pens and notebooks. but cameras and phones were nowhere to be seen. Young master, we need to talk to you. No photos. Absolutely no photos. Young master, our company is looking to purchase 5 large aircraft recently. We would like to consult with you to see if we can reduce costs. Young master, Luyan Airline stock market is on the verge of collapse. Can Dongwei Airlines lend a helping hand? We are willing to show our sincerity. After a flurry of noise, an elderly man in a blue suit quickly rushed over. Chapter 316. Lin Yue heard this sentence. Suddenly, a sound rang in his head, reminding him of his experience on the Titanic. Someone had asked him the same question in the same place before. Zhou Chunai immediately turned her face and stared into Lin Yue's eyes. Chunai, are you asking how I answered back then? No, I'm asking who that person was. Male or female? Female. When was it? When? It should be said that it was a dream. Really? This is my first time on a cruise in my life on Blue Star. I believe it. You believe it just like that? You don't need to lie. You're such an impressive person. Even if you really said the same thing to other women on the cruise, so what? What girl in this world doesn't like an excellent man? I'm no exception. Lin Yue smiled and did not respond. By the way, Lin Yue, you haven't answered my question earlier. What is your dream? My dream is to realize my ambitions. I have a dream of developing technology in my heart. A technology dream? No wonder. I've heard that you're going to start a tech company. Chapter 317. Lin Yue opened the phone. It was a call from Green. He answered the call and walked a couple of steps to the side. Zhou Chunai very understandingly went to the table on the deck. She knew that, as a woman, many times she shouldn't interfere with men. Sir, I have found out that the current market value of the American Aeronautics Company is about $300 billion. And the actual controlling family is the Roger family. This family is currently competing with Dongwei Airlines for the global aviation orders for the new year. Additionally, what else? The Roger family wants to marry the daughter of Chairman Zhou Fong of Dongwei Airlines. Their young master Ross is very fond of Miss Zhou. Lin Yue's expression immediately darkened, a murderous intent spilling from him. They're seeking death. On the other end of the phone, Green felt a strong chill upon hearing Lin Yue's words. In his heart, Lin Yue was an untouchable god. Green, yes, go talk to the government of Tianchao and mortgage the Lagrange Islands to get the money out for me. Sir, should we find a few more countries to bid? No need. The Lagrange Islands are filled with very precious elements. They cannot fall into anyone else's hands. The agreement should stipulate a mortgage of at least $100 billion, and we will have a mortgage period of 1 year. I will find a way to retrieve it by then. Chapter 318. 12 assassins looked at each other. 3 seconds later, a dark-skinned, short assassin raised his hand. What's your name? My name is Siwen, from the Badong country. Good. Do you know this acupoint? Siwen nodded. I know. I've used this move many times before. Very good. The 6 islanders in the corner, you will cooperate with Butler Green to deal with them later. I don't want their lives, but that doesn't mean I want them to live well. Understood. Lin Yue sat back at the table. Now there are only 12 of you left, and there's a task in front of you. As long as you do well, you can get hired, with each person earning at least $1 million a year. But to get it, it depends on your performance. However, I must clarify in advance, whatever I do here, if anyone dares to leak even a word, I guarantee you and your whole family will evaporate from this world. If Lin Yue had said this earlier, they would have been half convinced or thought he was trying to scare them. However, after witnessing Lin Yue's methods, they completely dared not have any doubts. From now on, I require you to gather any information about the American Aeronautics Company and the Ross family, especially any illegal activities and scandals they have committed, of course. These must be kept extremely confidential. If leaked, I need not say more about the consequences. Chapter 319. This memory is simple. Lin Yue is a very excellent agent of Tianchao. During a special mission, he was injured by an enemy bomb, and his limbs were completely destroyed because of his outstanding contributions to Tianchao and this time ruining the criminals' grand scheme. The leaders of Tianchao paid special attention and specifically dispatched the best neurosurgeons in Tianchao to perform surgery on Lin Yue. At this moment, Lin Yue lay on the operating table, his body numbed by anesthesia, and all his limbs were in great pain. He could only hear the many doctors around him discussing the surgical plan in low voices while performing the operation. No matter what, this surgery must be done with caution. He is our best agent, and the leaders have specifically instructed it. Are we really going to use this piece of extraterrestrial iron? We still haven't fully researched this material, and there's only this piece in all of Blue Star. Don't say anything. This material has been approved by the leaders of Tianchao, and after experiments, it combines very perfectly with the human body. Don't say anything. Lin Yue deserves it. The sound of surgical instruments clinking rang in Lin Yue's ears. Under the glare of white lights, he hazily fell asleep again. Chapter 320. Lin Yue thought to himself, if Bumblebee knew that such a powerful transformer was only worth $500, he would probably pass out from shock. Where exactly is that Jack you mentioned? I really don't know where he lives, but I'm sure I'll see him at school. He will definitely come to school. He's in the same class as me. Lin Yue pushed the door open and left directly. In the current situation, he must first find Bumblebee, because only the Autobot Bumblebee can summon other Autobots. He could also use them to attract the Decepticon group. Fortunately, he had already completed the admission procedures for Rio University in Tianqiao, so he would first go to school to find this Jack. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Lin Yue arrived at school on time. Just as he jumped out of the taxi, he saw 3 hot girls standing at the school gate. Each of them had a backpack slung over their left arm and were chatting happily. A girl facing Lin Yue's side, he recognized at a glance. She was the female lead Michaela from Transformers. She and her 2 friends turned to look at Lin Yue, sizing him up from head to toe. Hi, handsome. Looks like it's the first time I've seen you. Chapter 321. Who knows? Is this a Tianqiao person? So amazing. He knocked Jack away with one slap. It seems that Jack usually acts tough, but when he really encounters a tough opponent, he is truly a loser. Lin Yue controlled the strength in his hand. Otherwise, with just a little force, Jack would have been dead from one punch. 2 little brothers hurriedly lifted their boss Jack and headed for the infirmary. You wait, Tianqiao person. After school this morning, you're dead at the school gate. Just see if you have the guts to come. Lin Yue said calmly. Hurry up and take him to the infirmary. Get him awake. I have something to ask him after school. Lin Yue's calm words and demeanor left Michaela stunned. The classmates were even more surprised beyond measure. Lin Yue originally planned to interrogate Jack about where Bumblebee was after this class. But unexpectedly, such a thing happened. With a light slap, Jack was knocked out cold. Hope the infirmary can revive him quickly, or where will I find this information? The class time in the morning was very short, and Lin Yue hadn't sat in a classroom for a long time, especially in an American university class. He had never attended one. Chapter 322. Bumblebee remains in a deep sleep. Michaela was shocked again. What on earth is going on? Didn't Lin Yue perform well just now? How did he end up in this junkyard? And his head suddenly has a bit of a problem. Make a car wake up? Wake up for what? Seeing that slapping was of no use, Lin Yue lifted his head just as several high-voltage wires passed overhead. Lin Yue looked at Michaela. Do you have water? Yes. What do you want to drink? I have coffee, cola, and orange juice. Is it necessary to bring so much water to school? No. I bought it on the way here. I just want a bottle of mineral water. Water? Yes. Michaela took a bottle of mineral water from her backpack and ran over to hand it to Lin Yue. She originally thought Lin Yue was thirsty and wanted a drink. But unexpectedly, Lin Yue opened the bottle cap and directly spilled the entire bottle of mineral water all over the old car. Michaela was once again dumbfounded. What kind of godly operation is this? Lin Yue, what are you doing? Lin Yue did not respond. He left Bumblebee and walked to a nearby old car, kicking the car door open. Chapter 323. Buzz. Bumblebee tried to contact the radio for a long time, but received no response. The Autobots, Optimus Prime, Ironhide, and the ambulance were all silent. Lin Yue suddenly remembered that in the original movie, Megatron was secretly moved by the U.S. military from the ice to a military base under Hoover Dam. Now that they couldn't contact Optimus Prime, they could only take the initiative. First, head to Hoover Dam for a search. If they could destroy Megatron before he awakens, perhaps they could prevent this nightmare on Blue Planet. Lin Yue sat in the driver's seat of Bumblebee, and Michaela slid into the passenger seat. Michaela, I'm going to carry out a very dangerous mission. It's safer for you to stay at home. No, it's too boring at home. I want to follow you. I want to see these interesting things too. Interesting is interesting, but will be extremely dangerous. Lin Yue looked at the sexy Michaela and smiled. I want to go, Michaela insisted. Lin Yue, what is wrong with you? A beautiful woman wants to follow you, and you're not willing? On the road, you have a woman accompanying you, chatting during the day, and snuggling at night, and you're not comfortable with that? Lin Yue slapped the Bumblebee's steering wheel. Chapter 324. News kept popping up. There were also videos taken by netizens from afar. Lin Yue flipped through his phone. The Decepticon group, equipped with a large number of small micro-robots, had extremely destructive power. Many citizens in Dallas City, USA, had already been killed by these robots. Thick smoke billowed. The screams were incessant. The scene looked extremely tragic. Michaela asked nervously, Lin Yue, Bumblebee, what is going on? Beautiful lady, this is what I told you about the Decepticon group. Their goal is to dominate this planet. To them, humans are just like sheep, cows, and pigs that can be slaughtered at any time. I really can't imagine how such a thing suddenly happened. Bumblebee shook his body and began to speak again. Beautiful lady, your home hasn't yet been engulfed by the flames of war. Why don't you stay here for now and don't follow Lin Yue into this disaster? I want to go. Lin, handsome guy, seeing the beautiful lady so determined. It seems you really put her on the bed. TSK, your planet's database says that to make a woman fall in love with you, you need to go through her. Chapter 325. Their claws were incredibly sharp, jumping towards Lin Yue and Michaela to attack. Michaela's face turned pale. She reached out to grab Lin Yue, just as she was about to pull him away. Lin Yue took off his black tactical jacket, shoved it into Michaela's hands. You leave first, take my clothes. The next second, Lin Yue pushed off the ground and started running fast. He didn't run away. Instead, he charged towards the two octopus-like mechanical creatures. This scene shocked not only Michaela and the citizens of the Heavenly Dynasty behind her, but even Bumblebee, who was fighting in confusion. It never expected that a human could have the courage to fight these machines. It also didn't believe Lin Yue had the strength to battle machines. How is that possible? 3 seconds later, Lin Yue suddenly leaped into the air. The two octopus-like mechanical creatures slammed their claws on the ground, sharp metal spikes stabbing into the air. Lin Yue spun his body and delivered a kick from midair. Michaela covered her mouth in worry. Just as the octopus-like creature charged in, bang, the mechanical creature was kicked away by Lin Yue. Another mechanical creature charged at him, and Lin Yue punched down from the air. Chapter 326. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Many armies of the Heavenly Dynasty arrived at the east and west sides of the village. The frontmost vehicle was a reinforced green Humvee. As it approached Lin Yue at a distance of 5 meters, the whole vehicle screeched to a halt. The leader Lin Yue had seen when he first crossed over stepped out of the vehicle. Behind him, many soldiers and electronic experts from the Heavenly Dynasty followed. Lin Yue, thank goodness for you, you're amazing. But this friend behind you is a bit too tall. Hi, leader, I'm Bumblebee. I'm low on energy. I can only greet you, and I'm about to lie down. Everyone, remember my heroic image now. You must also remember, I'm taller than all of you. With a creak and a bang, Bumblebee instantly transformed back into a yellow Chevrolet Camaro. Lin Yue took out the confused chip and handed it to the nearby expert. Quickly analyze its smart chip. I want to know where it has been and what it has said before. In this era, the technology of the experts from the Heavenly Empire is far superior to that on Blue Star, where Lin Yue is. They operate swiftly on heavily armored military computers. Chapter 327. 20 seconds later, Michaela let go of Lin Yue and gently said, don't mention them. We are all friends. Lin Yue nodded, yes, friends, but what? But seems like that's not enough. This time, Lin Yue took the initiative. Grabbing Michaela's arm, he instantly pulled her into his embrace. Bumblebee, who was originally speeding, became annoyed with Lin Yue. Seeing this scene, it vibrated joyfully. Michaela shouted anxiously, Bumblebee, what are you doing? We're on the highway. At 300 kilometers per hour. Be careful not to flip over. Flip over? Beautiful lady, are you joking? Our Autobot is stable. Unless we encounter heavy artillery fire, we will not flip. Just as Bumblebee finished speaking, suddenly, there was a loud bang from the sky. A rocket pierced through the clouds and shot down. Bang! A loud explosion erupted behind Bumblebee. The car flipped multiple times in the air. With a thud, it landed on the ground. Lin Yue tightly held Michaela in his arms. Bumblebee, you jinx. Chapter 328. The vehicle reached the end of the garage, where there was a set of descending stairs. Without saying a word, Lin Yue turned the steering wheel to the left, and the vehicle sped down again. Due to the excessive speed, when they reached the bottom, there was a bang as the front of the car crashed into the wall below. Bumblebee shouted urgently, hey buddy, the front of the car is my head. Can you not crash it? It hurts. Another bang. The side of the vehicle crashed into the wall. Handsome dude, can I stop laughing? Don't crash into me. Do you think you're crashing into parts? You're crashing into my rear. Michaela unexpectedly burst into laughter at Bumblebee's words. In such a tense battle situation, being able to laugh like that was truly astonishing. Upon arriving at the underground level B2, Lin Yue saw many researchers walking around with folders. Bumblebee sped down the long corridor, and American soldiers rushing to the noise were knocked into the air. Intruder. Report. Hurry up and handle it. Stop. Don't crash. Lin Yue drove through. After breaking through 3 or 4 iron gates in succession. Chapter 329. At that moment, a sound of mechanical armor came from behind Lin Yue. Survivors looked back to see a red cab truck, Optimus Prime, charging out. Following closely were the ambulance and Bumblebee. When they reached the entrance, Optimus Prime's body began to rotate. The front of the truck extended two sturdy steel arms. The rear transformed into two strong mechanical legs. It lowered its head and bent down, gently placing its hand in front of Lin Yue, humbly saying, "Human Lin Yue, I apologize for the rudeness earlier. No matter what, you are the savior of our Autobots," and my tone was completely inappropriate. Lin Yue raised his hand and patted the palm of Optimus Prime. He pointed to the menacing Decepticons in the distance. "It's your turn to take the stage. Let me see how mighty your leader is." As soon as the Autobots appeared, the Decepticons immediately transformed. It changed from a main battle tank into a pitch-black robot. Holding dual shotguns and a missile launcher, it simultaneously aimed at Optimus Prime and fired. Flaming missiles rushed toward Optimus Prime. Chapter 330. Bumblebee, aren't those seats on your car comfortable? Why are you sitting in my truck? Boss, the human hero Lin Yue and that beautiful Michaela think my car is too small. Rolling around isn't enough space. So they requested to come to your big truck to have a good time. Lin Yue, Michaela, this Bumblebee is simply incredible. Upon arriving in the northern ice city of the Heavenly Empire, most of the cities were built beneath icebergs. At this moment, the entire area of buildings was completely destroyed. Many citizens of the Heavenly Empire also died in the war. A large number of citizens in northern Ice City were confined by the Decepticon group in a corner, preparing to dig for energy crystals at the bottom of the Arctic Ocean. The F-Series, M-Series, and W-Series fighter jets and main battle tanks of the Heavenly Empire were all deployed for the final struggle against the Decepticon group. However, the Decepticon group was born from a high-level civilization from beyond the stars. The metals used in their bodies were of a higher grade, far surpassing the firepower and metallic energy of the Heavenly Empire's main battle weapons. Even with the repeated bombings from fighter jets, it could at most push the Decepticons back a few steps, but could not inflict any substantial damage on them. Chapter 331. Although these intelligent robots are relatively small, their combat capabilities are already terrifying for humans. No one expected Lin Yue to handle so many small intelligent machines alone. The public was stunned. Many citizens who were about to be thrown into the Ice City were also amazed and shocked. The commander standing in front of the large command screen excitedly slammed his fist on the table, his face beaming with excitement. "I knew it was very correct to equip Lin Yue with that meteorite. Now you all see, at critical moments, Lin Yue will step up." Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yue's reaction speed was already fast. With the influence of the T-virus in his body, coupled with the meteorite-enhanced limbs, he fought fearlessly against these small machines. It was at this moment that the Autobots led by Optimus Prime transformed and clashed with the Decepticons led by Megatron, resulting in a series of earth-shattering sounds echoing across the glacier ahead. The terrifying sounds of heavy mechanical armor colliding made everyone's hearts race. However, it was evident that the Megatron group had an advantage due to their prior acquisition of energy sources. Chapter 332. Lin Yue's movement was agile as he jumped into the air, stepping on the dazed head. At this moment, the Ironhide, who was lying on the ground and unable to get up, threw the rifle in his hand that could shoot chemical solutions into the sky with all his might. Shouting loudly, "Lin Yue, catch it!" Lin Yue kicked the rifle into the air and caught it in his hand. At the same time, he turned his body to dodge the massive chainsaw that was attacking him while dazed. Lin Yue held the rifle with both hands and fired at the dazed head and eyes. Bang, bang, bang. 5 consecutive shots of chemical solution bullets hit the dazed head. The silver and yellow high-temperature liquid chemical agents began to corrode the dazed head, sizzling and burning. The dazed creature stumbled back 2 steps in pain. Lin Yue fired again, only to discover that the rifle had already run out of energy. The Ironhide, lying on the ground, was already on the brink of death. Lin Yue threw the rifle aside and jumped down. At that moment, Bumblebee raised the laser cannon in his hand and fired a shot at the dazed head. Although the laser beam fired was weak, it had a significant effect. The metal on the dazed creature's face had already melted considerably. Chapter 333. The Autobots, Michaela, tens of thousands of citizens, and a commanding army all stared at Lin Yue. Lin Yue held the 2-meter-long Judgment Sword in his right hand. This sword was incredibly heavy, weighing at least over 150 pounds. As he dragged on the ground, it left a deep sword mark on the ice surface. As Megatron had just stepped on Optimus Prime, he sensed that the gaze of the other Autobots was off. Megatron kicked Optimus Prime aside and turned to see Lin Yue walking toward him, wielding the Judgment Sword. Megatron laughed heartily. I never thought that one day a weak human would dare to pick up the Judgment Sword in front of me. Who do you want to judge? Weak human. In front of me, you're like ants. Lin Yue remained silent. The sword was heavy, and he took one step at a time, searching for the perfect opportunity. The crowd was anxiously watching Lin Yue, worried in their hearts. Even though Lin Yue's arms and legs were strong, he could not possibly duel with the Decepticons. I actually hope Lin Yue puts down the sword and escapes to save himself. I don't want him to sacrifice himself for us again. Chapter 334. At that moment, Optimus Prime stood up again from behind. He lunged forward to block Megatron's right arm, preventing him from drawing the Judgment Sword. Megatron's right arm slammed into Optimus Prime's chest. Crack! The power source on Optimus Prime dimmed and scattered. Just as it was said, Lin Yue stepped on Optimus Prime and jumped onto Megatron's head. Then he flipped his body off Megatron's head. In midair, Lin Yue extended both hands, grabbing the handle of the Judgment Sword and pulling with all his might. Sizzle! The blade of the Judgment Sword slid straight down from Megatron's heart area, creating a gaping hole in his chest. The originally glowing blue crystal spark suddenly fell to the ground with a clang. In a moment of desperation, Megatron reached out his left hand, struggling to pick up the spark of energy. However, Lin Yue was much faster. Lin Yue lunged forward and hugged the energy spark tightly. He flipped his body and rolled away to a distance. Megatron, having completely lost the energy spark, stumbled a few steps before suddenly falling backward with a bang. Chapter 335. Lin Yue nodded and waved his hand. Michaela came forward, holding Lin Yue's hand with her left hand while waving goodbye to Optimus Prime and the others with her right. Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, and the others carried the corpses of the deceased Decepticons, one by one. He waved his hand again to Lin Yue, and his energy spark activated. Flames suddenly erupted from beneath his feet. Jazz, Ironhide, Bumblebee, and Ratchet followed Optimus Prime closely, soaring into the sky and darting off into the depths of space. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Lin Yue held Michaela's hand and boarded a military Humvee. Lin Yue floored the accelerator, and as the Humvee sped forward, the system's voice suddenly echoed. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the exhilarating task in the Transformers world. The high-dimensional audience admires you greatly. You can choose to return at any time or return automatically after 24 hours. After driving 50 kilometers, Lin Yue suddenly stepped on the brakes. With a screech, the vehicle came to a halt. Lin Yue turned to look at the stunningly beautiful Michaela sitting in the passenger seat. Chapter 336. Tonight, in addition to the seniors in the aviation field, we have also invited an outstanding new star. First, let us welcome the young Vice President of Dongwei Airlines to the stage. Zhou Chunai, the young Vice President of Dongwei Airlines, has never appeared in front of the media and the audience since she took up the position. Today, for our dinner, Chairman Zhou specially brought his daughter to meet everyone. Let's give her a warm welcome. Applause erupted. However, Zhou Chunai did not make an appearance. Zhou Fong, sitting in the front row, was a bit anxious. He waved his hand, and a nearby secretary hurried over. Where's the young lady? Chairman, it seems she is waiting for someone. In such an important occasion, have her come quickly. Chairman, I have urged her twice already. If I urge her again, I fear she might get angry. All right, let her be. I know my daughter's temperament well. Just don't let her get angry. The host announced 3 times in a row, but Zhou Chunai still did not come up. An assistant ran over to explain the situation to the host. Since Miss Zhou Chunai is currently occupied, let's invite another new star of our dinner, Mr. Ross. Mr. Ross is the young vice president of my company, the U.S. Air Transit Company. Chapter 337. Ross climbed up the pole. Zhou Chunai, who is the man you like? I must take him down. I want you to see who the real man is. Just as these words fell, suddenly, a powerful sound came from outside the door. Ross, you really don't have that capability. In an instant, everyone turned to look. Even Zhou Fong and Zhou Chunyi, who were standing on the stage, as well as Roger, looked over. Isn't that the hero Lin Yue who saved the plane in Tianqiao a while ago? I heard that this Lin Yue is also a very mysterious big shot, and many people can't guess how much wealth he actually has. It seems like he can get anything done. This is going to be good entertainment. The next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhou Chunyi, who had been slightly angry and cold-eyed on the stage, suddenly became incredibly gentle. She placed the microphone down on the table with her left hand, lifted her white long dress, and ran down the steps in her red high heels toward Lin Yue along the red carpet. This sudden change from the very delicate young president, Zhou Chun, Yi left everyone below in awe. Chapter 338. Lin Yue glanced at Green, who was standing behind the stage. Green immediately understood. Soon, the large screen above the stage began displaying images one after another. The entire board of directors of the American Air Communications Company, various falsified financial statements, various evidence of bribery captured in photos and personal assets, etc. As the photos were shown one by one, Roger's face grew paler. The chairman, presidents, and experts from major airlines around the world sitting below were stunned by the evidence, one after another. There is no need to say that as an expert who had been in this field for so many years, they recognized at once. All this evidence is real. Who would have thought that so many people in a dignified board of directors would be corrupt? How could they embezzle so much money? Didn't the American Air Communications Company just say they applied for financing due to a broken capital chain? Look at how much money is in these executives' personal accounts. Chairman Roger, furious and embarrassed, pointed at the big screen and shouted loudly, "Stop it, stop it. I forgot to tell you, Roger. I have already submitted this evidence and related materials to Tian Chao and the American Judicial Department." Chapter 339. Once outside. A cool breeze blew over Lin Yue and Zhou Chunye's faces. "Lin Yue, you just said you had something important to tell me. What is it? Are you leaving?" "The important thing is just to accompany you for a walk." Zhou Chunye suddenly froze. 3 seconds later, she asked again, "Really? Really? But we can only walk along this street." "That's already great. My requirements are not high. I'm fine as long as you walk this stretch with me. The cities in America are completely different from those in the homeland. Wall Street is, after all, a very prosperous global financial trading center. Even at night, it still exudes a strong business atmosphere." Lin Yue chatted with Zhou Chunye as they walked forward. When they reached the front of a bridge, Zhou Chunye leaned against the stone bridge pier. A cool breeze tousled her hair. Zhou Chunye brushed her hair back with her fair arm. "Lin Yue, take a picture of me, just with your phone." "Okay." Lin Yue adjusted the angle. "Click. A perfect photo. Do you want me to send you the photo?" "No. This photo is for you. Keep it in your phone album and don't delete it. I want to delete it." Chapter 340. Lin Yue took a nap. It was not until the next morning that he just got up when the system's message quietly rang. "Host, you're about to cross into the Black Widow movie world. Time is up. Do you want to cross?" "Okay, cross. Warm reminder. The timeline of the Marvel world will change. Please adapt accordingly." Whoosh. Lin Yue instantly disappeared from his room. When entering the Black Widow movie world, his memories and identity were assigned very simply. Lin Yue was still a special agent of Tian Chao, commanding in the Underground Kingdom. At this moment, he was driving an off-road vehicle, stopped in front of a secret base in the mountains and forests. As soon as Lin Yue got out of the car, a lurking soldier jumped down from a tree and saluted him. "Captain, you're here. The general has been waiting inside for a long time." Lin Yue nodded. His memory told him that he was here for a meeting today. Moreover, this place is a highly classified secret base on Jinling Mountain in Tian Chao. Whether using reconnaissance planes or satellite detection, this place is a dense forest with nothing to see. Only insiders like Lin Yue would know that there is another world beneath it. Lin Yue walked deep into the woods. He pulled aside a cover overgrown with weeds and jumped down. Chapter 341. After exiting the dense forest, Lin Yue rushed to the airport. His current plan was to head straight to Las Vegas. Since the protagonist of this movie is Natasha, the Black Widow, starting everything from here is just right. After getting off the plane, Lin Yue dressed completely like an ordinary person. He arrived in West Las Vegas. According to the intelligence, Natasha's most important task in Las Vegas was to eliminate a businessman named Clace, who had a cooperative relationship with the Red Room. According to the intel, this Clace was a drunkard who often frequented bars. Therefore, after arriving in West Las Vegas, Lin Yue found the most famous dance bar in the area. Would this businessman Clace come here to drink? Lin Yue couldn't be entirely certain. However, he could confirm that if Black Widow Natasha really wanted to kill Clace, then a bar would undoubtedly be the best place. Sometimes, just a pill is enough to achieve the goal. The dance bar was filled with glamour. The yellow, green, and red lights flickered continuously inside. On the stage in front of the bar, 3 women danced the night away, swaying along the steel poles. They wore outfits that were extremely minimal in fabric. Chapter 342. Lin Yue could see that Natasha, the Black Widow, was clearly experiencing a change in demeanor. Although she wore a seductive smile on her face, her eyes were already harboring a killing intent. Businessman Clace sat across from Natasha. smiling as he raised his glass to toast her. Then he shouted loudly to the nearby waiter, "Bring me a glass of whiskey and a fruit platter." "This beautiful lady. Are you alone?" "Everyone here is in pairs. If you're by yourself, you won't have much fun." The Black Widow only smiled slightly at the corners of her mouth but did not speak. She casually glanced around. The bar was thoroughly inspected from corner to corner. The waiter quickly brought over a fruit platter and a glass of whiskey. The businessman, Clays, reached out, taking the whiskey from the fruit platter. At the same time, a small white pill slipped from his sleeve into the drink. Lin Yue saw this scene clearly. He believed that the Black Widow had already noticed everything. "Beautiful lady, your whiskey is almost finished. Let me get you a new one. I prefer eating fruit over drinking." The Black Widow picked up a piece of watermelon with her fork. Chapter 343. Even though she had been training to withstand blows for a long time, her arms still felt a slight soreness at this moment. Lin Yue's kick was just too heavy. The Black Widow saw that Lin Yue was not holding any weapons and had no intention of killing her. She simply put her knife back at her waist and clenched her fists, ready to fight Lin Yue. In the next second, Lin Yue stepped into the puddles in the alley and quickly ran over. The Black Widow also took a step forward. She swung her fist at Lin Yue. The two met in the middle. There was a loud bang. Their fists collided. The Black Widow was pushed back 3 steps, while Lin Yue stood still, unmoving. The Black Widow immediately realized she was no match for Lin Yue. "In all my years of missions, I've never encountered someone like you. Who exactly are you from the Celestial Empire?" Lin Yue remained silent, taking a step forward. It seemed like he was reaching out with his right hand to grab the Black Widow, and she focused her attention on his right hand. However, unexpectedly, Lin Yue turned his body. His left hand suddenly shot out, grabbing the Black Widow's left wrist. Lin Yue used a technique he learned as a spy, bending the Black Widow's arm behind her back. Chapter 344. This ruthless strength was not inferior to the Black Widow's. Just 10 meters away from Lin Yue, 10 assassins launched their attack. They were holding long knives, lined up in a row. The fastest assassin ran straight towards Lin Yue. As she reached him, she swung her curved blade down with both hands. Yet Lin Yue stood his ground, not moving an inch. Just as the knife was about to fall on him, Lin Yue suddenly stepped forward, extending his right arm. He grabbed the female assassin's arm, preventing her knife from advancing any further. In the next second, Lin Yue threw a punch with his left arm. Bang! This punch shattered the ribs of the beautiful assassin, causing blood to spill from her mouth as she flew backward, crashing into another female assassin behind her. Meanwhile, several other female assassin agents rushed in from both sides. Lin Yue used his legs to push off the ground, leaping into the air. While in midair, he swung his thigh, executing a whip kick. Bang, bang. The two nearest female agents were struck hard on the head by Lin Yue's right foot. Thanks to the enhancement from the T-virus and extraterrestrial iron, Lin Yue was incredibly powerful. Chapter 345. The remaining agents continued to shoot at Lin Yue with their submachine guns. At that moment, despite being only a dozen meters away, Lin Yue had already developed super-sensitive hearing and perception of his surroundings. He could sense the vibrations caused by the bullets firing through the air. He moved with agility, perfectly dodging the bullets. As he killed the 5th person, he seized a submachine gun. After evading several bullets, he raised the gun and fired. The remaining 6 agents were instantly hit and fell to the ground dead. Lin Yue landed on the ground, tossing aside the long and somewhat cumbersome submachine gun. He held a curved knife in one hand and supported the Black Widow as they quickly moved forward along the rooftop. 300 meters behind Lin Yue, nearly 30 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents rushed forward again. Just as they raised their guns to aim at Lin Yue and the Black Widow, Lin Yue had already reached above a bank. He jumped forward, using his right arm to grip a long electric pole and slid down to the ground. By the time those agents chased after him, Lin Yue's figure had vanished into the darkness. Chapter 346. Where is the Dragon Court established by the Celestial Empire? Director. We currently only have this information. As for where it is and who the members are, we have no way of knowing. However, according to reliable sources, members of the Dragon Court have already arrived in the United States. S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury immediately connected today's events. He placed a red file on the table, turned his back, and paced a few meters. It seems that the 20 agents we lost today in Las Vegas were also taken out by the Dragon Court. Director, it should be so. Most of the agents from the Red House in Bear Country are women. Send someone to test their strength first to see if we can incite a rebellion and use them for our purposes. S.H.I.E.L.D. is currently in dire need of capable soldiers. Understood, Director. Who do you think is suitable to send? Send Hawkeye. Understood. At Hydra's headquarters, the leader of Hydra, with arms crossed, was watching the chemical reactions of the potions before him. Behind him stood 3 capable subordinates from Hydra. From your report just now, it seems that the U.S., Bear Country, and the Celestial Empire all have their own special organizations. Chapter 347. Lin Yue said calmly, I'm about to storm the Red House. Killing them now is no different than killing them later. He pulled open the car door and stepped out. Lin Yue did not care about the 50 black-clad assassins in front of the Black Fort. After stepping out, he crossed his arms and coldly stared at the approaching imitator master. It could be said that this person was the most formidable human Lin Yue had encountered since crossing into the movie world. The Black Widow consciously moved toward the front of the car. She extended her arms, and her iconic short blades appeared in her hands. The Black Widow took the initiative, charging towards the 50 black-clad agents. As she approached the first female agent, the Black Widow instantly jumped into the air, executing a scissor kick that trapped the neck of the foremost female agent, twisting in the air and slamming her to the ground. As the Black Widow landed, her short blade struck down. The female agent was pierced through the neck. It was Black Widow's fierce move that intensified the killing intent of the nearly 50 other assassins rushing in behind. However, Black Widow was completely unafraid. After standing up, she lifted her black combat boot and kicked the already dead female agent, sending her flying. Chapter 348. The Imitation Master took 2 steps back. His hand shot up into the air, trying to summon back his sword and shield. Lin Yue didn't give him the chance. He stepped forward and jumped into the air with a series of kicks. Bang! Bang! His feet struck out in succession. Under pressure, the Imitation Master extended his arms to defend, but was forced back 5 or 6 steps by Lin Yue's fierce assault. Lin Yue landed. In this first round of confrontation, Lin Yue had the upper hand. At this moment, after Black Widow had killed 5 nearby agents, she quickly turned around and charged towards Lin Yue with 2 short blades in hand. Black Widow knew very well that the fearsome Imitation Master within the entire Red Room organization possessed extremely strong combat capabilities. She was somewhat worried about Lin Yue and hurried over to provide support. Just as Black Widow was jumping off the Ford vehicle, she happened to see Lin Yue unleash a combination of punches that forced the Imitation Master back 5 or 6 steps. Black Widow was particularly astonished. The sudden burst of strength from this man from the Celestial Empire was truly unbelievable. This group of agents had all been injected with special serums, and combined with their unique physical modifications, that was how they gained their combat abilities today. Chapter 349. Lin Yue watched from a distance. Hawkeye, with his blue eyes and bow in hand, glanced back at him before turning and jumping down the hillside. At that moment, the Imitation Master charged forward like a rabid dog, this time gripping his shield and raising his fist. Black Widow had already killed all 50 agents behind her. He saw Lin Yue staring intently at the mountain peak, thinking that Lin Yue had sustained minor injuries while catching the arrow earlier. Without a word, Black Widow grabbed her short blades and was about to engage the Imitation Master in battle. Suddenly, she saw the fury in Lin Yue's eyes. The terror of his anger made Black Widow, who had previously fought Lin Yue, feel a twinge of fear inside. Before Black Widow could make a move, Lin Yue had already sprinted forward madly, his speed reaching its peak. When he was 10 meters away from the Imitation Master, Lin Yue pushed off the ground with both feet and quickly soared into the air. At the same time, the Imitation Master raised his right hand and swung his shield towards Lin Yue. Lin Yue threw a punch in midair. Bang! The shield was knocked away by Lin Yue's strike, just as the Imitation Master reached out to catch his shield. Chapter 350. Black Widow, still in shock, continued. I had surgery before and was injected with many types of serums. These serums gradually enhance the absorption ability with blood, allowing a person's appearance and physical functions to remain youthful. However, there is a downside. It shortens one's lifespan. Lin Yue, you might really find it hard to imagine. Growing up in that Red Room, I truly experienced a life akin to that of a demon. I remember once when I was 11 years old, I was thrown into a strange room with a total of 8 girls, 5 of whom were older than me. But there was only one piece of bread. The trainer told us that only one of the 8 could survive, and the one who lived would get to eat that piece of bread. Black Widow looked slightly dejected. She turned her head to look out the car window and softly said, that time, I was the only one who survived. Lin Yue, having watched this movie and conducted subsequent research, was well aware of Black Widow's background. Natasha's biological parents had long been killed by the Red Room's leader, Dreykov. The parents Natasha recognized were actually false adoptive parents arranged by the organization. Chapter 351. Although the widow was puzzled, she knew Lin Yue's abilities were incredible. She drew 2 knives from her waist and quietly walked towards the door. Yelena had just taken a couple of steps towards the door, following her sister, when she noticed the doorknob of her room starting to turn slightly. She turned to Lin Yue, surprised and confused. Lin Yue remained calm, still sitting on the sofa, eating and drinking as if the assassins outside had nothing to do with him. The next second, with a loud bang, the door was suddenly flung open. A dark handgun barrel extended from the doorway, and Black Widow instantly jumped up, kicking the gun away. At the same time, Yelena followed from behind. Sounds of fighting echoed down the corridor. Lin Yue leisurely ate his bread as he walked out of the room, following behind and watching the 2 sisters fight ahead. The assassins that came seemed to be of average skill, likely belonging to the rookie team trained in the Red Room. Black Widow and Yelena killed 18 Red Room assassins as they descended from the 3rd floor to the 1st, while Lin Yue mostly just followed behind. Chapter 352. Yelena asked curiously, "Sister, you always say that brother-in-law is not an ordinary person, but I can't see what makes him special." "Oh, but he saved you. Although I don't know the details, he must have some skills." The Iron Maiden, seeing that she couldn't convince Natasha, said, "I can give you the access cards, passwords, and anti-counterfeit images for the 3 doors inside, but I don't have the various defenses and passwords for the outer perimeter. Can't we just break in?" Natasha replied, "If you really want to access the core elements inside the Red Room and get your hands on the Red Serum, you can't just force your way in. Otherwise, if they sense something is off, they will destroy all evidence and the antidote. How can we obtain the outer access and passwords? Find your adoptive father. His real identity is the Red Guardian. He used to work on the outskirts of the Red Room and knows a lot about it. Where is he now? In a death prison. He was captured while on a mission and has been locked up there for 10 years. All right, then let's go rescue him now." Just as Yelena finished speaking and prepared to get up, Black Widow grabbed her wrist, frowning slightly as she spoke softly. Chapter 353. Black Widow originally rushed over to help Lin Yue, but unexpectedly saw Lin Yue wave her off, pointing to a Black Hawk helicopter in the distance. "Go grab that helicopter. We need to leave here immediately. The Iron Mimic Master is still around. Let me help you. I'll kill him right away." Yelena, who was nearby, heard this and danced with joy. "Wow, that's really cool, sis. Where did you find such an amazing and powerful brother-in-law?" "He is from the Celestial Empire." "I've heard about Celestial Empire Kung Fu before, but this is the first time I've seen it in action. It's really awesome. Especially since my brother-in-law is already handsome and now even more so." Lin Yue exchanged punches with the Mimic Master again. After he threw this punch, he suddenly felt the speed of blood flow throughout his body start to increase again, especially in his heart. Lin Yue could hear his heart pounding rapidly. With each heartbeat, he felt the awakening of his strength. Lin Yue clenched his fists tightly. His steel limbs were filled with power. The Mimic Master from a distance threw his shield towards Lin Yue again. The spinning shield was moving at high speed, and when it reached Lin Yue, Chapter 354. Sitting in the back, Yelena saw that the information had not been delivered and looked anxious. "What should we do now? Not only have we not informed Dad Alexei, but we've also been discovered by them." The Iron Lady continued. "Alexei knows all the perimeter codes and command for the Red House's 1st to 3rd floors. He is also very familiar with the layout of the Red House. Although he and I are just a fake couple, I still hope to rescue him." Black Widow nodded. "I know, during those years in the U.S., my adoptive father treated us well. Lin Yue, do you have any other good ideas?" Lin Yue was piloting the helicopter, still flying quickly towards the prison. He looked ahead and asked calmly, "Are you ready?" "Ready for what?" "You're already at odds with the Red House. And after today's prison break, you'll also be at odds with S.H.I.E.L.D. You won't have anywhere else to go. Are you sure you want to go down with me?" "If you haven't thought it through, I'll go alone." Lin Yue waved to Yelena behind him. "Yelena, come and fly the helicopter. This helicopter can't land here. It will easily raise suspicions." "Brother-in-law, I can't fly a helicopter." Chapter 355. Lin Yue pulled out a handgun from his waist and pressed it against the prison guard's head. "Are there any female guards in the prison?" Yes. "Sir, don't kill me. I'm just an ordinary person. Call a female guard over. And if you dare to expose anything, your head will explode immediately." Understood. I definitely won't." The chubby guard pressed the intercom. "Barbara, are you there?" "Received. I'm here." "Barbara, hurry to the dispatch room below." "Received." 3 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Lin Yue looked through the peephole. A black female guard, whose large body could hardly be contained by her oversized uniform, was knocking on the door while playfully saying, "I told you, you deadbeat. I just came to see you at noon, and now you're calling me on the intercom. Do you think everyone in the prison doesn't know our relationship? So annoying." Lin Yue opened the door. As soon as the guard barber walked in, Lin Yue pressed a knife against her neck. She instantly tensed up, her eyes wide with fear. Lin Yue kicked the door shut. "Answer my questions honestly, or you both will die. Where is Alexei being held?" Chapter 356. Lin Yue's bullet shot out quickly. Black Widow also jumped up on Lin Yue's right side and began shooting with 2 handguns. Some guards behind them raised their submachine guns to shoot at Lin Yue and Black Widow. However, their speed was too fast, attacking from the left and right simultaneously. The guards couldn't even lock onto their targets. In less than 3 minutes, 30 guards stationed in front of the death row cells were all shot dead by Lin Yue and Black Widow. These mercenaries were only mediocre in skill, even worse than the agents from the Red House. It was naturally easy to kill them. Lin Yue and Black Widow reached the end of the corridor. A heavy iron door was locked with a large padlock. Black Widow used the key she took from the guard's waist to open the iron door. With a loud rumble, the door opened. In the middle of the death row stood a bearded man. His red clothes looked very worn. "Who are you? Are you here to save me?" "No way. Is there still someone in this world who remembers me?" "I am Natasha." "What?" Alexei looked incredulous. "You mean you're my daughter, Natasha?" "There's no time to explain. Can you still fight?" Chapter 357. As Alexei and Natasha were running, they both glanced out the window. All the agents from the shield vehicles had rushed into the building. Black Widow knew these people were specially trained, and they would be up the stairs in no time. Just then, Black Widow and Alexei suddenly heard the beeping alarm from inside the prison. Following that, one prison cell after another opened. The guards who were searching around with guns became flustered. Nearly 3,000 death row inmates rushed out of their cells. They had already anticipated something was wrong when they heard the gunfire. Now that the doors were opened, they were bloodthirsty and frantically running out. Those guards who usually acted tough were surrounded and beaten by the inmates. Some even snatched weapons from the guards and shot them dead. Alexei saw this scene and clapped his hands in delight. "Your boyfriend is really something, releasing so many inmates at this time, and now Shield below is chasing after shadows." I don't know how Lin Yue thought of doing this. Sometimes his brain really reacts quickly, and he can do many things that ordinary people can't. Chapter 358. The iron door was spinning in midair at high speed. Hawkeye, sitting in the helicopter, initially wanted to get closer to use these special drugs to incapacitate Black Widow and take her back to S.H.I.E.L.D. But unexpectedly, Lin Yue suddenly appeared. The massive, rapidly spinning iron door left the helicopter pilot with no time to react. There was no way to avoid it. Bang! The heavy iron door slammed onto the helicopter. The helicopter's glass shattered, and the rotor blades above were completely smashed. The helicopter swayed in the air 3 or 4 times before crashing straight down onto the square in front of the prison. As it landed, thick black smoke billowed from the tail of the helicopter. Black Widow came over from behind, her eyes filled with admiration and gratitude towards Lin Yue. At that moment, a buzzing sound came from the sky again. The 3 of them looked up towards the southeast corner, and finally, this time, the helicopter was piloted by Yelena. Black Widow's mother, Iron Lady, was already leaning out of the helicopter window, waving at them continuously. The helicopter flew lower and lower, heading straight for the prison building. As it approached, Yelena released a long ladder from the helicopter. Alexei had already wrapped his abdominal wound with a cloth strip. Chapter 359. Hawkeye's expression was serious as he was about to escape when there was a loud bang. The 40 rocket launcher fired again. This time, Hawkeye only managed to escape 5 meters. The 40 rocket launcher exploded right behind him. Countless shrapnel pierced into his back and abdomen. Hawkeye fell to the ground in agony. At this moment, many agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. had already rushed up from downstairs. However, in the thick smoke, they could not see where Lin Yue's helicopter was at all. When the smoke cleared and they could see clearly, Lin Yue was holding the 40 rocket launcher, firing off another shot. The prison building was battered to pieces under the bombardment of the massive artillery. Just as it does in S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents arrived on the rooftop. They were blown to bits as Hawkeye struggled to escape towards the edge of the building. Lin Yue's rocket launcher exploded right in front of him. Hawkeye was thrown off the high building by the blast. However, what shocked Black Widow, Yelena, and the others was that Lin Yue had no intention of letting the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents or Hawkeye go. He took out all the explosives that had been prepared in advance from the box. These explosives were all bundled together. Chapter 360. Black Widow and Lin Yue exchanged glances. They were not unfamiliar with the organization Hydra, especially Lin Yue, who had watched this series of movies. He knew that Hydra's actual background was much more powerful than it appeared on the surface. Hydra had infiltrated various countries and classes. Who will be the strongest warrior sent by Hydra? Lin Yue leaned against Lin Yue. Lin Yue, do you want something to drink? Brother-in-law, let my sister get you some wine to drink. We're about to fight in the Red Room. It might boost your courage. Lin Yue smiled and said, No need for wine. My courage has never needed boosting. Just give me a cup of cola. Lin Yue took the cola, popped it open, and took a sip. Facing the sea breeze, a gulp of cola was incredibly refreshing. Black Widow's white, tight-fitting outfit wrapped around her graceful figure. After chatting with Lin Yue for a while, she quietly leaned against him and fell asleep. Late at night, the ship suddenly shook, waking both Natasha and Lin Yue. Alexei, across the cabin, chuckled softly. I said, Lin Yue, and my dear daughter Natasha, if you have any special needs, this cabin is really too small. How about Yelena? And I turn around, and you can pretend we don't exist? Chapter 361. As they reached the door, Lin Yue executed a whip kick, sending the corpse of the agent assassin into the room. At the same time, several gun muzzles that had been aimed at the door quickly turned to shoot at the corpse. In that instant, Lin Yue and Black Widow entered simultaneously. Lin Yue was on the right, Black Widow on the left. After they dashed in, several female agents with masks and AK-47s were on either side. Realizing that what Lin Yue had thrown in was just a corpse, they quickly turned their guns towards Lin Yue and Black Widow. Just as they were about to pull the trigger, Lin Yue and Black Widow launched their attack. As Lin Yue jumped down from the air, he brought his elbows down on the heads of two female assassins, smashing their skulls and causing blood to flow from all their orifices. After landing, Lin Yue kicked another female assassin, sending her crashing into two others behind her. As their aim faltered, Lin Yue seized an AK-47. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of bullets rang out. The three surviving assassins had already fallen to the ground. On the right, Black Widow also cleared out 5 assassins. She held a knife in one hand and a handgun in the other. Chapter 362. Just as Alexei was cheering at the back, he suddenly saw 36 red-clad assassins charging forward with long knives and swords. At that moment, even the usually composed Iron Lady felt her heart in her throat. Lin Yue stomped his foot on the ground, clenched his fists, and charged forward. The ensuing scene could only be described as overwhelming. More than 30 red-clad assassins charged forward one after another, while Lin Yue, with his iron-like fists and kicks, completely disregarded their blades. Coupled with his agility and strength nearing the second stage of the T-virus, these high-level female assassins were almost completely slaughtered by Lin Yue in less than 5 minutes. The last female assassin was grabbed by the neck and lifted into the air. Crack! With a twist of her neck, Lin Yue tossed her body aside. Yelena and Alexei were shocked into silence for a long time. On the other side of the corridor, Black Widow was still battling against 30 female assassins and had only killed 15 so far. She had just landed after a round of fighting in the air. Chapter 363. As Dreykov finished speaking, he suddenly smiled sinisterly. Immediately, alarms blared throughout the interior of the Red Room. Footsteps rushed in from all directions. Lin Yue and Black Widow turned to look. Outside the transparent glass room, corridors were filled with countless agent assassins. Some held knives, others had handguns and submachine guns. They surrounded Lin Yue and Black Widow's glass room tightly. Looking around, there were at least 500 of them. Captain Lin Yue, Natasha, I've only lifted the first layer of restrictions, and 500 assassins are coming. If the second, third, and fourth level bans are lifted, you won't be able to escape at all. Who gave you the guts to come into the Red House of the Bear Country and stir up trouble? What's even more infuriating is that you killed the master I painstakingly created. Although he was my weapon, he was also my daughter. You are truly despicable. Just as Dreykov finished speaking, suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from the east side of the corridor. Bang! A grenade shot over from the other end of the corridor. Chapter 364. Dreykov had to press the button again to summon a new batch of assassins to join the fight. The Winter Soldier, modified with a special serum by the Hydra organization, had strong combat abilities. Lin Yue fought him for a full 30 exchanges. He also felt that the Winter Soldier's abilities were stronger than those of the previous master. Moreover, Lin Yue couldn't quite gauge that the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm seemed to have some special abilities that had not yet been unleashed. After several exchanges, the mechanical arm was able to fully catch his punches most of the time. However, other parts of the Winter Soldier's body had been hit multiple times by Lin Yue's kicks and arms. Blood trickled from his right wrist, dripping onto the ground. His leg trembled slightly as he stepped back. However, there was no sign of cowardice or pain on Lin Yue's face. The Winter Soldier, transformed into a death machine, had completely become a being devoid of any emotions. At that moment, Black Widow killed the last 5 black-clad assassins and jumped in front of Dreykov, pressing a knife against his neck. The hundreds of red-clad assassins outside the glass wall hesitated, standing by without daring to attack. Chapter 365, The Winter Soldier in the Corridor. Seeing that his mechanical arm was already disabled, turned and began to run quickly, trying to escape. Little did he know, Black Widow had already noticed his intentions. She quickly chased after him. When she reached the end of the corridor, she jumped and turned, landing in front of the Winter Soldier. Black Widow smiled coldly, holding 2 long knives. In Lin Yue's words, "Since you came, don't even think about leaving." The Winter Soldier glared fiercely, grabbing a carbine submachine gun from his back. Ready to shoot, Black Widow had already launched her attack. One of her long knives sliced through the air. A long bloody line was drawn across the Winter Soldier's chest, and he took 3 steps back, still not reacting. Lin Yue's terrifying fist came crashing down. Bang! This punch shattered the bones in the back of the Winter Soldier's neck. The Winter Soldier fell to the side in pain. Just as he hit the ground, Black Widow's knife descended from above, stabbing into his chest. Lin Yue nodded approvingly at Black Widow. Well done. Black Widow pulled the knife from the Winter Soldier's heart. Blood began to spurt from where his heart was located, and he coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Chapter 366, A purely intelligent opponent can be dealt with using violent force. A purely violent opponent can be dealt with using intelligence. But an opponent like Lin Yue, where intelligence and violence are perfectly combined, is a disaster for anyone who encounters him. After the security door was completely unlocked, 2 document bags appeared inside. One contained information about the Conquest serum, and the other contained information about the red antidote. Next to these 2 documents was a large bottle of red antidote. After Lin Yue took out the information on the Conquest serum, he pulled out the sheet with the chemical formula and tore it into pieces. Lin Yue, weren't you supposed to take this back? Why did you tear it? Something that can stop a dog from breathing shouldn't exist in this world. No matter which country or organization, there will always be those blinded by profit. If such a serum exists, it would be a complete disaster for this world. Black Widow nodded. She admired Lin Yue even more in her heart. Not only is he brave and resourceful, but he also has principles. Based on the information previously given by Iron Lady, he approached the table. Chapter 367 Black Widow extended her arms and hugged Alexei, Yelena, and Iron Lady. Take care. This time I choose to follow Lin Yue. The S-H-I-E-L-D and this red house are my enemies. It's not related to you, and they won't bother you. Find a good place to live. Goodbye, sister. Goodbye, brother-in-law. Goodbye. Lin Yue. Goodbye. Black Widow jumped back onto the spaceship. Lin Yue applied full power. The small spaceship shot up into the azure clouds at high speed. Destination: the Celestial Empire. The spaceship had just soared into the clouds when, in less than 10 minutes, Lin Yue heard Black Widow's sultry voice behind him. I remember this type of spaceship should have autopilot. Lin Yue turned around and saw that Black Widow had already taken off her white battle suit. She was left in only her black sexy lingerie. Lin Yue quickly stood up. Set the autopilot, Lin Yue. Do you even need to say it? It was already set up. Black Widow smiled, extending her arms. Her golden hair looked incredibly alluring in the sunlight. As Lin Yue jumped into the back cabin of the spaceship, he tightly embraced Black Widow and kissed her. Chapter 368 The U.S. Air Communications Company hit a trading halt shortly after opening. Various negative news spread like wildfire online, coupled with Lin Yue's instigation. The internal scandals of a U.S. communications company and their oppressive tactics against other airlines were revealed one by one. For a time, they were like a rat crossing the street, everyone shouting to hit them. Major media outlets competed to report. Lin Yue smiled as he placed his phone on the table beside him. He picked up a glass of red wine, took a sip, and then set the glass down again. Lin Yue stood up, threw his robe onto a chair, and jumped into the clear blue swimming pool. In the following days, the stock of the U.S. Air Communications Company continued to plummet. From an initial price of $700 per share, it dropped to $300 per share. Despite this, no one dared to invest heavily to buy the dip, because almost every day, Lin Yue arranged for people to expose a scandal or a huge economic issue within the airline. Many small economic groups that attempted to buy the dip ended up halfway up the slope. 15 days later, the stock price of the American airline company continues to decline. The U.S. government has proposed several bills to bail out the airline company. Chapter 369. During this time, Lin Yue has not received any film crossing tasks from the system for nearly a month. He has just taken advantage of this time to deal a heavy blow to the American airline company. Zhou Chunai invited Lin Yue to dinner during this period, but later was sent back to the country by his father Zhou Fong to handle some matters. One evening, while Lin Yue was walking through the bustling streets of New York, the system's voice suddenly sounded again. Congratulations, host! You have received a new film crossing task. High-dimensional viewers, after watching the ancient film Mulan from the Celestial Empire, are very impressed by the loyal heroine image of Mulan and are very eager to experience the military camp of the Celestial Empire. The host is requested to go to the Mulan movie world to experience the ancient military life of battle and slaughter and collect the local customs of ancient China. Special reminder, in this Mulan movie world, the combat power of ancient soldiers is significantly enhanced. Difficulty of film crossing, normal. Please choose whether to accept the task. Accept. Congratulations, host. You have successfully chosen the antique movie task Mulan. The crossing will begin in 12 hours. Please prepare in advance. Chapter 370. Yue. Have you gotten up yet? Memory tells him that this is his aunt. Lin Yue quickly came over and opened the door. A woman dressed in simple linen appeared at the door, her face full of joy. Yue, let me tell you something. The matchmaker next door has introduced a marriage for you. Lin Yue squinted his eyes slightly. He thought of the ancient matchmakers, who always introduced some unsightly women, and quickly waved his hand. Aunt, there's no rush. I can handle it myself. What kind of talk is this? After so many years, you still can't get married. Here, boys usually marry by the age of 18. Ever since your uncle left, our family has had no source of income. The girls don't want to marry over here, and you're already 24 this year. Can't I be anxious? So, which girl are you introducing? Am I supposed to go on a blind date? What blind date? The matchmaker and I have looked at you. You cannot meet the girl before marriage. Lin Yue thought about how, in this era, most marriages were directly decided by the elders. It was completely normal not to have seen each other before marriage. Chapter 371. Mulan put away her sword. Mother, you know I dislike doing those things the most. Just let me practice my sword a little longer. No, this time, no matter what, Mother One T agree. I have good news for you. Just now, the matchmaker from the next village and Aunt Lin delivered the betrothal gifts. Huh? Mulan exclaimed in surprise. Why hasn't anyone told me about this? Who would dare to tell you? Every time we took you to meet the matchmaker, you made a mess of things. This time, your father and I have directly settled the marriage for you. It's the command of your parents and the words of the matchmaker. Hurry home and learn needlework and women's crafts. When autumn comes, we'll get your marriage settled. Although Mulan was very reluctant, girls in this era were very filial to their parents and dared not defy the commands of their elders. She nodded and followed her mother. Mother, what is the name of that person you mentioned? I think it's something like Lin. Oh, my mind. I'll go back and ask your father. Anyway, Mulan, listen to me. The matchmaker said that boy is also a poor child. His parents passed away long ago, and his uncle died on the battlefield 3 years ago. He is the descendant of a loyal family and is a perfect match for our Hua family. Chapter 372. The new recruits are required to report at noon today. Since it's still early, Lin Yue sat atop a tree to rest for a while. About half an hour later, from a distance, Lin Yue saw a thin figure in the rain, leading a horse along the muddy path. Lin Yue sat up and observed carefully. The more he looked at the figure, the more it resembled the Mulan from movie. When there were only about 200 meters left between them, Lin Yue could clearly see through the mist that she looked very much like her, but even more beautiful and perfect than in the movie. The thoughts of the ancient matchmaker and the mindset of this era are truly unfathomable. Such a beautiful woman is rejected by many families just because she cannot sew. Mulan walked her horse to the big locust tree, dressed as a man, even though her armor was already soaked. She still didn't dare to take it off under the tree. Lin Yue's black horse gently neighed from the other side of the big locust tree, catching Mulan's attention. She looked up and saw Lin Yue sitting in the tree. Mulan nodded slightly, feeling a bit shy. However, she suddenly remembered that she was dressed as a man and was about to go to the military camp. So she had to learn the demeanor of a military man. at least to be more open. Chapter 373. When using it, Lin Yue could feel its tremendous power. In the distance, the chubby and skinny men were riding horses ahead. Suddenly, Lin Yue let go of his hand. The pitch-black arrow pierced through the rain and shot towards the distance. The arrow sliced through the air at high speed. The chubby and skinny men, having never experienced the baptism of war, had no awareness at all. The arrow pierced through the chubby man's neck and then into the skinny man's head. Both fell to the ground, landing in the mud pit. The two horses appeared confused in the rain. Lin Yue looked at Milan, who was almost to the military camp. He smiled faintly and leaped down. The system task required him to experience ancient military life this time. Lin Yue was also somewhat eager to see how the military camps of ancient times differed from his previous experience in the Blue Star military. Riding on the black horse, Lin Yue lightly urged it forward, and the horse galloped ahead as if it had been injected with a stimulant. The weapons and equipment in the ancient military camp were also extremely rudimentary. Because of the sparse population, there were several newly established recruit training camps. Chapter 374. The tall new recruit looked puzzled. Lin Yue's expression turned cold as he was about to get up. The tall new recruit quickly forced a smile. All right, big brother, do you want to tell Instructor Dong? If the instructor asks, just tell the truth. Let him come find me. Other new recruits. This new recruit is really impressive. The tall new soldier quickly rolled up his bed and rushed out of the tent, heading towards 02. At this moment, although it was a large barracks in the southwest corner, Hua Mulan was leaning against the corner of the tent. To her right was Lin Yue, who intentionally or unintentionally left her 2 bunk spaces. This made Hua Mulan feel very pleased on her first day in the military camp. Although Lin Yue and Hua Mulan were not familiar with each other yet, from the perspective of their identities in this world, he was Hua Mulan's fiancé. And in this situation, Lin Yue would not allow anyone to be so close to Hua Mulan. Hua Mulan was surprised. The other people in the tent were also surprised. In their minds, although Lin Yue looked clean and fair, his strength was not to be underestimated. Just a moment ago, Lin Yue had simply subdued a big man with a bushy beard, pinning him down so he couldn't move. Chapter 375. Through the moonlight outside the window, Lin Yue saw that the small bag where Hua Mulan kept her clothes was also open. Having seen the original movie, Lin Yue immediately guessed that it must be too hot, and Hua Mulan had sneaked off to the river to take a bath. As a woman, she could only take advantage of the quiet night to bathe in the military camp. It seemed that Hua Mulan was in a great hurry. When she took out her clothes from a small bag, a light pink camisole fell out. Lin Yue quickly helped her pack her clothes and tightly tied the strap on the bag. Lin Yue got up, put on his clothes, donned his combat boots, and walked towards the flowing stream on the east side of the military camp. The water was exceptionally clear and fresh, flowing down from a distant waterfall and then moving toward the horizon. In ancient times, there was not as much pollution, and the water was very clear. Under the moonlight, the lake sparkled. In the pool where the clear water gathered, Hua Mulan was soaking in the water. After many days without a bath in the military camp, this moment brought her immense joy and relief. Hua Mulan stretched out her fair arms in the water, letting down her long hair that had been tied up on her head, looking very beautiful in the moonlight. Chapter 376. The next morning, Instructor Dong had a stern expression in his military tent. His assistant stood nearby, trembling. Are you saying that last night, Lin Yue knocked down 50 brothers? Yes, Instructor Dong. I don't know the reason, but it seems these people wanted to take a bath, and Lin Yue wouldn't let them go. Instructor Dong had his hands clasped behind his back and paced in the tent. After 3 seconds, he suddenly turned around. Amazing. Impressive. He truly is an excellent soldier. But discipline is discipline. If there is no punishment, perhaps the other soldiers will feel very dissatisfied. Instructor Dong, Lin Yue has been very relaxed in all his training. I feel his strength is far beyond what we see. If he really needs to be punished, I'm worried. The instructor waved his hand. Don't worry. Lin Yue, like others, is filled with loyalty to the country. That's enough. His temperament indeed needs to be tempered. Only then can he become an excellent commander. So, Instructor Dong, what method do you plan to use for the punishment? Let us use the smooth pole in the military camp, the most torturous one. The assistant was startled and murmured to himself. Chapter 377. After the assembly ended, Lin Yue took Hua Mulan to the training ground outside the military camp for sword training. Hua Mulan's martial arts had become increasingly refined. Lin Yue also learned the Hua family sword technique from her. Back in Blue Star, Lin Yue often thought, what can a plain sword, even if wielded skillfully, really achieve? It wasn't until he arrived in the ancient military camp that he realized the sword techniques of the Celestial Empire were truly profound. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as the martial arts fantasy novels where one used qi to control the sword, the study of swordsmanship in ancient China had really reached its peak. This long sword was completely different from the curved knives Lin Yue often used, with entirely different killing techniques. Lin Yue was also diligently training, continuously perfecting his sword skills. Late at night, the usually serious instructor Dong suddenly burst into Lin Yue's tent. His assistant followed behind with a torch. The sound of armor and boots woke the new soldiers in the tent. Everyone looked at Instructor Dong with nervous eyes. Lin Yue, Hua Mulan, come with me. Instructor Dong turned to his aide and said, gather all the old and new soldiers for assembly. Understood. Chapter 378. Instructor Dong quickly began to arrange everything. He would take all the old soldiers with him, while Lin Yue would lead a portion of the new soldiers. The remaining new soldiers would continue to be organized by the deputy instructor for training. Once everything was arranged, Lin Yue took his 50 subordinates back to the new soldier camp to pack their things, agreeing to depart on time in half an hour. Hua Mulan was happier than anyone else. Since she was young, her wish had always been to wield weapons and fight on the battlefield. Now that the training in the new soldier camp was finally coming to an end, she was extremely happy to follow Lin Yue onto the battlefield. Just as the team was dispersing, Hua Mulan quickly ran into the tent to start packing her things. When Lin Yue entered, he saw that Hua Mulan was not packing her own items, but was fiddling with Lin Yue's bed. Hua Mulan, no need, I'll do it myself. No. How can I let you do it yourself? You are now the captain of our squad. After some time, when you have 100 subordinates, you'll become our lieutenant. And then you'll be quite impressive. Who knows, I might even get to be a squad leader too. Lin Yue smiled and said, can't you aim a bit higher? Wouldn't it be better to be a Sima or a general? Chapter 379. Lin Yue was not familiar with this road in ancient times. He relied solely on his sense of direction, heading northwest. After passing through a rugged mountain range, 3 paths appeared ahead, each leading in a different direction. Lin Yue hesitated for a moment, and just then, Hua Mulan caught up from behind. Lin Yue, take the right path, Hua Mulan said decisively. Lin Yue nodded and stepped onto the right path. The 2 horses galloped ahead. Lin Yue looked at Hua Mulan and quietly asked, how did you know to take this road? When you were talking to Instructor Dong, I glanced at the sand table in the tent. Although the roads were simply laid out, I still remembered them. Lin Yue's face lit up with joy. I never expected that my fiancée would truly be a hero from ancient times. She really has a talent for fighting. To be honest, he didn't put much thought or care into coming to this world. If it were during the time of the hurricane rescue or in those extremely dangerous movie worlds, Lin Yue might have remembered everything in Instructor Dong's tent in an instant, including that simple sand table. Soon, by the evening of the next day. Chapter 380. The other 48 new soldiers nearby followed Mulan without hesitation. Before long, this team of 10 cavalry was completely killed. Lin Yue saw that lying on the ground, seriously injured, was a eunuch. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. The arrow that had just been shot had already pierced the edge of his heart, and there was no saving him. You are a soldier of our northern way, right? We are new recruits under Instructor Dong. Did Instructor Dong go to see His Majesty? Instructor Dong has already gone. What are you doing here? I came to deliver a message to General He. His Majesty asked me to tell him to lead the army to Huaihuang Town. Did you deliver the message? Where is General He now? After I arrived, I couldn't find General He in the Yinshan area where they were supposed to be stationed. The eunuch had just said a few words when he started spitting blood. In no time, he had completely breathed his last. I never expected that I would find General He upon reaching the Yinshan area, inform him of this matter, and send a large army to protect the emperor. However, after arriving at Yinshan, everything was completely different from what I had imagined. Chapter 381. Instructor Dong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Huamu, Lin Yue orders you to go to the city. You cannot follow. Mulan calmly and decisively said, I want to die with him. As soon as she finished speaking, Mulan, holding a silver sword, quickly rode her horse to follow Lin Yue. Racing towards the mountaintop, the other 48 soldiers were stunned. The 48 soldiers were about to charge up the hill, but were quickly stopped by Instructor Dong. Listen to Lin Yue and Hua Mu's orders. You are new recruits and won't be of any help. Lin Yue's horse had already reached the crowd of soldiers from the Black Mountain Ruin. Instructor Dong struggled to stand up, looking at everything in the distance. When an expert makes a move, you can tell right away. almost as soon as Lin Yue drew his sword and engaged with the ruined soldiers in close combat. Everyone around was shocked. Almost no enemy could get close to him. Lin Yue was incredibly fast. Every sword thrust resulted in a kill. What amazed everyone the most was Lin Yue's immense strength. After killing one person with a sword, he would often lift the corpse and throw it toward the distance, directly knocking down 5 or 6 ruined soldiers. Instructor Dong's hands trembled. This is too powerful. I have never seen such a formidable warrior in Northern Wei. Chapter 382. At this moment, the entire war god temple was filled with dead bodies, and there wasn't a single living person. Lin Yue and Mulan circled inside for a whole round. Many of the emperor's guards who had accompanied him were killed on the ground. Lin Yue came out the back door of the war god temple and saw a shrine about 100 meters away in the mountains. At the entrance of a shrine stood a dozen ruined soldiers. Lin Yue and Mulan rushed over together. Those dozen ruined soldiers were quickly killed by Lin Yue. In the center of the shrine, there appeared a square secret passage entrance. Lin Yue grabbed the edge of the passage and jumped in alone. Mulan followed behind and also jumped down, landing about 5 meters high. As soon as Mulan jumped down, Lin Yue reached out with both hands and caught her in his arms. Mulan's face turned slightly red before she could say anything. Lin Yue put her down and said softly, "There might already be ruined soldiers in this passage, so keep close." The secret passage leading to the mountaintop was quite steep. Every 10 meters on both sides of the passage, there was an oil lamp lit on the stone walls. After Lin Yue quickly moved through the passage for about a quarter of an hour, he heard the sounds of whips and noisy voices in a spacious area of the passage. Chapter 383. Lin Yue dragged Prince Lu'er with one hand and swiftly swept out his spear with the other. The soldiers charging him were all stabbed down to the ground by him. Immediately after, Lin Yue turned around, and the spearhead of his long spear struck out flexibly. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! 3 consecutive sounds. 3 more soldiers were killed by Lin Yue's spear. 2 other soldiers attempted to flank him, but were killed by Mulan with her long sword. At this moment, many ruined soldiers swarmed down from the Black Mountain, rushing toward Lin Yue. Lin Yue and Mulan quickly mounted their horses and charged toward Huaihuang Town. Instructor Dong, supporting his severely injured body, along with the 48 new recruits and about 200 soldiers from the city, also rushed out of the city gate. Before long, they were blocking behind Lin Yue and Mulan. The soldiers of the ruined nation charged fiercely, preparing to storm Huaihuang Town, but suddenly heard the sound of General He's army blowing the horn from the distant mountains. Seeing this, the ruined soldiers quickly retreated like a tide from the Black Mountain. Lin Yue and Mulan, facing the fierce assault of the ruin's 20,000 soldiers on the war god temple, single-handedly climbed the Black Mountain to rescue the prince. And this deed spread across the land. Chapter 384. Prince Lu'er patted his belly. "I'm hungry too. Brother Hua, wait for me. I want to go to the kitchen to see if there's my favorite osmanthus fish." Lu'er ran very fast. After he left, Instructor Dong, who was standing outside the pavilion, came to Lin Yue's side, half leaning against the stone, and asked in a low voice, "You really have a lot of patience. You still haven't told her that you know she is a woman?" Lin Yue shook his head. "I want her to have enough reason to stay in the army. If she knows I know she is a woman, the feeling would change. You are indeed a very excellent fiancé. Mulan is also a good fiancé. Very much to my liking. I really like her." Instructor Dong laughed heartily. "By the way, Lin Yue, I have reported your and Hua Mu's rewards to the court. Do you need to report it again? I've already given you the jade seal the Empress gave last time. You can just stamp it directly, right?" Lin Yue joked with a smile. "Haha, Lin Yue, you're kidding again. However, I haven't told anyone about the jade seal being with me. Now that the prince hasn't ascended the throne, everything depends on Consort Shu, the left chancellor, and General He to make joint decisions." Chapter 385. At this moment, after Lu Gonggong finished speaking to Lin Yue, he took out a sealed edict from his bosom. "General Lin, this edict is also for you. It's a marriage decree, granting you the hand of Princess Limping." The crown prince, being simple-minded at the age of 6, didn't understand the complex relationships involved. He was just happy that Lin Yue was suddenly going to become General He's son-in-law. Big brother Lin is marrying a princess, getting a wife. Lin Yue's expression remained calm. His gaze as tranquil as water. "I accept the edict for General Yue, but as for being a son-in-law, I'll pass. I'm not interested." "What?" Lu Gonggong clearly found Lin Yue's words unbelievable. The other new recruits, who were secretly listening from the wall, were so shocked they didn't know what to say. At this moment, Only Instructor Dong understood why Lin Yue would refuse the imperial edict. He nodded slightly, feeling even more admiration for Lin Yue. The Crown Prince, Luer, bounced over to Lin Yue. Big brother Lin, I finally understand why you didn't accept the princess. You and Muga both, ha! I really didn't expect Big brother Lin to have such a preference. Lu Gongong found this somewhat amusing, but he didn't dare to show any disrespect in front of the Crown Prince. Chapter 386. Instructor Dong and the Crown Prince ran out from the doorway, watching Lin Yue's departing figure. General Lin, where are you going? Lin Yue remained silent, and Liang quickly filled in, reporting to Instructor Dong. General Lin went to find General Hua. Wow. The Crown Prince clapped his small hands. I knew Big Brother Lin refused Princess Limping because he likes Big Brother Hua. Ha ha. Crown Prince, don't speak nonsense. Instructor Dong quickly responded. Lin Yue rode his black horse swiftly down the road, and in less than half an hour, he arrived at Wuchuan Town. At the city gate of Wuchuan Town, Lin Yue saw a new recruit who had come here with Hua Mulan. Why are you here alone? Where's Hua? After General Hua arrived here, he was told to go to Quding Mountain Cliff to receive those 2,000 troops. He took Zhang Wu and Wang Zhao with him and left me here to guard. Where's Quding Mountain Cliff? In the southwest corner. I've heard there are 5,000 guards stationed at the bottom of a cliff there. General Hua is going there to receive the troops. Lin Yue felt that something was amiss. Normally, once promoted to general and stationed at various towns, the transfer procedures are quite convenient. Chapter 387. In the blink of an eye, the sound of arrows whistling through the air echoed, dense and numerous. The two new recruits beside Hua Mulan drew their swords, managing to block only a few attacks before being pierced through the abdomen and neck, dying on the ground. Zhu Feng, why do you have to kill them? Ha! You all are like meat on the chopping block. Isn't it normal to be slaughtered? I will kill you. Hua Mulan, furious, drew her sword. She was surrounded by more than 30 soldiers. Due to General Zhu's orders to capture Hua Mulan alive, the others did not dare to harm her severely. Relying on the Hua family's sword technique she had trained in for a long time and her agile movements, she defended against one attack after another. She jumped into the ranks of these soldiers, growing braver with each battle. Under Hua Mulan's feet, the bodies of soldiers piled up more and more. In less than a quarter of an hour, she had already killed over 100 soldiers. Her body was completely drenched in their blood. The originally silver armor had turned a deep red, and her long hair flowed over her shoulders in the wind, resembling the most beautiful scenery of Quding Mountain Cliff. The little white horse under Hua Mulan had been stabbed to death by a spear. In the moment the white horse fell, Hua Mulan's heart ached terribly. Chapter 388. Lin Yue, I lied to you. I'm sorry. I am actually a woman. It's okay. Isn't that just right? Lin Yue, although I have these feelings for you, it's too late to say them now. I've committed the crime of deceiving the emperor. Deceiving what emperor? That useless emperor is already dead. What is there to deceive? But Lin Yue, I have already been betrothed. Although I am very unwilling, but Hua Mulan revealed her sadness and despair. I know. How do you know? Before I joined the army, my family arranged a marriage for me. They said the girl's family lives in Shangling Village, and she knows nothing about needlework. Just likes to wield a sword and spear. I heard her father's name is Hua Hu. So that's it. Lin Yue's words filled Hua Mulan's heart with immense joy. In this dire situation, she truly didn't know what to say. However, she thought, even if she died in the canyon today, she would still be happy. Hua Mulan really didn't expect that Lin Yue had known from the very beginning that she was his fiancée. Yet he had never acted improperly towards her. Instead, he had always cared for her and protected her in the military camp. Chapter 389. At this moment, a black bow appeared in Lin Yue's hand. A bow that only Hua Mulan had seen before. The others had no idea Lin Yue possessed such a bow. Instructor Dong was extremely shocked, quickly looking around and asking, has Lin Yue always kept that bow hidden in his clothes? I remember he never shot arrows in the military camp. I also remember General Lin never shot arrows. At that time, we all thought he couldn't shoot. Was he bringing out the bow for now? The next moment, they saw Lin Yue draw 3 black long arrows from his sleeve and knock them onto the bow. He took a slight step forward, fully drawing the recurved bowstring. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows flew through the air, unstoppable. Instructor Dong felt deeply that Lin Yue was a super archer just by how steady and accurate he was when releasing the bow. Along with the overwhelming momentum that made the air tremble, it was enough to prove the lethality of this bow was incredibly terrifying. A second later, The three arrows simultaneously reached the soldiers at the cliff. In the horrified eyes of the soldiers, whoosh, 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 the three arrows pierced through several soldiers' bodies in succession. Chapter 390. On the night 2 days later, Lin Yue went to Pingcheng in advance by himself. He had already arranged with Hua Milan for her and Instructor Dong to bring the little crown prince Lure to the capital the next day during the day. Although Hua Milan didn't know what Lin Yue was going to do in the capital. Ever since the last time Lin Yue carried her and killed 5,000 people in that valley, she felt a deep admiration and love for her fiancé. Women in this era had simpler thoughts, and most of the time, it was a male-dominated society. Lin Yue's willingness to rush over and protect her without hesitation during a dangerous moment deeply moved Hua Milan. From that day on, she resolved to wholeheartedly love her husband for the rest of her life. After arriving in Pingcheng, Lin Yue immediately went to General He's residence. Although the estate was surrounded by hundreds of soldiers, Lin Yue's assassin skills allowed him to infiltrate silently. Almost no one noticed as he reached the rooftop of General He's residence. At that moment, General He was in the main hall, calmly sipping a cup of hot tea at his table. Chapter 391. In Pingcheng, the moon was cool as water. The noble consort Shu was strolling leisurely in the imperial garden with her large belly, while the priestess followed beside her. Consort Shu, you need to walk slowly. We can't let others discover that your pregnancy is fake. So what if they find out? My father has said that in a few days, the crown prince and Instructor Dong will be brought to the capital to be dealt with. Our He family will become the rulers of this world. Yes, Consort Shu, I have already conveyed this news to our Rurin kingdom. The Khan will lead 50,000 troops here tomorrow for support to the people of the Western Wei dynasty. It will seem like Rurin is invading, and then we will cooperate with General He to stage a play. General He will be honored for saving the country and will naturally ascend to the highest position. Ha ha ha. Consort Shu laughed charmingly. I never expected everything to come so easily. This emperor is truly easily deceived. I merely told him that the war god had a dream saying he would go to Heishan for worship to summon the war god to aid him in unifying the surrounding Rurin kingdom. And he actually believed it, even going to Heishan to meet his doom on the spot. However, Consort Shu, our Khan has instructed me to tell you that all 6 towns in the northern border will belong to him. Chapter 392. Lin Yue said calmly, because General He has already been killed by me. As soon as these words were spoken, the guard general who had just spoken reached for his sword. Before he could draw it, Lin Yue punched him in the chest, sending him flying 6 meters back, crashing into the sand table and dying from blood loss. Is there anyone else? Lin Yue scanned the other 8 generals present. Is there anyone who is not convinced? General Lin, this is a bit too much. We are all direct subordinates of General He. What you're doing? Yes, General Lin. We 5 are all direct disciples of General He. Just right. Since you are direct disciples, now that General He has reported to King Yama, you should follow him too. With that, Lin Yue stepped forward and unleashed a flurry of punches, killing the 5 men with his fists. The explosive combat power Lin Yue displayed in such a short time made the other 3 generals still present tremble in fear. They had never seen anyone with such high combat power. The 8 generals were indeed direct disciples of General He, but the 3 of them were not. Chapter 393. As the messenger rode past Hua Milan and the others, Hua Milan swung her sword. With a whoosh, the sword stabbed into the ground in front of the messenger. The messenger quickly reined in his horse and stopped. He turned around angrily. This is a message from the left chancellor to the crown prince. Who are you to intercept a messenger? Instructor Dong rode up from the side. How bold. You don't recognize General Hua, nor do you recognize me? The messenger was instantly startled and quickly jumped off his horse. I apologize. I was in a hurry and didn't see clearly. Please forgive me, Instructor Dong, and please forgive me, General Hua. At that moment, the young crown prince Lure opened the curtain of a carriage and jumped down. What do you want from me? How can you not recognize my sister Hua while doing your job? Your Highness, forgive me. I have urgent news to convey to you. Hurry up and speak. Stop with the nonsense. I am under the orders of the Right Chancellor to deliver a message to the Crown Prince. Last night, the Grand General, he was assassinated in his residence, along with 5 other generals, all dead. Last night, the court master was also assassinated in his residence, and his death was gruesome. Chapter 394. When they were 500 meters away from Pingcheng, the Khan raised his hand, and the army halted. Their banners fluttered, appearing very imposing in the autumn wind. Hua Mulan stood on the city wall, drawing her bow to full strength. Everyone, listen to my orders. Wait until they charge and get closer before shooting with arrows. While Milan turned around. Chao Dongwei, as a soldier, I order you to lead the citizens to bring more stones. If we run out of arrows, we can still use stones to resist. Understood. The heavy sound of the Ruran army's horn began to sound, signaling their impending attack. All the soldiers of Northern Wei were prepared for battle and death. The Khan of Ruran stood up in his carriage, holding a long sword, and loudly shouted to the surrounding soldiers of Ruran. We have had grievances with the Northern Wei dynasty for a long time, and today we will fight them to the death. Let these Northern Wei soldiers and people tremble under our Ruran blades. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly, a terrifying black arrow came from the distant eastern horizon. Hua Mulan was the first to spot it. Chapter 395. When Lin Yue returned on horseback with Hua Mulan, the 10 generals behind him had already slaughtered all 5,000 surrendered soldiers of the Ruran kingdom. The screams echoed throughout the capital. 7 days later, in the grand hall of the imperial city, under the presiding of the newly appointed Chancellor Dongyong, the Crown Prince Luer honored Lin Yue as his uncle to acknowledge his great achievements, announcing it to the world. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Yue and Hua Mulan resigned from all their positions on the same day. Outside the capital, the young Emperor Luer had tears in his eyes. A group of ministers stood in line under Dongyong's leadership. Lin Yue and Hua Mulan were preparing to leave on horseback. Luer did not call Lin Yue uncle, feeling that it sounded too heavy. Instead, he found Godfather more affectionate. Godfather, can you not leave? Luer doesn't want you and Sister Hua to go. Serving in the court isn't suitable for us. When there's a conflict at the border one day, if anyone bullies Luer, you can tell your godfather, and I'll go beat him up. With my godfather around, who in the world would dare to bully me? By the way, Sister Hua, when will you and godfather get married? We have to go back and report to our parents. We need to hear their opinions. Chapter 396, however. There's one thing I need to mention to you in advance, Lin Yue. Hua Mulan looked at Lin Yue with gentle eyes. I don't know how to sew or do embroidery, but I will learn slowly. I also don't know how to make clothes, but I will learn slowly. And I'm already being taught how to cook by my mother. The only thing I excel at is practicing swordplay with you in the barracks. Lin Yue smiled and held Hua Mulan tighter. Don't forget, you are now the wife of General Yue. With so many maids in my household, do you still need to do needlework? Do you still need to cook? Then what should I do? You will accompany me during the day to practice sword fighting, and at night, you will accompany me under the covers to fight. Hua Mulan's face flushed, suddenly becoming shy and cute. Lin Yue's heart skipped a beat, and just as he wanted to take further action, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the room. His Majesty has arrived, and Chancellor Dong has arrived. Bang, bang, bang. The door started to be knocked on. Lin Yue's father-in-law, Hua Hu, and Lin Yue's aunt rushed over urgently. Lin Yue, His Majesty is here, Chancellor Dong is here. Hua Mulan prepared to get up to greet them. Chapter 397. Lin Yue held the Longba Wang Cheng, Overlord Spear, in his hand. It was cold and dark, exuding an overwhelming aura. The Zhanlu sword was of brilliant golden color. As he drew the sword, the blade emitted a bluish glow, clearly not an ordinary item. Lin Yue was very happy, which meant that he would have to use guns or swords in the movie worlds he would traverse in the future. These weapons would be enough for him to make a name for himself. With a thought, the Overlord Spear and the Zhanlu sword flew into the system space. Lin Yue's economic struggle in the United States ended in complete victory. After exiting Hua Mulan's world, he stayed in the United States for about a week to wrap up everything. Back home, Zhangji had already contacted the higher-ups. They arranged to meet Lin Yue to discuss matters on Lagrange Island. Lin Yue understood that this leader held a prominent position in the country. It was not easy for ordinary leaders from Jiangnan province to meet him. Lin Yue didn't expect this leader to have noticed him at some point. Moreover, this time, he had arranged to meet him on Lagrange Island. Since Lin Yue began traversing movie worlds, he had been gradually strategizing for his commercial empire. Chapter 398. Li Chun smiled. I have to go. Do you have any other requests? The world is not very peaceful lately, and there have been significant changes. Lagrange Island still needs some armed forces. Li Chun thought for a moment and said, After all, this is Africa, and it would be somewhat inappropriate for our country to send troops to guard here. However, I can provide you with some naval equipment. I'll go back and apply for it. Good. After Li Chun finished speaking, he turned and left. At the island's airstrip, he boarded a medium-sized aircraft, which took off shortly after, heading back to the country. Lin Yue fell into deep thought. He only knew that Li Chun was from a special department. However, he didn't ask for specifics because such individuals kept their identities very confidential. What puzzled Lin Yue the most was who the friend he mentioned who would deliver the documents was. Lin Yue couldn't figure it out. Mu Qingling couldn't be it. Zhou Chunai also seemed unlikely. Although Zhou Chunai came from a wealthy family and was the young vice president of Dongyue Airlines, businessmen generally shouldn't interfere in political matters. Lin Yue couldn't come up with an answer, so he decided not to think about it anymore. At that moment, in the distance, the mercenary captain and Rem were running towards Lin Yue. Chapter 399. Lin Yue looked around at his surroundings. At this moment, he found himself at the train station where the story began in Busan. This scene was so familiar, with passers-by chatting and laughing as they walked towards train K38. Lin Yue was holding a ticket for train K38. Passers-by continued walking and talking. It's so annoying. I was supposed to go to the peninsula for an interview today, but the airport suddenly stopped operations, saying the peninsula was sealed off. It's so ridiculous. Isn't that how the authorities are now? Building all sorts of strange things? Yeah, I can only change the interview location to Busan now. I hope I can make it in time. Lin Yue followed the flow of people and soon saw a man walking towards him, holding his daughter. It was the original male lead of the drama, Shi Yu. With his 6-year-old daughter, Xiao looked very unhappy and complained as she walked. We agreed to come to my singing competition. Why did you break your promise? Dad is very busy. There are things going on at the company today. Can't you see I took a leave to come and accompany you? Chapter 400. A woman with disheveled hair walked in, limping as she moved. Her movements were stiff and mechanical, resembling symptoms of a zombie virus outbreak. The train attendant, Yu Juling, greeted her with a smile. Miss, where are you sitting? Is it in this carriage 12? Miss, do you have any luggage? Do you need help putting your luggage away? The disheveled woman suddenly began to cough violently. Her body twisted as she bent over to cough, and a few drops of blood fell to the ground. Yu Juling noticed something was wrong and hurriedly approached the disheveled woman to support her. She said to a companion, Quickly go get a glass of water and tell the doctor to come and take a look. It was at that moment. Suddenly, the disheveled woman lifted her head. Her expression was painful, and she had bitten her tongue, blood dripping everywhere. In an instant, she lunged at Yu Juling to bite her. The train attendant Yu Juling was completely stunned by this scene. Her face turned pale, and her heart trembled. Just as the bloody teeth were about to sink in her neck, Lin Yue came over and grabbed Yu Juling's arm, pulling her behind him. Chapter 401. A hunchbacked, middle-aged man suddenly dashed into the carriage. His eyes were red, and his mouth and face were covered in blood. The middle-aged man's clothes were torn and ragged. It looked like something had bitten a large chunk of flesh off his shoulder. The blond man was stunned when he saw this. He instinctively took 2 steps back. In an instant, the middle-aged man lunged at him, sinking his teeth into the blond man's neck. The blond man's miserable screams echoed through the train. The train was instantly filled with chaos. All the passengers nervously stood up from their seats, completely at a loss. Passengers near the back door rushed towards the front door. In that terrifying moment, the front door that Yu Juling had just closed was being pounded on loudly. Yu Juling pulled back the curtain and looked through the glass. She saw 3 more zombies with blood dripping from their mouths, baring their teeth as they pressed their faces against the glass. Their bloody hands kept banging on the glass. This scene caused continuous shouts of shock from everyone in the carriage. The atmosphere of fear penetrated into the hearts of everyone. The middle-aged zombie near the back door had already bitten a yellow-haired man to death. Chapter 402. Lin Yue pointed to the overhead lights. Turn off the lights and don't speak. These zombies are attracted by light and sound, as well as their sensitivity to human blood. Yu Juling suddenly realized. She quickly stood up, as if executing the train conductor's orders, completely turning off the lights in the carriage and signaling everyone to remain silent. After a while, Lin Yue suddenly heard a buzzing sound coming from his left rear. This sound evidently caught the attention of several other survivors in the carriage. Everyone turned their heads to see a couple over there. The husband was sitting outside, while the wife was sitting inside. His wife's expression was pained and dazed. Her neck twisted left and right, struggling visibly. Lin Yue immediately realized that the woman had definitely been bitten or scratched by a zombie. Shang Hua stood up from the back. You have to get her out quickly. She's infected with the virus. No. The wife's husband, who was tall and skinny, waved his hands at everyone. This is my wife. I'm begging you. Don't throw her out. She's fine. She just has a cold. Chapter 403. There was supposed to be delicious food in the dining car during lunch. By the way, I also made some bento at home. But now there's zombies outside the door, and I don't dare to go get it. Brother Lin, drink some milk. Unable to refuse the kind offer, Lin Yue took the milk and had a sip. In fact, he quite liked this mildly sour type of milk. Why are you being so intimate with me? Isn't that how girls from the Heavenly Empire call people? I can't just call you Appa. Lin Yue just then. A sound of metal scraping came from the front of the train. The noise grew louder, as if the train was about to derail. Everyone's first reaction was that the driver of this train must have been attacked by zombies. Sure enough, the next second, there was a loud bang. The front of the train had crashed into a platform, and the rear carriages were also affected, making a rumbling sound of brakes. Lin Yue and the others were in carriage 11, and after a brief jolt, the train came to a stop. At this moment, it had just stopped at the train station in Busan. However, the driver was most likely dead. The doors of all the train carriages were still tightly shut. Chapter 404. Lin Yue walked over, stretched out his arms, and pulled Yu Juling into his embrace, rescuing her from the carriage. Yu Juling felt a sharp pain in her stomach. Her first reaction was that the shards of glass at the bottom of the window must have pierced her belly. However, Yu Juling did not show any sign of this on her face. She still maintained a smiling expression. She thought, if Lin Yue, who was rescuing her, knew she was injured while escaping through the window, what if he felt unhappy? After Lin Yue carried her out, he set her down on the ground. Yu Juling turned around and tied her white shirt, which was under her train attendant uniform, around the wound on her abdomen that had been cut by glass, tightly binding it. Most of the other people in the carriage followed behind Yu Juling and crawled out through the window that Lin Yue had opened. At that moment, the front door of carriage 11 fell to the ground under the relentless pushing and banging of a group of zombies. Bang! The train door crashed down, and the undead rushed in like mad. They lunged at the open window, with bloody heads sticking out. The zombies opened their mouths, filled with blood and flesh, appearing terrifying. Chapter 405. As soon as Lin Yue came out of the station exit, he hurried towards the entrance of the Gold State Building. Yu Juling followed behind him. She wasn't wearing shoes. At the station, the ground was clean and smooth, so she didn't feel anything. Once outside on the road, it was uneven, littered with debris. Yu Juling found it very difficult to walk, and her feet ached. However, she didn't want to trouble Lin Yue. Every time she thought of her mother's words about being good to her benefactor and being grateful, she couldn't bear to give Lin Yue any bad impression. At the entrance of the Gold State Building, Lin Yue pushed open the blue glass door and had just entered when there was a commotion in the security room. Suddenly, the door was pushed open with a bang. Two security guards wearing hats rushed towards Lin Yue. One of them had half his face bitten off. They moved like zombies, arms flailing, running wildly at Lin Yue. From a distance, Lin Yue moved, lifting his foot. Bang! One zombie was kicked away. Lin Yue then turned and executed a spinning kick, sending another zombie flying. The force of Lin Yue's kicks was too strong. Even if these ordinary zombies weren't kicked in the spine, when they crashed against the wall, their spines would be completely shattered. Chapter 406. The young man suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He got up from the ground and went to the corridor outside, pointing to room 2308. This room, Professor Wang used to work here. You can check it out. There won't be any in other places. Big brother, I'm going home first. That monster was in the office just now, and I didn't dare to leave. Thank you, thank you. After saying this, the young man hurriedly ran towards the elevator. Lin Yue arrived at the door of room 2308. On the outermost table of this room, several drawers were locked. Lin Yue opened the drawers and took out all the documents inside. He flipped through the documents one by one. Yu Juling noticed that there was a suite on the left side of this room. She wanted to help Lin Yue find these documents quickly. In the southwest corner of the suite, there was a glass cabinet. Yu Juling saw some documents inside the glass cabinet. She took out the materials and walked towards the door while holding them. Just as she reached the doorway, Yu Juling saw a child who had already turned into a zombie, gently walking towards her. Lin Yue had also noticed the zombie, but he didn't take the child's zombie form seriously at all. Chapter 407. Lin Yue found iodine, alcohol, and some bandages from the cabinet. He instinctively picked up the alcohol, then put it aside and grabbed the iodine instead. Brother Lin, do you think using alcohol for disinfection will hurt my wound, so you used iodine instead? I'm not afraid of pain. Shut up. Lin Yue simply treated her wound, applied a large band-aid, and wrapped it with gauze. He stuffed a few large band-aids and gauze into his pocket and turned back towards the previous room. Hurry up and find the materials. Yes, Brother Lin. Lin Yue flipped through everything again. The information about the virus only included simple overviews and news. There was nothing of real substance. When Lin Yue came out of the room, he saw that the black-red blood from the zombie he had just killed had spilled all over the floor, staining the corridor. Yu Juling had not been wearing shoes. Earlier, there hadn't been so much blood here. At most, there was some clean puddles that she could step on. Now, she was a bit scared of the filthy blood and hesitated to step on it after trying twice. Lin Yue walked a few steps and then turned back to notice that Yu Juling had lost her high heels at some point. Chapter 408 from now on. Remember this. You can never be so selfless, especially in this apocalypse. You need to learn to be a little selfish. I'm not a selfless person. You just saved my life. You're different from others. What is this backpack you just gave me? I didn't see you with a backpack at the station. Brother Lin, this is what I just took from my locker. It's all milk you like. Look, there are 12 bottles. Lin Yue grabbed the backpack and lifted it. 12 bottles of milk were quite heavy. I really don't know what you were thinking, coming all the way to this dangerous 18th floor just to grab some milk. The zombies outside were banging on the door more fiercely, wave after wave, as if they wanted to fill the corridor. Lin Yue went to the window of the room and smashed the glass with his fist. Yu Juling hadn't seen clearly yet when she suddenly noticed that Lin Yue had a dark bow, an arrow in his hand, with a strange arrow attached to it. Yu Juling had no idea where this weapon came from. She thought, could it be hidden in his clothes? Bang, 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 chapter 409. As Lin Yue sped forward in the vehicle, he thought, this girl Yu Juling, if you say she's brave, she is very scared when she sees these zombies. If you say she's not brave, she often does brave things, like standing in front of Lin Yue or immediately opening the car door to rescue the child and pregnant woman when faced with difficulties. Moreover, she appeared extremely optimistic. The 4 people Lin Yue had just rescued in the back seat of the car wore expressions of relief, but still looked troubled. In contrast, Yu Juling, while Lin Yue was driving, once again held out a milk with a straw towards him. Brother Lin, drink some milk. Lin Yue took a sip. She was indeed an interesting girl. The child, Xiaoan, calmed down immediately. She leaned over from the back of the driver's seat. Big brother, you saved me again. Thank you. And you saved my dad too. Thank you, big brother. Brother Lin from Tianchao, I remember your life-saving grace. Thank you very much. Not only did you save me, but you also saved my wife and our unborn child. I will remember this great kindness for the rest of my life. Chapter 4:10. Lin Yue turned his head. Your expression changes too quickly. If you keep acting like this, I'll turn the boat around. Brother Lin, drink some milk. No more. I've been drinking milk all day. I'm about to burst. When we get to the peninsula, I'll find you something to eat. Yu Juling, we haven't known each other for long. Don't you think this is too intimate for me? You saved me, and I think you're a good person. Don't you like me? Who said that? Which of your eyes saw that I liked you? When you just came to the station, I was outside waiting for you, and you stare at my face for 2 seconds, while you only looked at others for 1 second. Lin Yue, at that time at the station, he had indeed looked a bit longer, because in watching the movie, all the audience and later comments on the online forum said that the most beautiful was this attendant. So, he took a longer look, but he didn't expect. That doesn't count, Lin Yue said calmly. Then you saved me twice, just now. So, I want to follow you. You have to let me go with you. I want to go to the 18th floor. And you were worried about not letting me go. Plus, after you bandaged my stomach wound, you took band-aids and gauze with you. Don't say I didn't see it. Chapter 4:11. Lin Yue quickly raised his hand to block her. Don't act recklessly. You can't move around in those pants. The mission is important. We'll talk about it later. Finally, after about 20 minutes of traveling, Lin Yue saw a yellow Mazda behind a wall. Overall, this car had average power. But the good thing was that it was relatively quiet. Silent operation was undoubtedly a godsend in an apocalypse. Lin Yue drove the car at high speed towards the center of the peninsula. He remembered that in the second movie of Train to Busan, there was an organization in the middle of the peninsula, but he couldn't recall its name. They engaged in entertainment projects that involved humans and zombies fighting. He wondered if this organization was the same as the Scythe organization mentioned earlier. If so, he should be able to find Professor Wong there. Just as Lin Yue turned a corner, he saw a shadow of a vehicle appear on the horizon in the rearview mirror. Lin Yue decisively parked his car next to the grass. He remained still, watching the car behind him gradually approach. It was a van. As it passed Lin Yue, he saw that there were a total of 6 people inside, and he recognized the 2 men sitting at the front. Chapter 4:12. Yu Juling nodded and obediently followed Lin Yue. After entering the door of this bird's nest building, Lin Yue quickly broke through 3 consecutive iron doors. In a duty room, Lin Yue killed 2 guards and took 2 red cards. Each card had a scythe pattern on it. This thing was obviously the pass for entering the nest. Holding the pattern cards, Lin Yue walked inside. 3 soldiers approached him and pointed upstairs, indicating that the location had changed today to the 3rd floor for viewing. Lin Yue didn't ask much. He thought it was likely to be the battle between humans and zombies. Sure enough, After Lin Yue and Yu Juling climbed to the third floor via the stairs, they found rows of seats resembling a stadium. The first floor was empty, while about 300 people were seated on the second and third floors. There were also some VIP seats suspended in the air, occupied by powerful individuals who seemed very interested in such hunting projects, drinking wine, and discussing excitedly. Soon, a woman dressed in very little fabric walked out from the second floor. Holding a microphone, she swayed her hips alluringly on the stage. As soon as the words left her mouth, over 200 audience members went wild, raising their hands and shouting loudly. At that moment, they were in this nest surrounded by steel doors, completely unafraid of the zombies gathering outside. With the sound of the gate opening, nearly 20 zombies rushed out frantically, exciting the audience. A licker, crouching by the barbed wire, pushed off with its feet and charged directly at the first zombie. Its sharp claws struck down, taking off a third of the zombie's head, which then fell over. Immediately, the licker darted swiftly among the group of zombies, its killing methods making Lin Yue feel that it was far stronger than the lickers he had seen in Resident Evil. In less than 10 seconds, all 20 zombies were killed by this licker. It even intelligently twisted the spines or heads of these zombies directly. The audience went wild once again at this scene. What puzzled Lin Yue was that after killing 3 humans and 20 zombies, the licker crouched over their heads and continuously fed on them. Suddenly, he heard a series of noises coming from the room on the right. Lin Yue paused to listen. Yu Juling immediately stopped talking and raised her gun to cooperate with Lin Yue's actions. Lin Yue heard someone speaking inside, very much like Professor Wong from earlier. He stepped forward and kicked the door open. Inside, a bearded man covered in tattoos was pointing a gun at Professor Wong's head. At that moment, he was startled by the sound of Lin Yue opening the door. As the bearded man turned his head, Lin Yue fired several bullets from his carbine submachine gun directly at his head. The bearded man fell to the ground. Yu Juling guarded the doorway, carefully observing the corridor with her gun raised. Lin Yue walked over to Professor Wong. Looking at him, he resembled the description given in the documents he had previously received. Lin Yue took out a curved knife and cut the ropes binding him. "Who are you?" Wong asked. "I am from the Celestial Empire, specifically sent to rescue you and to take back the documents you mentioned. It's not that I don't believe you, but I still have some doubts, because that document involves extremely significant matters." Lin Yue extended his wrist and rolled up his sleeve. The power of a large truck is far superior to that of a small car. The zombies crashed into it one after another, but could not shake the vehicle's momentum in the slightest. Before long, Lin Yue had reversed onto the road at high speed. He quickly slammed on the brakes and then pressed the gas pedal again, turning the steering wheel to the right. The vehicle turned sharply. The speed of the truck accelerated once more. The zombies rushing towards them were all sent flying upon impact with the front of the truck. It was reminiscent of the behavior of crashing into bubbles while playing racing games. The crazily charging zombies had their heads smashed, blood splattering onto the windshield. The wheels crushed some zombies' abdomens. They still got up and continued to chase madly. At that moment, Lin Yue truly experienced the taste of the apocalypse. This terrifying mindset was very similar to a movie he had once seen called Zombie Siege. Luckily, they had a large truck now. Lin Yue pushed the speed to the maximum, and once on the highway, the truck finally picked up speed. After running for about half an hour, the zombies did not catch up. The mutated large licker also did not pursue them. Just as Professor Wong and Yu Juling finished their conversation, they saw on the screen that Lin Yue had once again killed 3 lickers. Lin Yue, not slowing down, had already reached the 4th floor. As he stepped onto the stairs, a loud crash suddenly echoed from above. Lin Yue paused for a moment on the stairs. He saw a figure resembling the demon butcher from the game Identity V. He was bare-chested, with a fresh red wound on his stomach, tightly bound with thick wires. 1/3 of his head was completely missing. As the demon butcher reached the stairway, he suddenly turned his head, glaring at Lin Yue with lifeless, fish-like eyes. He held a surgical knife about 30 centimeters long in each hand. The butcher emitted a low, disgusting laugh. Just as he was about to stab Lin Yue with both knives, Lin Yue took the initiative to attack first. He stepped on the upper 2 steps and jumped up. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, Lin Yue raised both feet. With a reverse stomp, he slashed down in midair. Swish! The Jean Lu sword left a bright red wound on the butcher's skin, from which yellowish-red liquid oozed out. Lin Yue landed on the ground, adopting a perfect, slightly bent posture. Stylish. So cool that he had no peers. Yu Juling felt a sweet sensation in her heart. Lin Yue stood up as if nothing had happened, calmly pulling up the collar of his black coat. walking toward their large truck through the darkness. Joy ignited in Yu Juling's heart. In her eyes, Lin Yue is simply an untouchable deity. Professor Wang, you are truly impressive. Why are the agents from your heavenly dynasty so formidable? The agents from the heavenly dynasty are indeed powerful, but Lin Yue is just incredible. I have never seen someone so bugged out. As Lin Yue walked at night, everything appeared as clear as daylight before him. His vision was completely unobstructed. Passing through an alley, Lin Yue snapped the necks of 3 lickers and kicked to death more than 20 zombies. He arrived in front of a large truck. Yu Juling quickly removed the clothes covering the truck window, and as she saw Lin Yue approaching, she immediately opened the truck door. As Lin Yue approached, Yu Juling crawled into the driver's seat from behind. She took out a pack of wet wipes and began to wipe the sweat off Lin Yue's forehead. Chapter 418. At the top of the hospital, there was a terrifying biochemical monster standing at a height of 4 meters. It emitted a deep, low roar. To Lin Yue, this howl sounded like a form of communication among the other zombies. Yu Juling crawled out from Lin Yue's embrace. She turned back to the rear of the truck. Lin Yue's expression remained calm. He knew they couldn't stay here any longer. Soon, many zombies would come. More than 30 zombies dressed in medical uniforms poured out from the hospital building, surrounding the biochemical monster. The monster grabbed a zombie and bit into it. After sucking on the zombie's neck for a while, it tossed the zombie aside and continued to bite another one. Yet, none of the other zombies chose to attack or flee at that moment. It was as if they were completely under the control of this giant biochemical monster. Lin Yue did not start the truck. He was afraid that the sound of the engine would attract the monster's attention. A massive horde of zombies surged toward the hospital. The biochemical monster continued to feast on the rooftop, one after another. 5 minutes later, to the shock of Lin Yue, Yu Juling, and Professor Wang. Chapter 419. They had stopped their desperate struggle to escape, completely surrounded by zombies with no way to evade. Yu Juling knew that Lin Yue's character was inherently cold. She did not dare to speak much. Professor Wang, who was about to say something, saw Lin Yue's left foot already pressing on the brake. In that instant, his right hand turned the steering wheel of the truck sharply to the right. The rear of the large truck swung out to the left due to Lin Yue's braking. A mother knelt on the road, her daughter in tears, while a large horde of zombies continued to surge in. They had been struggling to survive in this city for about 6 months, but today they truly couldn't hold on any longer. For some unknown reason, the zombies suddenly seemed to awaken new abilities, as if they could quickly detect anyone hiding in concealed places. This was the main reason that prompted the mother to decide to move to a different location with her 2 daughters. Just then, she suddenly saw Lin Yue starting to brake the truck. In a panic, she hurriedly grabbed her 2 daughters and dashed towards the roadside. Lin Yue executed a shocking drift with the large truck. Chapter 420. Whenever zombies passed by hidden ditches, houses, or manhole covers, they would surge in to investigate. It seemed that all intelligence and command came from the towering 4-meter-tall tyrant in the middle of the horde. This terrifying act of extermination also disturbed the survivors hiding in basements or rooms around them. As Lin Yue and the others ran toward the Iron Tower, nearly 30 survivors also rushed out in the direction of the tower. At such a time, the collective mindset of the crowd was one of despair. They looked at the Iron Tower, perhaps only hoping to live for a few more seconds before dying. Lin Yue knew that racing against these zombies was impossible. It wouldn't be long before they would catch up. Ordinary people would be exhausted after running just 100 meters. Yet these zombies charged at full speed for the entire 100 meters without feeling any fatigue. Their bodily functions had long since gone numb and dead. Competing in a race with these frenzied zombies was akin to hitting a stone with an egg. Lin Yue ran to the side of the 50-meter-high military Iron Tower. The tower stood like a wall, with a front width of about 15 meters. Chapter 421. Bang, bang, bang. A series of crashing sounds echoed beneath the steel tower. A middle-aged woman above lost her grip for a moment and suddenly fell from the iron framework amidst the tremendous vibrations. The surging horde of zombies below saw this and raised their heads, rushing towards the middle-aged woman. The scene was simply horrifying. Before she could hit the ground, she was pounced upon by the ravenous zombie army. Yu Juling covered her eyes tightly in fear. Professor Wang, the mother of the 2 girls, and Yu Juling all clung to the nearby iron pillar, their hearts pounding. Professor Wang's grip on the pillar loosened slightly. Seeing this, Lin Yue jumped over and grabbed Professor Wang's arm. "Sit down, don't stand. What's wrong?" Professor Wang's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. and he was breathing heavily. I have a phobia of clusters. Looking at these tens of thousands, or even millions of zombies below, I feel like I'm suffocating. Just sit here and hold on to the iron pillar. Don't worry about anything else. Chapter 422. Lin Yue crafted 5,000 arrows for himself back at the training ground. He hadn't used many in the world of Milan, but now they were finally coming in handy. Lin Yue's archery speed was extremely fast. The first wave of lickers, nearly 200 of them, were shot down by his arrows mid-air. At this moment, everyone saw the tyrant approaching the base of the tower. It raised its massive iron claws, and with a bang, it struck the tower. The entire iron tower shook violently. It struck the tower 3 or 4 more times with its claws, making the iron pillar seem as if it would bend. Lin Yue knocked an arrow, aimed at the tyrant's head standing on the ground, and shot several arrows in succession. The tyrant was not affected. It pulled out several arrows from its head and threw them to the ground. Then it grabbed a nearby zombie and directly snapped its neck, placing it at the foot of the stairs. He quickly twisted the neck of a zombie and pressed it onto another corpse. In less than a minute, the tyrant killed all 40 zombies. A makeshift staircase of corpses formed under the staircase that Lin Yue had broken. Chapter 423. A dense army of zombies was repelled by Lin Yue's strong counterattack. Taking advantage of this gap, Yu Juling ran up a couple of steps from behind. She saw Lin Yue's clothes soaked in dark red blood and felt a pang of heartache. "Brother Lin, let me wipe it for you. Hurry up and get on the helicopter with Professor Wong and the others. Brother Lin, you come with me. I'll hold them off for a while." Lin Yue smiled and gently pinched her cheek. "Go wait for me on the helicopter, quickly." Just as Yu Juling stepped back, the mother of the 2 girls came over and grabbed Yu Juling, starting to climb the long ladder to board the helicopter. Lin Yue thought that as long as they successfully boarded the helicopter, he could rush over, grab the ladder, and they would escape from this peninsula. However, the next second, a multitude of zombies began to swarm over the sky bridge again. Moreover, Lin Yue caught a glimpse of the tyrant, who had already come up from the staircase below, suddenly grabbing a zombie. With a mighty swing, he hurled it towards the helicopter. The zombie flew straight towards the helicopter's rotor. Bang! The zombie was struck away by the rotor. Chapter 424. At that moment, on the other end of the sky bridge, Shanghua had already lowered the ladder. Professor Wong and Yu Juling were already lying on a ladder, climbing up to the helicopter. The tyrant had fought Lin Yue for 3 rounds and seemed to feel that he couldn't deal with Lin Yue for the time being, filled with immense rage. He swung his 2 massive claws and roared again at the distant zombie army. With this roar, the entire horde of zombies went into chaos. They began to climb up the stairs frantically. Among the zombies, the third wave of terrifying lickers surged up along the iron rods. On the helicopter side, Professor Wong and Yu Juling had boarded the aircraft. The girl's mother had just grabbed the long ladder with the 2 children. Lin Yue quickly waved at Shanghua from a distance, urging him to take off the helicopter quickly. At this moment, he had drawn the tyrant's attention, preventing it from throwing zombies at the helicopter. However, these lickers were agile. Once they reached the sky bridge, they could quickly leap up. If the powerful lickers grabbed the long ladder, the people on the helicopter would face catastrophic disaster. The strong man Shang Lin, feeling heartache, obeyed Lin Yue's orders and quickly took off the helicopter. Chapter 425. The tyrant extended its iron claws to block the Overlord spear. Bang! The iron claws collided with the Overlord spear, pushing Lin Yue's left-hand weapon aside. However, the tyrant didn't realize that Lin Yue's right hand had drawn out the Zhanlu sword from behind and stabbed towards its neck. The Overlord spear was just a decoy. The real killer was this Zhanlu sword. With a whoosh, jumping down from 50 meters above, the sword carried immense force. Coupled with the sharpness of the Zhanlu sword, it plunged deeply into the tyrant's neck. The tyrant wanted to roar, but the Zhanlu sword pierced its neck, preventing it from making a sound. Its 2 large iron claws swiped towards Lin Yue's body with force. Lin Yue gripped the Zhanlu sword tightly, pushed off the ground, and pulled the sword out of the tyrant's neck, leaping into the air. The tyrant's claws swiped at empty air. Unexpectedly, with that force, endless blood gushed from the wound in its neck. In immense pain, the tyrant braced itself on the ground, just as it was trying to lift itself up. Lin Yue fell down again from the air, gripping the Zhanlu sword with both hands, and struck down from a third of the way down the tyrant's neck. Chapter 426. The helicopter had flown for most of the day. As it approached the waters of the Heavenly Dynasty, it encountered a large ship from the Heavenly Dynasty. The helicopter landed on the deck of the ship. Lin Yue hurriedly performed emergency treatment for Yu Juling. The large military ship of the Heavenly Dynasty was fully equipped with all necessary rescue measures. Soon, they had already started blood transfusions for Yu Juling. A day later, the ship arrived at the port of the Heavenly Dynasty. General Wang was already waiting at the port to welcome them. Lin Yue handed over Professor Wang and some documents to General Wang. At this moment, a message from the system suddenly appeared in Lin Yue's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the Busan mission, experiencing humanity under the apocalypse, the feeling of despair and thrill. High-level observers highly admire the host's performance. They specifically requested to delay the time. The host can return at any time or return on time after 1 month. Lin Yue felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. This time, unexpectedly, the system humanely granted him a month of buffer time. Because Yu Juling's health was still not good. That silly girl. Lin Yue wanted to at least see her recover before he could leave with peace of mind. Professor Wang, Shang Lin, and Xion all came over to say goodbye. Chapter 427. Lin Yue touched these two weapons, pondering. Next time there's a fight, let's see if you have made a qualitative leap. Ding! Congratulations to the host for performing exceptionally well in this Busan journey. In addition to this reward, the host will also receive their favorite weapons. 2 recurved knives forged from celestial iron. These recurved knives are extremely sharp and as hard as the host's limbs. The system's welcome had just finished when Lin Yue saw a cold, sharp recurved knife appear in his left and right hands. These 2 recurved knives looked almost identical to the type of knife he often used before. The only difference was that these 2 knives were made of celestial iron. They looked incredibly hard, yet flexible. Lin Yue was overjoyed. To be honest, during every crisis, his favorite weapons were these 2 recurved knives. They were simply awesome. Lin Yue put the weapons away. Taking advantage of the time with nothing to do, he took a quick nap in the airplane's rest cabin. That afternoon, after wandering for 3 months, Lin Yue finally returned to the Heavenly Dynasty, Jiangnan Province, Jiangbei City. He went back to visit his parents. Chapter 428. The inspection was very satisfactory. After all the other experts left, Lin Yue asked Zhang Ji, I asked you to divide the design drawings into 8 parts, with each expert not interfering with each other. Did you do that? Yes, Chairman. They haven't touched the core elements in here, and you still need to handle them yourself since I don't understand much, Zhang Ji replied. Lin Yue nodded. During this time, don't let anyone disturb me. Arrange for security personnel around the Qinglong Mountain Villa, preferably choosing those with special forces backgrounds. Yes, Chairman. What about your living arrangements? Just send someone over. After cleaning and cooking, they should leave immediately and not stay in the room. Understood, Chairman. After Zhang Ji left, Lin Yue reorganized some core processors within the 3 layers of technological facilities. He had originally left out some core elements in the design drawings. So many experts only completed their small tasks and were completely unaware of the overall process. Once everything was completed, Alice finally started up successfully. Chapter 429. Lin Yue entered through the conference room door. Mu Qingling and the others stood up in unison, very solemnly. Today's meeting will end as quickly as possible. I will only assign tasks, and you are responsible for implementing them. Understood, Chairman. Understood, sir. 3 things. The first is the news promotion line, which will be handled by Mu Qingling. Collaborate with some major media companies globally for publicity. The main focus is to promote our Lin Technology Company's production of the world's first cancer cell ablation agent, which can kill cancer cells in any organ of the human body without any side effects. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingling, Green, and Zhang Ji were momentarily stunned. Zhang Ji hesitated for several seconds and then asked softly, Chairman, our Lin Technology Company isn't even fully established yet. Have you already? You don't need to worry about the agent. Just focus on your own tasks. Yes, Chairman. The second matter is your responsibility, Zhang Ji. Based on the biomedical company we acquired, set up the production line for the agent. I will provide you with a design drawing shortly. According to this drawing, expedite the construction. The raw agent will be produced here, and you're only responsible for decomposition, dilution, packaging, and sales. Chapter 430. The Predator is another race among extraterrestrial beings. This race is very martial. They possess advanced technology, immense strength, and various high-tech equipment, making them nearly invincible with high-level energy. This martial race trains themselves from a young age, and their only way to hone their skills is to hunt xenomorphs. Killing 1 xenomorph earns them a star. A mature predator must kill at least 3 adult xenomorphs to earn respect or achieve the rank of a warrior. To become an honorary warrior, they must kill at least 5 adult xenomorphs. Thus, the background of the movie Alien vs. Predator unfolds. Predators hone their skills by hunting xenomorphs, while xenomorphs retaliate in horrifying and grotesque ways. After Lin Yue reviewed the relevant materials, he noticed he had only 1 hour left before his time travel. He thought that once he entered this world, he might face new challenges and new storylines. However, overall, regardless of how it changes, it would definitely be very interesting. Chapter 431. Just as this sentence was finished, suddenly, Lin Yue, who was originally 5 meters away, appeared right in front of the bearded Special Forces soldier. The soldier didn't react in time and was kicked backward by Lin Yue. Bang! He was kicked 4 meters back and fell to the ground, experiencing severe pain in his abdomen, with 2 broken ribs and blood pouring from his mouth. The other soldiers from the island nation raised their guns. The captain of the island nation, a tall man, quickly turned to signal the others to lower their weapons. Lin Yue coldly said to the bearded soldier lying on the ground, "If you dare to say such things again, I will snap your neck." After saying this, Lin Yue walked towards the dense forest behind them. The American black captain shouted from behind, "Hey, Special Forces of the Heavenly Dynasty, why don't we act together for more safety?" "No, I prefer to fight alone." With Lin Yue's cold voice echoing, his figure had already disappeared into the dense forest. Several country special forces began to discuss searching the forest. In the end, they unanimously agreed to head in the direction Lin Yue had gone. Chapter 432. The captain of the island nation smiled faintly. "Yes, just like this. What's there to be conflicted about? Why should we send special forces from each country to rescue?" The American Special Forces vice captain, a short white man, stepped forward and waved to the 2 American survivors inside. "Come out, we'll take you back." However, to everyone's surprise, the 2 survivors did not show any signs of relief for having killed the giant python. Instead, their expressions appeared even more terrified. Many soldiers were puzzled. The American vice captain stepped forward and extended his hand. "Hurry up, come out." Just then Lin Yue, hidden among the dense leaves of the tree, suddenly sensed a slight movement to the right of the soldiers. The sound was subtle, blending with the rustling of leaves in the wind, making it difficult to distinguish. But Lin Yue felt it very clearly. The invisible predator had already arrived. Just as the short vice captain reached out to pull the survivors out, suddenly he stood frozen in place. Chapter 433. Lin Yue smelled a strong scent of blood wafting down from the trees. At that moment, he hesitated for no longer. He stepped on the tree and leaped out, rolling on the ground. At that very moment, a huge figure jumped down from the tree. The predator had already spotted Lin Yue. He jumped down from the tree above Lin Yue to attack. He didn't expect Lin Yue to be so alert. As the predator lightly approached from the left to attack Lin Yue again, he didn't realize that the bloody scent on him had already been detected by Lin Yue. Lin Yue's eyes seemed to be looking to his left, but in fact he was already prepared to attack to the right. 1 second, 2 seconds. Suddenly, Lin Yue's feet planted firmly on the ground, and 2 curved knives shot out to the right. Whoosh! As the first curved knife was thrust out, the Iron Blood Warrior raised his iron spear to block it. The second curved knife followed suit from the right, just as the Iron Blood Warrior intended to defend. Lin Yue's speed was simply too fast. One knife sliced across the exposed skin of the Iron Blood Warrior's arm. Green blood spurted from the Iron Blood Warrior's arm. This heavy blow forced him to reveal his true form. Chapter 434. Before long, several Special Forces soldiers from different countries rushed in with guns from the doorway of the Blue Stone Room. Upon their entrance, the crew members from various countries became excited. The Special Forces from the United States have arrived. The Special Forces from the United Kingdom are here too. The Special Forces from Japan have come. And the soldiers from South Korea are here as well. 3 personnel from the Celestial Empire stood up from the southwestern corner, looking around. The foremost woman, even in her bright yellow and white sportswear, could not hide her natural beauty. Although her hair appeared a bit messy, she was still relatively calm. As her gaze swept around the stone chamber, Lin Yue could clearly see that she indeed resembled Reba by 9 points. However, in her gestures and demeanor, she was even more charming than the Reba he had seen on television. At this moment, as the Special Forces from various countries gathered their personnel together, heavy footsteps came from outside. Thud thud. Everyone knew what that sound meant. Lin Yue tightened his grip on the curved knives. He knew very well. The Iron Blood Warrior was coming again. Chapter 435. The captain of the U.S. team raised his gun in front of him, staring intently at the doorway. The Special Forces soldiers from other countries were on edge. Lin Yue ran at incredible speed. The two reverse-curved knives in his hands gleamed with the fluorescent light in the room. Just as he was about to reach the Iron Blood Warrior, Lin Yue stomped his foot on the ground and leaped into the air. The Iron Blood Warrior raised his retractable spear, stabbing it into the air. However, Lin Yue's speed was too fast. The Iron Blood Warrior missed his stab. As he retracted the spear, Lin Yue descended from the air. One curved knife aimed at the Iron Blood Warrior's head. Bang! The Iron Blood Warrior raised his right arm to block the curved knife, but was knocked back 2 steps. As Lin Yue landed, he executed a spinning kick with his right leg that struck the Iron Blood Warrior's head. The towering Iron Blood Warrior, standing at 2 meters tall, was forced back 4 meters before finally stopping. At this moment, Reba was stunned. The other 2 women from the Celestial Empire were also shocked. The other survivors and Special Forces soldiers from various countries were left dumbfounded. How could this be? The Iron Blood Warrior was so powerful that ordinary Special Forces soldiers couldn't even withstand a single move in front of them. Yet now, Lin Yue from the Celestial Empire was actually forcing the Iron Blood Warrior to retreat continuously. Chapter 436. He chose the middle path and moved forward. At this moment, the Special Forces soldiers from other countries and some survivors could not help but quietly follow behind Lin Yue. To them, it seemed that only by following Lin Yue could they survive. As Lin Yue walked down the middle path, he thought to himself, when he had come down from that slanted opening, it had been particularly narrow. Essentially, one could only slide down sideways. However, it was quite difficult to climb back up. Moreover, the Iron Blood Warrior was so tall that they definitely wouldn't take this route. There must be another way out. So at this moment, Lin Yue was looking for another exit. After walking about 200 meters, Reba brought a flashlight from behind. Brother Lin, there's a flashlight here. I don't need it. I can see. Reba held the flashlight tightly with her assistant and makeup artist following closely behind. Just then, Reba suddenly noticed many classical paintings drawn with various pigments appearing on the stone walls on both sides. Lin Yue had already stopped, his eyes fixed on the left wall. Only then did Reba believe that Lin Yue could indeed see clearly, although there was a silvery glow from the fluorescent stones inside. The paintings on the wall were not visible without the aid of a flashlight. Chapter 437. The claw-wielding black Special Forces soldier was spewing blood wildly. When Reba's flashlight illuminated the entrance ahead, she saw that what crawled out was a gigantic alien. The alien stood 2 meters tall. Its speed of evolution was astonishing. The alien's mouth opened, revealing rows of teeth still stained with fresh blood. Its saliva dripped onto the ground, generating puffs of white smoke. As its corrosive nature was incredibly strong. Without hesitation, Lin Yue walked toward the 2-meter-tall alien. As he approached, he gripped the 2 reverse-curved knives tightly in his hands. Originally, he thought the Zhanlu sword might be more suitable for dealing with monsters. However, given the cramped space here, the Zhanlu sword was not very flexible to wield. So Lin Yue chose to continue using the curved knives. The towering alien seemed to feel its authority was being challenged. It opened its mouth towards Lin Yue, its terrifying teeth glistening with a highly corrosive saliva solution. Its large claws were raised in the air, sending shivers down one's spine. The low-frequency growl was chilling. Lin Yue began to accelerate. He held a curved knife in each hand, moving at high speed. Although the alien was large, it was surprisingly agile. Chapter 438. At this moment, Lin Yue was positioned in the audience area of the arena. 600 meters in front of him, in a curved diagonal line, stood 6 Iron Blood Warriors. They calmly gazed down at the battlefield at the bottom of the arena, not even glancing at Lin Yue and the other 2. Lin Yue and Reba looked down at the arena. A very muscular Iron Blood Warrior stood in the center of the arena below. He held a long spear in his right hand, and his left wrist bore a cold, sinister wrist knife, dripping green blood onto the ground drop by drop. It was only at this moment that Lin Yue and Reba noticed that in the corner of the left side of the venue, many survivors and soldiers had gathered. They had ultimately fled here from various places, though they felt afraid seeing the 5 Iron Blood Warriors seated at a distance. But there were lights here, and these predators did not choose to attack them. Moreover, after they saw Lin Yue, they felt even more justified to stay in the venue. Gradually moving closer to Lin Yue and Reba, Lin Yue had been staring at the arena below. Suddenly, the burly predator extended both hands in front of his chest. Chapter 439. The next moment, the Glory Warrior retracted the knife on his right wrist and charged at Lin Yue with a retractable spear. The spear sliced through the steel seats in the audience area, terrifyingly powerful. The ground shook under the Glory Warrior's feet. and the survivors from other countries turned pale with fear and collapsed on the ground. In an instant, the glory predator was right in front of Lin Yue. He thrust the spear forcefully. At that moment, Lin Yue quickly dodged to the right. His left hand struck the spear's tip, sending it flying to the side. Lin Yue pushed off the ground and jumped up, delivering a series of kicking strikes. Bang! Bang! The blows landed on the predator's chest. These two heavy hits caused the predator to take 4 steps back. He was clearly furious. He didn't expect a human to have the right to fight him. The predator pressed a button on the bottom of the spear, and spikes emerged all around it. He leaped into the air, launching a wide horizontal attack towards Lin Yue. Lin Yue's reaction speed was even faster. He not only captured the movement with his eyes, but also sensed the slight airflow vibrations in the air. Chapter 440. Lin Yue nodded at the predator, but did not respond. Great warrior, we in the Iron Blood Kingdom greatly admire warriors. In our eyes, you're a true god. Even our great glory predator can be killed by you, which means you have surpassed 99% of the warriors in the Iron Blood Kingdom. We hold you in the highest respect and awe. Where's the exit here? Lin Yue asked calmly. The leading predator pointed behind them. He pressed a button on a black remote control, and there was a rumbling sound. A hidden door opened. The door led to the Amazon rainforest. The door is here. Great warrior, you can leave at any time. To show our respect, our Iron Blood Kingdom spaceship is available for your use. Just as Lin Yue and the 3 were about to walk outside, another predator stepped forward. Great human warrior, I think I need to remind you. There is a human here who seems to belong to the Celestial Empire. He took an alien egg and escaped by helicopter. Lin Yue turned to look at Reba beside him. Reba thought for a moment and quickly responded. Chapter 441. Lin Yue piloted the spaceship at high speed. Reba's face was filled with admiration. Brother Lin, there's bread here. Do you want to eat some? I'm not hungry. You guys eat. What about water? There's water here. I'm not thirsty. Thank you. Brother Lin, we really thought we were doomed. We didn't expect you to come to save us. Thank you so much. By the way, Brother Lin, I never saw you when I was in the Celestial Empire, nor did I hear about someone like you. Someone as outstanding as you should have been famous nationwide by now. I've always been in the shadows, and I rarely go to places with sunlight, so you obviously haven't seen me. I see, that's really amazing. So impressive. In Binding City of the Celestial Empire, an underground auction at the Tianqi Club was holding an auction for rare artifacts. Collectors from 32 countries and wealthy individuals gathered at the Tianqi Club. At this moment, on the open-air platform at the very top of the Tianqi Club, a black production helicopter was gradually descending. Director Wang Dawei was holding a black alien egg, looking anxious. The driver in front nervously asked, Director, should we report what you brought back to the police first? After all, it's quite dangerous there. Chapter 442. Because the Tianqi Club is a high-level artifact auction, it often stores invaluable items. Therefore, security levels and related facilities are quite complete. Reba had been following Lin Yue, completely unconcerned about the surrounding reporters and fans. As Lin Yue approached the entrance, Reba rushed over from behind, gathering her courage to say to him, Brother Lin, please be safe. You must come out early. I have something to tell you. Lin Yue nodded and entered the auction venue alone. As soon as Lin Yue went in, only Reba and her makeup artist assistant understood how terrifying things would be inside, as they had just returned from the most dangerous place. Many reporters and media personnel surrounded them from the sides. Miss Reba, we would like to interview you. It is said that you went missing in the Amazon rainforest. What exactly happened there? Miss Reba, can you tell us who that man was? What is your relationship with him? Miss Reba, we see you looking tense. Do you know something? Will something interesting happen in today's venue? Why is there a lockdown? Chapter 443. Some wealthy individuals and collectors began to retreat. 2 security personnel, out of duty, approached with batons in hand. They used a walkie-talkie to notify the outside, wanting to conduct a rapid rescue. Suddenly, Director Wang Dawei's stomach was punctured, and the wound grew larger. Finally, a small alien creature crawled out of his stomach. The 2 security guards, holding their batons, had just stepped forward to attack the small alien when, unexpectedly, the alien moved at an incredible speed. With a swish, it darted into the venue. As the small alien ran, it crushed the black alien eggshell that had been lying on the ground, scattering it into pieces. The black liquid inside splashed up, hitting the 2 security guards and several wealthy individuals in the front row. Just as Lin Yue knocked out all 18 mercenaries outside the venue and entered, he saw the splattered black liquid causing those hit to writhe in pain on the ground. Lin Yue immediately assessed that these people had all been infected by the alien. Having watched the Alien and Predator series, Lin Yue knew very well that aliens initially reproduced entirely through facehuggers. Chapter 444. Lin Yue held the curved knife in both hands and began scanning the auction venue. In the corner of the left wall, a wounded American man with yellow hair was crouching on the ground, trembling. Lin Yue's eyes scanned over him and discovered that he had been parasitized by an alien. Holding a curved knife, Lin Yue walked over. The American man looked at Lin Yue in terror, knowing that he was feeling very uncomfortable in his body, but unwilling to admit it. "I am the president of an American airline. Hurry and save me." Lin Yue said nothing and approached him with a knife, directly stabbing into the alien inside the man's abdomen. The American man was in excruciating pain, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. "I'm an American. How dare you?" Many viewers on the big screen were also confused. They thought Lin Yue was originally killing this monstrous creature. So why did he suddenly start killing a person? At that moment, where Lin Yue had stabbed the alien inside the American man's belly, the alien began to squirm. The alien that had been stabbed struggled inside the man's abdomen. Lin Yue applied force, stabbing the knife deeper inside. Chapter 445. Their deaths were tragic. Their bellies completely ripped open. The horror on their faces, with eyes nearly bulging out, clearly indicated the terrifying torment they had endured in life. Some had even had half their heads bitten off by aliens. Others had faces nearly burned clean by the alien's corrosive solution. Lin Yue walked down the long corridor and had just reached the middle when he saw a bald man rushing towards him from a distance. The bald man was covered in blood. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be from the pickled cabbage country. However, he had barely run 5 meters towards Lin Yue when suddenly, a black claw burst out from a door on his right side, stabbing directly into the man's abdomen. He trembled all over, blood streaming from his eyes. The door next to him was kicked open instantly, and a huge alien emerged from within. This alien was different from the previous ones. It had evolved to walk on 2 legs. The terrifying large claw lifted the bald man into the air. The alien opened its mouth, saliva dripping from its dense teeth. The moment the saliva touched the bald man's face, it made a sizzling sound. Chapter 446. The walls on both sides were covered in spider webs. Many collectors and wealthy individuals had just been captured and entangled in the webs on the walls. They had not completely died, struggling and looking at Lin Yue. Save me, please, let me down, I'll give you money." Lin Yue ignored their pleas for help. He walked to a blind spot of the camera, reached behind him, and in an instant, a 3-meter-long black tyrant gun appeared in his hand. Lin Yue showed no mercy to those who had already been parasitized. As he stepped in front of the camera, he fired the gun. The sharp tip, powered by Lin Yue's already immense strength, pierced straight through the abdomen of those entangled in the spider webs. The gun pierced through their abdomens. Many aliens were killed by Lin Yue's attack. After these aliens were killed, the green blood that flowed from them dripped onto the floor, corroding it with a sizzling sound. However, many people were very surprised. What material was the long gun in Lin Yue's hand made of, and where did he get it? It seemed he was completely unafraid of the alien's blood. In the blink of an eye, Chapter 447, in an instant, the tyrant gun technique. The bronze tip moved as agilely as a serpent dragon. The tip directly blocked the heavy blow from the alien queen. At the same time, Lin Yue turned around and once again thrust the long gun towards the alien queen. With a whoosh, this time, the long gun pierced straight through the alien queen's back, completely puncturing her heart in the chest. The alien queen froze in pain. Her mouth opened, and corrosive liquid dripped onto the ground between her countless teeth. She struggled to turn her body. Lin Yue, however, did not give her that chance. As the alien queen exerted herself, Lin Yue pulled out his long gun and leaped into the air. He stepped on the roof with both feet. This acceleration made Lin Yue's grip on the long gun even more powerful. The terrifyingly lethal tyrant gun, under Lin Yue's agile control, pierced directly into the alien queen's head. The alien queen let out a mournful scream. She was completely impaled by the tyrant gun, writhing in pain, and fell to the ground with a thud. Her head and the green liquid flowing from her abdomen filled the entire floor. Thick smoke rose. The room was filled with the disgusting smell of corrosive chemical solutions. Chapter 448. At this moment, the major media outlets around the world erupted. The nation prepared to resist the alien invasion was also dumbfounded. Only General Wang of the nation stood very satisfied in front of the command screen. He quietly exclaimed, "With Lin Yue in our nation, it's as if we have divine assistance." After 5 iron-blooded warriors paid their respects to Lin Yue for a full 5 seconds. They raised their heads and humbly spoke in human language. We would like to consult the most esteemed warrior. There are a large number of alien cellular remains in this venue. Even after a long time, these could possibly regenerate. Because of the alien strong survival ability, we must obtain your consent. If you agree, we will use controllable nuclear weapons. As they said this, an elite warrior raised his wrist and pointed to Lin Yue. Lin Yue understood what weapon was on that wrist. It turned out that in the movie about iron-blooded warriors, many warriors, if they failed their mission, would choose to use the controllable nuclear bomb on their wrist to self-destruct. Yesterday, in the final battle, Lin Yue and the Glory Warrior did not use this controllable nuclear bomb. Chapter 449. 7 days passed quickly. Lin Yue heard the system's warm reminder in his mind. Host time is up. Would you like to return? Lin Yue nodded. Controlling with his mind, he said return. In the blink of an eye, the warm villa in front of Lin Yue gradually faded away like a phantom, dissipating with the wind. In the next moment, Lin Yue appeared in his Qinglong mountain villa. Facing the autumn evening breeze, Lin Yue stood above the villa, looking into the distance. In the current Blue Star Celestial Empire, everything Lin Yue owned had gradually developed. He now possessed an endless wealth, and his fortune was about to multiply countless times. At that moment, the system's reward notification arrived as expected. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the Blood and Iron Alien vs. Predator movie crossover mission. This world mission is complete. Evaluation level, SSSS level. The host is rewarded with a high-level classical martial arts training ground in the Celestial Empire. The classical martial arts training ground includes traditional martial arts of the Celestial Empire: hard qigong, wall running, Shaolin Kung Fu, long fist, spring leg, 8 sections of brocade, Wing Chun, and Xingyi. High-level classical martial arts training ground, time flow rate, 1,000. Chapter 450. After 20 experts from various countries brought carefully selected cancer cell tissues and placed them into sterile containers in front of them. The representative expert in the middle was Wang Fong, the most renowned cancer cell expert in the Celestial Empire. She took the microphone handed to her by Lin Yue and said to the crowd below, "We have just tested the cancer cell tissues inside, and they fully meet the requirements for this experiment. Moreover, I can guarantee, with the reputation of the 20 experts present, that all the cancer cell tissues here are taken from patients with severe cancer." As she spoke, the 20 experts opened their microscopes, directly facing the glass containers. The monitoring of cells from the 20 microscopes was projected onto the large screen at the front of the audience. The biologists and experts who had slight doubts about what the 20 experts said were all dispelled when they saw the projected images of cancer cells. They nodded affirmatively. After the 20 experts stood aside, Lin Yue signaled Mu Qingling to bring over a plate. The plate contained a light blue potion. Chapter 451. All right, 3 years it is. During these 3 years in the system space, he must integrate all traditional martial arts, coupled with his T-virus and iron limbs. Even if he enters some high-level martial arts worlds in the future, he would be able to cope. In the real world, only a day had passed, and all cancer patients around the globe were just beginning to recover from their immense joy. However, Lin Yue had spent a full 3 years in the system's training space. After completing the last flying wall running training, Lin Yue reappeared by the swimming pool at Qinglong Mountain Villa. He looked at his increasingly strong body. At that moment, Lin Yue felt that if he encountered the glorious predator again, he would have absolute confidence to completely subdue or even kill the opponent within 2 moves. Because at this time, he had integrated the traditional martial arts of the Celestial Empire and was very familiar with various techniques, leg techniques, and even simple light skills. This is impressive. Just as Lin Yue sighed, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a new order. High-level dimensional viewers are watching a very impressive movie from the Celestial Empire, Kung Fu. They are very nostalgic for the atmosphere, martial arts, and exciting fights of that era in the movie. They hope the host can go to the Kung Fu movie world and collect the thrilling sensations. Chapter 452. A Xing leaned against a rock and said, "By the way, I once had a dream. This dream was when I was 6 years old. One day, I met an old beggar who gave me a mysterious manual, Rely Divine Palm. Later, I became a great hero, upholding justice." Lin Yue listened to a Xing's recounting of the dream. Suddenly, he thought of something. After the movie Kung Fu was released, many people studied and analyzed it. They all said that the Kung Fu movie was actually a dream of the protagonist A Xing when he was a child. It did not truly exist. Lin Yue had also paid special attention while watching the movie and found that it indeed resembled a Xing's dream. For example, all characters appearing in the movie, from the protagonist to the supporting roles, did not have real names. Moreover, the movie echoed the dream both at the beginning and the end. If attentive viewers watched the movie, they might have already noticed that at the end of the movie, several warm scenes appeared on the screen. One scene shows the glasses-wearing man and the buck-toothed Jun embracing each other, walking down the street, living an ordinary life like regular people. Another scene features the landlord and landlady also appearing on the street, embracing each other, wearing ordinary clothes, chatting and laughing. Chapter 453. The feminine tailor follow behind, her face beaming with joy. Welcome next time. This Chong Sam looks absolutely stunning on you. I was drawn by the Chong Sam model at your door. She wore it beautifully, but I didn't expect that when I tried it on, it looked even better than what she wore. Lin Yue saw this scene and suddenly realized. It turned out that there was a shot in the movie where a model wearing a floral-long Chong Sam was placed at the tailor's shop entrance. The lady of the Crocodile Gang, when she first appeared, was killed by the Axe Gang while wearing the exact same floral-long Chong Sam. It turned out that this dress was bought in the Pig Cage City. Interesting. Lin Yue became very interested in the Kung Fu world. He often paid attention to details while watching the movie. He didn't expect that now, as the details connected. He could feel how amazing the filming of Kung Fu truly was. Chapter 454. The leader of the Crocodile Gang walked ahead, a cigar in his mouth. Behind him, his wife swayed her hips as she walked. Just then, the buck-toothed Jun came down from the stairs in a red Chong Sam. Oh, ISNT that buck-toothed Jun? Chapter 455. You really hit the nail on the head. A Xing and Piglet Song. We're going to rob the money from these gangs. Piglet Song, a Xing. The two of them walked a bit slower. Piglet Song finally couldn't help but whispered to a Xing, "Boss, is my cousin all right today?" Why would he dare to say he's going to rob the gang's money? Less nonsense. Whatever my cousin says goes. If we rob, we rob. You go first. I'll follow. Piglet Song. After Lin Yue left with a Xing and Piglet Song, Coolie Chong was carrying a sack of rice, rolling up his pants, and walking to the middle of the yard. He saw a woman in a white nightgown and large slippers, who was none other than the landlady. She had a cigarette in her mouth and was holding a fan. Did that person just now rob you? At first he robbed, but then he returned it. Returned it? That's really strange. Is there really someone who robs money and then give it back? Hurry up and move. Your whole life is just about doing hard labor. It won't kill you. The landlady fanned herself, swaying in the middle of the courtyard. In the distance, the landlord was holding a piece of meat, swaying as he walked over from the yard. As soon as he saw his wife, the landlady, he immediately put on a flattering expression. Chapter 455. A Xing quickly apologized and smiled. What I just said was, "Big brother, we took the wrong turn." The previous sentence. I said, "Hello, big brother." The sentence before that. Which sentence exactly? Big brother, what I thought in my heart or what I said? What were you thinking in your heart? The boss of the Crocodile Gang is really handsome, really cool, really amazing. Lin Yue stood still, watching the scene before him as if it were a joke. The performance of a Xing and Piglet Song was simply no less than that in a movie. It was very funny to listen to. The boss of the Crocodile Gang walked forward step by step with his hands behind his back. A gold tooth in his mouth shone under the light. Don't mess with me. I clearly heard you say that our Crocodile Gang is a bunch of fools. No, big brother, you heard wrong. I just said that the Blood Wolf Gang is a bunch of fools, not the Crocodile Gang. As soon as a Xing finished saying this, he immediately grabbed Lin Yue's arm, wanting to leave quickly. As a result, a voice came from the other end of the alley. Who are you calling a fool? Nearly 10 gang members walked out one after another. Chapter 456. The boss of the Snow Wolf Gang turned around and quickly ran towards the alley entrance. Suddenly, he saw Lin Yue already standing in front of them. Since learning the national essence martial art, flying eaves and walking walls, although Lin Yue had not yet reached the level of amazing lightness in martial arts, flying eaves and walking walls allowed him to adjust some of the energy in his body. This enabled him to reach a level where his body was as light as a swallow, running quickly against the wall. The tattooed boss of the Blood Wolf Gang hurriedly stepped forward and knelt down with a thud. I didn't provoke you, big brother. We're all just in this line of work. Just give me a meal. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Stop with the nonsense. I'm robbing. Just hand over the money. Hurry up and get the money. Take out all the money quickly. A Xing and Piglet Song rummaged around at the back. Their pockets were filled with silver dollars and banknotes. Just as they regained their senses, they saw that on the other side of the street, the members of the Blood Wolf Gang were all kneeling on the ground, holding banknotes and silver dollars in their hands. It was like a damn dream. Xing could hardly believe it. He stared blankly at Piglet sewn beside him. How did my cousin suddenly become so powerful? Chapter 457. Lin Yue went up to the 6th floor, where several small, elegant rooms were surrounded. In the middle was a round table, on which the first red card. Shui Fengxian was gently playing a pipa. Jasmine, Jasmine, what a beautiful jasmine flower. The voice was gentle and soft, echoing throughout the restaurant. It was filled with a unique flavor of songs from this era. After a while, a waitress in a tight qipao brought food and drinks to Lin Yue. Big brother, please enjoy. If you need anything, just let me know. In the next private room, next to Lin Yue sat some security personnel. They took off their uniforms and threw them behind the chairs, smoking and drinking. There were also women sitting beside them, being flirted with. Brothers, hurry up and eat. There are still some things to do later tonight. Big brother, why have you all been like this lately? Always going out in the middle of the night. There's no choice. The world is not peaceful now. People are dying everywhere. We have to go collect the corpses, right? I never thought that one day we who maintain order would actually become corpse collectors. Just be content. At least we still have money, better than starving to death. Chapter 458. The head of the security team took a few steps and said mockingly, when I was young, my parents wanted to send me to Shaolin Temple to learn martial arts. I followed a master who knew a bit of martial arts, and I wanted to learn seriously every day, hoping to improve my skills and achieve something in the future. Guess what happened? As the captain of the patrol team said this, he had a smile on his face and scanned the whole floor. What happened? Captain, finish the story. One day, I went to the market with my Shaolin master, and we offended a local bully. At that time, I thought my master was a martial arts expert from Shaolin. Dealing with a bully would be easy. But before my master could make a move, that bully directly pulled out a gun from his waist. Bang! My master died right in front of my eyes. From that moment on, I thought what martial arts are rivers and lakes in front of a gun. Traditional martial arts are trash. Everyone in the restaurant nodded in agreement and started to applaud, thinking that the captain of the security team made a lot of sense. Chapter 459. The two patrol officers were already dumbfounded. They didn't fire a second bullet. They saw Lin Yue had already come to their front. Lin Yue was holding a stool in his hand. He slammed it down hard as he reached the corner. Bang, bang, bang. He smashed down 4 times in a row. The two patrol officers had their heads smashed open, holding guns in their hands, and died on the ground. Blood instantly filled the corners of the first floor. Lin Yue adjusted his black cloak, put his hat on his head, looking incredibly handsome like the former big shot Su Wenxiang from Shanghai Beach. Just before leaving, he waved his hand to the trembling restaurant owner hiding behind the counter. He took out 2 silver dollars from his pocket and tossed them into the air. This is for the food and drinks. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly headed for the exit. The mute woman with the flower-selling child quickly came out from the door and followed Lin Yue. She couldn't speak, but the little girl could understand what the mute woman meant. Big brother, wait for us. Big brother, sister has something to say to you. You should go home early. This world is not peaceful. It's best not to go out at night. Lin Yue didn't stop his steps and continued walking forward. The flower-selling little girl shouted loudly behind him. Chapter 460. The woman looked flustered and took several steps back, hugging her arms in front of her chest. Who are you? What do you want to do? Answer my question, and I can let you live. What is the problem? Who instructed you to bring this deaf person and this blind person to the pig cage city? The woman answered Lin Yue without hesitation. The Axe Gang found me and asked me to bring these two here to clarify the situation. The leader of the Axe Gang, Brother Chun, originally sent Lin Tang over this afternoon with people to take control of the pig cage city, but it seems he was beaten by the landlord and landlady here. Lin Tang is still lying in the hospital, unconscious. So Brother Chun asked this blind and deaf person to say he was a killer, and then I brought them here. Earlier in that restaurant, you gave 5 members of the Axe Gang a map. What was that map? This big brother, if you want that map, I can give it to you. It's the map of the Abnormal Human Research Center. Abnormal Human Research Center? Chapter 461. Lin Yue stood under the dim light, looking incredibly handsome against the autumn wind. Many people in the pig cage city rushed forward to look at Lin Yue standing at the entrance, especially Kaliqiang and Zhangbao. They had dealt with Lin Yue during the day when he had come to rob the pig cage city with 2 younger brothers. However, Lin Yue had returned the stolen money to Kaliqiang. At that time, Kaliqiang thought Lin Yue was an extraordinary person. Little did he know that Lin Yue was now standing in front of the 2 formidable opponents, Tian, Can, and DK. At this moment, Lin Yue felt excited inside. His blood seemed to quicken. This was the first time he faced an opponent from the martial arts world of the Celestial Empire since his journey through the film and television world. These people could kill using the music from their instruments. According to Lin Yue's analysis, this was the rapid vibration of the music causing the air pressure. Tian Can and DK wore sunglasses, their expressions cold. Who are you? You don't seem like a person from the pig cage city. Who I am is none of your business. Then why are you blocking our way? I want to either kill you two or be killed by you two. This was a line from the fire cloud, evil god, that Lin Yue felt was particularly satisfying to use here. Chapter 462. Lin Yue also threw 4 punches, nearly cracking the temple of D. Quebec. After killing Tian Can and DK, Lin Yue walked to the middle of the pig cage city and turned on the faucet. Water flowed out little by little as he washed his hands. Then he walked to the entrance, grabbed his black trench coat, threw it over his back, and walked straight outside. Hey, big brother, can you wait a moment? We want to get to know you. Hey, big brother, wait, let us chat. Lin Yue didn't stop his steps, continuing to walk toward the darkness in the distance. If he hadn't heard Tian, Can, and DK say they were taking control of the pig cage city mainly to use it as a warehouse for the island nation, he would have been so furious as to kill the two of them. After this battle, Lin Yue walked down the long alley, feeling deeply moved and excited. It seemed that his current level was indeed very high. Even in this world full of experts, he could still fight with them. Since he could easily kill the third-ranked killer Tian, Can, and DK, Lin Yue believed that even if the second-ranked Fire Cloud, Evil God, and the first-ranked person came, he would be confident in dealing with them. Chapter 463. As soon as they finished speaking, Lin Yue threw punches, knocking them all to the ground. The mute girl, Piglet Song. Soon after, more than 10 gang members holding axes rushed out from the Axe Gang headquarters. Lin Yue, unarmed and without even taking out his weapon, easily took down all 15 of them in a very short time. Piglet Song and the mute girl. The old lady stood at the door, peeking inside. They were completely stunned by the scene. The old lady stared at Piglet Song and asked, "When did this Lin family kid learn martial arts?" "I don't know, Grandma. My cousin became really strong after being away for a while." The mute girl, with joy on her face, gave 2 thumbs up towards the room inside. There weren't many people in the Axe Gang headquarters. After Lin Yue killed 100 younger brothers, he arrived at the inner hall. Brother Chun, the leader of the Axe Gang, was not there, nor were the elite members. Only the 3 hall masters of the Axe Gang were present, with Lin Yue's knife at their necks. "Where is Ashing? Big brother, which deity are you? Where did we, the Axe Gang, offend you?" Chapter 464. Fire Cloud, Evil God, was taken aback, lifting his head to stare at the assistant with 3 hairs. "What did you say? General Jean Jia, Tang Tian, is still alive? So, you're at most second on the killer ranking, but you're afraid just hearing their name." "Ha!" Fire Cloud, Evil God laughed again. "Even if I'm second, there's no one else in this world who is my opponent. Are you really good at fighting?" The assistant of the glasses-wearing man shouted arrogantly again. "Very capable, so take down the pig cage city for us." Fire Cloud, Evil God, scratched his toes. "You young man really have no moral integrity. What is wrong with having no moral integrity? We, the Axe Gang, have money and people. As long as you take down the pig cage city for me, we'll give you money, food, a place to live, and women." Just as he finished speaking, suddenly, Fire Cloud, Evil God, threw his slipper hard at the glasses-wearing man's face. Bang! The glasses-wearing man's head spun 360 degrees from the impact of the slipper and fell to the ground dead. "Enough with the nonsense. You're making my ears hurt. What do you mean giving me money, food, and women? If I, Fire Cloud, Evil God, were after those, wouldn't I just kill all of you from the Axe Gang to get them?" Hee. Chapter 465. Ashing stood beside Lin Yue, nibbling on a chicken leg, and asked softly, "Cousin, should I help? After all, this Fire Cloud, Evil God, was released by me. With your level, are you going to go up and take a beating?" Being able to take a beating is also a skill. Not everyone in this world has the qualification to take a beating. You're right about that. Creak. The door in the right corner of the elegant room was gently pushed open. Lin Yue and Ashing turned to look. Zhu Zai-Song sneaked in with the mute girl through the door. "Cousin, boss. Oh, Zhu Zai-Song, you heartless one. I was taken away yesterday, and you were able to remain at ease. What did you do afterward? Did you enjoy the $10 we spent at Ichuan Courtyard all by yourself?" "Boss, after you left yesterday, I was knocked out and slept on the road all night." "Oh, sleeping on the road, isn't bad. Hearing you say that makes me feel much better." The mute girl had already moved from beside them to Lin Yue's side. She couldn't speak, just gently wave her hands in 2 gestures. Lin Yue could roughly understand her meaning. The mute girl wanted to say that he should not get involved in today's matters and should leave early. Chapter 466. The landlord thought for a moment and looked up at Lin Yue. Okay, I agree. But can you take revenge for us and kill this fire cloud, evil god? The landlord immediately followed up. I think the same, young man. Can you really kill him? I strongly support you in doing so. Before Lin Yue could speak, the fire cloud, evil god, sitting in the chair, suddenly leaned forward between the landlord and the landlady, wearing a mocking yet bewildered expression. Are you two idiots? I'm sitting right behind you, with my feet on your backs. And you discuss whether to kill me in front of me. Is that appropriate? The fire cloud, evil god, lifted his feet. Bang! He slammed both feet heavily onto the waist of the landlord and landlady, causing tiny cracks to appear on the floor beneath them. The fire cloud, evil god sat back down, crossing his legs. His slippers swayed. He looked closely at Lin Yue, who was standing in the distance. Come on, young man. Hit me. I'll let you have 10 moves. Cool, mate. The first move should hit my nose. If you can make me bleed, then I, the fire cloud, evil god, have lived these 50 years for nothing. Just as he finished speaking, Chapter 467, Lin Yue chose not to hit his head or limbs. Instead, he tightly clenched his fist and struck the fire cloud, evil god hard in the stomach. The originally inflated Dantian area was hit by Lin Yue's iron-like arm. Bang! The fire cloud, evil god staggered back several steps, his expression showing great pain. The frog skill activated again. The fire cloud, evil god thrust both palms forward and attacked Lin Yue. Just as he spoke, Lin Yue's reaction speed had become incomparable. He quickly jumped up, dodging the fire cloud, evil god's heavy strike while leaping over the top of his head, flipping in midair, and kicking toward the fire cloud, evil god's head. The fire cloud, evil god, experienced in battle, had already sensed the change in airflow. He suddenly pushed both hands on the ground, lifting his feet into the air. Bang! Bang! His feet blocked Lin Yue's fists. It must be said that this frog skill was indeed powerful. Lin Yue's strong fists were actually blocked by the frog skill after the chi skill. But how could Lin Yue possibly concede defeat? His body's strength and hardness had been built up bit by bit over time. Chapter 468. In this world, credibility matters. We said we would rob the Axe Gang, so we must do it. As soon as he said this, Lin Yue turned to look at the Axe Gang leader, A Chun, who was crouching in the corner and appeared to be in pain. Upon meeting Lin Yue's gaze, A Chun trembled all over, hurriedly got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, revealing a look of fear. The ultimate killer, the fire cloud evil god, was terrifying. But at least he had only beaten people without directly killing anyone. Yet Lin Yue killed upon striking. Even a martial arts master like the fire cloud evil god pleaded for mercy in front of him, but he disregarded martial ethics and beheaded the fire cloud evil god. A Chun felt very scared. Lin Yue coldly said to him, "Go get the money, bring it all to me." A Chun nodded in terror. "We have a vault in this restaurant. I'll take you there to get whatever you want." "How much do you have?" A Xing's eyes sparkled. "A lot. Take as much as you want." A Xing excitedly picked up a sack from the table and bounced upstairs with the Axe Gang members following. Zhu Zaichong also followed behind. "I think, boss, we might as well bring a cart to take all the money." Chapter 469. The mute girl was originally selling candy here with the old lady. From a distance, she saw a Xing and Zhu Zaichong pulling a cart over but did not see Lin Yue's figure. She looked around and appeared slightly anxious. In her haste, the mute girl hurried forward, wanting to ask a Xing and Zhu Zaichong for clarification. Suddenly, Lin Yue walked out from behind the cart. The mute girl stood in place, raised the sleeve of her white shirt to wipe the sweat from her forehead, and showed a gentle, knowing smile on her face. In that moment, she was incredibly pure. Lin Yue approached and asked, "What are you selling?" The mute girl made a heart sign with her hands and then made a circular gesture, indicating that she was selling candy. When she smiled, shallow dimples appeared on her fair right cheek. She gently wiped her hands on her shirt, ran over, and took a round candy from her candy cart. She came to Lin Yue's side, held it up in front of him, indicating for him to try one. Lin Yue took the candy and smiled, saying, "I've thought about it these past few days. It seems we used to be neighbors." The mute girl happily nodded. "Are you, child?" The old lady supporting a cane behind her pointed at Lin Yue and said with a smile. Chapter 470. The Axe Gang leader, A Chun, continued to ask, "General Fujita? Are you talking about the General Fujita who has been inside the Abnormal Human Research Center?" "That's him. In our island nation, he is like a spiritual totem. The reason he stays in that research center is not that anyone dares to confine him, but because he practices martial arts inside. I had no choice but to invite him this time. Then there will be no problem. Capturing the Pig Cage City stronghold will be easy. General Fujita is ranked first on the killer leaderboard. The captain of the island nation surveyed the surroundings and said to Achun, "You tell the Axe Gang people to surround this place in a while, but no one should use firearms. Put away the guns. After all, there hasn't been large-scale fighting in the Magic City yet, and gunfire could easily lead to misunderstandings in the international community." "Yes, Captain." The Axe Gang members and the undercover team from the island nation have completely surrounded the Pig Cage City. When Axe Gang leader Achun and the undercover team leader from the island nation entered, they happened to find the landlord and landlady inside the Pig Cage City preparing to move. Chapter 471. General Fujita is said to be ranked first on the assassin list, and his strength is more than double that of the evil god Huiyun. "Landlady, I see this person is nothing special except for wearing an island military uniform. Is he really that powerful? He is invulnerable, and every move he makes can unleash tremendous force. Even the evil god Huiyun couldn't last 5 moves against him." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. In the blink of an eye, General Fujita had already arrived in front of them. He started unbuttoning his military jacket and threw it to the undercover team leader. "Everyone here, come at me together. Today, there will only be one outcome. I will kill you all. I haven't been out for 10 years, and I didn't expect the martial arts in your celestial empire to still be so low-end. Too much nonsense." Cooley Chong could not stand such humiliation of the celestial empire. He jumped up first, instantly executing his 72 leg strikes towards General Fujita. However, his seemingly fierce kick was just 2 meters away from General Fujita when it was sent flying by Fujita's punch. Chapter 472. The mute girl followed a Xing and Piglet Song upstairs. They ran all the way to the 2nd floor. She leaned over the railing, gesturing towards Lin Yue. Lin Yue didn't speak, just smiled faintly. Axe Gang leader Ah Chun said to the undercover team leader from the island, "It's truly surprising. Although I know Lin Yue is indeed capable, he is only slightly stronger than the evil god Huiyun. I can't believe he has the courage to challenge the #1 assassin, General Fujita. Don't worry, someone so unaware of the world will definitely be killed by the general." The landlord and landlady leaned over the railing. They were surrounded by many martial artists. "What should we do? The 2nd-ranked assassin, the evil god Huiyun, is already so powerful. How can we deal with Fujita? I heard that General Fujita's strength is 4 or 5 times stronger than the evil god Huiyun. What should we do? Should we go down?" "No, it wouldn't help to go down. We wouldn't even last 1 move before being killed by General Fujita. It looks like today will be a fierce battle." Just as everyone was saying this, Lin Yue, who was standing in the square, had already clenched his fists and charged towards General Fujita. Chapter 473. Fujita smirked coldly. He took off his standard shirt and threw it aside, revealing his strong muscles. Fujita stomped his foot on the ground, spreading his arms wide. Suddenly, internal energy surged from his dantian, spreading throughout his body. The internal energy visibly expanded his arms, abdomen, and legs. Fujita's body became more than twice as large as before. Lin Yue saw this scene and finally realized that General Fujita must have used something similar to a biochemical agent. Coupled with the Celestial Empire's martial arts he had secretly learned, he had achieved today's level. Lin Yue looked at him and coldly smiled. "I said, with your little island, you could have this ability. It turns out that besides stealing others' martial arts, you also injected drugs." "What? How do you know? Look at the way you look now. Not human nor ghost, like a stinky toad." "Say what you want," General Fujita laughed. "This drug on me was all tested on your Celestial Empire people, and I got the best and most suitable experimental results. I injected it myself." Chapter 474. I have never fought against this island's General Fujita. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. "Landlord, I heard that even the evil god Huiyun couldn't last 5 moves against him and would be killed by his fists. Look, Lin Yue hasn't even broken through Fujita's armor yet, but Fujita hasn't landed a single hit on him either. Indeed, this Lin Yue is truly a martial arts genius rarely seen in a million years. The key is that he never seems to get tired. Every punch is as powerful as the first, which is truly incredible. Bang, bang. Lin Yue and General Fujita had already exchanged over 30 moves, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Due to the mutation, many parts of Fujita's skin had burst open. At this critical moment, Xing thought of distracting Fujita to give Lin Yue a better opportunity to attack. He leaned over the railing and shouted loudly, "Fujita, I heard you like beautiful women. Look, I have one here. Fujita's attention was drawn, and he glanced at the mute girl. In that instant, Lin Yue noticed a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth, confirming that Fujita was definitely a lecher. Chapter 475. These bastards have some good ideas. Please, Brother Lin, spare us. We will never dare again. We will never do their bidding again. Celestial Empire Big Brother, please spare us. We're just ordinary people taking care of the citizens. We were misled into coming here. Lin Yue calmly looked at Xing and smiled. Haven't you always wanted to practice martial arts? Of course I want to practice, cousin, but I'm afraid to fight. I'm a bit timid. Being timid is fine. It's impressive. You just haven't had the chance to practice and don't know how to train. Lin Yue stomped his foot on the ground. An axe flew up from the air. He caught the axe and threw it into Xing's hands. Isn't it simple to practice courage? Go, cut whoever you see. Xing, hurry. The landlady, and Kuli Chang all rushed over from the side. Lin Yue, the martial arts of the Celestial Empire have martial ethics. We don't kill those who surrender. We don't kill those who beg for mercy. Martial ethics? With your kind of elegance, when someone comes to kill you, it's like torturing a dog. Now you talk to me about martial ethics? In my dictionary, there has never been a word for mercy, nor any so-called ethics. These island dogs came all the way here to commit crimes, so they must die. Chapter 476. The one leading the way was Lin Yue. Behind him were nearly 500 martial artists from the Pig Cage village, all armed with axes, knives, and other weapons. Lin Yue stood in front of the Axe Gang headquarters and said calmly, "Kill them all and find the supplies inside. Move them out." As soon as he finished speaking, the group, led by the landlord and landlady, rushed forward. Many of the impoverished people from Pig Cage Village had suffered under the bullying and exploitation of the Axe Gang before. At this moment, with Lin Yue leading, they seemed to have found a point to vent their anger. With numerous martial artists charging in as vanguards, they rushed inside all at once. The inside of the Axe Gang headquarters was like a hell on earth, filled with screams. Ku Liqiang's powerful kicks and the continuous attacks from the Tailor's golden rings wreaked havoc. Gue wielded his lotus gun, sweeping through the chaos. In no time, only over 100 members of the Axe Gang remained, and they were nearly all exterminated. Lin Yue spotted a pile of supplies in the corner of the courtyard. The boxes were filled with arms. This batch of arms and supplies was enough to equip 5,000 people. It was clear that this time the undercover agents from the island nation were separating people from weapons to avoid international scrutiny. Chapter 477. The landlady threw her cigarette, but on the ground, and extinguished it with her slipper. I think Lin Yue said something very right today. Since we are martial artists from the Celestial Empire, we should use our rules to deal with these dogs from the island nation. We can't let the world look down on our martial arts. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the sky was dimly lit. The sea sparkled with stars, and the waves roared. In the distance, 3 cruise ships were gradually approaching. At this time, even the cruise ships from the island nation were still quite rudimentary. Lin Yue looked at these cruise ships from afar. On the surface, they appeared to be civilian vessels, but they were actually modified military ships. There were many islanders standing densely on the deck. There were few women inside, mostly young men. Lin Yue's night vision allowed him to see clearly that these people had dark skin and strong builds, clearly coming from a military background. What merchants? What students? They could only use these disguises to fool the incompetent government of Magic City. Lin Yue snapped his fingers at Ku Liqiang beside him. Ku Liqiang understood and used a long spear to pierce the corpse of General Fujita from the abdomen to the neck. Chapter 478. Could it be that our Celestial Empire's Magic City is finally attacking? Finally resisting? That's fantastic. These damn islanders. Our Celestial Empire is finally rising. I'm so excited. I want to go take a look. I also want to see. It seems our Celestial Empire's guard team is about to show its power. The captain of the Magic City Guard suddenly woke up from bed. The door was being pounded loudly. His third concubine was sleeping beside him. He pushed the woman aside. Quick, get out of the way. What is happening? The guard outside reported, Boss, the West City Wharf is in chaos. What West City Wharf? ISNT, the Island Nation's undercover team, supposed to come today? How could there be a fight? Are they attacking us? That would be disastrous. Hurry. Where are my clothes? Where's my money? Get out. Boss, all 5,000 undercover agents from the West City Wharf are dead. What? The guard captain was so scared that his legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. How is that possible? Who has such power? The motorcycle guards have nearly 20,000 people, and I wouldn't dare to confront their 5,000. This is too terrifying. You all hurry and follow me to see what's going on. Chapter 479. After entering the room this time, Lin Yue stayed with the mute girl, except for occasionally asking a Xing to buy some things. He had observed and experienced the pure and beautiful mute girl he had admired while watching movies for a good 7 days. It was a unique experience, full of indescribable feelings. This sensation was like an infinitely looping parabola going up and down, up and down. It was truly marvelous. 7 days passed quickly. As the time approached, Lin Yue reluctantly left the room. It was nighttime, and everyone in Pig Cage Village was already resting. Lin Yue found a secluded corner and softly thought, "All right, let us return." In an instant, everything before Lin Yue transformed into an illusion, as if a mirror had suddenly shattered. Gradually, Lin Yue disappeared without a trace from this world. When he woke up, he found himself back at his Qinglong Mountain villa. Time felt like it had passed through different eras. This time, Lin Yue had spent a relatively long time in the Kung Fu movie world, which was particularly interesting and fun. At this moment, the reward from his system arrived as promised. Chapter 480. In the central hall of a palace in Golden Valley, the leader of the mercenaries was a tall black man. He sat in the middle and addressed the armed man beside him. In the past 2 days, I've tried every means to contact many people from the Celestial Empire, but none could obtain this cancer cell elimination agent. Given its current value, it is enough to grant 1 global wealth. Boss, then let's go rob it from the Celestial Empire. We must rob it, and it must be done quickly. If this thing is taken by others and starts mass production, we will suffer huge losses. According to my intelligence analysis, this cancer cell elimination technique was produced by Lin Yue, the chairman of Tycoon Technology Company in the Celestial Empire. I heard he developed it in his Qinglong Mountain villa. So our first stop will be his villa. Boss, there should be quite a few defenses around that villa. Not too many. And I don't know where that Lin Yue from the Celestial Empire got his confidence. The security team around his villa has fewer than 30 people. We have over 100 people going this time. It would be best to bring Lin Yue back with us. With him around, producing the cancer cell elimination technique will be very easy. We won't need to grow those toxic products or sell weapons in various countries. As long as we have this injection, money will come in truckloads. Chapter 481. In an instant, nearly 200 people emerged densely from the woods. However, most of them were armed with knives, with only a dozen or so holding silence guns. It is evident that, in the Celestial Empire, firearms are not that easily obtained. When they approached the main gate of the King Longshan Villa, they encountered no further obstacles. As they reached the entrance, they saw the large gate of the King Longshan Villa wide open. Lin Yue stood in the middle of the courtyard with his hands behind his back. The mercenary leader waved his hand, and numerous personnel surged in from the entrance, surrounding Lin Yue completely. "You are Lin Yue, the chairman of Tycoon Technology Company? I really didn't expect you to be so young." Zhou Chunyan ran a few steps forward, looking very anxious and sad. "Lin Yue, I'm sorry. I'm not like the burdens in those TV dramas. I was thinking of warning you." Lin Yue showed no signs of anxiety or fear on his face. He waved his hand towards the mercenary leader, allowing Zhou Chunyan to come over. "If this is really business, if you want money and things, you need to show some sincerity. There isn't a single security personnel around my villa, and you've also blocked the signals in the area. What is there to be afraid of?" Chapter 482. Soon after, Lin Yue's phone in his pocket finally rang. He answered the call. "Lin Yue, are you okay? I have received news of your attack. The Jiangbei city in Jiangnan province has dispatched a large number of SWAT officers towards King Longshan. Tell them not to come." "Not to come? I have already confirmed that nearly 200 strangers have entered the country and headed to King Longshan recently. How is that possible? Did they run away? As for whether they ran, they are all dead." "All dead? What happened?" "I killed them." The superior on the other end of the phone fell silent for 3 full seconds, filled with shock. But hasn't Lin Yue always brought nothing but shock to the entire Celestial Empire? He had completely gotten used to it. After adjusting his state slightly, he continued, "Lin Yue, you are truly amazing. I was very anxious when I heard this news, fearing that the cancer cell destruction technology you had worked so hard to develop would be stolen. And I was also worried about your safety. I didn't expect you to have the local authorities send a cleanup crew to clear all the bodies in this courtyard and clean it up." Chapter 483. Jia Baoyu once said that women are made of water. Lin Yue only fully understood this today. Just an hour ago, Zhou Chunyan and Lin Yue had experienced life and death outside. Lin Yue had killed so many people, yet he was not affected at all. Zhou Chunyan, though inexperienced, was unsure about how others felt. However, based on some knowledge she had seen online, Lin Yue left her in shock. For the next 5 days, Lin Yue went nowhere, and Zhou Chunyan stayed in Lin Yue's villa. Besides cooking for Lin Yue, she spent most of her time with him. One day, Zhou Chunyan fell asleep. Lin Yue's mind was filled with the system's task message. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new task order. The high-level viewers are very eager for the majestic feeling of the mecha battles in the movie Pacific Rim. Request the host to go to the Pacific Rim world and collect this feeling. Task difficulty level, extremely difficult. Please choose whether to accept the order. 19876. Accept the order. Congratulations to the host for accepting the time travel task to the Pacific Rim movie world. This task will commence in 12 hours. Please prepare in advance. Chapter 484. After finishing these 2 movies, Lin Yue also researched related materials. The monsters in this movie world are also diverse, but they all have one thing in common: hard armor and gigantic size. Their only purpose in coming to the human world is to destroy and kill. Lin Yue thought, what does this giant mecha look like? How is it controlled? Is it completely the same as the techniques practiced in his training ground? The system should not let Lin Yue do useless work, so it must be very similar to his usual training. After researching a lot of materials, Lin Yue looked at the time. 10 hours had already passed. He walked to the room and saw that Zhou Chunyan was still sleeping soundly. It was evident that she was completely exhausted after the consecutive days. Lin Yue wrote a note at her desk. I will be in the laboratory below for a while, because the time is almost up. He was afraid that Zhou Chunyan would suddenly wake up at the 12th hour. Lin Yue went from above to the laboratory at the bottom. Soon, the time had quickly arrived. Ding! Host, the time to travel to the Pacific Rim movie world has arrived. Shall we start traveling now? Chapter 485. A total of 1,000 people had been tested, except for a few who reached level 3 and 4. No other test mechas showed any signs of movement. When the 1,320th person came out, the school's committee and teachers gathered around. Even all the classmates came from the sides. Lin Yue stood in the middle, a bit puzzled. He originally thought that these students who had completed the test should have returned to the classroom early or left disappointed. But they all stayed on the playground, as if waiting for someone. It was only at this moment that Lin Yue understood. The 1,320th student was actually the famous young vice president of a Shaw group, Xiao Liwen. When Xiao Liwen stepped onto the stage, Lin Yue could see clearly. Her appearance was very similar to the domestic star Jing Tian from Blue Star, almost identical. Aside from having skin that was whiter and smoother than Jing Tian's, she also exuded the aura of a young vice president. This woman, Xiao Liwen, was the female lead in Pacific Rim 2. He didn't expect to encounter her here. Hurry up and watch. The time to witness the miracle has come. I've heard that Xiao Liwen, the young vice president of a Shaw group, has gradually taken control of the entire group with her father's assistance. Very impressive. Chapter 486. This student, many of your classmates have already withdrawn. Are you sure you want to give it a try? This student, the neuron connectivity test, is also a chance, but it can seriously damage the human brain. If you feel you truly lack the talent, you can choose not to test. Otherwise, it may harm your head and cause intermittent headaches in the future. Lin Yue was resolute. He directly walked up from the crowd. It seemed he didn't take the principal and the chief instructor's words seriously at all. Once on the stage, Lin Yue calmly said, "It's just a small mecha test. What's so difficult about it?" As soon as these words were spoken, instantly, students who were about to turn and leave suddenly turned their heads to watch. Xiao Liwen's secretary and a group of bodyguards were waiting to pick her up in a Ferrari. Hearing Lin Yue's words, Xiao Liwen became very interested and turned around in front of the car. The classmates around were discussing amongst themselves. Who is this student? Which class is he from? Why is he so arrogant? I heard he is from class 30, and it seems he doesn't take classes seriously and has even been called out by the teacher. How could he have such confidence and say that the neuron test is relatively easy? This is something very difficult for everyone in the world. Chapter 487. Lin Yue arrived with the PPDC helicopter. Throughout the journey, he remained silent. Occasionally, he leaned against the helicopter to rest his eyes, and sometimes he looked out the window to enjoy the scenery. It wasn't until the helicopter reached the top of the Hunter Academy that Lin Yue opened the window next to him. In the distance, he saw the Pacific Ocean next to the Hunter Academy. The deep black sea was constantly rising with huge waves, boundless and profound. When Lin Yue saw the Pacific Ocean, he thought to himself, in fact, many people on Blue Star have a sense of fear towards the ocean. The unknown is the most terrifying. People will never know what is hidden beneath the deep ocean of 10,000 meters. After arriving in the Pacific Rim world, Lin Yue knew that there were giant opening chrysanthemum beasts hidden in the ocean. The Hunter Academy and the Pacific Rim Joint Military Headquarters were located on this small island by the Pacific Ocean. The helicopter landed, and Lin Yue jumped down. The president of the Hunter Academy, Jess, valued Lin Yue highly. "Hello, Lin Yue from the Celestial Empire. Although I have not personally witnessed your talent test, I believe that the style of doing things in the Celestial Empire is very rigorous. If you are indeed what they call max level, then all the miracles of the Hunter Academy will start with you." Chapter 488. Lin Yue looked up at the towering mech, which stood 70 meters tall. It was indeed shocking. When he walked in front of it, Lin Yue reached out and gently touched the mech's leg. The cold metallic feel excited him greatly. Jess, the president of the Hunter Academy, smiled and said, "Do you know this mech?" Lin Yue nodded. "From its design, it should be the first mech ever built by humans, the Noisy Kid." "It seems you really know quite a bit, Lin Yue. This mech is the first mech hunter in human history. It was produced in the Diak Island construction base in the United States and was mainly deployed on the east coast of the Pacific. However, it has already been retired. The reason it is called the Noisy Kid is that when this mech is activated and in battle, the huge buzzing sound is unbearable for the pilot inside." While President Jess was speaking, the other 8 students also walked out from the inner hall. They all looked up at the mech of the Noisy Kid. The mech had large blades attached to its arms. Lin Yue stared at the blade's edge, which had green blood and some red blood on it. The color of the blood seemed to be related to the level of the monsters. Chapter 489. In fact, the history of the invasion of opening chrysanthemum beasts on Earth is not reflected in the textbooks of most countries. In some places, we need to keep it confidential for fear of causing panic among the public. However, it is essential for you to understand this. Only by understanding will you know the importance of this mission. Look to your left. The mural here depicts the age of dinosaurs. In our original understanding, we thought the age of dinosaurs was merely a continuation of biological existence. However, through recent discoveries, we have proven that dinosaurs were the first batch of opening beasts placed by the pioneering civilization. At that time, the opening beasts were not aware of human civilization's development, so the dinosaurs placed were not very strong. The reason humanity was not invaded and occupied by opening chrysanthemum beasts on a large scale at that time was that the environment was rich in oxygen, with an oxygen content of 40%, which the opening chrysanthemum beasts did not like, so they paused this plan. Until recent years, with the development of human industrial civilization, the planet's carbon dioxide levels have increased and the oxygen content has dropped from the original 40% to 21%. Therefore, the pioneering civilization sent the opening chrysanthemum beasts for a second invasion. Chapter 490. He jumped onto the giant arm of the mech. Following that, he ran a few steps along the arm, turned his body, and quickly landed in the cockpit. This fluid and swift movement instantly caught the attention of everyone in the live broadcast room. Comments flooded in. 666. Wow. Oh my god. Is this the martial arts of the Celestial Empire? This is too impressive. Lin Yue looks young. Why is he so skilled? Don't rush. Wait until he operates the mech. Then he will know the pain. At that time, people around the world will be laughing. As Lin Yue jumped into the cockpit, he noticed that there were as many as 900 buttons inside. No wonder this Tango Wolf was called a nightmare. If one person had to control over 900 buttons to connect the neurons, their head would definitely explode. Lin Yue took the helmet and put on his head. In an instant, he began to connect with the various buttons and parts inside the mech. Connection to the biological muscle system, successful. Connection to the neuron system, successful. Connection to the arm system, successful. Connection to the leg system, successful. Connection to the weapon system, successful. Connection to the life capsule system. Connection to the agility system, successful. Chapter 491. Lin Yue controlled the mech with a thought. All the neurons in his body connected. At that moment, all the muscles of the mech began to move in unison. Lin Yue took large strides out of the room. Bang, bang, bang. The Tango Wolf mech stood 82 meters tall and weighed 2,312 tons. Each time Lin Yue took a step, it was not heavy, but it made the entire hull tremble as if the roof was about to collapse. As he stepped out, he encountered the first human mech, the Noisy Kid, that he had seen when he came in. The Noisy Kid, originally 70 meters tall, was already quite high. However, at this moment, under the 82-meter height of Lin Yue's Tango Wolf, it appeared somewhat shorter. Lin Yue raised his right arm and gently patted the Noisy Kid's head, laughing. "I'm actually taller than you now. When I saw you here just now, you really looked like a giant." Behind Lin Yue, The other 9 students sat in the mech, dumbfounded. Students from the United States, Germany, France, the United Kingdom, and other powerful countries around the world were unable to concentrate on training at this moment. They are all carefully selected pilots of mechas from various countries. Chapter 492 at this moment. David, the pilot of the Invisible Wanderer, still has a teasing smile on his face. In his view, the rookie in front of him has already been scared by his heavy mecha, the Invisible Wanderer, standing still and not moving at all. Now, all he needs to do is to go over and use his long cold knife to cut open the glass of the cockpit in front of him and drag the pilot inside out. Take him to the law enforcement department for punishment. However, just as the Invisible Wanderer heavy mecha was 10 meters away from Tango Wolf, controlled by Lin Yue, it suddenly moved. This was something no one expected. Dean Jess's heart skipped a beat. He initially thought Lin Yue was scared. After all, piloting a mecha is one thing, but operating it to fight is another. The 2 women, Xiao Liwen and Sun Makiko, sitting in the cockpit, also stared tightly at the live broadcast screen. They didn't even dare to breathe. They couldn't imagine how a new student like Lin Yue could possibly have the confidence to compete with a mecha police officer who has been driving for over 5 years. In the next second, Lin Yue controlled the Tango Wolf mecha and began to advance instead of retreating. Its huge form stepped forward on the beach. Chapter 493. Dean Jess smiled at General Wang. You see, I guessed right, didn't I? I joked with you before that one day, when the Kiju beast attacks again, we might really have to rely on you from the Celestial Empire. It turns out I was right. Lin Yue came out of his giant mecha cockpit. He jumped down along the tail cabin. Dean Jess, General Wang, Xiao Liwen, and others gathered around. Lin Yue, how do you feel now? Is there a sharp pain in your head? Do you need to go to the hospital for a checkup? Lin Yue, when we usually pilot together, we feel a lot of pain in our heads due to the strong pressure from the neuron connection. How do you feel now? Lin Yue, I suggest you don't pilot a solo mecha like this next time. It's really too difficult. Lin Yue glanced around at the people. His expression was calm, as if he had just piloted a small toy rather than a large mecha. He smiled and said, not challenging at all. What? General Wang exclaimed. What did you say? I said it was not challenging at all. Dean Jess asked, what do you mean by not challenging? Chapter 494. He looked at Sun Makiko and smiled. For most people, as you said, it is indeed the case. But have you ever thought that if too many people sit inside a mecha, it won't create physical coordination issues? Even if the mecha is occupied by twin sisters or a couple, they cannot achieve consistent movement. So what do you mean, Lin Yue? General Wang quickly asked. It's not easy to have a driving genius emerge from the Celestial Empire. He values it very much. What I mean is, I need a mecha that has been upgraded and modified. The control of the muscle lines inside should be increased by at least 3 times. What? General Wang was shocked. Xiao Liwen's round eyes stared at Lin Yue in disbelief. Lin Yue, do you know? The average number of control buttons in a mecha is around 1,000. If the neurons connect all 1,000 command control systems, it requires a very strong pressure. It's almost impossible for a person to bear. If you want to increase the muscle lines by more than 3 times, then it would require 3,000. I want to give it a try. Only then can I precisely control every muscle and steel of the entire mecha. Chapter 495. After Lin Yue finished his meal, he did not return to the accommodation. He leaned against the sofa in a corner of the bar, comfortably sipping wine while watching the crowd coming and going. The men and women here come from all over the world. There are mercenaries from various countries, as well as workers engaged in mecha repair, production, piloting, or auxiliary training. Of course, the most distinguished identity here belongs to the students of the Hunter Academy, as they represent the world's hope against the Kiju beast. Lin Yue had just finished a glass of wine and placed a cup on the table in front of him when he saw a woman dressed in a black training suit. Her figure was flawless, and her facial features matched the temperament often found in the islands. There was a hint of melancholy in her eyes. This woman was Sun Makiko, who lost her parents at a young age. Hi, Lin Yue, what do you want to drink? It's on me. I've been drinking here all afternoon. One more drink is fine. Waiter, bring me a glass of whiskey. Lin Yue, how are you so amazing? When you piloted the Tango Wolf mecha independently today, did your head hurt? Chapter 496, sir. We have prepared the 8 most famous cocktails at our bar for you. Feel free to choose. Lin Yue picked a blue lady and took a sip. He smiled at Xiao Liwen and said, why be so possessive? I don't like her. Sun Makiko is still your mecha partner. You two aren't really going to be in conflict, are you? I just don't like her getting close to you. Before you came, I was still friends with Sun Makiko. Lin Yue took a sip of the blue lady and smiled. I really didn't expect it to be because of me. But why? What does Senmakiko's closeness to me have to do with you? Lin Yue, we came from the Celestial Empire together. We should be the closest. Everyone else should stand aside. By the way, I have compiled all the things you said today and sent them to my dad. He said he would consider it seriously and will give me a response tomorrow or the day after. I will try my best to meet your wishes. If my dad disagrees, I will fly back to Hong Kong Island for this matter. I really want to facilitate it. Do you really want to get into a mecha to fight monsters? I just want to pilot a mecha and experience real baptism on the battlefield. Before I came to the Hunter Academy, I had never encountered anyone who could become my partner. Since I met you, I am convinced. Chapter 497, The Two Mechas. Storm Crimson and Dangerous Wanderer received orders from General Wong of the Pacific Rim headquarters to attempt to fire ammunition into the vortex, but not to step into it. The Dangerous Wanderer executed the order first. He raised his right arm, and an electromagnetic cannon began to charge with a buzzing sound. As the blue cannon light lit up, there was a loud bang. The electromagnetic cannon was launched. When the electromagnetic cannon was in the air, its speed was extremely fast. Whoosh! It had already entered the vortex. Less than 2 seconds later, a loud bang was heard. The rotating sea surface was blown up, creating splashes of water. The vortex, which had been spinning at high speed just now, gradually became much calmer. Then slowly, to everyone's surprise, the vortex began to calm down and eventually stopped. In a live broadcast room, question marks appeared one after another. What is going on? Can anyone explain? Is this just a beautiful accident? Did we not activate the demon beast? And were we humans just too tense, thinking this was an ordinary vortex? General Wong, commander of the PPDC Pacific Rim headquarters, had a serious expression. He appeared on the live broadcast screen again and directly addressed the public. Chapter 498. The dangerous drifter unfolded its combat arms and delivered a heavy punch from the left side. The demon which opened its giant pincers to confront the dangerous drifter. Seizing the opportunity, Storm Crimson rushed in from the side. The two spinning bayonets on its left and right arms advanced instantly, stabbing towards the back of the demon, which's body. The high-speed rotating blades, made of high-quality steel, were exceptionally tough. Coupled with terrifying power, the blades spun with great force. Ziz! The skin on the back of the demon, which was extremely hard. The rotating bayonet spun on it for a long time, but had no effect. Sparks flew out. The next second, the demon which extended its huge claw. Bang! The demon witch's claw pinched the left arm of Storm Crimson. At that moment, the Wei brothers, who were piloting Storm Crimson, quickly issued a danger warning. Headquarters! Headquarters! Detecting immense pressure. Detecting immense pressure. At the same time, the demon which extended its right pincer and clamped down on the right arm of the dangerous drifter. The dangerous drifter also felt the immense pressure on its right arm. Chapter 499. What do you mean? Something feels off? Sen Masako was drawn to Lin Yue's response. She walked directly in front of Lin Yue and asked, Lin Yue, what do you mean? Didn't you notice that the vortex at the bottom of the sea still existed while they were fighting? Xiao Liwen shifted her focus back to the live broadcast screen. At that moment, the entire screen was frozen on a scene where the two mechas were happily waving their hands on the sea surface, completely ignoring the large vortex off the coast of Las Vegas. Sen Masako frowned, resting her right hand on her chin in thought. Lin Yue, we all missed it. The key is, why did you notice such details so clearly while we were all watching the live broadcast together? Lin Yue replied to both of them. Quickly notify Dean Jess to switch the live broadcast to the vortex and see if there's any hidden danger. However, as soon as Lin Yue finished speaking, before Xiao Liwen and San Masako could respond, they heard a burst of laughter from a short distance behind them on the right. The three turned to look and saw 5 students standing there. Chapter 500. Before everyone could react to what was happening, Sen Masako turned her head and walked directly to the live broadcast screen. As she walked, she said, Lin Yue, we haven't known each other for long, and you already think she's yours. Xiao Liwen didn't know how to respond to Sen Masako's words, and even Lin Yue felt a bit confused upon hearing them. What was wrong with these two women? Just then, suddenly, a large red alarm exclamation mark appeared on the live broadcast screen. The people in the bar took a deep breath because a huge danger was approaching again. The bar owner arranged for many waiters to quickly help the 5 people who had been knocked out by Lin Yue to the hospital. At the same time, she stared at the live broadcast screen, feeling a deep-seated fear. The alarm symbol this time had 3 exclamation marks. It was 3 levels higher than the previous alarm symbol that only had 1 exclamation mark. Lin Yue stood in front of the screen with his hands behind his back. Xiao Liwen and Sun Masako looked at Lin Yue with great admiration. At the end of the fight, only Lin Yue had noticed the vortex appearing on the sea surface. He had also sent a message to Dean Jess, wondering if defenses had been prepared. Chapter 501. Sure enough, when the Lucky Seven and Echoing Blade match had just arrived at the battlefield, the Wei brothers and Storm Crimson were completely dead. The Storm Crimson they piloted stood motionless in the water. All the lights on it went out. The tail Stinger, thinking it had achieved victory, let out a roar into the sky. At that moment, the Lucky Seven and Echoing Blade launched an attack against it. Although two mechs were dispatched again this time, the situation was extremely grim. General Wang, Dean Jess, and a group of students had all gathered on the beach, gazing into the distance. Although the others couldn't see the details of the battle on the sea very clearly, Lin Yue, with his far-sighted vision, observed everything closely. He had already judged that the Lucky Seven and Echoing Blade were about to be defeated. The metal on the chest of Lucky Seven had been corroded by the tail Stinger's venom, and the Echoing Blade had easily dodged the tail Stinger-S attacks multiple times during the artillery fire. What shocked everyone the most was that the back of the Echoing Blade mech had been breached by the tail Stinger in multiple attacks. Chapter 502. Dean Jess and General Wang were also puzzled. A senior student from the pickled vegetable country tried to keep his emotions calm and said with schadenfreude, "I never expected that with General Wang of the Celestial Empire guarding here, your Celestial Empire students would escape so quickly in the face of danger. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense." Xiao Liwen suddenly turned around. Her fair and beautiful face revealed a look of hatred. No one dared to offend Xiao Liwen, the young president of a Xiao Liwen group. Their group's wealth was enough to make any country wary. The driver from the pickled vegetable country is the same. Xiao Liwen, I'm not targeting you. I'm just saying about Lin Yue. Look, that monster is about to attack, and he just ran away quickly. Right, Xiao Liwen. If you think Lin Yue didn't T-run, then tell me, where did he go? At this urgent moment, even if we have no way out, we must hold our ground at the front line. Yes, our PPDC Pacific Rim Joint Command is the last line of defense for the entire world. Just then, suddenly, everyone heard a familiar sound of mecha scraping. Chapter 503. This Wugong spear is made of rare metal, incredibly sharp. However, the massive body of the tail-standing rat could not dodge the Wugong spear at all. It simply charged forward, using its hard armor to take the hit. With a bang, the Wugong spear struck the hard armor on the chest of the tail-standing rat. Lin Yue was secretly shocked. This Wugong spear is indeed very hard. My strike has also driven the entire Shaolin Rangers in maximum power. But unexpectedly, it didn't pierce through the body of the tail-standing rat. At the same time, the tail of the tail-standing rat swung towards Lin Yue, but he easily dodged it. Seeing that this Shaolin Ranger mecha was difficult to deal with, the tail-standing rat, in anger, struck down with its right paw again. Lin Yue controlled the mecha to step forward with its right foot. Sideways, the heavy blow from the tail-standing rat completely missed. Lin Yue stepped forward with his left foot again, quickly turning around. The Shaolin Ranger landed behind the tail-standing rat. Lin Yue drove the Shaolin Ranger to extend the chain blade from its right hand. This chain blade is made up of heavy chains, combined with a sharp blade beside it. Before the massive body of the tail-standing rat could turn around, Lin Yue controlled the mecha's arm and instantly raised it. Chapter 504. The Storm Crimson mecha is actually very powerful among the entire Pacific Rim series. Lin Yue realized while watching the movie that its tonnage is quite heavy. Every muscle in its body is equipped with strong elastic pistons. The chemical resistors and the propulsion of its legs are many times stronger than that of the Shaolin Ranger. After all, overall, the Shaolin Ranger is just an auxiliary combat mecha. Its tonnage is too low. Moreover, the weapons on it are exceptionally simple. The most fatal point is that the Shaolin Ranger is powered by batteries. This battery-driven power has too weak an explosive force. When Lin Yue executed a series of combination punches earlier, he already noticed that the power was somewhat depleted. What made Lin Yue feel somewhat helpless was that he originally planned to use that chain blade to wrap around the tail-standing rat's neck, intending to perform a suplex and choke it to death. However, when he exerted force, he realized that he simply didn't have enough power. He couldn't even throw the tail-standing rat. At this moment, Lin Yue remembered the Storm Crimson, the main battle mecha of the Celestial Empire. Although its performance is not yet satisfactory, it is definitely sufficient for Lin Yue to deal with the tail-standing rat right now. Chapter 505. The three drivers of Storm Crimson were clearly dead. This is a fact that everyone has recognized. But now, Storm Crimson stood up. Amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, Storm Crimson grabbed the tail of the tail-standing rat and forcefully threw it to the left. Crack! It directly hurled the terrifying body of the tail-standing rat, over 60 meters long, into the Pacific Ocean. It was thrown over 300 meters. The tail-standing rat flipped several times on the sea's surface. Storm Crimson completely stood up. It stood nearly 80 meters tall. Originally a heavy mecha, now, standing here, it resembled a mountain. General Wong was already stunned. He quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie to connect with the inside of Storm Crimson. Who is piloting Storm Crimson? Can the internal camera be turned on? 2 seconds later, with a whoosh, the internal footage of Storm Crimson was projected onto the big screen. At this moment, the entire world erupted in excitement once again. The crowd standing on the beach was also incredibly thrilled. Xiao Li Wen and Mori Masako, who were initially somewhat sad, were now excited and happy. It's Lin Yue. It's actually Lin Yue. This is too exaggerated. As far as I know, there are a total of 1,500 control buttons on Storm Crimson, which was originally piloted by 3 drivers simultaneously. Now Lin Yue has switched to single pilot mode. Can he handle 1,500 control buttons and connect over 10,000 neural manipulation systems by himself?